The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challengers stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Day 3 here of the Blast TV Americas RMR. We've got some more teams to send through to confirm into the last ever CSGO Major, and we've also got some more teams to send home today. It's going to be a little bit of happiness, a little bit of sadness, a little bit of joy, a little bit of excitement, all 2 sides of the same coin here, Jason.
It's the best time. It's the best time of the RMRs when teams are getting sent home and qualifying.
That's so morbid. It's like, I just love to see people
I
get their dreams crushed.
This is what brings out all the emotions. This is what brings out all like the intensity, all the pressure of the situation. So these days for me are always the most fun, despite the fact that obviously for players, it's really stressful. It's really heartbreaking. It's really emotionally testing. So I mean, I don't know. I think it's great. This is where you really get to see kind of the pressure of being able to make it to the major. And obviously, as you mentioned, with it being the last one of CSGO, and a little bit of added pressure onto that.
Yeah, I mean, it's human drama, right? Without sorrow, we can't have joy. So the lows lead to the highs. And
the balance of life.
The balance of life, truly. Circle of. We're going to have some fun today. We won't be sending anyone straight through the Legends position. We'll have to figure that out tomorrow once we have our 2-3-0 teams. But for today, everybody else is fighting for survival. FURIA, Liquid, Pain, and Fluxo are all playing to go for those clean records, the 3-0 spots, but only 2 of them can emerge. Everybody else, well, let's see who's still in the mix. Complexity Imperial, that's going over on the other stream. That's going to be
for like the
banger.
9th time this year, for the 9th time in the past 6 months. Whatever.
Can't escape that matchup.
Like even when I saw that come out last night of the schedule, I was like, oh my God. You talk to the Complexity guys today, they were just like, you know, actually, it's in a way, it's like a benefit for them, because if you wanted to get a full night of sleep last night after a late finish, like they've already prepared for Imperial so many times that they have so many notes to just go off of, just build off of.
It's just disappointing that it means one of those teams is donezo.
Yeah, a little bit. Again, those are two teams that, I mean, Imperial Complexity probably would have been like a little bit better of a chance to go through. Imperial would have been one of those teams fighting for one of the 5 spots. At both of those teams, again, like teams that you would have put into the category of really battling to really have a decent chance to go through to Paris. And yeah, one of them going home, much like we had with MIBR 00 Nation yesterday.
Yeah, and Complexity kind of dropped the ball a little bit against Pain. If you watch their Nuke game, they were up on the CT side of Nuke. They lost that half 8-7, so you can really only take that blame on yourself. And then earlier in the tournament, we had Imperial, you know, kind of struggling, it seemed like at times. The fact that they even end up in this situation is definitely a little bit disappointing. I
mean, it helps when they pull off a 16-0 yesterday, though, if you want to
yeah, that's true.
Back in. I think that was a little bit of an RMR history, pulling out the 16-0 here.
Yeah, I think it was the first 16-0 we've had in it. So that was cool to see.
From what
to a certain extent, not for Team
From what I was told, it actually like broke stuff. It wasn't supposed to happen that good, so things stopped working within the game because they weren't really ready for a 16-0.
Perfect.
So it was like so good it was bad.
So good it was bad. This is our schedule for today here on this stream. We've got EG taking on Paqueta, which is a super interesting matchup to start out. We'll save that for a little bit later. Flamengo, Nouns, and then we'll wrap the day with Pain Fluxo, that 3-0 game potentially for one of those two teams. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. We've got maybe a little bit of a fortunate pull for some of these teams based on the Buchholz seeding coming into these matchups. So if you're looking at a team like EG who shouldn't even be here, Paqueta is one of the perhaps softer draws you could have had.
Yeah, in a way, but I think, you know, even kind of looking into this, I think there's a couple little slip-ups that we can get into when we get into, I don't know, we're talking specifically about the match right now? Are we going into that right now? Cool.
Yeah, why not?
You let us into it.
Really,
way to go. It's Mike's fault.
It's fine. We can dive into it. This is EG, obviously, and I mean, these guys, even talking to them just briefly before stepping onto the desk, they were just kind of laughing. This is a team with no pressure, right? They're not supposed to be here. They're just kind of taking advantage of the moment, a good chance to make it into the major, which would be shocking considering where things were previously. And I mean, to a certain extent, they're just happy with where things are at the moment, and just they're along for the ride like the rest of us.
Usually when you say a happy to be here team, it's not a good thing. But for some reason with this, it is. It's kind of like, you know, we weren't expecting to be here, and now we're just kind of playing our own game and doing whatever, and it's working. You know, there's already roster moves apparently happening in the background potentially. Like there's so many pieces moving to this that you just come into this and you just go, hey, whatever happens, happens.
I just love the fact that the highest rated player of the event so far is the guy who's out of the roster. Hex, no pressure on him. A player who was very promising when he first moved up and maybe got, shall we say, bogged down by some of the things going on around the team. Now, that's off his mind.
It's a problem with all North American teams. They have a lot of trouble acclimating and building up new talent that comes into things. And I mean, you can just see there's just been a difference to when he's like gone back down and he's had some time to play at the lower levels and now back up, and he knows he's not really a mainstay of the roster. So that lack of pressure, and he's performing very well because he's not, you know, he's not in a situation where he's constantly being criticized and constantly being told to fix things and change things and do things differently. And he just kind of gets to play his game with the knowledge of this isn't a permanent situation for him. And let's not go overboard and say he's thriving in it, but he's playing well.
He's playing well. He's serviceable.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the things as well for Hex, one of the issues that he had in the roster is that the way he plays, the role that he plays for this team, frequently going in on the entries, frequently trying to create space, he's very willing to die for the roster. And when you're looking at the scoreboard afterwards, if you're not really thinking about that context, it can really make him look a lot worse than his actual impact in the server.
Well, let's be real. Like, if you're going to go down the list of issues that this EG roster has had, and even some of the struggles are going to go in now against better competition, it's not even really Hex. The first thing you're going to say is, who's the star player on this team? There's no one. You don't know who to pick. You would say it's Breeze based off past performances and his past levels, but he's nowhere near that right now. Same with Automatic. He came back and he's been good, surprisingly good out of the gate from when he came back from Valorant, what, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. But he's also not a star player. So at the moment, they're just missing like a guy to be the guy, and then everyone else can kind of build around that. When you miss that star player, opportunity for your role players around him don't really open up in the same way.
Now, looking at the other side of the coin, we got to watch Paqueta last night, and, well, while they wound up closing very comfortably in that series, it started off shaky, to say the least here, Mark.
Yeah, their Inferno was bad. I'm just going to say it. It was bad. It was rough. They missed a lot of easy smokes, a lot of confusing misplays, especially on their CT side. They were really struggling to get the read. Dan Viet had 15 kills at around like round 5. He was just farming them from the T side. They started to recover a little bit, and they almost brought it back to overtime as well. Even asking Yell in the post-game interview, like, what was going on? He was like, yeah, we had like a ton of jitters. We were super unconfident on Inferno. I don't know what the heck was going on. He laughed about it because he's like, hey, I'm willing to admit that was not our best showing. So I am a little concerned if we go to Inferno again, just because of what we saw last night. Do they really have enough time to fix those problems from last night into today? Probably not. And I worry that we're going to watch another sloppy Inferno match where they just make a lot of very simple fundamental mistakes.
You can at least work on nerves, right? Like
sure,
that's
of course.
That's the one thing. If you're going to feel like if you come out of that game, and yeah, there's always going to be problems with how you played it in the map, and you're always going to have those conversations within the team. But if you feel like one of the main issues was some nerves, like that extra night of sleep, that extra game of getting comfortable in an elimination game, now you know what kind of emotions to expect. As a player, you wake up and you know what the experience is going to be like, and you can find ways to settle it down. And that's going to be the big struggle that they have if that's going to be one of the problems they identified.
And I mean, this is going to be a very different ballgame as well for Paqueta, right? This is their play up against the Americas team. Before, it's been against regional competition, and you know, when we're looking at Solid last night, even if it's not a team they play all that often, it is a team where you are familiar with their players, you are familiar with their play style to a certain degree. This is a different ballgame. This is EG. Yes, maybe it's been the much maligned EG, the EG that shouldn't have been here, but it's still the evil geniuses that has played at top-end tournaments, that have played against the very best in the world, and that's maybe not something you have a lot of experience up against for Paqueta.
That being said, this is where I want to take this into where I think this matchup is kind of a little bit of a trap going into a best-of-3 series, because it is going to be the map pool, which can be a problem for EG. Because you look at this and you say, they banned Vertigo, obviously. They've got 0% win rate on Anubis. They've got a 0% win rate on Mirage. And on Mirage, Paqueta has an 83% win rate.
Right.
So there's a lot of strong places Paqueta can take this. And obviously, the little bit of an X factor in that is the quality of competition. An 83% win rate looks great as a statistic, but when you look at the competition, the teams they've played against, it's not any world beaters. I think their best win is like a close 16-13 victory over 0-0 Nation. So in 0-0 Nation, as we saw yesterday and the day before, not anything special, not anything to talk about. So yeah, there's a little bit of an X factor there, but for EG, having so many maps, that like 3 maps that you just can't play is going to be a real issue. Even if they win this series, it's going to be an issue tomorrow when they have to play a best-of-3 to qualify against, you know, ostensibly a better team. And
that's also the challenge as we get into these extended matchups where they're not really playing with this roster before this event. They didn't know they were making this event until right at the last moment, so they weren't practicing with this team. They were looking towards the future, towards a change, towards a refresh coming into the team, and as a result, they haven't necessarily actually got a lot of time across the server in prep, so it's going to be a little bit freewheeling, I think. But to be fair, from what we saw from Paqueta as well, some of those rounds, some of the way they like to play is a little freewheeling as well. There's a lot of individual responsibility given. There's a lot of willingness to chase and fight and try and make the individual play. And I think some of that might mean that it's a little bit more
It's going to be a scrappy game.
Yeah,
no
absolutely. Especially on Inferno, I feel like it's going to seem very similar to what we saw on Inferno last night, where it's going to come down to a lot of close scenarios. Mirage and Overpass felt like they were destined to be the next 2 maps in the series. It was just whether or not we were going to get them in the order that we did. The fact that Mirage ends up being the second map means that even if we see a rough map from Paqueta, they get a nice reset opportunity in map 2 to take it to a 3rd map. And I do think we're going to go there.
Well, we're going to find out. The series is about to begin. We're going to send it off to a break. And when we come back, EG taking on Paqueta is getting underway at the Americas RMR.
Evil Geniuses, the team that shouldn't have been here, with Paqueta, the team that's needed to battle back from elimination at the very jump. It's quite the duel here, quite the duel of the fates, if you will. And while the music might start playing, we are going to be getting into the server here on Inferno in just a moment, Mark.
EG is like the Harry Potter of the Americas RMR.
The boy who lived?
The boy who lived. It's just incredible that they've managed to find themselves here. They're in a position where obviously they could be eliminated, but they do come in my opinion, as hefty favorites in the matchup, just based on what we've seen from Paqueta, specifically even just last night. Definitely a lot of things to be worked out over there, whereas Evil Geniuses is kind of riding a wave right now. They had that close game against FURIA. There's even a world where they could have been one of the 2-0 teams coming out of the first few rounds of the Swiss system here. So EG, against all odds, manages to find themselves here. And they kick things off on their selection of Inferno, starting on the T side in the pistol.
You know, I do think Hex could do a pretty good Harry Potter costume. He's already got the glasses just about there. Put a little lightning bolt on his forehead. So all people with
glasses look like Harry Potter now?
As a glasses person, no.
Oh, so now you get the glasses card?
No. What, the glasses card?
You're making fun of people with ocular issues, Mike.
Ocular issues? Those are me. I'm people with ocular issues, Mark.
It's not cool. Everyone cancel Darth Mike.
I'm being bullied. In towards B they go. Speaking of being bullied, good luck, Ali. He's smoked off. He's got nothing. He's just trying to go for the spam, and not a shot is going to connect. So a clean site take, a clean bomb plant. 5 alive. Well, nope. 4 alive in the post plant for the Evil Geniuses. They will not be bringing Milan along for the fun, but they've got full charge control. They've got all this space. They've got all this ground. They wanted to chase the kill down on Ali, knowing he was the isolated player. But it's the fight with Banana that's really going to matter. Up into the pool. Destiny quick in first to fall. And it's getting messy, very messy indeed, but automatic mows them down. That P250 paying dividends. Ali, the man on site, is somehow also the last alive, but without a kit. Oh, he does have a kit. He's picked it up. Might just be able to get this defuse off, but Automatic has checked it. Automatic's got the read, got the spot, got the time, and with him not killed, Ali's just going to have to try and stick, just going to try and force the issue, and down he will fall.
A little bit of a smirk on Automatic's face off of a 4K in the pistol round that keeps things alive for EG. They get B access pretty easily, but then what ends up happening is it's a full B retake from Banana. You've got 4 players coming up Banana, just 1 player in spawn, kind of keeping anyone from pushing in too far. And it did become a little bit difficult. I don't think they anticipated that amount of force coming up Banana. But in the end, it's the P250 that reigns supreme.
That little bit of a smirk as well is about as wide of a smile as we get from Automatic mid-game.
A little stoic.
Here we go. Destiny right down mid. Let's get weird with it. The scout tagged, and now the SMG's chased, but it's an even exchange. So when all is said and done, it's not a bad result for the Evil Geniuses. Still, we're starting off this force buy with a bang, and it's showing early that EG need to expect the aggression. Yell will lend them a little bit more of it, and now he may have played his team into an awkward spot. It's just going to be the isolated players towards site. Venom Zero with a Deagle, Nithon with a scout. Whichever way EG eventually choose to take this, they're going to have a little resistance. You know, it would be fitting. Last CSGO major, one of NA's few major winners in Automatic. Maybe with a chance to play a part. A little bit of poetry there, Mark.
Would be interesting to see if it happened, and
a lot of CS to play still.
Smoke's got a little bit of a gap. Just a little bit, but they're not actually moving in that direction anyway. But it seems well read.
Hex hears it.
Partially because of that gap, they're able to see a little bit more than maybe they should have. But Hex has the notes here. He's heard the footsteps in spawn. So he's probably telling his teammates on Banana, just wait 1 second. I've got the flank coming through. It's not the best gun to be doing it with the MAC-10 coming in first. But, oh, there you go. He'll take down the first. And now there's just 1 player remaining in their path. It's going to be Venom Zera. The young Phenom with the Deagle almost had a chance. Took Hex down very low. But it's 2 alive for EG.
And the rifle's retrieved, so it's no harm, no foul. Got a little interesting there right at the end. Hex, he knew he'd heard 1. Didn't quite realize there was a second in towards tree off the positioning. Still, it's all going to be good. That will be retrieved. So an eco forced out from Paqueta. They're not going to get the force by wars that they do love early on here. We will see EG make things clean, and provided they can keep bodies alive in this next up against the unarmored pistols, it should be a very hot start to their T side.
Again, a reminder, when they played yesterday, Paqueta struggled a little bit on their CT side to really get their foot in the door. It was 9-3 or I think it was even just 10-3. And then luckily run a few rounds at the end to bring it to 10-5. So it was definitely a bit of a problematic half. We'll see how they adjust coming into today. There's a quick pistol kill coming out from Yell. And yeah, you got automatic low. He's over towards Grill. He's got to be careful. And that's another player down. This is not something they could afford, as the investment coming in from Paqueta is very limited.
They're giving guns over. There's a bail call, but this could still be tricky in towards the border. That's a huge kill for Wiz. Okay, had to get that. Now the bomb's going to go down. They'll have a pretty good chance to defend this in the post plant. This could still get weird, right? Because Paqueta's been saving here, they're going to be willing to throw these guns in for the chance to do massive damage early on and upset the economy. Still no kit, no utility. There's one flashbang actually for Venom's there. That could get them around a corner. This pit position is going to be important to hold on to, and Wiz, he's rarely one to give up an unnecessary fight, so he's going to play this patient. He's got hexed in towards the graveyard. You've got Breezy sitting on the bomb like a mother hen, and it seems like they're backing that rifle away. So the pistols will stick around to do damage, but they are conceding the round, not able to get into it. So EG, that's a big wobble, but good presence of mind to make the cancel call and back out of a tough situation.
Yeah, the pistols try to strike now, looking for exits. Maybe a swing from Nithon will drop them low enough that the bomb will take them down. But no, not going to be the case. 3 players survive for EG, despite the bumpy start. They do manage to walk away with the victory, and we do have a pause coming in. I think this may be a technical pause in nature, but it's how it started over on B that was concerning. 2 players dying to just pistols. It was Yell initially from Coffins, and then the USP from back towards Dark Spot. Luckily, EG was able to recover, and you had mentioned it. That kill towards Boiler was incredibly important. Not only to get it, just to get it without really even taking any significant damage.
That's one of the things about Wiz. He's been a little bit of a focal point on this roster, but EG really believe in him. He hasn't necessarily had the impact we really look for an AWPer in the modern era of Counter-Strike, but what he does bring to a team is he's very methodical in the way that he does. He's a great, in terms of setting up the utility, he's rarely going to miss or make mistakes in that kind of context, and he's also going to have that presence of mind to sort of dot the I's and cross the T's, and I mean, that's just a little moment that shows it, but that is something that Wiz delivers, and he delivers on a very high level. It's maybe not what you always want to see from your AWPer, where you're more like, okay, go kill, but certainly the background elements of it from him as a player are very much on point.
And that will be an interesting thing when it finally develops, is the AWP duel, because Nithon has looked great at times, but he hasn't always had the AWP in his hands. It feels like they've struggled with economic control, really chaining rounds together to keep that in play. And he hasn't been like this flashy, crazy AWP. He's just consistent.
I feel like my big issue that we saw with Paqueta yesterday, and that wasn't really punished by Solid, was just that they weren't setting up the AWPer. You know, there wasn't a lot of ideas of how to get the AWPer activated or how to use that as part of the team. It was more like, okay, Nithon's going to hold this, or Nithon's going to peek here, and he's going to try and kill somebody. But it's not like you're flashing to set him up. It's not like you have bailout strategies to get him back. There's just a lot of maybe that was just the nerves. Maybe that was you know, getting their cage rattled early on. But it didn't always feel like we had the coordination on point for Paqueta. And that's something that might be an eye on, because I suspect EG will have a little bit more ready for it. You know, even with, you know, Hex coming back on this roster, he was with them for long enough that there's innate chemistry. And certainly he and Wiz played together for years. I mean, 3 or 4 years consistently on the same team. So that's a buddy system that's ready to go.
Just waiting on the tech pause currently as they resolve their issue. We'll be jumping right back into the action momentarily. Again, just in case you haven't been paying attention, EG is currently up 3-0. They won the pistol. The second round was a little bit awkward. Even that third round was a little bit awkward. Not necessarily terrible in the second round, but the third round proved to be almost successful for Paqueta. It comes down to 3 players off of early damage that was dealt over towards the B site. And now we're walking into what should be a very strong buy for Paqueta. You can see the money is blossoming, 6,000 and up for some of these players. So they should have more than enough to bring the full brunt of the CT side power into the 4th round.
Headsets off for Yell and Venom, never quite a good sign. But what do we have here in front of Breezy? This is his notebook, I think. That's an interesting one. It almost looked like a religious tome.
Is that the Book of Darth Mike that we were speaking of yesterday?
Ooh, if Breezy's reading from the Book of Darth Mike, I'm not feeling good about EG's chances here. My CS philosophy is maybe not for the untrained eye. You need to study years in a temple to not go mad reading them.
They say the Darth gives, the Darth takes. Darth's name ever be praised.
Are we starting a cult? Is that what we're doing here, Mark? Are we starting it? Because I'm down. Look,
the Church of Darth Mike has a nice
girlfriend's
ring
been
to
playing
it.
Cult of the Lamb. I've been seeing that game. I think I'm ready.
Were you
Ready to start
taking
my
notes? You're like, step 1.
Recruit silly cartoon
become
animals.
prophet.
Step 2, interface with elder gods. I think I'm ready for it. But yeah, no, look at that notebook. That's
Who would your god be, Mike?
Who would
Who
my
would your-
god be?
who- if you were to make one up for your Church of Darth Mike as we wait for this tech pause, who would
my
your
deity be?
your deity be? What would his name be?
I feel like that's a heady decision to make. You gotta have a good name, good ring to it. You know,
I mean, I know a name.
it had to be something Darth related, right?
I mean, no, not necessarily.
The Great.
Darth Vader.
Darth Bartholomew. Hey, get out of here. Get out of here. I don't know.
We'll have to
deity.
continue to theory craft here as we try to apparently create this imaginable cult that
It'd be
apparently follows
a god you pray to for short technical pauses and long strings of uninterrupted round wins. May he bless us with the anti-eco.
with an NA major
May
victory.
he keep us safe from P250 boiler kills. And may he allow us to take a quick break here, folks. We'll be right back. And we're back in here, folks, ready to hop on into the server. Thanks for bearing with us there with just that minor technical difficulty.
Thank God we built the shrine.
We built the shrine. We're ready now.
It got us back in, a shortened technical pause.
We've made the proper offerings. We did have to make a sacrifice. There's a reason Jason isn't here right now. But,
yes.
you know, all in the name of Counter-Strike, all in the name of getting back in to the server. EG up 3-0. But the guns have come out for Paqueta since we've had a little bit of a cool-off period. Let's see who can come in hot off the trot and get back into the server.
The sacrifice, by the way, was 2 energy drinks and an order of tendies.
The true esports way.
Yeah, that's just breakfast.
I mean, based on what I've been seeing, I know EG have been making sacrifices at the shrine of S-Books pretty much every morning. That's team coordination on the line right there.
Well, we thought we were ready to get into
really
action.
did.
It was. I think we didn't. You know what? We didn't have a song to sing to the.
Oh no! You got a hymn for me? A hymnal? A hymnal for the Church of Darth? Mark, I would love to hear this. I think you're
you still
ready
have
to let
not given me
flow.
You have not given me the proper.
Darth. It's just
no,
Darth.
You can't be the prophet and the.
No, I'm not. But I'm not. That's why Darth is in front of my name. I'm Darth Mike.
So is Mike the
Lord
prophet?
Is Darth.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you see.
So if I converted, would I be Darth Bach?
Or Darth Bach or Darth Mike or Darth Mark?
Darth Mark.
So do you know the story of my name, right? It's not that interesting as most in-game names wind up not being. But it is.
Can't say I've heard this one.
Pretty straightforward. It dates back to a little game you might have heard of called RuneScape.
Oh, you're one of those people.
Where a friend was getting me into RuneScape in like 7th grade. I think I was like 12, maybe.
Nice.
And we were making my account, and I said, "What should I name myself?" And he said, "Just put Darth in front of your name. No one ever picks it." And he was absolutely correct. I've gotten it on every platform since. So shout outs to James. If you're listening to this.
Is he Darth James?
He was Darth James, and I was Darth Mike, and we would rock around, and it was perfect.
The Darth
So
Guild.
he was the first, I guess, the originator of the Darth religion, and I'm just the first adopter.
You're an apostle.
I'm an apostle.
You're one of the one disciples.
The one of
the
one
Church of
disciples.
The Church of Darth.
I'm sure there's somebody out there who's done it since, or just done it completely randomly without association.
You
but I
PK'd
haven't
somebody
found
in
them yet.
RuneScape, and they're like, "Wow, that's a great name."
Someone did take Darth Mike on Instagram. That was the first time I've been blocked from my own name.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm competing with the Bank of Queensland for all
You'll
social
never
media
get that.
accounts. Is the largest bank in Australia.
You'll never get that.
BOQ on everything.
Fight them.
So if I want that username, I have to pray for the downfall
eat the
of
rich.
all society. Yeah, I basically have to hope that a bank fails, which is just too sinister for me even.
It's a little dramatic. It's a little dramatic. I'm seeing more headsets off, which is, well, not encouraging per se. But hopefully we'll get those headsets back on. We'll make the proper offerings.
Ears. That's all.
I think it's because you refuse to sing your hymn.
That's very possible, but you know, I'm shy.
Ooh. That's what I often think of when I think of you, is shyness.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it does seem like we've got another issue cropping up here, folks. So, sorry to bait you. Sorry to get you a little too excited. But remember, go make your offerings to the Church of Darth, and we'll be right back, hopefully with this resolved in just a moment.
finally it's coming.
For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launder Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
Oh, way.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack, and I just told my teammates I need some time alone. He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works, and this is not good for me.
Let's get the show on the road.
It's the f***ing goal!
No! What's going on? No!
No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really. This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149.
Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God! And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
We're back! We're back, ready to get going with Counter-Strike. We're only in round 4 mark, but it's time to get things going. The first gun round. So much rides on this moment as these teams vie for another chance at the last CSGO major ever.
Ever. And EG, many chances to find themselves in that position, and they're taking advantage of this second opportunity. Early on, it will be Breeze who catches an op shot to the belly. He'll be down on 13 HP. Again, we had talked about the op matchup between Paqueta and EG. Nithon looking strong, but maybe lacking the support behind him. And on the flip side, EG just hasn't had that really strong, powerful op, but they do have a little bit more teamwork.
A little bit of juice, a little bit of energy, a little bit of wizardry, if you will. Not going to be a little bit of kneeling, as he is dead. A swing back in, the flashbang gets effective. Vision clears, but Venom Zera, he's away. That's a lot of return on investment on one flashbang. Now you got a wounded Breezy. This is a little bit of the bonus round, but obviously if you're EG, you don't want to get blanked out here. Hex fumbling with an AIDS. It's getting very awkward. They're trying to come in towards A, but this has been read from Paqueta. It's slow enough that the reinforcements are coming in, so there's going to be 4 players towards the site. They need to clear pit. They've done exactly that. Hex with a great entry. Another as well. Here we go. He might propel them back into this. Wiz is the bomb. Wiz is swinging wide on the back of that smoke. He needs to get this into a safe spot to plant, and that's exactly what he will do. And Paqueta are backing off of this? Wow.
That is surprising.
That's conservative. I did not expect to see that. We even have a kit. I guess they were a little bit limited in utility in terms of, we did see some rounds yesterday against Solid where maybe they didn't have the mollies to clear pit and it wound up costing them, but this time, I mean, they don't know what was on the other side of that smoke, right? But EG were very out of place. They were very fumbling, and the damage that's been done here, prime opportunity that they're just not going to attempt.
Well, like you said, they have a little bit of utility. They do have a kit. Venom Zera is low. Nithon with the op, you don't want to give that away. You don't want to not put yourself in a position where you can't afford it. He's actually got a little bit of money, so potentially with what they've saved, they can fund a full buy coming into the next round. It is a very passive play coming in from Paqueta, despite the strong start on aggressive play. Venom Zera goes swinging on B, gets 2 kills Banana. You're thinking, okay, that's the round. No. Somehow they're able to get themselves back into it, and EG steal a 4th round away. And it really is an interesting decision in that post plant to back away, because they made that decision pretty quickly. They lose control, the smoke comes down Moto, the bomb gets planted, and you can already see players running towards B.
Oh, Destiny trying to take the advantage here. Wiz will catch him. It's a trade, though. So there's something doing with that. And with the save in the last round, obviously Paqueta is able to bring the play into this, but that's a not bad exchange for EG early on. Trying to exert some influence here, top brackets. Nithon's looking for the fight, and they're going to draw the 3rd player over. So actually, in terms of controlling the rotations, this has been great. It's just Venom Zera, who's even down to half, to control B, and he's very passively postured. If this just turns into a B take, I think we might see another save come through pretty quickly, unless Venom Zera can pop some serious momentum. Was that his Molotov? It was. It's completely missed. He has completely missed the Molotov, so now his utility is gone. They're past the smoke point that he threw very deep in, and support's not here. Venom Zera, what do you got? You got to do it with the guns. He's going to do exactly that. 2-mo down. Left it all on himself, bet on himself, but now he's earned an advantage for his team in the post plant, and Ali's already on the spot. Bomb will go down, and the spam won't be on to deny it.
Oh,
but
man.
That certainly is. Okay. Just on to Wiz, a guy we've highlighted here. He had the opening kill of this round. Now he's got to close. Time an issue, but there's plenty of kits. Not an issue there. Yell down for the count. What a snappy shot from Wiz. The quick scope. One more to hit, but Nithon's got him. So just barely. The round will be snatched back here by Paqueta. They are on the board.
Quick shots coming out from Wiz. Not realizing Nithon's making his way up from Banana, and ultimately very low on HP. Nithon could have just gone to a pistol if he had gotten the comm that he was low. But it all started with Venom, a great double. Hex balances back out, ends up getting sprayed down through the smoke by Ali. So it's a strong round coming in from Paqueta on the initial stop towards B. It does come down to a post-plant scenario where Wiz was almost able to steal it away. I mean, it is a little bit costly, but because of the save in the round prior, they had still plenty of money to buy.
But now they could be shattered, and we do also something that we're looking at is the utility usage for Paqueta. That round it featured 2 flubbed pieces of util in defensive B. So it's something to keep an eye on. It was presumably Venom Zero trying to throw basically the fake that there were 2 players there throwing util, but he just didn't quite have the lineups. Still, deep smoke, outlet jump spotting here. He's going to feel confident, shifting a 4th player over in defensive A, and that's a great shot for Nython, committed into the angle, though Destiny's left hung out to dry. So again, an exchange here. The AWP is finding a lot of impact early for Nython, but they're not getting away from it cleanly, and well, EG, they don't need to go in on this just yet. A deep smoke again on Banana. That's going to stall them out. There's still a minute, plenty of time to play with, and they would like to try and figure out some of the positioning for Paqueta.
Some mild indecisiveness from the player who's over on B. As you saw the chimney flash come out from Halls from Breeze, he started to pull away and then realized, hold on, they're not actually committing. So he stays towards B, but he is the solo player. So if they were to make it towards B right now, it is a promising destination for EG. The initial play in apps is not all that surprising. Nython was very comfortable in apartments with the AWP yesterday. We saw him pushing down towards bottom of stairs a couple of times, finding early picks. Something that EG needs to be aware of is this aggressive playstyle from Paqueta. We saw it earlier in previous rounds where they charged down Banana. We saw it here as well. Now the rotate does start to come through from the CT side as EG begins their commitment towards the B site. Look at the time on the clock. That is going to be a problem as the player in the backside of site, all he has to do is survive and do damage, and he does plenty. The bomb goes down and the round is lost as we're down to 5 seconds now and Wiz is running away just to save the gun.
That's a massive catastrophe. He might even get hunted down here at the tail end. Yell peeking for it, not going to have it, and actually economic damage back the other way is not ideal, but it's not insurmountable. Still a risky situation to hunt. This is an interesting opportunity now. Things get a little weird. EG not giving themselves the time in that one.
Let's not forget, Paqueta only ever chained 2 rounds together yesterday on their CT side, and they struggled against Ecos on the flip side. Early on, they won the pistol. They lost to an Eco where Dan Viet was able to get a 4K off of the back, I think of just like P250. It wasn't even like a Tech 9 armor. Ended up scooping up an M4 and turning that round completely on its head. That's how things started for Team Solid in the series yesterday. That's not saying that EG is going to be able to find that same level of success here, as hopefully Paqueta's had some time to work on the mistakes yesterday. There's a great flash to lead Venom Zera in. Spray gets him away from a little bit, but still ends up walking away with both.
It's really encouraging what we're seeing, though, as Yellow gets a mow down, and this is just a clean round. This is something we never really saw, right? The patience on the flash peaks, using the coordination there, not getting overdrawn into the aggression once one thing starts to work. Paqueta, you're really seeing how different this is now that they're not nervy, now that they're not rattled. Yesterday, they're a lot more composed. This is what we would have expected from Paqueta. And it's just a lot more encouraging for their Inferno.
That's one of the things that Yell had mentioned in the post-game interview. He said, oh, you know, we were a little nervous. We had some match jitters. Well, that's why maybe a player peaks just a second too early and gets flashed by his teammates. Or that's why maybe your Molly, you miss time on the jump throw and it lands in the wrong spot. And even though we've seen a little bit of that here, it's not been as bad. And here's that charge downstairs we've seen. Goodness. We saw this yesterday from Nython, and it caught them off guard multiple times, and it does not look like they're going to be ready for this. There's the barrel peek. It seems like they know. That's actually brilliant. So you can see him baiting with the barrel. They read that well. They knew that Nython likes to do this. They may have even spotted him as he ran across from the window. Well set up from EG.
And that's something they would have seen multiple times in the game last night as well. So that's maybe a little bit of a prep coming into play here. Destiny now isolated on towards site. Venom Zero wanted to come in to support him, but he's going to have to challenge the Moto Smoke if he really wants to get through. So wait for a teammate's contact, and there's the tag. They let him know. They know he's here, and it's a clean round for the Geniuses. Oh, that is a very snappy response to things getting a bit out of whack in the last. Nice start for Wiz, too. Guy we highlighted early on, he's 10-4 right now.
Yeah. That's a good opportunity to point out the fact that EG comes in off a best-of-1 loss. Paqueta comes in off a best-of-3 victory. Because of how the schedule worked yesterday, EG was able to watch Paqueta play. It was the last series of the day, so that read gave them an opportunity to kind of get a little bit of an intel on what Paqueta likes to do. And it was well done. They knew that he was going to push through apartments, and whether they spotted him on the cross or not, they were prepared for it. They ended up taking that op away, and it was something we were worried about coming into this, whether that op would be a presence for Paqueta that EG would not be able to match. But so far, so good.
The one thing is, of course, you know, based on the Buchholz system, you don't necessarily know who your opponent's going to be until the games are fully settled.
You're right.
So you can't do the advanced prep, but certainly there's more tape on Paqueta at this particular event once they go through. And for EG, yes, there's actually a lot more tape over the course of the last year, but also because this is now a roster that's got changes on the way, you don't know exactly what they're going to be bringing through, what might be changing up, how the looks might have shifted just a little bit. So there's an element of it. Got a player in apartments. This is hexed in towards the boiler. Two players just on the other side of a thin wall. And they're setting up a Molotov for him to go for a little peeky poo. Nobody thinks better of it. Now they're going to challenge. Now they're going to check. This is going to get interesting if they do decide to go all the way in. 40 seconds on the clock. EG, again, not leaving themselves with a lot of time here. They've gotten damage onto Destiny, but there's nothing really to light their way towards the site. And it seems like they're hedging B. Venom Zera committed. Ali, can he set up utility for him? He can, indeed. That Molotov's going to shut things down. Holding onto those nades means that now they're forced in towards A, and this is the strong site. 25 seconds, no time to spare, but Nithon wanting a little info, wanting a little peeky-poo. He's punished. Now the bodies start to drop. What do you got for the mini-pit? Yell needs to find some momentum. 14 seconds. They still have to dig out site and mini-pit. An automatic will. He'll get one. His back is forced into the turn. They have to get this kill. 8 seconds, no time to spare. Just need to back away.
He got the bomb.
Breezy will have this just in the nick of time. It's planted down. And they force Venom Zera into the retake. Not a second to spare, Mark.
He knew exactly what he needed to do. He runs in and just grabs the bomb and bails out. A big shot from Wiz as the smoke shows just a little peek of Venom Zera as he walks his way through. A little bit sloppy towards the tail end as kills go in both directions, but that was sort of what you expect from Inferno. Last second crunches, great utility control coming in from the CT side. They save a lot over towards B. Venom Zera gets aggressive, but he's got the backup of the Molotov. It was well played from Paqueta. It just comes down to that player in pit. If that player in pit gets one more kill, the round's over.
I think Yell did a good effort.
I think so too.
Alive,
you can't fault him for it. It's just if he does, the round ends. It's really Nithon playing from Graveyard. Doesn't get anything, just gets his head taken off almost immediately.
Speaking of heads taken off almost immediately, goodbye Wiz. Goodbye the Wizard bot. This has pulled them in towards a stack and actually funneling back the other way. EG are exploring Banana. If they just go around the corner. Oh, there's no one here. Automatic starting to see this. No one coffins. A check back in from Ali perhaps, but they're going to see if they can't take this a little bit further. Nealon's just spotted this. And now they realize pretty quickly, okay, boys, we got a plant on our hands. Late flower pots boost could get spicy. Venom Zera boosted up. Is anyone checking for this?
He saw it.
They're looking.
He 100% saw that.
Yeah, he's ready. Got to get up pretty early in the morning to catch an automatic sleeping. And he's wide awake for his second kill of the round. Bomb now will be planted, undisturbed, uncontested. And while there's very little to show in this round for Paqueta, it's likely a chance to fight for exits, maybe. You don't really need to save anything you've got, but if you could maybe snatch a rifle and run,
yeah,
that would be quite the find.
They even pulled another player away from spawn and put them towards the bottom of Banana so they can try and get one on the exit. Destiny does have an MP5 in this location, so maybe a little bit more gusto than what you would get from just a pistol. But again, it's important to put a little bit of a note on this. Paqueta did not do well on their CT side yesterday. It's really their T side where they shine. So even though the scoreboard is starting to tilt in favor of EG, there's still a world where Paqueta can wake up in the second half.
I don't think there will be the same gaps in the defense for EG that we saw for Solid.
But just trying to make sure I give a fair nod to Paqueta.
The silver lining here.
Exactly.
I understand.
Oh.
I understand. A little bit of a timeout called here. Unfortunately, it seems to be of a technical nature, so hopefully that's a bit of a quick one. But we do have some time to talk about this. Up 7 rounds now, 4-round lead. Money, they've had continual buys here for Paqueta. They took the eco in the last one, right? They'll be right back into the swing of things. But you had that 3-round burst from Paqueta, and since then, EG have just brought it back through. They've been pretty comfortable throughout this half, and I mean, a lot of it has to do with the young guns. Wiz and Hext are performing. 10 kills for Hext, 11 for Wiz, both of them sitting on just 5 deaths. That's, I mean, it's the talent pipeline. It's the pipeline in action.
Economic shortcomings were something we had worried about for Paqueta coming into today because we saw them have a hard time chaining rounds together. And even though we talk about the impact that Nithon can have with his op, we've only really seen it a few times. And when we have, it was taken away pretty quickly. Well, there's that play towards A where he's playing Graveyard. He doesn't even really get to do much with it. And now we're back in technical pause territory as apparently the Church of Darth Mike is a lie.
It's not working very well. We need more offerings, folks. When in doubt, more offerings. I'm like every doomsday cult that's predicted the apocalypse and been entirely wrong. It's just been pushed back a little bit. It's okay. I will say one encouraging thing is there's at least some smiles on the faces of the EG players. They're having a gaff. They're having a goof. They're typing in the chat and having some silly willies, a little poking of the fun, which is encouraging. We've talked about it. This does feel like a very different team from when we've seen them at other events because, well, they shouldn't be here and they know it. So why not?
Pressure's off.
You know, you're playing with house money.
Exactly.
Why not bet it all?
You're just having a fun time. You're not really concerned. You're coming in with, again, I think it was said earlier in the first day, there's nothing to really lose. You already lost it. You lost in the original qualifier. So ultimately,
it's the most depressing way to phrase
that. It's like,
that.
yeah, we already lost it. So like, whatever. If we get it back, cool. But if we lose, it's not like we lost something we had. We didn't have this to begin with. So it does elevate your level of play. You know, there's been classic examples of players and teams who play a level up when they realize that there's really nothing on the line. It's not to say they don't want to make the major. It's not that. It's more just to say the pressure is off.
This would be your first Wiz stickers. I don't know if Neelan. Yes, Neelan does. He got them the last time around. So I believe Wiz is the only one on this team who does not yet have a sticker in the game. Be a prime opportunity for him. I mean, it's funny to think about. You know, we all like to get the stickers to put on our own guns and make the funny joke. We could have Big Dick Wiz, you know, that kind of thing.
I was already going there because I was like, oh, there's so many fun things you could do with that.
Yeah, Wiz. We don't have a kid player, but Wiz Kid would be a sick one. But for the players, you know, talking about it, when they devote so much of their lives to competing in this game, it's funny to think about just how much it matters to have a sticker in it. It's a constant, eternal reminder that you were part of the history of this game you love, that you've devoted years of your life to the discipline of. It's kind of astounding. You know what else is astounding? We're going to take another break here. We'll be right back, folks, in just a moment.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 US in prize money. The Major has 3 phases: the qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well, when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even in practice, what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosin.
If only you know what we knew, folks. If only you knew what we knew. The mysteries of the universe. The darkness of the age. Staring into the abyss. And the abyss stares back at you. And that might be where Paqueta's looking right now, because it's been a good 3 rounds since they've gotten anything really done here. And they're looking for a little bit of heat off of Nithon's op early on. The op abyss stares, and the other opper stares back at you. This is falling apart a little bit, Mark.
I don't know what you're trying to talk about. Is this part of your prayer to like some god of the abyss? I'm so confused.
We're still workshopping.
Yeah, there's like some tentacled beast that lives in a dark void.
Oh boy, he shakes up my sodas.
You draw a triangle on the wall and you light candles.
That's actually the negative deity of the Dark religion. He shakes your soda.
Oh yeah.
Before you open it.
Yeah, if you weren't here, you know, you wouldn't have seen it. So.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Manzana soda, apparently. Explosive.
Don't worry about it.
What needs to be explosive is Paqueta. They need to find a way back into this game, as EG has really managed to take a little bit of a grip on it. And this could be potentially the play. That Molly's going to make things a little bit more uncomfortable. He has to drop off the sandbags. The flash is in, though, so it actually sets him up quite nicely. But there's the double, and that actually might be the round over. You've got 2 players who are so far away over on this A site. And money is tight. They're not going for this. They've already called that this is a save. It's surprising to see Destiny in this situation alone. I'm not sure what the call is here, but it's a clear disconnect.
Yeah, I think maybe Destiny's just thinking, if they push in towards Church aggressively and I can punish that, maybe there's a chance for me to do a little something. But now he's definitely going to have to back away. Didn't get the early kill, didn't get the easy look, so they will just try and keep this alive on X. EG will, at a minimum, be taking a lead into this halftime break. And, I mean, they're looking firmly in control of most of these rounds, right?
Yes.
We've seen a few really dynamic plays out from Paqueta. They tried to do another one there with that top banana setup, but it's very cautious for EG, right? You've got the molly down, you've got the flashes, you've got the smokes to set it up, and you've got multiple players swinging, so you have redundancy. So Nealand's able to clean up immediately after automatic falls down, and that's the difference between playing an EG and playing a Team Solid, right? You're just going to have these thought-through checklists of how the top banana take's going to go. You got to be ready for every step of the way. Are you a checklist guy on anything, Mark?
When I go shopping, because I forget stuff.
Yeah.
And then my wife chastises me. So I make sure I make a list.
Check it
and
twice?
I check it. I check it all down. I even put in the little checkbox
Gonna
in
find
the Notes
out
app, so I can
which
be like,
snacks
boop,
are
boop, boop,
naughty
boop,
or
boop.
nice. You got the beard for it.
I usually don't go in for anything like that, though. It's like, hey, we need this one thing. And then I'll go to the store, and somehow I will come home without it.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
and you're like,
shoot,
they had
I
a
forgot.
great deal on.
Yeah, you're like, I need sugar. It's like, oh, cool, I bought you a cell phone.
Been there. Been there. Nithon not going to want to take the face because it's a light presence towards A. It's only 2 of them. And with a heavy apartment's presence, this could get cheeky. Yells up on the railing. Molotov in towards mid. She's that boiler? Not quite sure where those flames were at.
I like this AB right now because it's kind of off-balancing the defense from Paqueta. They sent 3 players towards B early on. Now they're starting to pull resources back, but you can see EG is not really heavily committed towards A.
They've shown face here, right? They've shown the utility. They haven't necessarily lost the casualties yet, but Paqueta are so paranoid that this is going to come through. And indeed, it looks like it might. Not having gotten the response just yet. They're headed into the maw. The gaping maw of the Paqueta stack. Looking for this contact, but Automatic's been holding this top banana control, and he's just waiting. Now he's calling them back over.
Either he's calling them back over or he's trying to bait a player out of position. It didn't really seem to do much. Now the commitment is coming through. It's really going to be on Hext, who's in apartments right now because, oh no, look at Breeze. Breeze trades positions with Destiny in the smoke. They need Hext to step up big. They don't realize what they're walking into. So many bodies on the smoke. Is Destiny coming through from Moto, and it's all falling apart. Automatic, who was on that lurk over towards B, now the last man standing. Well held from Paqueta. Automatic's going to try and turn things around, but it's just too far gone. It's a 4K from Destiny.
Kind of a lackadaisical round for EG, right? They've got all this control in towards apps, all this presence on towards Banana, but they haven't actually found anything for it. So they don't have any information about where the players are playing from. And then they're just without that info, they just kind of blind run into sight because they don't leave themselves enough time for a poke, a prod, and then a back away.
I thought for sure that Automatic was going to do something on B to try and pull the rotator from Ivy all the way back to the B site. They didn't realize they'd rotated off, but that felt like that was the plan. Maybe he was going to set up a smoke on the cross and a flash over the wall to get them to glue down into position. That's not what ends up happening. So instead, they show A early and they commit A early. Wiz will pick off Destiny. That's the 4K king from the previous round, so the crown has been removed. And his body's been buried. As Wiz gets another one on his op. Again, we were maybe concerned about how the op duel would break down coming into this series, but so far it's been Wiz who's been striking true. Top performer, no less.
Top performer across both sides. The Wiz cannon in full effect, fully loaded, and ready to run. And right now, at least it seems EG, they're taking the right idea, that we've seen them bail out of strong potentials earlier. It is just Ali here, and if a smoke comes in for Coffins, he's probably not going to be able to do much about this. Got the angle. Hex with the pick. Keeping them rumbled. They're not going to be able to rotate in. Hex is traded. And a smoke out late, 45 seconds. Ali's looking for the boost. Breezy could work his way through and actually control this arch side.
He's going to get the timing.
Big. Venom Zera coming back into the clear. Oh no, he looks away, but now they know they should funnel in. They've only got one dimension on this. This tips off Paqueta as well, so they're trying to bring in reinforcements, but with Ali down, this is such a tough ask on the retake. And Wiz will make sure it's just going to be Venom Zera. That should be the ripcord pull. That should be Venom Zera backing away. It's exactly what he's trying to do. And it's going to be EG on the 9.
I thought for sure the way that Breeze was looking through that smoke, he was either going to get into spawn or he's going to get the timing on Venom Zera as he was rotating through Moto from the A site. But he just starts to turn towards spawn as Venom Zera peaks. So he loses his life, and it does give them the tell that it's going to be a B play. So they start pulling resources over. Unfortunately, Ali only gets nothing. He gets nothing from inside the B site, whereas typically he's actually been good for at least one. Doesn't slow down the push enough. EG gets site control. And even in the 2-on-3, it was going to be difficult, but they lose their player on Banana. Now they're hunting down the last man standing. It's going to be Venom Zera who's got the op in pit. 9 rounds for EG on their T side. Paqueta, again, just really looking rough on their CT side on Inferno.
Rough and bit scuffed. I mean, this one they've... when we were seeing the issues against Solid, a lot of it was coming off of heady aggression, right? Trying to chase, trying to find kills. This time it's not that. It's a lot of very passive play. They're giving a lot of respect. They're showing it towards EG, and it has worked out at times because EG have come in towards stacked sites with very little time to spare. And that's caused some problems. So the game plan, you can understand it, but it does mean that at the end of the day, when you're light on a site, when you're playing just one towards B, and he's not got a lot to show for it, you're kind of putting a lot of trust into one player. You're kind of putting a lot of faith on his shoulders. And I don't even think Ali's played terribly or particularly bad at all. It's just tough. Tough to make that work. So they will play 2 here early towards the banana fight. There's a Famas on Yell, but otherwise they're A-okay, and they've got the utility at that. Going to be brought through. Aggression. Okay, here they go. A duel by the half wall. This could get spicy. Ali holding into the angle, but he's vulnerable to a flash. And actually, a teammate's going to try and set it up for the peak. They should be ready for this. No, Neelan's caught. Smoke is good. And that's a big find early for Paqueta. That's a little calculated aggression paying dividends.
These advanced positions are interesting because if Paqueta finds themselves in another situation where they lose bodies early, they might actually be in save territory again. The money is really not going to be that good coming into what would be the final round of the first half. And that's a shot on the Nithon. That's the op down.
Double
Hex
boiler.
now potentially taking a window peek, and you're probably going to see these players on B go for the save because now the A site has been completely lost. Automatic might be able to pick them off. Venom Zera has not moved once. He has glued himself to new box. He is stuck here. So this is a save. This is what we were talking about because the money was so rough coming into this round. They could not afford to go for this. Again, this has happened many times to them already.
It has, and it's going to be double digits on this T side. And again, it's the young guns to light the way, right? Wiz opens it up. Hex basically seals the deal with that double kill in towards the boiler. And Venom Zera back of sight. Up on top of the new box, he's going to be hunted. The money is flowing for EG, and there's only one more round yet to play. So you're on fire. Good luck. Not in a good way. And Pepper down. Breezy will take him like it's oh so easy here.
Double digits.
Double digits.
This is what we saw yesterday as well.
I think we're going to see 11 is the big issue. The money's limited. It's going to be a weaker buy. They're not going to have the op. They're not going to have all the utility. They're not going to have the kits, most likely, for this retake if it comes through. They do get one kit up on Ali, sacrifice some utility to have it, but it's been tough even with the full rifles up. EG have just played a very patient, steady game in a lot of these rounds, and it's seen them have massive success. Unwavering is the way I would describe it, Mark. No waivers.
No waivers?
Or waves.
Does that mean they
can you be wavering? Yes, you can, actually.
I assume. I thought you meant waivers like they couldn't be sued. Like they signed a waiver.
Oh, a little bit of that, too. Paqueta might need to sign a waiver for this one because they're looking a little injured.
Let's see what they decide to do, given the fact that they don't have the greatest hardware coming into the round. There's the peek, and Venom Zera hiding behind the flames, spotted out by Automatic. There's smokes going down from both sides. There's the bank flash coming in, but there's actually no peek. Now, Ali only has an MP9, so he kind of wants to get into a good position, and he does.
Right.
Top first orange, and that'll be a kill on Automatic to equalize things at 4 apiece.
This is interesting now because no teammates rotated in, so they might think there might be more to reinforce this site, but instead Breezy just peeks in, realizes there's 2, and Hex is just sending himself right back after it. Danilan says, I'm next up. They finally vacated the position. This is getting a little cheeky, a little bit weird, a little bit spicy, and Wiz will be overwhelmed. Destiny's able to finish it all off, so just a little bit of sweetness on the end of that half and a chance perhaps for Paqueta to build after this break.
To your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launder Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
Oh, wait.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack, and I just told my teammates I need some time alone. He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works, and this is not good for me.
Let's get this show on the road.
It's the f***ing goal!
No! What's going on? No! No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149.
Sub 1 minute.
We're going to have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God! And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
Ooh, those geniuses, they do be looking evil.
They certainly do. Like a dog's favorite word, that first half was rough. Yep. Saving that one just for you, Mike, as Paqueta had a very difficult first half, but they get the identical scoreline to their series yesterday against Team Solid. And this is where they turn things around. Their T side is where they pick things up. Now, again, the mistakes that were being made from Team Solid, you don't assume they're going to be making on the side of EG. But off the rip, the dualies only get one. It's going to come down to Wiz, who's in the pit. He finds one kill as they dive bomb into the pit, and then they stop. Paqueta's trying to readjust.
Wiz Wit pit. It's working out. They're going to continue to group up here at top brackets. Automatic's holding the contain from the arch. So as they round this corner, I think Automatic's going to be next to have an opportunity, but Nealon wanted some info. He went a wandering, and he paid the price for it. So now Automatic, what he got to show for us, a very conservative angle on this, trying to avoid getting overwhelmed by the Glocks, and with the spot, he's just going to back away, go to support his teammates. Go to fight this, readdress, Yell drop down low, and a parting shot, a fade away there. That is huge. Utility now down, his teammate can come into bear, and they have rebuffed this assault, but now Venom Zera knows there's an isolated player in Wiz. He just doesn't know where he is, and he knows he's going to be contained, surrounded, overwhelmed, and dropped low by Hexed.
I love that micro adjustment from Automatic. Instead of trying to curl around the corner to the left, he actually goes right. You're not going to expect someone to try and reaggress from spawn. So he jumps out to the right, re-peeks, does a little bit of damage, and then just goes full drive-by to get back across. And by the time he does that, Hex has rotated around, come through construction, and he's holding the push. So that allows Automatic to just sit in that position and get the support he needed, which is right here from Hex. That was brilliantly played from EG in the pistol. A nice recovery off the early damage that was dealt from the dualies before fumbling them away in halls. And then the kill that came in from Wiz to stop the push into the A site to begin with.
Aggression down Banana. Potentially coming through. They got a lot of util once they realize there's a player logs. Ooh, there's a nade coming this way. Goodbye. Venom Zera living for now, but the Molotov forces him out. Nealon's there to collect. Just sweeping them off of this one. Wiz down mid for 3. Why not? Overwhelm.
Okay.
Yell. Burst firing this Glock. Trying to light the way back into this, but there was no chance. There was no opportunity. There was no quarter given. And we've only got a quarter of rounds left before the evil geniuses take their map pick. This was their map pick, right?
EG?
Yeah.
Yes, this was their map pick.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that was a comfort or a discomfort pick, like knowing Paqueta has struggled or knowing, hey, this is a map we feel comfortable on, because it is not a bad map for EG.
I think it's column A, column B.
I think so, too. It just sort of works out that way. Map 2, as a reminder, is Mirage, and that is a pretty decent map for Paqueta. Look at the fast play coming in from Automatic. It's punished.
I like the idea.
Not anticipating the counter speed that came in from Paqueta.
I like the idea, but that's where Paqueta thrives, right? In some of the messier, faster rounds, that's what they're used to. That's what they see a lot within the region. We saw it in the matchup against Team Solid, and, well, Wiz is able to hold on to this territory. Molotov pushes a player out. There's someone in towards Boiler. There's a lot of damage done onto these players early. A lot of them hovering down 3/4 or half HP, so this fight could be tricky. Venom Zera looking to make the move, and 3 players holding this. Crossfire is going to be good. Breezy takes first contact, and now he's going to push back in over extension there. But a read right back. Wiz bets it all. Doesn't quite have it. Nealon needs to stay alive, and he knows it. And now that he's stuck in towards logs, it's a hopeless position. Damage done, but no kill found. Hack's trying to rotate the support, but it's just going to be on his shoulders. The hero round potentially, and if he could save, it would actually set them up well going forward. But he's going to give this a look. He's going to give this a chance, an opportunity. And the bomb has been slow to cross, maybe anticipating a response. They're waiting for Ali to get into the angle. And Ali's going to go all the way spawn side, so Hex is not going to be ready for this. And he will, in fact, drop down to dirt.
Little of an interesting situation in general, the way that EG decides to aggress mid early on. They lose Automatic. They double play into Boiler, overstretch the first play, and then maybe even the second. But I think it's just because of the fact that they were rocking MP9s, knowing they were facing off against AKs. They didn't want to take a range duel. If there was a player around the corner, that's a great time to jump at them.
They're going to invest in here. This is interesting. I mean, the loss bonus obviously non-existent, right? So you got double eco on Hex at the very least, if not everybody. But they've got a fair chunk to actually bring through this. I don't know if Paqueta's going to realize how much they've got in the weaponry. That flashbang is brutal, and Wiz capitalizes fully. He'll be dropped. The trade is there. Good initiative taken from Nighthon, and now only one player towards B. Could get spicy.
That was almost a third flash kill, too. They were setting him up for another peek. You could see him staring anti-flash at the wall. He was waiting. It just comes in a second too late. The smoke was great. The flash peek initially was fantastic. And you mentioned it. It does fall onto Nealon, who's got a counter smoke, so he'll be able to throw that one and delay, delay, delay. That's the name of the game when it comes to Inferno CT side. You want to keep them at bay for as long as possible. They do have light utility, though, so they really don't have a whole lot left to work with. Nealon does have another smoke, so there's a world where you can slow this down even further should they decide to go towards B. There's the second smoke coming down. But after that's gone, he's out of utility, and he's alone with just an MP9, and it looks like Paqueta wants to move in that direction. Now that the smoke's fading, he's getting support, though. You can see automatic starting to rotate.
Captain of the roster, IGL, and now he's got no troops to command. He's got to do it all himself. The flank is developing towards bottom banana, so if they stall out, this could be bad. Automatic now on the angle as well. The spam could be effective. Can't quite finish out that kill. This flank may be a little bit late, but they're stuck in the pool. They're stuck in the pool. They're a little slow into this, and now Yell's been caught. Uh-oh. Now the notice has been delivered. You better be ready. And Ollie, not prepared for what Hex is bringing to the table. All in a Nighthon. He doesn't have the opportunity to plant. He's going to try and force it down, but it's a massive risk, and this was actually just the bait to bring in the swing, a swing that will be punishing. So right back on the board are Evil Geniuses, the slightly haggard by the lesser weaponry, but an immediate rebuttal to what Paqueta is trying to bring to bear to get back into this game.
Great communication and coordination coming out from EG here in the round. It starts with that double flash kill. There was even an attempt on a follow-up to make a triple. You've got the smoke down top banana as well. Nealon gets a second smoke, re-smokes, calls out that smoke starting to fade, falls back into sight. He gets automatic to rotate through spawn, and because they haven't seen anything towards A, that means they feel super comfortable as the smoke start cascading over the wall to push everything through down to mid, bottom banana. They get that flank timing almost perfect. It's a little bit slow, but it still catches them as they struggle to get out of pool and onto the site. And by the time that happens, the crunch comes through and they just can't gain control of B.
And one thing that's interesting that we noticed about Paqueta both last night and today, when they're winning, they're very loud. They like to get loud when things are going their way, but obviously hasn't been the case here. Not hearing a whole lot of noise, not so much as a peep. Venom Zera, normally one who likes to inject a little bit of life into them. Ali as well. And from that side of the room, we got nothing right now. So they know they've got a long road to even be able to contest this game. It starts here. There's still limitations to that CT side. So you're broken by not the worst thing in the world. Tech9s can get something done, but aggression down banana is going to take all this real estate, all this space, and a gap in the smoke even confirms for Hexed that he knows no one's here. At least not for now. So Nealon will be pushed off. They'll just leave Hexed alone. He's got a flash to get himself out of this, but eventually he's going to have to give it away. You don't want to be stuck logs once the smokes fade, and he will wisely back up.
This should be a dedicated A. I have a hard time imagining they're going to back off of this. They're just going to go for it. The smokes come out. Wiz is going to be the one to make first contact. And that's a little uncomfortable. Oh, that's also uncomfortable as the nade gets kind of awkwardly flubbed. Now they have to fall because of the fact that he's in this position and he's slowing them down. The smokes are going to fade, so they have no choice but to take direct aim fights with Hexed. Hexed, who is playing up on banana, cannot escape, gets tagged trying to leap around the corner.
That's the problem.
They don't really have much utility, so they need Venom Zera to try and drop a smoke. Oh, no, they already had one. Venom Zera has one smoke left remaining for the team. So despite the fact that it did look like it was going to be a hardcore A exec coming in from Paqueta, it gets slowed down, and they just make the quick call to rotate off onto B. And I think this is a full save from EG. They have no desire to go for this, and they really don't need to. They've got so many rounds on the board. No sense giving up something you don't need to give up.
And the problem there for X is he's got no stall-out utility, right? He just had a flashbang. No Molotov, no smoke. That's what you're looking for ordinarily in that kind of a circumstance if you're going to play one player solo towards banana, but there were limitations into this round, and that's where we see them come into effect. So Paqueta just steamroll him. Run right over. They're running a train into that site, and it's not even Overpass. Wiz, top of the board still, 22-9. That is quite astonishing. But we're starting to see Paqueta maybe build back into this, and for the long game as well, that would be a very good thing to find because it's a best of 3. This is maybe not their map, but there's a lot more Counter-Strike to play. If they can get the juices flowing for some of their young stars, that's what they're looking for.
Ton of util damage as well for EG. That has made things a little bit harder for Paqueta. I mean, the way they saved in the previous round, the buy that comes in is really not that far different than what it was. Yes, they've got MP9s, but ton of utility to work with. And we've seen how speed is definitely a big factor in the way that Paqueta plays. And there's some of that util damage we were talking about. That nade lands right on Venomzera and Yell, both sitting around 60 HP. A great start to the round off of some nade play coming in from EG. And we've seen a lot of this aggressive B play from both teams. But we see Needland down in these positions, and a couple times it's backfired. This time, though, there's not really going to be anyone there. It's just Venomzera holding for the push, as it seems like currently Paqueta is putting some noise down towards mid.
Swing around, Destiny. Gonna get caught. Gonna get dropped. Damage onto Hex, but damage is not good enough just yet. Oh, the Wander into smoke on the fade. They've traded positions. They're kissing. They're smooching. They're going to have no idea that Ollie's in a mini pit, but when he drops down, if he drops down, that will be heard. And there it is. Now the audio cue's given up. Breezy realizes that they've slipped past, but he also realizes, oh, this is going to get interesting. He just takes the kill, and even that's a little bit haggard, but getting the second, now it's secure, doesn't want to play the patient game, just takes what's in front of him, and now they've left Venomzera all on his lonesome. 35 seconds to go, no money in store for him. He might think about the save, but even that's going to be a tough prospect. And into T-Apps, that seems to be the idea. He'll encounter Wiz, and Wiz will rip his head right from his shoulders.
You understand the reason he's in that position. They've been conditioned by EG so far on their CT side, playing aggressively down Banana. They know that Nealon likes to push into that territory and even try to retake pretty rapidly through there, so it's not the worst idea to have someone hold. But it's really that play in abs that ruins everything. The trading of positions, the fact that Breeze gets past him, and even he's smiling, you can see it on his face as he sneaks his way into halls. He just waits. And then as soon as he hears that drop, he's like, okay, I got this. He could have even waited longer to spot the player who was pushing it towards truck. He would have gotten it maybe an easier double out of it, but it didn't matter. It is a 14-7 affair for EG, and you can understand why Paqueta would be using their third timeout here. As this is a pivotal round, it's going to break their econ. It's not necessarily for the win, but
it's not.
No, it's not. You can see just one round of loss bonus. They're not really in a great spot, so...
No, suboptimal, not ideal. Bet in the house. Bet in the house, really. They'll get a chance to fight into the next, but it's really a lot committed into this particular fight. Into this particular round. Minute 45 on the clock. And it is going to be Paqueta just holding. I mean, they're pretty passive on this one. This is very timid. This isn't really how they like to play, but the deep Banana utility, they're going to try and punish this, bring the presence back through. They've seen a single player get left here a couple of times. So they're chaining flashes. Flashes after flash after flash just to try and gain the space, and they've got it. Cross smoke available, but that's about it for their utility. There's very little. A Molotov could ruin them if it comes out. That's a little late. Into the smoke as well. Now it's up to Nealon. He's good for it. Two found. Out into the pool goes another. Hex with great damage. And so a wounded, limping Venomzera and a healthy Destiny will have to bring this round back to bear. Automatic even has a nade. Well, he won't need it. And they're gone. It's going to be map point found for Evil Geniuses, barely hesitating, barely waiting. The spam through, the check angles, that's plenty. They never even put the doubt in our mind that Paqueta might have legs to stand on in that post plant. And now it all comes down to this. 8 rounds in a row for Paqueta if they're going to make anything of this Inferno.
Backs against the wall in more ways than one. Because not only are they about to lose map 1, this is an elimination match. So much pressure riding on the shoulders of Paqueta as they are facing off against an EG team that seems reinvigorated. You can see the util damage we were talking about. There's a ton of it on the side of EG.
It's wild, actually, how much Breezy has, considering the fact that he's not the B player. Oh, Nealon down for the count early on. Automatic's close to come in to support his teammate, but he's going to need to get here, and the smoke is going to section him off. Hex does not want to die. That's the most important part. He can let them into the site. He just needs to not die. The bomb is going solo A. What is this? What is this matchmaking Looney Tunes strat? You go B, I go A alone, and it's worked? It's worked? Wiz is even going to think it's here, and now he's starting to realize, wait, what? What just happened? How is this the round that gets away from us?
Nice nade.
Yeah, he's going to get the kill. Damage will be great, but I mean, how do you even... He still thinks it's here. And now he realizes what on earth has happened.
And he's going to get peeked by Ollie and Spawn as well. This is such a strange and peculiar round. The fact that Ollie also just runs away after planting because he realizes there's not even a point to this very strange way for Paqueta to try to stay in the game.
I wonder if Ali even knew he had the bomb or if he got all the way into that lurk and then realized.
I feel like he had to know.
Did they really call the 4-go B, I go A solo with bomb? That's amazing. With map point on the line, that is... I mean, it works. It works for Paqueta, and that's exactly why, because it is the last thing you would ever expect if you're EG.
It's a goblin-level strategy.
It absolutely is. They went into the bottom of the bag of tricks, and they might be geniuses over on the CT side, but they're not that evil. They're not that genius.
That's a plant when you're putting it down, you're going, tee-hee. Like, you're like... Voodoo. Just
I don't know if there's too many teehees right now. They'll be happy to get that one over. Hoodwinked EG. But there's still a lot more hoodwinking needed.
Yeah, here's the thing. Yeah, that got them that one round, but
one player survived.
How many tricks like that do you have? How many times could you even pull that off? I mean, the success rate of a play like that is relatively low, because had he just died in halls, the round effectively ends. But again, Paqueta still alive.
Automatic just heard that jump. I don't know what that jump was for, but a little bit of a hop skip on the edge of the smoke. That draws focus. Now a kill's found for Wiz. Guy's taken over the server so far this game. 28 kills through only, what, 23 rounds?
Yeah, impressive stuff. He's 116 ADR right now as well.
Good output here. Automatic gets caught. Damage, but not a kill. So what do this remaining nucleus of players want to do? I'll split the defense 2-2. Either side has vulnerabilities. Breezy just went MP9 as well. Is going to push in towards the halls, and this duel with Ali could determine the round. Get that utility away, and it's actually going to be Breezy who comes out on top. Look, a little fumbling, but he even gets the upgrade to get back into this fight, to help out his teammate, to slow down Destiny just a little bit. They're holding for Breezy, but that might set up opportunities for Hex. Destiny clearing, hasn't spotted the player just yet. And who's going to find first contact on that? Footsteps now. Hex gets the kill. He's able to regain Breezy. Lost, but Hex still defending here.
Ooh.
That's a ripper of a shot from Nithon. 17 points of health to keep his team alive into this. He's got the big green. He's got the AWP, but these shots need to land. There is no margin for error. No utility on EG, and Nithon's going to bring the fight to them. So bold, wanted to clear this corner, and they come in right as he shifts off it. Timing gets the better of him. The evil geniuses move up one map so very comfortably in this series.
Still a winnable situation there in the end, but being that low on HP, he needed to try to buy time somehow because there was no kit, there was no utility coming in from EG, but they walk away victorious on their map selection. I don't feel like we ever doubted that this would happen. No. Paqueta's Inferno was rough yesterday. It didn't look that much better today. And ultimately, EG has looked a lot more solid throughout this event so far, so it's something we expected to see, them coming out with the win on map 1. It's map 2 that I really think gets interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there was anything that was disastrously concerning for Paqueta, but it does show the difference in level of competition today. And when you look at EG, everything we want to see is so encouraging. They're playing together, the coordination is on, they're looking loose. Even when they lose unexpected rounds, shall we say, they're immediately regaining, they're immediately answering those. And you look at the young guns, you look at Wiz, you look at Hex, they're playing very good, they're playing very free, they're playing very confident, and that's something that hasn't always been the case within this roster. That's something you really need to have happen to have your win conditions. And when Wiz is popping off, when we got the Wiz cannon hitting, that is a great sign for this evil geniuses.
And one of the things we talked about yesterday with Paqueta, one of the things that was concerning on this map was their utility, more specifically geared towards smokes than anything else. But when we were looking at the util damage that took place throughout this game, it was a ton of util damage that was coming through from the side of EG and less so for the side of Paqueta. They were constantly being chipped down early in rounds by deep nades coming in, specifically towards Banana, but even down from mid. And then Wiz had a fantastic series. We had also talked about that. How would the ops match up? And even though Nithon was serviceable at times, he struggled to even hold on to the op. A lot of retakes coming in frequently that had to get abandoned on their CT side. They had to run away and save the guns. How many times did we see them stuck in the same situations we saw them in yesterday where they're just frequently saving?
Now let's look forward to the future, right? Because we're going into Mirage next, and that is going to be Paqueta's pick. That is going to be a map that's maybe a little looser, but when you look at Wiz nearly dropping 30 kills through not so many rounds, this is a very concerning sign because an op in towards mid, you can take over a lot of the control on that Mirage map. EG is going to get to start on the CT side, but they look very, very comfortable, and there's a lot of promising signs here if you're an EG fan that they might just be able to close this in 2.
It does feel like it was leaning that way. I think all of us pretty much predicted that this was going to be an EG victory just because Paqueta struggled throughout this series. Yesterday, even though they walked away with the win, it was not an easy one for them to take. However, when I saw the map pool, I was like, okay, you know what? Mirage is actually a pretty good map for them. Maybe there's a world where this does go 3. But after watching them on map 1 and just seeing the disparity between the players, even just on an individual level, I feel like I gotta give a heavy nod to EG here.
Yesterday, we saw such a world of difference for Paqueta from map 1 to the rest of the series. They have to do that again, but it has to be even a step further. You can't just now play good standard CS. You need to elevate your game beyond the level we've necessarily ever seen from this squad, certainly at this event. And I don't think the evil geniuses are going to be giving a lot of opportunities. So it's going to need to be quick. It's going to need to be strong. It's going to need to be powerful from Paqueta right as we head into Mirage. And we will be coming back with that map just after this break.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one for Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. And he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
I'm so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Not close.
So I just immediately like.
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged. Hello! I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Finally, it's coming.
For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
Getting ready to go live here with map number 2. Evil Geniuses looked cool, calm, collected, comfortable on Inferno, and they frankly dominated Paqueta. There was no real moment in there where we truly believed Paqueta could make a go of that, and that has to change. Now on their own map pick, now on Mirage, the Geniuses will send the bodies towards the right side. They're ready for this pistol play. And they've spotted one already. Information gained there for Hex, braving the Molotov. The health is minimal, and those two players are vaporized on entry. They don't make it through the atmosphere of this site. They burn right up. That's going to stall Paqueta out. They still have control of the bomb. They still got a nucleus of players, but the initial idea of this round went to complete ruin, so now we have to see their adjustment. And you'll remember from last night, Paqueta is not a team that likes to rotate.
Very true.
We saw a lot of one reads and hits.
Very dedicated to what they decide early on in the round. Very little mid-round adaptation.
A boost up in towards window. Neelan's waiting for this in the ladder. As soon as they cross, there's the spot. Needs the shot, and he's got it. So nothing doing here. Ali with one attempt at perhaps a duel, but they're going to swarm, and he is his moments are numbered. The second's not going to last long, even if he took one kill there. It's almost guaranteed to be a trade. So EG don't take a casualty in the pistol round. They will just roll on through.
If you're a fan of patterns, EG has played this map 4 times this year.
Okay.
16-5, 16-13. Not wins, losses, by the way. 16-4, 16-13. That was yesterday. So what does the pattern dictate? 16-4, 16-5? Maybe.
A win? Or these are all losses?
These are all losses. They have not won Mirage this year. They have definitely struggled. Now,
well, I think the scriptwriters might be bringing in an extra chapter for this one.
This is also difficult opponents. You're looking at FURIA, Cloud9, Sprout, Heroic. Yeah, a different caliber of opponent than what maybe we've seen from Paqueta in their successes on the map. And also, their game against FURIA, they actually were potentially in a position where they could have won it against an opponent that I think looks fantastic. Well, so I think this, if we're trying to frame it up as a potential win for Paqueta, if you're trying to find, you know, the secret solution, maybe, just maybe.
Well, I don't know if that conspiracy theory was what our audience needed to know, but they do know now. And we're going to be into the gun round here. There was a little doing in that round. You even had Wiz just playing on a USP. He's not going to break the op out just yet. They'll go for the rifle instead. It was potentially available to them, but they opt for the utility instead. And it also gives them a little bit of the bonus round into this. You have 2 players above 3K. There's going to be an investment going forward, even if they falter here. But let's see. For Paqueta, this is an early test to show us they got what it takes, and aggression is punished here by Ale. They wanted to take this palace control. There are actually 2 players with it. And Ali, well, he will take some damage. He wins the exchange, and he's able to back away. So that's a big find early. Mid going to be under control of Paqueta for the moment. And they'll put some time into this one.
Because of that early loss, too, that really isolates Hext on his own. Even though he was the B anchor initially, they don't have that ability to rotate players out. So now he's kind of stuck in this position where he was jump clearing from Van earlier, just spotting. Even though there's nothing there, if they were to decide to go in that direction, it could be very difficult. It would actually probably be a save. He would probably die and they would just save the rifles at this point. They probably would not rotate over. However, it does appear they're going to go for some mid control, potentially take this into connector and into the A site.
It's the right read. The focus step has come here from Automatic. They're looking at this like it could be a catwalk play, right? Which is why Hex tries to take a little bit of space in towards the apartments, why Automatic shifts over to support, and instead, they've softened up the site at just the right moment. Bursting through the smokes, it's going to be big trouble, but Nealon with this position at Palace, he can wait. He can wait this out. He can wait for the retake, and that's the bomb drop. This is going to slow things right down. In towards the mid window they go, though. Huge kills found, and with Hex dropped, your options are gone. It's just Nealon now. Just Nealon. Bomb not yet planted, but a peek from Ali as he processes through the potential positions that last player could be in.
He knew. I mean, he was the player that took initial contact in Palace to start the round. So I'm not sure if he saw the second player or heard them or assumed based on utility. Didn't see the set of circumstances that led to that. But ultimately, he had the assumption that there was a player still in Palace. So he checks Palace initially, then he's looking back towards ramp to make sure he's not getting flanked, and then he comes back to clear it in the end. That's why he threw the molly down as well. Really eliminated any threat from Nealon. The buy will come back in from EG as Paqueta come in with a strong round in their first full buy.
It's what they needed. It's how they wanted to get started here. Scout out to peer around in towards mid. But we've again got limitations here. It's not great. And a fast play in towards A. They're wasting no time on this one. The execute's just going to come rocking right through. And the smoke late in towards Con catches Nealon off guard. So he's deleted and a body already lost. This could be a fast ripcord pull. Players are positioned for the retake, but they need something to light their way. Wiz will deliver exactly that. Breezy playing on the edge of the smoke denies the bomb plant. Now things get really interesting. Overstays his welcome. But the 3-on-3, we've got a little bit of spice here. Wiz has to be careful in the smoke fade. He's got an AK now. So tight angle against Venom could be huge. Player sandwich, player up close. Now it's just on to Yell, tucked in here. And with 3 players ready to take a bite right out of him. His spot now given up. The first kill found. But the double swing will be on, and the round will be claimed by the evil geniuses.
Breeze only gets 1 off that ticket booth drop into sight, but he's a problem. He's slowing down the push. He's playing on the other side of a really weird smoke towards that area. It gives him a little bit of time. And as a result, you can see the players start to swarm in from other areas. And Paqueta gets strangled as the retake comes in from EG from all sides. Really strong retake, way to shut it down off of the back of a great opener from Yell. But it's these shots from Wiz with the scout, and then he swaps to the AK. A great performance from Wiz yet again. Yell tried to do everything he could for the team, but it just isn't enough.
The Wizard continuing his strong form. The spellbook is looking deep right now. His mana at strong levels. But Paqueta, we'll have to see. They've got a cleric here. They got a little bit of a counterspell, a little bit of something that they can bring through. Two players have yet to crack onto the board in Venom Zera and Destiny, and those were two key pieces in the previous matchup, so they'd like to get them activated early here. Off we go. Investment back into this round. Pop out perhaps. And that nade, just a little tickle. Just put them on notice. Nothing catastrophic just yet. A run boost in towards mid. That is cheeky. But there will be no one left for a fight for Nython. So he was hoping for that first kill. Doesn't quite find it. But does gain the space. Gets the real estate. The op's not out yet for EG either. So there won't be the sniper duel perhaps into this round. Hex jump spotting. He's checked. He's damaged but not killed. And no one is quite able to pounce on Paqueta. Still, they've gained a lot of ground. This duel with Wiz is going to be huge. It gives us so many options that they can take Wiz down here in towards the connector. He's playing around the smoke. Knows his position is vital. He's going to be past that one. Oh, he's away. He's escaped.
Yeah, that's brutal. I thought that Molly was going to do a lot more damage than it did. Just does 14 damage if Nealon times the peak right. Oh, man, he's able to get the first. The second following through. Doesn't actually finish them off, but he's got players on the B site now ready to support. You've still got this player inside connector as well with a crossfire to
look at the flank. Look at the flank from Breezy. Top mid, coming around. This is going to be a huge kill on Venom Zera. Nython got a kill beforehand. That's important. Taking out automatic means this is still a possibility, and they know they don't have to worry about Breezy if they just go fast. Wiz, though, on site could deny this, and if he can stall this out at all, he could do no such thing. So now the bomb goes down, and Breezy has a very tough task. He'll route through market to try and offset their expectations a bit. The opportunity of that flank is perhaps missed, but there's still a chance at the clutch. Breezy pulled off a nutty clutch earlier in their campaign, but Nython will not even let him get started. It's Paqueta back on the board.
And a scream from Venom Zera. We talked about that, how this player likes to get loud, very excited, very energetic, and it's understandable why. It's a big round coming in from Paqueta. It's a huge round for Nython. The op really starting to become a problem, but it's still very early on. The money, not really that great for EG. So despite some of the mid-round heroics that we saw from EG, Paqueta recovers.
Another force buyout. This is the round where you really do want to see Paqueta take control. It's even more wounded, limping than the previous one we've seen. Just pistols. The scout, a single SMG. But it doesn't mean there's not danger here. Paqueta, they've got this mid control. They've done a good job of taking it so far this series, this map. That's a little bit forward on the smoke. That's a little bit forward on the smoke. It is going to give an opportunity for automatic to just get a bit of a window of vision in towards Khan. That's a huge nade. Chunky is it. And a counter smoke on. They're going to press through it. They're going to go right in. Automatic's got a cheeky spot, but he's smoked off. He wants to go through. He wants to test it. Someone's holding for this. No, he's still got two. The Khan smoke blocks the vision and automatic strikes. The MP9 comes into play. Breezy's still alive, and this is getting very chaotic. Reinforcements are here for the evil geniuses. Everybody here, and Breezy still under Balk. He gets checked, but into window. This is everything in the fight, and Yell is just giving himself the chance at the bailout. He can slip away. He can take this towards B, but Wiz will come to check him, and he's got the tag. Yell's so low. A bomb plant might still be guaranteed, but beyond that, everything is in question. Everything is in doubt. And Nealon will begin the approach from the catwalk as well. They're both going to head this direction. So for Yell, it's all about the headshots here. He cannot take another bullet of damage. And if they get close enough to deploy that Molotov, well, things are going to get very heated around him. Tucked in by the bench. There's the peek. There's the check. Immediate trade. No hesitation from Wiz. He knew he'd hit with the scout. So the USP is plenty to bring this through.
Big round coming in from EG to upset the momentum that Paqueta was trying to build on their T side. Sure, it comes down to one player, but it didn't matter. It was an eco round. It was automatic with the Deagle to get things started. I thought that Hex was actually going to catch Yell trying to come through the murder hole and make his way over towards the B site. Gets a little antsy, knowing that there's all that action taking place on the A site, wants to support, and Yell was just waiting. The timing just worked out really nicely for Yell because he was starting to make that move. And a pause coming in from Paqueta here is not all that surprising. The fact that it's the second is interesting because we're only 6 rounds in going into round number 7.
They recognize this opportunity though, right? EG have yet to be able to get through one of these rounds clean. That was a force buy, yes, that helps, but they had emptied the banks to build it. So again, you're going to have a heady investment into this one. Very little brought through, only with surviving. The chance to break the economy is tantalizing. And realistically, I mean, it's not a bad buy. It's almost even footing. You just have the Tech9 on the Venom's era.
Keep in mind, this is the same team we saw in the Eco battle yesterday. This
Yes.
is a team that was not willing to waver. They did not want to surrender that economic control. They would lose a round and go right back into the force buy, win it, lose the next round, go right back into the force buy, and lose it. And like it was just a back and forth volley of rounds that took place early on their Overpass match. So it's not surprising to see Paqueta going into this force. And yeah, you're calling it. It looks like it's going to be an explosion towards the B site.
It's looking like it. They're setting up the utility for it. Deep Molotov might slow them down for a moment. But this is still looking to be the pop. EG have played a lot of solo B, but it's not going to be the case this round. Nealon present, ready to help out his teammate, anticipating that this might be coming through, and indeed it is. Out the window they go. First player, flashed up, collected. Hex good for it. Playing back to the pillar, but up catwalk. Now comes Destiny. He'll crack his goose egg with an important frag, but Hex is still dangerous from the back of sight, and he's still around. Hexed! Oh, finds damage onto that next, but he could do no more. A 2-on-2 in the post, but the bomb not planted yet. Ollie will punch in the numbers. Automatic closing distance as he does. A flashbang to set up Breezy to give him some space to work out, but actually Breezy's not ready to go behind it. So that flashbang just tips them off to the fact that there is in fact a player catwalk. It's going to be about these spots. Automatic creeping closer. Breezy kind of stuck until his teammate finds contact. He's just trying to bait their attention, trying to keep them focused, but in doing so, he'll lose his life. He'll risk it all. And time is now getting short. There's not a kit here for Automatic, so he wants to back away. He wants to keep them in this site to do the damage, but he can no longer win the round. He knows it. I know it. You know it. But Ali will make absolute sure of it.
Interesting decision on the flash. Not sure what was going on there. Breeze doesn't react off that flash pull that comes in from Automatic.
I think maybe he's trying to bait a response out from the bench player.
That's the only thing I can think, too. It wasn't like he was trying to set up Breeze at all or trying to set himself up. He was really just trying to pull a player out of position. But regardless, Paqueta do not surrender. This is what we've said before.
It's a big round for Destiny. He had 0 kills to that point, pulls out 3 in a huge round. This cracks the economy through for EG. We're going to get a force buy back the other way, but it's even weaker than before. There's no scout even. That was the key piece in the last. Now it's just the pistols and the MP9. This is, I mean, it's a drip feed of economy for EG. And they've just never been able to win it when the economy has a chance to get healthy. So what do we get in this one? If Paqueta can close here, we finally see the promise of the opportunity they've given themselves. Up catwalk seems to be the approach. A lot of mid presence. Some utility being held from EG. Usually when we've seen this kind of posturing, it winds up going up con, but still plenty of options. A smoke onto Cat. They look like they want to challenge it. Where's Hex? They've actually pulled him off of B, so they're stacking the A site. They're hoping this funnels it back in towards Con. It's just going to be Nealon to try and sell this presence. An Automatic, that's a ripper of a shot. On towards the catwalk, he can fade away. He can reposition, and now they are going to explore A. So this actually works very much in EG's favor. Nothing's being given away here. We got a player Firebox, we got a player under Balk, and we got Wiz holding back from Ticket. Even if they see Wiz, that's not going to tip them off that there's more presence in the site.
Paqueta is so terrified. Look how slow they're moving in. They're checking every angle, clearing every corner, turning every 50-50 they can. And they're going to get 2, but I don't think they anticipate this play. Hex is in position towards Firebox. He's got the MP9. He hasn't been here before. If it weren't for that clear, maybe there's a world where he drops the planter and turns things on its head. But the round will go the way of Paqueta unless somehow Automatic pulls out a ridiculous round.
Won't even have the time at this point. Even if he kills everybody, it'll take too long to do so. But an extra kill, that's massive. Wanted to jump in for the gun, but oh, there's one underpass. Why not? He'll take that. Nice little parting gift, nice little parting favor. And frankly, for Paqueta, yeah, there's the urge to chase, but their money is very rough. You cannot afford to give up another kill here. Destiny really needs to make the conservative play and opt to just make sure they get out of this round with 3 rifles up. No one's been able to keep the economy going. You finally have an opportunity. Don't give the chance back. That's what they'll do. So, Paqueta winning 2 rounds in a row, making good on it, ending the Force by Wars, Mark.
Yeah, it should be a full save coming in from EG. They do have that one rifle, and we'll see where Automatic decides to take it. But Paqueta, it's a team we know to be very strong on their T side. It seems to be where they excel. And they like to play a lot of fast-paced play. Venom Zera, who has interestingly been a strong piece for this team, is currently struggling, just sitting at 0-6. Plenty of time for him to get into the game. This would be a great round to break that up. Find some confidence here, as it will just be pistols with the exception of Automatic, who's holding that Galil from the previous round.
Fighting towards mid could be spicy. Everyone's here for EG. They want this. They know that Paqueta have sought the mid control quite a bit, so now, oh, they're going to commit everyone, it seems, into this fight. Automatic and Ladder, he's the key piece. Couple kills coming in. Uh-oh, things are getting risky now. They're chasing this up. They're chasing these bodies down, and everybody's dropping here. Paqueta at the finish line of the end of the Force by Wars. They seem to be surrendering the opportunity back the other way. They finally get a chance to move on. They finally get a chance to slide into the lead, and they fumble at the final hurdle.
That felt like it should have been an easy round for Paqueta. It starts with the kill in window onto Wiz with the MAC-10, but then this peak, I mean, the combo kills. Nealon with the Deagle, Automatic from Cat with the Galil, and then they turn things on its head. They all flood towards mid, and each player is just caught. It's a target-rich environment. They're aiming all over the place.
That's a phenomenal call. I'm curious whether you would immediately attribute it to Nealon, but sometimes in those kind of eco rounds, you'll just give the guy with the gun the ability to call whatever he wants. We've already got the third timeout from Paqueta. We're only going into round 10. They're going to have little opportunity to influence things when they swap over to the second half. And based on what we've seen, the CT sides have really been where they ordinarily struggle. So they're going to buy in. That's what they're taking the timeout to do, is to make sure they have everything in the right place. They're spending every drop of money that they can to maximize this buy. But this is now a massive risk. If EG, with their best gun round yet, can seal the deal here, this half could turn into a blowout. And we're again going to get mid-aggression. Automatic almost gets caught there. There's checks, there's information. They're just trying to barrel through. This pace is catching EG off guard, but they're very fortunate, and they haven't actually lost any bodies yet, so they can reset and regain.
That timeout is just a great illustration of the pressure currently being felt by Paqueta. They know the situation that they're in. They don't want to give up too much control to EG on their CT side, especially being down 1-0. They know this is an elimination match. You mentioned it today. It's the final CSGO major, and they want to get involved.
Opener.
But that's a big kill coming in from Destiny. That's actually something they've struggled with, too. Automatic has been punishing from that position, catching players trying to jump across from window, so...
Breezy's very alone, but with Hex's aggression in towards apartment, they're going to quickly rotate to resolve this. Hex could have the flank as it develops. If they can stall this at all, Breezy's got a bit of util.
But because of that kill from Cat with Destiny, they have to watch window too. There's a fear that there could be a player working through window, so they're slowly coming through. They don't want to be too loud on that rotate. They're constantly keeping their eyes peeled back towards that territory. Now Breeze from default position, able to strike and find one. And there's two players currently coming in, but look at the play coming on over towards B. They're going to call Nithon off. He's going to try and rotate around. He's going to run straight into Hex. Who has the gun out? That's the question. What an awkward exchange as Nithon with the Deagle from distance turns this round around. And now it's on Nealon, who's over on the A site wondering what is happening.
They're bringing the ball
going to keep coming back because they're running low on time. The fight takes place towards Palace.
That's bold. I mean, there was plenty of time for the rotation towards B, but they apparently didn't know exactly where that last player rested. That one's chaotic, swinging back and forth, but Paqueta emerge, and they emerge with 3 players alive. Touch and go. I don't know if that's exactly a round you're going to want to replicate.
No,
but it is a round.
You couldn't. The way those circumstances come together, you lose Automatic early. That gives you fear from your players rotating B that there could be someone in window, so you take a little bit too much time potentially because you're being cautious coming over towards the A site to support. Breeze gets one. There's still the player in Palace, a player ramp, but in that meantime, Destiny's managed to sneak out towards B. Hext pushing in through apartments, coming into spawn. There's so many strange things.
The underpass boost. This is where they've struggled up against the meager buys, and it seems like that might be the case again. Venom Zero trying to punish them, but he's been unable to do so, so they're away. They get the 5v4, and they slip the gap. Paqueta again on the back foot in a round where they should have every advantage. Just the limited weaponry put to great effect. Killer call from Nealon there to go for the peak. It's a look they haven't seen just yet. And especially with a player in underpass, you just never expect to get away from that unpunished. So now EG, it's not just a pick exchange, it's everything they could possibly want out of that early setup. It's going to be reclaimed by Yell. Been an offer plenty in his career, so
yeah,
not going to be unfamiliar to him. But if they make their way up Catwalk, or sorry, up Connector rather, this is going to be the stronghold for EG. There are a lot of bodies here ready to deal with this, and it seems like exactly the idea. If Ali's first contact, maybe that distracts, but if they just peek this dry, which is exactly what they're going to do, that's a huge kill for Destiny. They need more like that. Jungle presence is going to be dangerous. Smoke off, negates the danger. Automatic now found. Breezy, he may not be expected in the same position. He's found the gap! Breezy! Oh my goodness, he's away! Bomb down, bomb dropped, information gain. He's still flirting with the smoke, and Yell is so very paranoid. They got the timer going up, but they're at the man disadvantage, and Wiz is bringing the long flank to bear with the A1S. Yell's looking for this. This duel could determine everything. Yell posted up on the angle. If there's anything to distract him, no, there will not be. He will be cool and collected in the moment. And now it all falls apart. All that work through the smoke. It's going to be for naught. There's not an opportunity to get back in.
Hold on.
But
that's
there's still a chance.
Really
He's got a kit. They're not going to expect it. Oh my god, he's just going to stick. Ali, is he here in time? No! The round stolen away, Breeze. You absolute madman, and he'll get the last kill to boot.
The plant position was really geared more towards the ramp player than the player ticket. So as he sticks it, I just don't think, like you said, they anticipated the kit. He just holds it down. Pros don't fake. We will get a timeout coming in here. This one coming in from EG. I think they're realizing, like, okay, like, let's calm down. Let's settle this down. Because this round volley back and forth is not really helping them. Yes, they're winning rounds, but Paqueta's slowly putting rounds on the board on their T side. You need to stop that.
I think they also just need to figure out the finances, right? I mean, at this point in, who's got money? Where is it? They'll somehow, I mean, the op lives through, right? Rifles will be dropped around. There's something doing here. Actually, I think the op was repurchased up by Breeze, if I'm not mistaken. But over on the other side,
it was, because there was no way he would have been able to get to ramp that fast.
Yeah, this is quite astonishing. EG, it's going to be the best buy in a while. Finally, maybe a chance to end this, but every time we thought that might be a possibility, it goes right back into the ringer. And again, I mean, you hate to keep calling attention to it, but Venom Zera, the young gun, still yet to crack onto the board with a kill. He's got some damage. That's not what they were hoping for from him. There we go. That's the way to get started. That's the way to get your young gun flowing. The aggression in towards mid has delivered. And they spotted Nealon. He's under pressure. He's under siege. He knows it. And Hex with an MP9 can't really help out his captain. Flashbang to try and set up a kill here, but the bodies are dropping left, right, and center for EG. And with a player making his way out of the apartments, now it's disaster for Hex. No safe haven. Breeze will just try and save this gun. He's got one kill. But that may be the only impact he can have in this round. Paqueta taking a round decisively, taking guns through, and again, cracking the economy for the evil geniuses. It's been so back and forth. I feel like I have whiplash here, Mark.
We've seen that deep mid molly twice now from EG, and both times it was on rounds where Paqueta is going full bore up catwalk. So the mid molly just goes right over their heads, and they just blow past it. And as a result, the cat player is left kind of waiting for a slower play to come through, and there's bodies right in his face. They are getting ladder control so quickly in the round, and this is what we knew we would see from Paqueta. Very explosive T-side play. And it's kind of making it really difficult for them to control mid in those situations. So again, Paqueta take a round. We talked about it. They're just slowly finding rounds here. If you look at the rounds, the way they're going on the timeline, it's a back and forth, and that's always going to favor your T-side.
They're going to chase it. They're going to chase it. A little bit of money still in store. Was the op snuck through. So Wiz has a chance to have major impact. And no, okay, they don't hold money in store. I was wondering about that one. They're going to go all the way in. Of course they are. Why not? It's been working. See if it'll work again. That nade.
Oh, that nade.
Oh, nope. It does actually very little to nothing. I got real excited when I saw three players pop red.
I thought for sure that nade was actually going to deliver a punishing early round blow, but it seems like it may be just a second too late.
Started calling those blue nades when they look like they're going to be good on the minimap and they deliver just nothing.
Why do you call them that, Mike?
I don't know.
Care to explain to the audience at home?
Not particularly. I think they know. I think they'll figure it out. They're smart. Smart cookies. Wiz, very smart cookie here. peering around the bricks. There's a player already past his angle. Now he's spotted. This is going to be tough. The flashbang so good. And that's the reality of missing that first peak, missing the timing. Nealon from backbench dealing out damage, but he is checked through the bricks. And this round, realistically, it's over. So little to save into the next, but save they must. Paqueta slide into the lead, and this is what they've been chasing this entire dang map. This moment, the cracking through of the economy, the shattering of evil geniuses who have not been able to chain a round back-to-back since the first two.
It has been much harder for EG when you look at the money, because again, we talked about it. On the T side, that light cash can be easier to work with, and one of the things that Paqueta's been doing when they've had those buys that aren't exactly perfect, they just explode out mid. And this round really isn't that different. A lot of mid control, and they exploit it towards Cat. Wiz misses a shot with the op, and the whole round kind of falls flat as a result. You can't really put all of that on him, but had he hit that shot, maybe he can fall back. Nealon getting as many shots as he does from bench is odd. He should have died likely far sooner than he even did when he got that kill with the Deagle. But you mentioned it. Paqueta's been chasing the lead for a while, and they've never been able to get it. Only able to secure tie points, so now they come into a 7-6 lead. And money. Not good.
Yeah, it's finally evaporated. I mean, it feels like EG have just been... they've been digging at the last little drops in the well, and finally the well done run dry. So this time, they're going to let it fill a bit more with rainwater. They're going to finally take their eco. This might be the first eco we've actually seen. I think this is the first eco we've seen in this half. This is the first one.
No. Remember, they had the USPs that they won on the mid-crunch. They had one gun saved, and then they had the USPs. It was the Galil that automatic
You're
had.
right. You're absolutely
so
right.
they've had to do this twice.
Second time. Last time, they somehow pulled it off. This time, even less to work with.
That's probably why Paqueta's going to play this a little bit slower. They're like, let's not do what we did last time and fall apart.
They're so panicked in towards this mid play, right? On the smoke fade in towards mid, in towards the window, things could get spicy. A little bit of USP presence. They read this. They know where they are. Nealon's come down. This is a bit cheeky. The bomb's going to chase. That's the C4 drop. That's the C4 drop. Things are getting weird again. But a couple kills start to calm things down, and there's another as well. So it's looking like it's going to be all good. They've got the utility to deal with these positions. They've got the kills as well. There was a moment there where it seems like it might come off the rails once more, but this time sanity prevails, and Paqueta find their 8th. We're headed to the last round of the half. We'll get an investment through from EG, obviously, but there's a chance to make this look really dang good for the Brazilian squad.
Even when you look at the rounds that EG has won, so they win the pistol, they win the second round, the first buy goes the way of the T side, a response comes in from EG, 2 players survive, then they lose, then they win with 1 player surviving, then they lose 2, then they win that ridiculous USP round that shouldn't have really happened, then they lose the round right after, they win 1 with 1 player surviving, they lose 1 with 1 player surviving. It's like constantly they're just stuck in these situations with almost 1 or 2 players left on the rounds they win. A lot of saves have had to happen as well to even make rounds in the future manageable. The fact that it's this close is actually kind of astonishing, just based on the fact that EG has had very few full buys on their CT side, constantly in a state of economic starvation. So what do they do in their final round? They do the opposite of what Paqueta's done. We've seen those fast plays towards mid from Paqueta. Well, they say, hey, we can do that too. We're just going to do it from the other side. So they charge up mid, and they catch Nithon off guard. That's a big piece of the puzzle taken out of the equation. There's Wiz finding 1 more. Do they clear this corner? Venomzera should be able to get a free kill out of this one, and he does. But look at the damage that's already been dealt.
And he's a little late into this, so now, meanwhile, the A play is coming through. They're just trying to walk this. This is awkward. No one expects it. The comms come through just in the nick of time, so Nealon regains. They're taking care of the Palace push. It's all on to Venom. Well, Venom may be a thing that lingers. In this round, it seems like they've got the right medication for the job. It's going to be Evil Geniuses closing the gap to just 1. We'll be back in a moment.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm going to walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm going to get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monesi, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
One more half to play here on Mirage, and for Paqueta, everything rides on this. Their hopes, their chances, their dreams of making the Blast TV major. It all rides right here. For Evil Geniuses, yeah, that was a back and forth half. That's maybe not the way you traditionally like things to play out, but I think you're going to be weirdly okay with it just based on what you've seen so far. If Paqueta want to keep things scrappy now on your T side, you're going to have a chance to really punish that.
Yeah, sure. It definitely was awkward. You know, EG never got their money together. Constantly in a state of force buy. We saw, what, like 2 really good, strong buys come in from them. And even still, like a lot of those rounds, light utility. It wasn't fantastic. So Paqueta took advantage of the fact that they had them constantly in this state of like, okay, we're right on the brink. It was basically like what we saw yesterday on Overpass in the series between Paqueta and Solid, except it played out across an entire half instead of just the first 4 or 5 rounds.
We are now waiting because Hext is currently asking Yell for pickup lines in Portuguese, I think. That's one way to get a half started. Hext always wanted to put a smile on his teammate's face and apparently on the opponent's face as well. That's a good bit of banter.
You got any good pickup lines, Mike?
In Portuguese, no.
In English?
Oh, let's see. I've not been single in a while. Do I remember any pickup lines from back in my youth?
I have one.
What do you got? What do you got for me, Mark?
I have a Dodge Ram. Get it? It's a pickup line. Is it a good one? Do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought something about it.
Yeah. Chat's probably loving that one. I have the greatest jokes on earth. That's why I'm here. It's just to tell dumb jokes like that during pauses. You still can't think of a good pickup line, though, huh?
I'm trying to think of one that's broadcast appropriate, Mark.
Oh, okay.
There's a classic, which is that shirt looks awful, take it off.
You used that on me when I got here.
I did. It
Yeah.
worked.
And you
Paqueta
were
had
right.
a player unfortunately disconnect from the server, so it seems like we might be just take a little moment here. It just might be a moment further, Mark. But let's talk about the situation, right? Because to remind folks, if you're not familiar, for maybe just tuning in right now, Evil Geniuses were never supposed to be here. They did not qualify to this America's RMR, but because Detonate, due to some very unfortunate situations, wound up having 2 players unable to play, which is beyond the roster rule, allowed 1 substitution. They had to withdraw, all right? They had to withdraw, and so Evil Geniuses got this opportunity, and now they're 1/2 of Counter-Strike away from potentially rocking right through and giving themselves a very prime chance. This isn't qualification. It's a 1-1 matchup, but if you avoid elimination here, the seeding could lead you to a very nice game for the final spot. It's not an impossibility for either of these rosters if they can get to that point. Hex is now asking the admin for pickup lines.
Whatever you can do.
He has clarified something that won't get me a restraining order.
I mean, that's an important note, too. You got to come in with the Riz, but it's got to be respectful Riz.
W-Riz, respectful W-Riz. That's what the kids call it these days, I think. And I'm hearing a lot of energy coming through from the other broadcast.
Yes, if you're not watching that one, it's Complexity and Imperial on map 2. Complexity had a fantastic T-side half on Nuke, but that's to be expected. Their CT sides definitely seem to be, at times, a little clunky. They had a hard time yesterday against Pain on that map, and it was the same scenario. So once they switch over to the CT side, that's where things get a little bit more interesting.
And that was a pistol round clutch coming through from Bolts over Grim. So, spicy. Spicy, the 1v1 taken through, so Imperial now get a chance to build early on in that matchup. But it does seem like we are going to take just a little moment. No, wait, are we ready? Are we ready to go back in? No. We're going to take just a little bit of an extra moment here, folks. We will be right back, hopefully in just a flash. We're back here. We are ready to get things underway. The timer is ticking down. I promise this pistol round is about to rip. And indeed, we go in towards Mirage. Paqueta with a 1-round lead, but nothing decided just yet. And it's looking like a fast play in towards A site that is soft, a site that specifically has nobody on it. If EG just rip this, we're definitely going to be watching a retake.
A single smoke and a flash, and that one's going to be going for the cross. So you're going to see the plant, and then they're going to push into spawn. At least presumptively, and that's exactly what happens. You can see the spawn control as they push towards ticket booth. And it's a 5-on-5 pistol retake. You've got a single smoke and a defuse kit for Yell, but as they peek around the corner, that was the exchange that they were hoping would go the other direction if you're an EG fan. They're still on site and trying to buy time. You've got one coming through on the flank from Palace as well, so they really need to slow down this push, and they're dropping bodies left and right. It puts a lot of pressure on Nealon, who's over towards Triple. Hold on just a second as Automatic starts to turn it back around. Yell's the only one left standing, and it's against Automatic. 39 HP. Yell does have a kit, has an opportunity. Oh. But a very close round goes the way of EG.
And there's the smiles on. That one got spicy, but once again, Automatic's going to be the guy to light it through. If I'm not mistaken, he popped off in the first half pistol as well.
Whew. Whew. I don't know how you smile after that one.
Sigh of relief. I mean, I think it's pure joy over. That is one thing we have seen that's been such a remarkable change is they are smiling in most situations. They're vibing.
That's true. Definitely
vibe's good.
A puckering round.
I know Mark was clenched. Nython. Smoked out of this one. We are going to get the force buy, of course. If you thought we weren't after the first half, I don't know what you've been watching. Automatic's already in ladder. They don't know this, I don't think. Yell coming into clear, though. This could get real weird. Automatic's not looking, but the kill doesn't come in. So now the B pressure, it's on. Ali gets one, but one might not be enough. Yell there to add the numbers on. And whoa, Breezy nearly caught with the gun away. He's able to live, able to survive. 2-on-3 here. Nealon, rifle out in the nick of time. Maybe unbind your Q keys, boys. It's all in a Nython. A scout. 38 points of health. And he's gone to the USP, maybe just to try and withdraw. He knew the bomb was here, but he wants a little bit of cover to try and peer through with this sniper. And he's resetting their expectations. He might think they've left. They haven't left. They were here the whole time.
No, he's making the cat jump, or at least he's going to try. This is actually a bold move. They're not really going to be paying attention to this. But the setup that they've brought in...
Nealon and Cubby.
This is potentially big. All Nealon has to do is just sit in this spot. I don't think he's going to clear this.
You would imagine. This would be the most presence of mind. He'd think the player's probably in towards apartments or back bench. If he clears this, he's got the presence of mind of an absolute god.
Oh, no.
Nealon is exposed. He realizes the player's gotten past, but Nython now all the way into the bench. What's his view model? That's the question. Not good enough. Don't know whether he's playing on black bars or whether he's just focused on the crosshair, but either way, Nealon will come out on top of that. The cheeky spot is enough to win the 1v1.
Nealon also like, oh, hey, oh, there he is. Oh, that was close. He started peeking towards Cat initially as he was making his way around behind towards bench. Definitely a little awkward in that scenario. Remember, in the first half, EG only won 2 rounds in a row once. It was after winning the pistol, and then they won the force buy that came in to follow. But it was a back-and-forth volley ever since, and they surrendered control over to Paqueta in the end, who was able to chain a few together towards the tail end to cement their position at the top of the scoreboard. So this is huge for EG right now as they're trying to build some momentum here on the T side. Wiz will get the first kill. You've still got a player close in Destiny, and these pistols can be so powerful in these positions. Destiny, though, only really gets a MAC-10 out of that exchange, so it's not too much loss for EG and not too much gain for Paqueta.
Nice wiping away of the board early on here. They're not going to entertain the shenanigans on these lesser buys. It's going to be Paqueta with the guns who need to prove that they can hang. The ops out for Nython, so they get the big green out early. That's nice to see. And guns across the board, but for EG, losing the SMG, there's going to be no limitations. It's not really a bonus round. It's 4 rifles up. Yeah, you got Khalils, but that's fine. That's barely even a concern. Util belts are packed. And they're into the action. Destiny getting cheeky with this. The underpass play. That's a bold jump. Maybe Yo wanted to join it, but the utility will section it off, and now Destiny's kind of stuck. Waiting out the Molotov, could back away, but he opts to go ahead instead. Just misses it. The flashbangs were coming in to punish his exact play. And he knows that they know where he goes. So he will back off and reset. Mid control lost. Space given to EG. And plenty of time to do whatever they want with it.
I feel like if you're EG, you have to assume at least some level of aggression coming in from Paqueta, because it's something we've seen from them on their CT sides, even just specifically in that first map. So there has to be an assumption that with the pace of play they usually bring to the table, that you're going to see quite a bit of that window diving into underpass.
The problem with this early gun round, right, is you have just a little limitation to the utility, so there's a bit more hesitancy to do that. The player's been spotted. Nighton catches automatic, just kind of willy-nilly meandering around alone. So they know the ops in play now. They may not have expected the big green in the first round, but now they're certainly aware. And it seems like this is going to come towards B. Neelan's position towards Kalwak. He's going to try and capitalize, try and take contact, try and allow Breezy out. Ali's ready to look for it, but the damage, it's enough that no one's focused in. There's the spot. There's the drop. And here's the shot starting to land. They need to find some kills, though, EG, and none are coming their way. There's nothing doing. They're blanked on the site, and Hex, he's not close enough to help out his team. 15 seconds on the clock. This is a save, realistically, for Hex, and no damage back onto Paqueta. Miraculous, frankly, for this CT side.
Ooh, we might get the timing. That's huge.
Can he get to the op? Can he get to it?
No, he's not. There's no way. Yeah, he's going to get gunned down from behind. Yeah, that was
a little bold from Hex. He has enough money to be able to buy back in, but he could have dropped a gun if he had survived, and that would have been massive. Instead, now they got a choice to make. A partial buy potentially on deck. The conservative call here would be to upgrade to pistols and keep your money above 2K, and they'll take a timeout to discuss it.
I'm head scratching a little on that Hex decision too, because did he not know he got shot from Cap? Maybe he was confused where the shots came from, because he did get tagged up.
I think maybe he was thinking they'd be very concerned about losing their own guns and try and save, since it was kind of a, I mean, it's a situation where some teams would be more timid about the hunt, but those teams aren't Paqueta.
And there's also no reason in that situation to be that timid, to not just basically play off the cat, prevent them from getting the op.
Maybe just a mental lapse, but
yeah,
it's not catastrophic just yet. The investment will come back through from EG. If they can make good here, we can forget about it. We don't have to worry about it. We don't have to think about it. Problem is, utility's limited, so you'd imagine this might be a faster play. They've got smokes, a couple flashes, but beyond that, no mollies. One molly. Neelan's got one out. So what do we got? Fast play? Smoking mid. Want to take a bit of a duel, and it seemed like they're going to try and punish the mid fight. So it's not a faster play. It is going to be map control, and they got to hold on to those nades. They got to be very stingy with them.
It's a big round for EG. A loss here means tie point and a save to follow. The lead being surrendered over potentially again to Paqueta. Now they're going to be heading back towards the A site. This is what it seemed like the original purchase was intended to be, was an A exec, because they had at least 3 smokes. They've got a flash, they've got a molly. So they can go for a more standard smoke execute towards the A site, and they can also molly out underneath Balk to clear out that position, use the flash to pop themselves in. Let's see what they decide to do. Time is starting to become the essence of a problem for EG. They're down to 50 seconds, and they really haven't done much.
No, and we saw this happen a couple times on Inferno, so now they'll make the move. That's the first kill, but do they expect a firebox spot and a player under Balk? No, no way. Bomb drop. Time's such an issue, but the kills are coming their way. They know where Yell is, and they're pinching him in. He's under pressure. He just managed to slip getting the kill in time, but Automatic is quick on the spot, and Ali may not be able to do anything about this. The bomb is in the open, but the smoke through. He's going to try and get this on the time, on the spam. A tick back the other way, and Neelan's position will control if Ali tries to activate the bomb down. And Neelan's just going to play for the post plant as well. There's no world where Ali expects him to be here, to expect him to be this patient. And Neelan is actually even playing this a bit more conservatively to avoid the first peek. Ali going to clear, expecting the player close con. Did he spot Neelan? He knows he's venturing forward, but without finding the kill, could just try and go for the stick.
He's saving.
Yeah, he's going to back away. He's going to move off of this. So this will be the round for Evil Geniuses. This is an all-important one to find as well, as you keep the lead in your favor. You keep the pressure on for Paqueta. You're never going to let them breathe a sigh of relief. You're never going to let them feel comfortable into this game.
Really well played in the post plant from EG, not giving him any openings or any opportunities. They just play that one super passive, and they play the clock. Ultimately, he has to force the issue, and he knows how that bomb is planted. And it's just not safe. There's no way he's going to be able to work around that one. So he looks for the opening, finds nothing, and the money that he had, the weapon in his hand, it was just too important to bring that one into the next round. This is where things start to get interesting, because again, we talked about that economic juggle that took place during the first half. EG has an opportunity to break Paqueta here.
Fast cap play. The op's in the hands of Yell, so this might have just been off a spawn situation. He's the one that can bring the gun to bear. He's trying to get very cheeky with it. It doesn't mean the actual A hold's going to be a little softer. Focusing towards B and mid. If Yell get caught, it opens up so many possibilities, but Neelan's not looking for him. That's a tag, not a frag. So Neelan gets a second life here, and as they creep out the ramp, this aggressive posturing from Venom. Zera needs to be good. It is indeed. He can't withdraw. The player under belt cannot help him out at all. Destiny playing a little patient with it, but might that mean they don't expect him? He's played this spot quite a lot. Yell now back on the angle, but a player in towards jungle. They've got all this control mid. They could even bail. Opt to go back around. Hex can't clear under. They know the player's here. Breezy, he's got the bomb. If he's going to get away, it needs to be now. With a minute still on the clock, with this kill coming in towards mid, they actually have sectioned out the side of the map, but Automatic and Neelan are lost. They stuck around into the fight a little bit too long. If they'd controlled this position, maybe you have comfort onto the retake, onto the bomb plane. Instead, it's Breezy as a solo unit. He's going to try and make the move. He's going to come through the apartments, and nobody's quick on the rotate, so he might have a chance just for this bomb plant for free. He'll check it. He'll guess that that might be the case, and indeed, he's correct. Out the market, they're going to call him. Ninthon wants to fight, and the first body drops. A chance.
He's not going to expect this.
But yeah, so quick through. He never expected a second to be there already, so Paqueta back on the board.
I think his assumption that there was likely another player to be coming in through market, but maybe he'd be holding window, and then the last player probably likely going to be coming from catwalk. I respect the style from Breeze to try to make that one work. He knows the hyper-aggressive play of some of these players, so they dive out of market door to try and stop the plant. Baits it out, gets the first kill. But it was still very difficult for EG. And we talked about that round, how it was going to be a swing round. Regardless of who lost, they were likely to be down to a very weak round. And that's going to be EG this time. It's going to be pretty much a deco. You do have a P250 for Wiz. Everyone else holding on to the hand cannon. But that doesn't mean much. We've seen Automatic find many kills. This time it's not going to be one of them, though.
Yeah, had every advantage that time. Sometimes the easiest shots are the toughest to hit. Player through smoke, had the vision first, and I mean, this one's looking like a non-starter. Damage not quite coming through. And now, as Paqueta look to equalize the scoreline, they look to build the bank as well. They look to find all the cash possible. So for Neelan and Breeze, it's maybe just about finding that one headshot, finding that one opportunity to limit the buy, but it's not come just yet. Now it's just Neelan. There it is. All right, some sort of damage, something to show for this round. More than that, oh. Paqueta are very eager to come into the hunt.
He threw out the ramp lurk smoke, managed to get one, make it 2 on the round for Neelan, at least making this cost a little bit of money for Paqueta, who really don't have much money to spare.
No. Knife unposted. That should be it. First shot missed, but all he's here is the insurance. Ooh, so close to getting real weird.
He saw the shadow, so there was like a world where maybe that works out, but the jumping fire of the MP9 is kind of difficult to deal with when you're an armorless pistol already low on HP. What do EG decide to do here? Because Hext has already bought armor. And again, we talked about their money just not being great. He's going to go with Tech 9 armor. We're going to see a little bit of an investment coming in from EG. That's not entirely surprising. It is the double eco. But Paqueta looking like they're potentially going to take the lead back after surrendering it here in the second half.
We have seen them struggle sometimes with more limited buys, but yeah, I mean, the last time they made good. So who's to expect it won't? This is all in the A presence. They're going to make their move through. Breeze is the first one to drop, and now things get a little shaky. Yell could be vulnerable in ladder. A quick ripper shot from a Deagle is a possibility into that position. He can't quite help his teammates, but there's 3 here towards the site, so they should be good without him. There's the first, a second as well for Destiny, so that mid presence gone. The bomb now dropped all onto Hex to find damage, and there will be nothing of the sort. A clean round. Undusted on the Paqueta side means that bank can now build. They're playing with a little bit of confidence now.
That was a nice dink shot coming out from the Tech 9, but it's a 4K for Destiny. Again, we talked about how Paqueta struggled to find the lead in the first half. They surrendered it over here in the second half after losing 3 in a row to EG. A pistol, a save, a buy. A back and forth, and now it's Paqueta taking control again as they've won 3 in a row. Nice leg shot coming out on the Destiny. That's also a big pick onto Nithon. So that's the AWP taken away, and great damage dealt to Destiny, who had huge impact in the previous round. A fast start to round number 24.
That's what you like to see. That's what you like to see. Credits to Destiny. He has roared back into this game. I think he started 0-7. Or 0-6 rather, before cracking on with 3, and since then, he's been a big contributor here. Venom now down. Uh-oh, big trouble. Destiny gonna be burning, taking that Molotov. He's a gunner. It's all gonna be on the alley. One found trade, not quite there. It's gonna be all on to Yell. The lone wolf remaining, and they know his spot as well. He got a kill. He's gonna try and reroute, but he certainly can't deny this bomb plant. Wiz all the time in the world to put it down. Some choices here for Yell. It seems like he wants to attempt this, give it at least a look. But yeah, he will think wiser of it. He will realize the circumstances, realize that they need to play for the long game, that they can't be giving up rifles for free here. So backing off, automatic, already ready on the hunt, gonna try and catch him as he comes out of apartments. And Yell might be trying to slide in.
So very similarly to what we saw in the first half, round trading, CT side not able to contain the T side, not able to maintain control of the scoreboard. We knew that Paqueta would come into Mirage a little bit more comfortable. Their Inferno yesterday was not very great, definitely a little rough around the edges. But Mirage is a map that they feel a lot more comfortable on. And on the flip side of that coin, EG has not found success this year on the map once, losing it 4 out of 4 times. But again, we talked about it.
You know what they say?
Caliber of opponent.
They say 5th time's the charge. Charm.
Charge? 5th time's the charge. Can't say I've heard that saying.
You got to charge into the 5th time.
Is that in the Book of Darf?
To find the charm. Look, creative word economy is always in the Book of Darf. Got to make things interesting here. Speaking of interesting, all knotted up. This round certainly does carry some intrigue, carry some drama. Bringing you the action here. This Mirage, very much unlike Inferno in that it is drama at every turn. It doesn't feel like there's a round where we can really settle and exhale. It's back and forth as can be. For Paqueta, it means the pressure rides high here and now. And they're bringing that pressure right into the B site. Ali, the only one here, could get some support from Yell rather quickly up the catwalk, but there's not any Molotovs, so they can't quite stall this out. It's going to be smokes and nades and flashes. That nade's nice. Early deploy, just off a feeling. He's hooked on one. And Yell might be forced back by the Molotov. Here comes the pressure on. They're trying to push Ali back. If they get this kill, they've got the bomb site all but for free. Ali back pillar, showing patience, showing reserve, showing a collected nature here, but he can't get the kill. He can't collect that. Yell not checked. Nobody's watching on towards Cat, and he's doing so much damage, and that allows Destiny out the door, into the madness, into the action at 2-on-2, and they don't know Venom's out. They don't know Venom. Zera is out here, so now it's all on the ways. He was great on Inferno, but he never expects Nithon to already be on the spot. Those rotations are so quick for Paqueta.
We talked about it. That was a swing round. Whoever won that was going to find themselves a follow-up, potentially. Let's be fair, Ecos have not been unsuccessful thus far in the series. And that's why you see a timeout being called by EG here. They have to figure out how to prevent this from going into a third map. Because by all standards, many people looked at the series and thought, you know, Paqueta looked a little rough. This is probably going to be an EG 2-0, just based on the fact that EG has actually been playing really well so far at the Americas RMR. But this second map is one of the weaker ones in their pool. Jason even said it during the pre-show. Map pool for EG is definitely not as deep as some of the other teams at this event. And you never know what you're going to get from the Brazilian teams. Teams who are locked in that region, you might think, oh, they haven't played against big-name international teams. They don't have the experience at high-level competition. That doesn't really mean much, because we've been surprised many times in the past by teams who have never played outside of Brazil. And this could be an opportunity for Paqueta to make a name for some of these newer players, while we've seen careers for some of the older ones on the roster. This is a big round. EG's trying to find a solution to prevent number 14 from going on the board.
They're looking for the fast B play. They might be doing it again. They sense that it's a lighter hold for Paqueta, and though they couldn't punish it last time, they're feeling like a second chance, a second go around here if they're a little more decisive in their space taking, if they expect Yell up catwalk. That was really where it unraveled. You had 5 players up on site. They're all focused on trying to kill Ali. Nobody's thinking about the cat push. And in that moment, that's where things unraveled. So here's going to be the take, here's going to be the hit. Flashbangs are good in the choke points. That's great damage. And once again, Yell's coming in, perhaps as the stinger. Player out to bench. Bomb going to look to be planted here early. Hexed overwhelmed. Now they have to pull off of it, but Ali dropped. Yell activated. Drops the C4 as well. A third kill with the sidearm. No bullets for automatic. And that is a great recovery. 4 huge kills on the round. Yes, it was an eco, but look at this for Yell. He has exploded into this second half. 28 on the board now.
I really hope you guys can hear Venom through our mics. He is loud. He is full stomach growl every time Paqueta wins a round, especially rounds like that. A big stop. You can see his reaction there as well on the cams. Paqueta just 2 rounds away from forcing things to a 3rd map in the series. This is a team that a lot of people wrote off, but the same could be said for EG. They came into this one with no pressure. Look at this, though. It's fast play towards ramp. Hext is able to get 1, but immediately traded out as Destiny is there to scoop up the return.
Up the underpass they go. Mid has been allowed to them, right? Paqueta not really fighting for this right now. You've got Destiny and Nithon as the closest players, but they're playing on the periphery. They're just trying to contain them in towards mid, having conceded it. Destiny, if he's checked, if they try and make the play in towards window, he could find results. And he wants to go for a peek. No one's watching for this. A flashbang to try and set him up. That was off of Nithon, but for the moment at least, they're going to be able to slip past in towards Khan. Oh, this angle. Destiny had no idea they'd gotten up so far. So now the kills leaning in the favor of the evil geniuses. And pressure on for Paqueta. They will concede the bomb site for the moment. Opt to play the retake, knowing they might not have the pawns in position to fight just yet. The bomb needs to begin a long rotation, though. This is very awkward. You got to hold the bomb site for so long, and Paqueta's already trying to attempt the retake. Ali's walked out. They don't expect that, but he can't capitalize.
Wow.
A kill found. They know Breezy's here, but that's different from being able to dig him out of the spot, and now just one man, Ali, and they know where he is. He can't do anything about this. The bomb's going to rotate. He's stuck in. He'll find that kill. Breeze trying to catch him off guard. The bomb will definitely go down. A 1v2 required here from Ali, but he has been great. And they're back in his usual home turf. They're back on towards B. So the site anchor now needs to retake what he left. And Wiz peeking around just wants to finish this before it starts. He finds the information, not the shot, but no damage back the other way. And as Wiz reroutes, he will get the last laugh. We're going the distance here. We're not done just yet. The gap closes again to just 1.
That CT side money, a little weird, a little odd.
And in a stream update real quick, Complexity have just completed the 2-0 over Imperial, eliminating them from the Americas RMR. The path to the major ends for Imperial. Complexity live to fight another day.
1 match away from potentially floppy stickers.
I already have floppy stickers.
We could have, oh, I know,
more
but we can get more floppy stickers.
We need Halzerk stickers. We don't have Halzerk stickers yet. They don't exist. That's what they're fighting for.
If his signature doesn't have a mullet in it somewhere, I will be so disappointed.
That would be kind of incredible. He needs them. Damn hops.
Now, we were talking about the eco here for Paqueta. It was a little bit rough. And you can see how it ends up shaping up in the buy. You got a Deagle, an MP9, a FAMAS, M4, and an AWP really just guns all over the place. And the AWP has already taken significant damage on the round, dropped down to 42. They don't really have a ton of utility. They don't have a kit. That's why you're seeing these advanced positions. They're trying to get aggressive to try and keep control before the bomb goes down. And EG is given a lot of map control as a result.
Oh, this spot.
It's automatic getting spotted in connector.
But Nithon caught out. He can't leave. There's not the player on the balcony. This time the heavy ramp presence, though, hasn't been revealed. Breeze down as a result. The bomb is there, but do they expect Yell to be here as well? No, they have no idea. Nobody is looking for this. Can he capitalize with the Deagle is the question. Back's exposed. They find the safer spot, but they have no idea the shot. It's a little awkward. Yell, though, finds the damage he needs. A 1v2 for Nealon. Both coming from the same way, but Nealon has no idea about the second player's position. And he's not got safe haven. He doesn't feel like he can move off this bomb. He's paranoid. so very paranoid, still looking for Ali to come through. Now he knows, now he spots, but he can't transfer in time. Paqueta find map point, head in hands for Nealon. And they get 2 chances now to close. The bomb plant means the money will be at least acceptable for EG. They'll have something to build into this, but it's haggard. It's threadbare. And Paqueta now just 1 round away from taking us to a 3rd map, from bringing us to Overpass as well, a map that Yell told us last night they feel is one of their strongest. And speak of Yell, he's done so much for his team. The captain stepping up to propel them forward when his young guns maybe wavered. He never flinched, not for a moment. And now he might be able to take their hand and lead them down that next step to keep the dream of the major alive.
Yell has had the volume, but Nithon's had the impact. That op kill initially was huge. Taking automatic out of the play and connector.
Look at Hex.
Making things really awkward. Even only he gets 1, this is a rough round.
He expects this, though. Hex, I don't know what it was. Utility in towards the Palace. He's ready for the push to potentially come through. So if Destiny tries to take this a step further, he'll find the MAC-10 waiting for him.
Would be a massive misstep if Destiny goes any further, though. There's absolutely no reason to move. He's got all the control he needs. There's no point in accelerating that push. Continue to hold that angle and just wait.
And Hex eventually has to make a motion. He's going to know that player's in Palace, but he's paranoid here. He wants to group up with his team. Going to move en masse. And they might actually think. So they're trying to get in towards A. They might think this is the light site as a result of that Palace presence. Sometimes teams will move other pieces off the board. Here it goes in towards window. Automatic, the first claim. Now it's all a mess on the site. Players reveal Destiny trying to get activated on that flank. They have to know it's coming, but if they can't get the kills on site, they can't refocus onto that ramp play. A smoke down for it. That's the anticipation, but Destiny's going to challenge through. Destiny's going to slip through, and Nealon's going to be down. He'll cough up the C4. It's all into Hex now. 40 seconds to try and keep his time alive in this map, and 3 players to find at all the angles. Spam through to harass Ali to finish it off, and we're going to a 3rd map. We're going the distance. We're taking this all the way.
Very similar to what happened in their series against FURIA. EG was right there, potentially able to close things out again. 16-13, literally the same performance they had in the game against FURIA as well. They were right on the edge, and then they lose that 1 round, and it's like, oh God, what happened? That eco force buy that came in from Paqueta was so valuable, so strong. It was really the push from Yell. You talked about a top performer for the team. He gets the early kill with the op, then the Deagle's pushed in, and it all just crumbles from that point on. So unfortunate here for EG, but there's still 1 more map.
There's still 1 more map. There's certainly a chance to reset, and Overpass is a map that they like to play as well. It's a map where Wiz has had a lot of success in the past, Hex as well. There's a degree of comfort here for them, for both teams, frankly, but it's tabula rasa. It's a blank slate. You no longer have those expected advantages, and EG unable to close after how scrappy and back and forth this map was. That's got to be frustrating, right? This one was swinging every which way in terms of the momentum, but Paqueta hold their nerve, and that is impressive. Considering nerves were the issue for them yesterday, to have the composure to make it through this kind of a scrappy game, that's a phenomenal showing for the Brazilian squad.
Automatic and Yell really doing whatever they could. Automatic finishes 28-19, Yell at 30-19 with 100 ADR. This is a player who, if you watched the series yesterday, did not have a great game.
Yeah.
Absolutely struggled. Definitely not facilitating a role that puts him at the top of the scoreboard regularly, so that's to be understood. But even still, there was rounds where he was like, I'll give you the gun.
Yeah.
Give me a Deagle. It's okay. I understand that I'm not performing at the highest of my abilities, so I'm going to make you shine. And that's fine. That's what he's supposed to do. This time, though, he's like, I'm ready to wear my crown.
Yeah, he's the veteran IGL, but sometimes if those young stars aren't there, you got to kickstart it. You got to take matters into your own hands. And I mean, he's a long, storied career. We certainly know he's got this in him. And it shines forth here on Mirage. What a major showing from Yell. That was a real banger. That was a real banger. It's got them out of their seats. It's got them up and out of their seats. It's got me up and out of my seat as well. Wow. We're going to Overpass. I honestly didn't expect to go here once we logged in towards Mirage, but they have upset expectations again for Paqueta. They've got us very excited to see where this is going to wrap up.
To be fair, there was a part of me that thought Mirage is a really good map for Paqueta. There is a world where we maybe get to go to Overpass, but I thought that EG was looking really good this event, and there was a world where they could probably take this 2-0. But Overpass is interesting because we talked to Yell yesterday. He feels like it's one of their best maps.
He does. And the pressure's going to be on. This is elimination. One more map is going to see one of these teams progress and one of these teams go home. And neither one is ready to pack their bag. So we'll find out who it's going to be after this break.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against NAF?
Okay,
it was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually funny.
Right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done. Naf.
And in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is going to give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time I think he's been... I'm going to try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me this one.
Okay, let's try Nico.
The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist is Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm going to try Naf.
Huxi. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Russia is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now.
American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27. Imagine, maybe he's playing Valorant.
which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go.
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek. Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks.
Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe. And he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Finally, it's coming. For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
EG, more like map 3. Am I right? No response. All right, that's fair. We're getting live with map number 3. It's going to be Overpass. Look, Paqueta pulled it off on Mirage. It was touch and go. It was back and forth, but they made it happen here. And now it comes down to this. These two teams' campaigns, either the team that's battled back from the brink or the team that was never supposed to be here at all in the Evil Geniuses will move on.
Oh,
to
this
our
is going to
final
be
day.
a huge start. Or not. Never mind.
Automatic. Checked immediately. It was just Nithon towards this entire side of the map, but with him getting the kill, now things get spicy. An exchange here, and Destiny with a parting shot drops the bomb, gets confirmation as well. Will trigger Nithon down the connector, but he's dropped. He's taken out of play, and a 1v2 required of Wiz. Back and forth this round.
Some interesting pistol exchanges early. I thought we would have seen EG punished with the push towards Playground. That doesn't happen. But then you've got Ollie in water. And despite a great spot and setup, he just comes up empty-handed. Now, that said, it's still Paqueta who's got the advantage.
He's beating them on this foot race. Yell's not quite ready to go through, not quite ready to abandon his teammate. They're going to try and play the buddy system, so it likely means there will be a chance here for Wiz to plant the bomb if he capitalizes. Clearing, 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 checking. How much information does he want to have before he just punches in the number and secures at least that money for his team?
This is what I was wondering, if we were going to see the CT side plant. So if he challenges towards bank, he might be able to isolate a one-on-one depending on the timing of the players coming up from underneath.
They're not going to expect this. Yell's looking for it, but he's just missed it on the vision. Does Destiny trust his comms? Now he knows. Now he knows, but the kill's so swift.
And he has a flash. They do not have a kit. The bomb is planted for him.
Yell's just sticking. Yell's just sticking. Pros don't fake, but if Wiz checks this, still 5 seconds to do so. He's not flinching. Wiz, you got to come around the corner. Now he realizes it's too little too late, but
my goodness.
0.45 left on that defuse. Wiz, no margin for error, but he needs none. A missed shot there would have been catastrophe.
I mean, just the fact that it comes down to that. Yell, he did everything he could. It starts off with this early aggression from Nithon. I thought for sure that would get punished. Destiny gets 2 out of the dualies, despite Ollie falling short over in the water, and then even another on the round. But Wiz, not only was it good plant position, the flash was perfect, the play up was perfect. It worked out really nicely for EG, but it was definitely the epitome of the series thus far.
Yeah, this dude's been clutch, though, for the team. Ollie might have a chance to make a big play with this 5-7. Out towards long, no one's checking him right now. He is being held for, but Yell's just found first contact. That's going to distract a lot of this focus, and if he gets activated at the right time, this could be huge. This is the rifle they've now found. Yell finds another. No one's looking this way. Ollie's got the flank. He's got the bomb. He's dropped it down. Another one goes his way. It's all just onto Hex. How is it unraveled here? Hexed, what do you got for us to try this recovery? Because EG just wandered right into the trap that Paqueta had drawn out, and this could not have gone better. And now Destiny's got the really deep angle to play contain if Hex tries to completely reroute. There's a minute on the clock, but the time is really the only thing working in Hex's favor.
Hex did just gobble up every bit of utility available. So there is at least that. And he does have bomb control currently. But we've talked about the value we've seen from force buys and pistol rounds thus far in the series. And yet again, it shows itself here. Hex still has a chance to try to take the round with 30 seconds left. He's moving his way up in bathrooms. They're jump spotting currently. It's actually for a long spot, but he'll see the head anyway. All right, never mind. Take a dirt nap.
Talk about confidence. Ooh, that's a swing for Nithon. Whew. So right back into it are going to be Paqueta without a bomb plant here either. It's a double eco scenario, which should mean EG go in. And we're right back into the swing of things here, Mark. Let's see if EG have it within them to command a force buy exchange. They'll try. Paqueta's certainly been vulnerable to this, but rifles across the board. This looks so good early.
That's the flip side of this. In the series against Solid, even though Paqueta was able to win that kind of round, they couldn't win against that kind of round early. They struggled. We saw that back and forth exchange. So there's certainly a world where EG could take this round back and we could be basically in the same situation we were last night.
That's what they'll be hoping to do.
calm before the storm right now, Mike.
It does feel that way. 2 players close towards Monster. If a pop flash comes through, this could get very frisky. Indeed it will, but there's the check. Destiny was not blinded in the slightest, playing anti-flash there, just peeks in. Calm as you like. Confirms the bomb as well, which will bring his teammates over. Hex with something back the other way. At least adds a little bit of an element to intrigue, but this hasn't been explosive for EG. And their opportunity for potential explosion is kind of gone. Hex knows he has a player tucked here on the right, or at least has a pretty good idea that might be the case. He's inviting the peek.
The problem is he has the bomb, though.
He does.
So he's holding this angle, trying to punish, while Breeze has actually made his way all the way up towards the A site. Now, there is one playing defense in that area currently, and there's the jump peeking, trying to pull this player out. Venom Zera is not moving.
Oh, he's tucked in the corner. Oh, Breeze is
going to
get
behind?
Circumvent him. He is, but he's not going to know that a player is here. He should have a good idea. He could get into heaven and actually do huge damage onto this B site. 17 seconds. Time's getting short, but there's the catch. Not the kill. There it is. Now they know. They got to look both ways. They're very exposed, but the bombs drop 10 seconds. There's just not the time to bear this. The flank can't come to fruition. Breeze can't do anything with this. He needs to die. And he won't. He'll survive. He'll try and find the gun, but this is Ali ready to punish. They don't want to give him the fight. He's going to slip away, at least with the A1S, at least with that salvage through, but it's a non-starter in the round for EG.
And it's not really about this round now. It's about next round. Because this round was going to be a save coming in from EG off of the force buy because of the double eco. But now Breeze will not be able to buy in the next round. So it adds a little bit of a wrinkle to the dynamic. Unless he can do something here with the M4.
He just kills everybody.
That's true. I mean, just get an ace. It's not that hard, right? You're a pro player.
Come on, at that point, 300, that's extra 1,500 coming in. He's got the buy regardless.
Are you even really a pro if you can't kill everyone?
Yeah. All right, let's see if he's got it. Let's see what kind of energy we've got out of this A1S, what kind of energy they get with this one-saved rifle. It's a light presence towards A, right? They put a lot of pressure onto Ali. He's been very good for them across this series in terms of being the solo holder. With no one looking, he's got 2 directions to watch. Connector player tucked in. This could be an overwhelm. He's looking the wrong way at the wrong time. A Glock shot to the back of the head is just as effective as any other, but no, he checks just in the right moment. 2 kills found. The rifle is late, and Ali is good for all 4. Why not? Put the pressure on him. Put the weight of the world on his shoulders, because Atlas, he's got all the strength in the world to hold this up.
This is the start you were hoping for if you're Paqueta. Again, coming into this one, the last 2 maps in the series were very comfortable maps for them. They like Mirage, and they really like Overpass. Now, EG, they'll be able to bring the buy together, but the ramifications of the round where Breeze saves, you can see it play out. He's only got a MAC-10 here. Now, that's not the worst gun if it's put in the right position. You can definitely get control of Connector with a MAC-10 due to the point-blank range, but look at the aggression coming in from Paqueta. It's really not that surprising. While they get that first kill, I don't think they'll anticipate. Never mind.
He knows.
He knows.
He's been doing his homework. Automatic knows what's up here. Seeing the aggression, seeing the push, knows that there's probably another element to this, and now so much space is opened up towards this A side of the map. 2 kills found, and they're not the anchors. So they should have an idea that Ali is somewhere in this segment of the map, but they'll also know that there's almost certainly still 2 in towards B. Surprised EG are holding this. With Automatic making his way all the way through, it seems like they might be trying to make that same flank through heaven play work. The Tarek peak, if you will. Round that sent him out of this game in some way, shape, and form on this team. Something that EG are well familiar with. Automatic creeping his way in towards heaven. And so Paqueta know that there's a time limit on this. They know they have to do something. Utility's starting to sail out. They want to fight towards Monster, perhaps, because once that position is in, it's been too quiet for too long. This could be disastrous. Hex could give this up in con. That's the only potential issue. Timing! He loses his life, and Yell gets a kill in the meantime. They've taken out that flank. They've taken out that lurk. Now it gets real weird indeed. Nealon connects all onto Ali. It was incredible in the last. Needs to be even better this time, and the bomb will be planted safe through him. Might just back away. Chances in this are minimal at best, and he's out of there.
That nade was an opportunity to do a little bit of damage, but it actually banks around the corner, and again, he knew the op was down, so there's value in scooping it up. This is that classic Overpass start. back and forth. No one's really giving up full control just yet. While Paqueta was able to find success last night, it was hard fought in the first half.
Certainly was. Certainly was indeed. And I mean, for EG, right, they were unable to clear a gap in for the first half of Mirage. They got sucked in this force buy war, and it was just back and forth all the way through. But now they get the luxury of being the attacking side. So if you can keep this close, if you can keep this neck and neck, that's where you need to be. That's where you need to keep the pressure up. The op save through means this buy will be healthy, to say the least. Should be few to no deprivations. And now an early swing round is on deck here, Mark. A big swingaroo. Oh, he's saying a little swingaroo?
A little.
A wobble? A wobbler?
You've got Wiz and Automatic with some money. Hext as well has a small amount, not enough to buy, but with his teammates having money, they might just... I mean, they're going to force, potentially, but we'll see what happens.
The setup was to not anticipate this fast A play, but the flub molly does mean there's a bit of an opportunity here, and some tiny amount of presence being shown here towards B from Hex on the lurk means that Evil Genius are going to be gobbling up real estate here.
That nade also not doing damage to Venom's Era, literally just like clipping a pixel of plywood before it bounced around the corner, means he'll be walking away unscathed by the early nade that was sent through the Monster Canal.
Zero scathes.
Can you get a scathe?
Well, you can have a scathing something. So I believe you can be scathed. It's not very oftenly used, but right, you can have a scathing review. A scathing round potentially here for Paqueta to deal with. They have shifted the presence up top, so I've only really seen a bit of cheeky spam. Hex is identifying that there's a player very committed, which likely means there's at least two, because someone needs to be giving him support, otherwise he's liable to be a dead man. Around the sign, this is so awkward for Ninthon. He drops down, didn't realize how close Automatic had gotten, and now, oh, it's only Yell towards this side of the map. He's gone. He's gone. They've taken out Hex on the lurk, but that might just set up the save.
Yeah. That's a save 100%. There's no reason for them to go for this. You had talked about it, how it was kind of a swing round, but it was definitely more delicate for Paqueta, who didn't have as much money to fall back on. And while they get one kill, they don't get anything else out of this. So it will be tie score for EG, who's looking to keep it close in the first 6 rounds. It's a strong buy round coming in from them as well, which is great, because that was one thing we didn't get to see a whole lot of on Mirage. A consistent volley of force buys and pistols, and even when they had rifles, they didn't have utility behind it. So to see them get a little bit more stable eco so they can actually go for a strong full buy and find success bodes well for them moving forward.
Not actually sure they're going to invest around these 3 guns for Paqueta. It's a very touch and go if they want to do so. They're a team that loves a force buy, but they're going to talk this out, right? Someone would be on an SMG or a Deagle, maybe a scout, I suppose, for Ninthon. If you put a scout on towards him, Ali drops a gun. It's not bad, but it's not great. And they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Of course they are. This is a team that loves a force. Yell just opts for the Deagle. He'll take the hit for the team. He was the star far and away on Mirage, and yet once again he's right back to sacrificing for the team.
Which is something we saw from him yesterday at times too, so it's not entirely surprising. He also just feels comfortable, I think, with the Deagle. He had a couple of rounds just on Mirage where his Deagle shined through. I mean, look at the one round they won right towards the tail end at 14-13. It was his Deagle on the A ramp push that really made things uncomfortable, even though I think he only gets 1 kill out of that situation when he could have gotten more. Just the fact that he existed and got that 1 kill. If he had missed that one...
Look at this damage early on for Destiny and Ali. It's so huge as well. Ali's been the side anchor towards A. Round after round, Destiny's a little bit of the envelope pusher on some of these pushes, some of these peaks. Ali down in towards Con this time. Light presence on A.
They don't expect this. They didn't think that he got down there fast enough because the molly went around the corner. He was there so fast that Breeze just assumed the molly kept him at bay, but he actually snuck past it. And that's a big way to capitalize on that one.
And the AWP taken out as well. This is disastrous. This is a catastrophe now found. It's going to rotate presence up top. Paqueta maybe thinking, having seen the A anchor in here, they're going to bring the bodies back the other way, but they've still got 2 here. So it's not like it's actually soft on towards B. And what have the EG got to show for us? They can get past Monster. That choke point will be afforded to them for free, but it's this hit on towards site. That's a different story. Jump spot from Destiny to set up Venom. And there's the spot, there's the peek, there's the information. Do they realize the player's still in towards water? Having seen that jump spot, they should know with this many bodies on that they need to clear this, and indeed they will. Good kill, but it's traded from Automatic. Didn't wait for his teammates to go for the swing. Bomb plant will be down. A boost up here for Nython late. Unexpected. But I say unexpected, Hex is looking for it. Hex is ready for it. He needs to get the gun out. Utility's here right now, and that's a big kill out from Yell. The Deagle striking true. Destiny to finish things. 4 survive. The retake is nigh on flawless.
They heard the jump, or the initial jump, as both players were like, boost me. And neither one wanted to actually be the one to surrender on the boost. So they heard the jump. They knew the boost could be coming through. But it was a difficult situation for EG to find themselves in. At the very least, they have the money to recover on this. So they'll be bringing in a big buy, and it will include the op. So we will have a full buy from both teams. And both will have an op. One of the things we had questioned coming into the series was the efficacy of Wiz versus Nython with the op. And in map 1, it was all Wiz who was shutting it down. Map 2, Nython really started to warm up. Will we see a clash here? And who will win?
Oh, Destiny will certainly not in this one. He's down for the count. Tried to get the aggressive play in towards Playground, but a little late to it. Automatic beats him to the punch, and now, op in trouble. They want to peek back through. Ali trying to retake the space. This is so risky. They're committing into the aggression, and now TopCon, Breeze, is bringing them low, but Ali again steps up for the squad. Had no business being here, but a lack of coordination on the timing of the peak from Automatic and Breeze, and we're right back into it. Hex is a bit of a cheeky spot. They may not clear deep. They do indeed, but he still gets his. Puts the pressure on the Venom. These players split up, isolated towards either site. But there's still a minute to play with, and EG, the bomb is alone. Wiz is not grouped up with his teammates. He's not even rotated for it. He wants to try and catch this kill, but in doing so, he's leaving himself super vulnerable. This is making me very nervous. Ali taking the space in towards bathrooms. He's already been great in this round. But if Wiz is isolated, he's got the chance to just completely take control. His teammates will come to group. They'll come to play together. The 3 of them will make the path over towards A. And Ali, this is a bit more of a traditional spot than we've seen him in a lot of the time. They've circumvented him for now, but that might mean he has their flank. Timing will be everything here. No noise made just yet. 25 seconds. And they're just going full contact. The timing. Oh, Ali caught by the op. Wiz with that should find salvation. The bomb will go down. We're tied up once more.
You know, Mike, if there's one thing you want to watch out for, it's Wiz in the bathrooms.
All over your shoes sometimes.
Sometimes. It just happens like that. As he comes through with the op, I thought for sure Ali was at least going to get one. After finding the double, he's actually in great position. The fact that Wiz hits that shot is incredible. And it puts Paqueta back in the position of a required save from Venom Zera. So a good rebound from EG. And more ping-ponging back and forth. One that should definitely favor EG in this instance.
One would think. Just not ready to count any of these situations out until they're done. With that one saved gun, there's plenty of money to reinvest here, right? And you know they're going to chase it. They've got 2 players with a healthy buy. I think you can drop a gun from Venom Zera as well. It might just be a FAMAS, but it's still one. And yeah, they're going to make this happen. They're even going to get the op up. That's the most surprising part of it. Emphasizing the AWP, rifles all around it. Utility will be tough. They even have a kit.
When it comes to casting in the Americas region, it's like riding a roller coaster. You just close your eyes and put your hands up and just embrace the joy of the ride.
Sometimes it feels like you've been thrown downhill in a barrel, to me at least, trying to make sense of which direction, which orientation we're facing at any one moment, but it's going to be exciting. That we can guarantee. Hexed, speaking of which, very exciting. Going for the initial pick. Destiny was holding for exactly that play. He was looking for exactly that peak, and he gets it. So an opener found. Hex, the B lurk, now out. Means that Neelan's going to have to stick around maybe longer than he'd be comfortable with. And he'll tuck the bomb for the moment to try and avoid revealing that info. But Automatic so far up, he's been spotted. Ali doesn't want that fight. He'll call reinforcements over. But Automatic has now exerted influence all the way out long. That drags Yell up as well. It spreads this defense out just a little bit. That was a risky jump.
A lot of dry play here early, too. That was Automatic just sort of working his way up long. It was Hex coming up catwalk, just looking for a direct gunfight.
The utility's gone for the CT side, so it will be It will be a lot of that, certainly from Paqueta. There's a bit more to work with, but it's mostly flashbangs for EG. And this spot for Ali, I think this could be huge. If his teammates can draw the first contact, first focus, set up Ali, he's been good so far. Another chance here. Breezy clearing, and he's got it. Ali, oh, damage onto the second. Nealon limping now. Again, he comes up big for the team. And now the flank is developing through connector. Players looking to catch them on their heels. And as EG stalls out, they need to flood in towards the site because this flank is coming. The bomb's about to drop. It's over. 20 seconds to battle back and even get the C4. 1 kill found, but it's disaster here. Ooh. And Wiz can't even kill Nithon.
Nice shots from Nithon behind the truck. I thought for a second EG was going to go back, potentially down through connector and just run straight into Destiny. But they were just setting up the smokes for the take. And as they throw out that first smoke, the op falls, and in his hands also the C4. Around and around we go. Timeline on the scoreboard right now looking like a zipper.
It absolutely is, but without the bomb plant there for EG, without major impact on the damage as well, they're now looking at potentially letting this start to slip away. Spam damage, not quite on. Little tickle on Nealon's ears, but nothing catastrophic considering the bullets that were coming down range. The Famoose, not so good at the wall penetration. Ollie's off to such a good start. 12-4, and what he's really giving them is, beyond his kills, is just how well he's playing this side of the map. It gives them so much freedom to shift everybody else around as they see fit, because they can rely on him to hold. Pressure's coming his way once more. This time the op is close in the hands of Nithon, but it's going to be Ollie who needs to take first contact. Nithon responsibility out towards long, and if they just burst around with a flashbang, he could be in real trouble. They're going contact, though. They're going quiet. Here's the swing. He lines them up, but he can't knock them down this time. Big damage, but no frags. And that means that Nithon's in trouble, and he's trying to back away, trying to get some distance on this, but the first kill found now. Now he's drawn right back into the fight, and he's brought some friends. Dancing around the dice box. That's a big kill for Hex, but they can't get the op out of play. Just the pistol for automatic. Doesn't have the punching power. I'll try and route down. Hex might beat them on this foot race, but Venom, quick back into the angle. And Yell along for support as well. Venom Zera now controls the crossfire, and there's no smoke. There's just a flashbang to get them over. So Wiz will toss this, and Hex will go for a peek. But he's not got the kill. He's got the clear on Monster. Information gain, but he's been seen in turn. Molly good. Wiz with one. A bomb plant would be a miracle. There's no damage in util. He'll get this off. He'll get this off, but anything more? Well, it might just be. Knows where Venom was. Has that bullet to confirm it. But Venom Zera, quicker on the shot, the slimmest of margins, but just enough for Paqueta to keep it going here.
So now you're at a pivot point. One we've been at many times before, at least just looking at the last two maps. EG gets the plant. They know they just took it down to one player for Paqueta. So, if you're EG here, Mike, you ask yourself the question, do we do this again? Do we put ourselves in that position again? And that's probably what they're talking about now, as a timeout is called from EG, and it's an understandable one. They know that Paqueta is not coming out of that round looking perfect.
No.
And it's a difficult question to ask. Do we force here? Because when they did it on Mirage, it was almost too aggressive. And as a result, they never really got the full buy that they needed that could have potentially taken them over the finish line with a victory.
The problem as well is, I mean, we've seen it from Paqueta throughout this tournament. This is where they're comfortable, is these scrappy, messy buys where you're figuring it out, where you're improving on the fly, where maybe not every nade is available to you, but the guns certainly are. And so if you just stick into this, if you never get healthy, you're playing their game, and they're finally going to try and shift this. Deagle's out. It's not nothing in terms of danger, but the lack of armor is going to make this tough. It's actually a super conservative buy. Even considering the circumstances, they're going to try and keep as healthy as possible. And Breezy bringing that first point of contact. He is quickly exterminated. Wiz will follow him into the grave. And if you were thinking this was going to get interesting, well, I got bad news for you. Not yet.
I appreciate the fact that EG does not spend too much money here.
Yes.
I would love to see what they can do with a full strong buy. And even though they did do some great economic damage in some of those force buys, they need to just stop. So they do. And that's a huge shot coming in from Automatic. Hold on.
That's a bomb plant. That's a bomb plant. All but guaranteed. If they just force this down right now, they need to cross. They need to cross. Oh, there's a player in heaven now. It's going to get a little trickier. Molotov denies it. There was a window here, an opportunity. And instead, some air put into this, some time put into this. Automatic wants to take the fight. He's nearly got it. Ninth under pressure. Now they know the op's not in heaven. That's a good read, but not quite the kill. And Nealon, he can't connect with the Deagle. Down he goes. No bomb plant in such a favorable window of opportunity for EG. It's going to be a regret, but it won't keep them off the buy in this next.
Man, that looked really good for a second. Automatic gets 2 kills with the Deagle, and he had an opportunity there against Nithon. Nithon saw a leg flash, was holding the angle, just misses slightly on the shot's timing. The window was open, but unfortunately it's shut. Automatic came back to the site, tried to take the fight with the player heaven. It doesn't work out. And here's more of that aggressive play coming in from the side of Paqueta as they want to go aggressively towards Fountain very early on in the round. No connector presence here, which is what we've seen from them in the past. And you can see what this has conditioned EG to believe, that someone could be pushed all the way up in playground, that someone could potentially be up far in these positions. They do not trust any spot because Paqueta has been in them multiple rounds now in this first half. You know, Mike, one of the things I got to praise Ollie for here in this first half is his mobility. How many times have we been seeing him play towards bathrooms? And how many times have we seen him repeat a position?
He's never gotten stale. He's always keeping them guessing. We've seen aggression, we've seen passive, we've seen down con, we've seen around every possible corner. So they're tilting it goes. They know there's a little bit of paranoia here as they approach A. They've got to clear every nook and cranny, because you never know which one an alley will have just slipped into.
Oh, that's a huge flash.
Oh, Automatic's just away. But I think there's a spot there, so that's going to bring up rotations. Perhaps utility deployed here from alley, the smoke, to try and play around. So freezes up this long push. Nithon takes out Breeze. Another one found as well. They get the long player at least, but they're losing bodies left, right, and center. This op too much to bear, but Wiz back on. Sets up Automatic with a big clutch. 14 seconds with which to try and bring it through. And Yell is giving him nothing in terms of a fight. He knows he just has to stay alive. The timer is his friend, and Automatic has to back away. Paqueta find their 8th. 4 rounds in the lead, all the money flowing their way, and they're just starting to outplay EG at this point. It's no longer just scrappy brawls. They're holding them away. They're whittling away the clock. They're keeping EG from really getting activated.
Because of the consistent posturing towards Fountain, Party, Long, Connector, Water, they don't trust any spot. So EG is literally systematically clearing every corner. And then it comes down to 20 to 30 seconds left in the round when they finally make their way up through bathrooms to go for the execute. And it all falls on to Automatic, the player on Long, who initially got pop flash, could have even been dead at that point in the round. So Paqueta has really done a great job in this first half of keeping EG from gaining really any semblance of control, both on the scoreboard and in individual rounds in regards to the map, the body count, everything. Here, though, it is economic control yet again. Another force buy coming in from EG. It's the tail of the tape over the past 2 maps.
It is indeed. It really is. Automatic looking for a boost up here. He does have the 1 rifle. If he could find a kill, that would be going a long way. But they're paranoid about the Condor. Blowing off its hinges means that they're wary at any point. A player, particularly Ali, could be slipping down. This player up on the storm drain. He's got the kill. Venom Zero was looking for it. That's great awareness. Just seeing nothing, hearing nothing. They're wondering. Something's creeping through for EG. And so while the gun will live, what can they possibly do with it? 40 seconds. Time is again going to be pressure. They've got no vision up top, no presence, so the rotate's not an option. And with Paqueta playing passive back towards site, there's nothing to give away either. Yeah, maybe the flank won't come through, but if you can't get the sight, the flank doesn't matter in the first place. There's a kill. All right, back to the boost. This time it works. Now you're out past the choke points, but Yell snappy on it. Pre-fire effective as soon as he detects presence around that corner. And they're gonna run out of time again. 15 seconds, they gotta go. They need these kills right here, right now. There's no sense saving, there's no sense surviving. So into the fray they go, bullets on, but no kills found. Damage is not enough, and Paqueta have caught fire. That's their 5th round in a row.
How does Yell not die in that situation? He gets pushed from Cat, and he has to reload. So he just jumps backwards, swirling back and forth like a inflatable flailing arm, flailing two-man, whatever the heck those things are called.
Wacky, wavy, inflatable arm, man.
He ends up landing in pit, gets a fresh mag in the M4, goes for the peak and finds one more kill on the round. A big stop from Paqueta.
And this half is turning out beautifully. It reflects what we saw in their last series, which is that the CT sides were where they struggled for so long until Overpass. This is where their comfort comes into play. This is the map they have so much patience on. They're never tempted into the over-aggressive plays. They're very content to sit back towards site and force you to crack their defense.
I would almost argue that it was because of aggressive play early on that now they do that. So if you remember, they were more aggressive initially. They were more willing to take some early exchanges, specifically looking at Connector. You had that play from Ollie where he was able to get in the corner before the molly blooms on the stairs. They don't anticipate that position from coming through. We've seen them get aggressive in water. But I'd say around the midpoint of this half, they stopped doing that. But EG still expects them to potentially be making those plays, and as a result, they're timid. The early round, they're very shy, and because of the fact that they're down on the scoreboard, they lack the confidence to just kind of run into those positions like you would see from them in the past.
Another slow creeping around from EG, trying to exert some control, cleaning things out. And there was a little bit more of an early look on A, just a little peeky poo for Paqueta, and now they'll start to fade back towards the site, having shown any degree of influence. They leave Nithon with an angle here. Ale addresses towards long. EG giving nothing away right now based on their lean. Bomb will be retrieved for Nealon, but certainly it's not a plan to bring it into B just yet. His teammates are too far away. Automatic's gained a lot of ground here towards long, round after round. It just hasn't necessarily translated into results, and well, they need those. There's been no star to light the way. Automatic the closest thing to it, but round success has not always been available. Seems like this wants to be the B hit. Time again an issue, 35 seconds. And EG have found nothing yet. Bit of damage on Venom's Era, that's it. Automatic starts to show some face towards A. That's to hold the rotator. He's done that, but the slow creep into the fight. Destiny holding this angle, and he's away. Now they need to chase. 24 seconds. They gotta go. They need to go, and Venom's Era takes out the monster player. He's doing so much damage, the Molotov can clear it. And 15 seconds, this one is done. They're backing away to try and keep these guns alive for the last round of the half. Automatic wants an upgrade, and he will have it. But this is a bitter pill to swallow. Double digits on the board. Paqueta in full control.
We didn't get to see the full CT side for Paqueta in their Overpass match last night. They started on the T side, and they were 9-6. So that was where they put up numbers. On the CT side, they went 7-3. They definitely seemed to be the better of the two teams last night on Overpass. It's not really a surprise that they're feeling strong here. We do have a tech pause coming in. Hopefully it'll be quickly resolved, as it does seem to be coming from the EG side. I think it was just that they said headset unplugged. And given the heat of the moments that we've seen, it's not surprising that a player could have accidentally yanked something out.
I mean, this is where we've seen frustration creep in for EG as well. Even in the madness of the back and forth on Mirage, we didn't see that. They always seemed pretty collected, but I think we're starting to see maybe a bit of fatigue set in for EG, maybe a little bit of frustration creep across their brows. And that's exactly where Paqueta want them. That's right where they want them, because all of the goodwill and energy is flowing freely for this Brazilian squad. And again, we see EG spread on the default, trying to keep aggression away. Should it come through? There was a little bit of a look. Ali thinking about taking this fight in calm, but he'll slip just up the stairs right as they want to retake the space. And now he's backed. Almost close enough that they might have heard those footsteps backing away, and I think they're going to get a little bold here towards A. Nithon is vulnerable, but as I say that, they just peek right up and go right back down. So Nithon will never be tested. Not in this spot, at least. Not here, not now. It seems like EG, again, are determined to go in towards this B site. They're just going to group, go for a hit. They don't even have a smoke. They've got a flash and a Molotov and a nade. So what do you got off of this? Let's find out. There's the flashbang. Better make good on it. Automatic gets the first, the second as well. Here we go. Yell with one, but they've crossed. The bomb making its way over out of the monster tunnel. Nades to lay siege to Yell, and that Molotov dissection off the rotate. Hex with one more. Bomb still needs to be planted. It's vulnerable to Ali. There's nothing to block him off, but they need to go. They're waiting until those mollies fade, and now there's lots of crossers that are going to be looking their way. They'll need to fight once more. That's the critical kill, though. All on to Nithon. He will ascend into the heaven to try and rain down death. But as he clears, as he crosses, there's so many looking his way, and this is not going to be a possibility. A 5th round at least to give EG a chance.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on 3rd map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
One more half to play. Paqueta in full control, 10 rounds on the board, but now they need to seal the deal on their attacking side of Overpass. And for EG, the question becomes, has their lackadaisical mentality been able to survive the torture of being unable to do anything for so many rounds uninterrupted? One last little stinger on the end. Makes us believe that this could be a possibility, that this could go the distance, but which way it will finally lie, well, you would need to be a prophet to be able to tell. Pistol round of massive import here. Paqueta looking for it. They're bringing it up top, and for now, Evil Geniuses are holding very passive on A. It's just Wiz towards this side of the map, just Wiz up top from the sign to get this first spot and try and deal what damage he may and stay alive for the rotate. On comes the approach now. Wiz spots the shadow, he knows. He's got the peek, but he's immediately gushed, and down he goes with little to no impact. That's a disaster early. A 4-on-5 retake. This bomb is certainly going down, not a doubt in our minds. And now as the smokes fade, it's going to be up to EG for some nifty pistol work to get back into this one. They're desperately spamming. They're trying to find something for free, anything to give them an advantage back in, but it's not going to be available. Flashbang over the lip. Here they go. Blinds up the player long at the very least, but they need the kills and they need them quick, and they're not finding them. Not here, not now, perhaps not ever.
You can hear the screams from Paqueta. The confidence right now is huge for them, as they are now up 11-5 over EG. They were the favorite coming into this EG. I think a lot of people thought with the way they've been playing just here alone at the Americas RMR that this was their series to win. Paqueta struggled against a regional opponent, had to go to the third map before they close things out. The same thing happens here, but they look much better here on Overpass than they even did against Team Solid yesterday. But don't forget, pistol round wins on the T side of this map are not always that great. Paqueta won the pistol round on T side last night, then they went back and forth in trades with the CT side. EG won the pistol round here on their T side, and the same thing happened. This second round can be oh so devastating if the CT side can find their way to weasel around away. It could be a way for EG to get back into it.
Breeze going for aggression. Ali could hold for this, but no, the snap around. Breeze so quick on it. Ali didn't realize that there was aggression coming from both sides. Now a man advantage at the very least, and again, as you said, this light buy could be devastating. The flashbang so good. Sets up another frag. They've spotted Yell. He's down for the count. There's nothing doing here. Not one found. It's all falling apart. And Nithon alone about to be overwhelmed by presence. They're just chasing out this kill, and Neelan will put the last bullet through. So 4 players surviving, 3 rifles salvaged from the corpses of their enemies, and disaster strikes Paqueta early.
Thank God we have the precogs here down at the Americas RMR. They whispered in our ears to let us know that that was going to be what happens here as EG do exactly what we've seen just over here on the B stream when it comes to Overpass. That first round means nothing. It's the second round that proves to be the most problematic for every team on the T side on Overpass. And it strikes Paqueta twice. Happened to them last night, happens to them here. It happened to EG in the first half. And now EG trying to claw back this lead. It will just be some deagles and a little bit of armor peppered in. A couple of flashes and 2 smokes. Paqueta trying to strike first, but it's a great flash to set up Wiz. And that'll be Yell going down early.
And having the advantage now, they're just going to fade away into the side hold. They're very comfortable off of that, right? You wanted some sort of information, some sort of advantage. Now you can lean. Now you can lean, why not? Nithon recognizes that's likely the play, so he'll take this ground very confidently. But it's this duel between Nithon and Automatic that might determine a lot. If Automatic gives him a peek, this deagle could be deadly. Past it. Deagles galore, certainly, but into these bathrooms fights. Wiz spots the first. His head ripped from his shoulders. Uh-oh. That was the bomb confirmation, though. That'll pull Neelan up, at least in the rotation. A little bit of utility starting to get spent. Now they'll float the third player up as well, but this could just be to cover the spring down con. You still have this position from Ali. He's been holding on to it this entire time, so if they wanted to bail, he knows the path is clear, but that doesn't seem to be the answer. 35 seconds, they're going to commit in towards A, and there's only 2 players here to defend. Crossfire potentially on. Automatic and Neelan both going to try and activate at once. They can't quite set up the crossfire, but might be able to play off of each other's contact. The line up there. Automatic takes all 3. Sidearm out. He can't finish off the last, but it is going to be the round for Automatic and the Evil Geniuses. And that, folks, is why you don't keep the CZ as a sidearm.
I was thinking the same thing.
He's just agonizing putting the gun together.
It was like a Lego kit he was trying to assemble as he's putting his gun out. It just took so long for him to get that CZ
5-7 clears.
Pocket. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate, but it's obviously the nature of what we saw from him in the previous round. It's a carryover. Regardless, he gets a massive spray down, a 3K on the round. He's thrilled with how that went. Nade damage being dealt early by the Molotov as they fire their way out from spawn, right through it. A nade in response, that might do decent damage. It does. That'll be Nithon getting bounced into the sky. And Automatic even finds another 3K in back-to-back rounds. This is the kind of confidence-boosting round that EG needed. Now we do see a play where there's a lone player on the opposite side of the map, but it's not like Inferno where that's going to be the bomb plant.
No.
Which we did see from Paqueta.
We did.
The 4-1 split with the bomb in apartments.
All those rounds ago, and I mean, looking at it for Evil Geniuses, they started out the day with the young guns lighting the way. Now it's the most experienced player. It's Automatic. It's their major winner who says, you know what? I'm not ready to be done. I'm not ready to be done. I want to book a path into that last Counter-Strike major. I want a chance to dream of a second trophy, to dream of the possibility that it might still be there to be had. But there's a lot of ground to cover even to get back into this game, and the guns have now come out for Paqueta, so if they can get the instant denial, we'll be right back to feeling the Brazilian dominance here. So there are limitations. Utility's not perfect. They've already spent quite a bit of what they've got. They're clearing out Connector. Catching some damage back the other way, though it is light. Spam not quite on. You don't want to keep going for those hops, Nealon, because Venom Zera is ready to punish. Clearing to check the monster tunnel. Paqueta taking some space around the fountain, but just leaving these two presences outside of B in case EG want to get curious.
You know, if you were looking at the halftime score of 10-5, you probably look at that and go, okay, that's not too bad. Just, you know, map maybe skewing a little bit CT-sided, but it's the way it was 10-5. Like, EG just never really got their foot in the door. They won a pistol round, lost 3. They win 2 rounds in a row, but they were hard-fought rounds. They lose 1, win 1, lose 6. And then they win the last round of the half. It was very difficult for them to try to have any semblance of control, but this is a big stopping round for them.
It is. 2 kills coming in. The op finding impact, Molotov to slow it up, and now they've got the shadow spot. They know the players are here with the bomb out in the open. They have to fight forward, and Wiz will control it, corral it, spot the last as well. And another player out towards long. Get that gun out! Automatic, making it look a little too frisky, but he recovers in time, and 3 players survive. Most importantly for EG, no bomb plant out for Paqueta. Means another eco is likely on the docket.
And another pause as well.
It feels like Evil Geniuses have had so many moments where they're in like the 3v1 and just guns are away. There's been a lot of moments where they've maybe been punished, maybe been close to being punished. It gets a little touch and go at times.
When the guns are away, the geniuses come to play.
I think it's more than when the guns are away, Paqueta get the chance to play.
It was interesting. I actually love what they did there because of the fact that Wiz slides across. They're going to be focusing mostly on dice. They're not going to be paying attention to Automatic towards long.
Which is great if he's got the gun.
It's just the way the circumstances broke down. I didn't see what he was doing. If he was pulling for a nade or it's possible he was trying to set something up, even a flash. But even still.
All good.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul. Zero concern. All's well that ends well, as they say, and that ended as well as it could. A lot of utility in this. Heavy investment, actually. A couple players down near 1,000. So Paqueta really trying to make something of this round just with the Tech 9s and the Deegs. We know they've got some might between their pistols. And Automatic, he's going to be a little committed in here because of the Molotov.
This is the Ollie play. This is exactly what happened to them. They
were slow
clear this. Yeah, they didn't clear it, and as a result, the same thing happens. The difference being it's just one player. Ollie was able to get 2 out of that exchange. Now he has to be careful because there's one potentially rounding the bend.
Wiz is leaving him
on
alone.
The flank.
Oh, Wiz is leaving him alone. He's wary of long. And the utility's going to be spotted there. The nade's going to give it away. Automatic might just have to dip. They want to chase him. The Molotov will make this difficult for them. It also might pull him out of position, but you know, now he's got support. Now he's got Breezy to look on high. And the bomb's still on low. Nithon can't get caught in this position. If he does, the round's over. So despite maybe having a bit of a cheeky spot for a fight, he has to back away. And so will Automatic. But Yell, he won't come along for the next phase, and Breeze in the angle leaves it all away. Nithon alone at least has that C4, but bullets coming his way, no chance to get out. Searching for anything to fight back with, and he will not be afforded the opportunity.
It started with the early play from Automatic, and then it was the backup from Breeze. So he was worried because he was losing that control towards mid bathrooms, that maybe he could get spotted from party. He throws a nade out and Molly behind him. The smoke comes in from Catwalk to make sure that connector is no longer a problem, and then he can put his sole focus towards the stairs, and eventually he just gets his way out of there, and it's an easy fight.
So this is now 5 rounds in a row without a bomb plant for Paqueta. This is getting a little one-sided here, and you talk about a quick way to equalize a scoreline off a half and erase all those good, warm, fuzzy feelings that Paqueta were having. They're gone now. It's pressure right back the other way. It's a lot of concern. I don't think we've heard Venom Zera shout in a little while now.
Much deadlier second half coming in from EG. Just 1 round away from taking the lead. It will be a full buy coming in from Paqueta. Utility damage, again, seems to be very strong for EG, specifically looking at the second half, and we saw that as well on the first map in the series. Now, Paqueta wants to get some playground control, and you've got Venom Zera as well in connector again.
Automatic's playing a little aggro, considering the fact he's the only player on this side of the map, but he had the smoke for comfort. Now that it fades, he backs away. And they'll start to float Nealon up as well to support. It's not quite the op. Wiz is massively committed with that towards the monster fight. Maybe anticipating a faster play towards B since they've been punishing at A quite a few rounds now.
Automatic gets away with that for free. So he goes for that peek long. The run boost, it gets a little awkward. They go for the run boost. They spot him on the jiggle. He actually goes back, but there's no one playing towards mid. So he's able to escape. Wiz picks off Ollie elsewhere on the map. You've got Automatic now setting up position. They do hard clear it.
Yeah, tried to play the off angle on it, but they're hard clearing in, knowing that something's got to be going here. So a 4-on-4 now, as we start to get into the waning moments of the half. There's only 45 seconds left to play. Time could be an issue here for Paqueta. And we've just got Wiz to section out the B side of the map, which means that 3 players are up top. Wiz is trusting that if this rotation comes, it's got to be through connector. The time won't allow for the full spawn play. That is a good read. Absolutely correct, but the utility forces players back beyond the choke point. A nice tag onto the fence as well. Putting them on notice, this bomb plan's going to be conceded. No one's in position to deny, but now they're going to try and flood through. The flashbang is good. The kills are as well. Finally, a bomb down, but that's all they get. The answer is immediate. The defuse on. This is the first plant of the half for Paqueta, and it still doesn't make a difference. The money at least will be there off of that extra cash, but my goodness. There was a doubt in my mind, but just for a moment, an EG wipe it away, and a timeout comes out. The last one available for Paqueta.
If I'm not mistaken, that's what, 3 timeouts in 4 rounds? Maybe 5? Paqueta realizes they are struggling here, floundering about. That's full loss bonus plus the plant, so they do have a little bit of money to buy, but they're not going to have an op. And even Nithon is going down to a Galil.
Now, admittedly, for Paqueta, they don't have a coach standing behind them, so it's maybe not as much of a concern to not have these timeouts late, but we've seen them use it a lot of times to figure out the buy, to take a moment to calm things down and come up with that plan for the next round, and they won't have that anymore. If they can't win here, if they can't get a little bit of good energy flowing back their way, there'll be no more chance for a reset. EG, this is the moment. If they can win here, that pressure just amps up on their opponents. This is the time to go for the throat.
Big flash to set that all up as well from Wiz, who started the round with the op kill. Molly comes in, smoke to follow, flash on the backside of that one. Automatic has to be careful. He has played aggressive and up many times already, but he seems to show little fear or concern. There's the flash, and he's just going to back off after that. Wanted to find something early, just didn't get it.
Did not, but unpunished. Good to go again.
Nothing lost, nothing gained.
Funny utility to go for a setup. There's still 3 Molotovs held. Oh, Automatic's going to get aggressive there. There's the spot. Uh-oh. 2 players here. They want to stick around. Do they realize they're so close? Well, the kill goes their way, and they're not punished just yet. That flashbang is lethal, but it's a little too good. Destiny, his vision clears first. Nithon, that is such a ripper of a flash, and Nealon tries to get back to address it, but he'll be lost. So we need a hero round from Breeze. The Molly doesn't clear him. The Molly doesn't check him, but Venom Zero will. Hex back out right into the meat grinder, and here it is for Paqueta. They needed a round off the back of their last timeout. They find it as well. EG, with the overcommitment out towards Long, are massively punished.
That double play Long definitely bit them in the backside. They tried to set up the double, and that flash was so brutal. And then you have Nealon, who's trying to lock down bathrooms, but he's sort of just stuck in no man's land. So yeah, he wins the initial fight, but barely. The follow-up is easy. Breeze tries to come in for support, but he's spotted out by the barrel. The Molly just misses. Everything started to crumble there towards the mid-round for EG. And what do they do on the side of Paqueta? Look at this fast play coming in towards the B site. The first one's going to be Hext, who's laid out. And oh my goodness, it's down to Breeze. So quickly they make their way out onto this B site.
A little bit of extra damage might set up the idea of the retake. The nade in Automatic's hands, that actually could be huge. But they don't know where to throw it. It's Ali who's low. A skipper of one. A bullet will take him out, but Ali is so good. He has been incredible for them this map, and again, he is going to deliver a round. Wiz just has to save, back away with the AWP. There's still money to spare here. There was such a bank built up for EG. They won't be done with the investment just yet, but this is now a very close game. Paqueta with 2 rounds into the lead, seeming to have cracked through that mental wall. The faster pace of play catching EG off guard as well. So the tempo change has come through, and Evil Geniuses, they now need to find a way to regain.
Oh, well.
Goodbye, Ali.
Ali will die to the bomb. I was wondering if he was going to make it away or not. Well, I mean,
worth.
Yes, it's worth it because they won the round. But obviously, if they can survive with as many as possible, they need to build up a stable bed because there still is some cash here for EG. And with all the timeouts we've seen, I'm actually surprised we're not getting one from EG here. Just a chance to try to kind of reset the pace of play. As we just watched Paqueta just jam it down short and Monster right into the faces of EG. It was a great change of pace from Paqueta. The way they just did that, and we're seeing something similar here as well. Venom Zero feeling confident, wants to just run through this. Wiz has to be careful as they're right on the other side of the smoke.
Automatic played this before, but they're going to just test the smoke. They're just going to go through, and he has no idea. The op scoped up, and that's down for free. That was the lone presence, needed support, and it will come a little bit too late, but the kill's still taken. Seeing that that's Automatic, though, they know he's the secondary A player most rounds. They just hold on to this ground? No, they'll back away. They will concede. That's gotten to be a little bit of a different look. Automatic can't stick around past the smoke fade. Oh, Nithon gives it up. Could have been really dangerous. Could have been really dangerous. But as it is, the big danger now is no one's on B. Breeze will come in to readjust. This Automatic's pushing. He's pushing. He's going to go up the ladder. If he goes up the ladder, this could be a massive flank, but for the moment he holds just onto the rotation control position, and now he's going to go for it. Might be too little too late.
So he didn't even really need to. Just locking down that position means they can read the play coming in from Paqueta. Here's the push coming into the site, though, and Ali, who's been fantastic this map, gets both kills, and that is another ripcord pulled, as Automatic should be saving here. Round 14 on the board, and oh no.
He's gone as well. He wanted one extra look. He had this position. He was loath to give up on it, but the cancel needed to come in, and now his life is lost, and the money, it's dire. An Eco almost certainly going to need to come in here for Evil Geniuses as their bank has run out, and that would see Paqueta onto series point. 2 more needed, and Paqueta lived to fight on here. They live to see the final day of the Blast TV Americas RMR. Just 2 more rounds, a timeout taken, of course, here for the Evil Geniuses. They don't have many more opportunities, and so they will discuss how much they want to risk on this one, and it's looking like it might just be everything. They're going in here. They're betting the house. We talked about it earlier. Playing with house money, why not keep that mentality till the very last? They never should have been here, but let's see if in this round, 26, they can earn their place.
EG, despite the strong string of rounds here in the second half, and now find themselves in a very precarious position. Should they lose this one, the money, not good. Very, very bad. So they're putting everything into the purchase. Wiz positioned on the wall, might be able to get one. Not even going to hit. At least spots them, gets the read, but has to fall off without the damage dealt. And they're really relying on that scout to at least hit a body.
Yeah, you got to soften the targets. You got to find some sort of damage here. But of course, just the head's exposed above the rocks. He's unable to do so. Knows they're coming his way. There's going to be the tag. They need to clear the close angle. Op now on. So a re-peek may be ill-advised, and recognizing that, Wiz will back away. Sign boost peek here, but the bathroom presence is not where it's going to come. It's all going to be out towards A. The bodies are here, and Paqueta, this is a little one note. They're not likely to bail off based on what we've seen from them so far. It seems like they're coming through. Just a moment.
This is a heavy commitment.
It is a full commitment, but they're correct to do so. Nealon gives up his life, trying to get a little bit of information, trying to get a little bit of a poke and a prod, and another one in, a flashbang just to set up the peak bit of damage onto Destiny, but this might not be enough. Ali now finds the flank. They could bail out, but they don't need to. They're in towards the site. They're into the brawl, and the SMG finding just a little bit here. It was a TK from Yell. He's taken out of play, but there's still a little bit of something to fight for. Automatic with a strong position, and time is getting short. Automatic, these players are so low. But the bomb will be planted safe, and a chance now for the clutch. The veteran, the former major winner, now in a 1v2 perhaps for his team's entire fate in this RMR. Not going to flinch from confrontation, but Destiny's playing safe. He's playing tucked. Yell isn't giving him anything either, and he doesn't have a kit, so time is going to be an issue. Needed a fight, and they recognize that. They're giving him nothing. Not a single pixel of an idea of where these players are holding, so having completed a full wrap, Automatic just has to make a decision. He had no idea Yell was there. Down he goes, not a gun saved through, not $1 to spare here for the evil geniuses. This last buy, it will hold nothing, and Paqueta have done it. They've battled back now for 4 rounds in a row. They just need one more.
It felt like EG had that. They had everything they needed. The fact that Paqueta hard commits to the long A play, and they've got all of that set up. You get the early scout tag. You have the 2 players sign. Nealon's pushed through. I'm not sure what the call was there, but even still, they had that so well set up, but it just doesn't work. And in the 1v2, Paqueta plays that perfectly. They know he has no kit. They know they're low. They will take the furthest possible routes to avoid making contact. And now it all lands on this. EG with a buy that basically mirrors what we saw in the previous round.
A bit more maybe to show, but not much. Breezy tagged. Had a lot of trouble with this monster fight, and we haven't seen it in a while, to be fair, but Paqueta, they're bringing it back right at the critical moment. Smokes in, utility to section them off, but Venom's there still thinking about challenging. He'll back away. Bodies are here. 3 available, but the weaponry somewhat limited. It's time for the execution. It's time for the hit to come to pass. Dealing with this monster position, this could be huge. If his teammates take contact, he can activate with the SMG, but they're into the fight. They're ready for it, and well, he gets one. Oh, he sets up his teammates for more. Breezy here in water, the only one left on the site. Now he's just revealed his spot. He's revealed his position. They know he's here. This 5-7 trying to buy time for his teammates to rotate in, but the bomb is going down, and that can't be denied. Without the health, he doesn't feel confident in it. Yell with the next. Now it's all onto Wiz, and Wiz overwhelmed, down to 2 HP. Out of there! Paqueta have done it again, battling back from a map deficit the whole series, the run back. Nothing is granted to them easy, but they've got the guts, they've got the grit, and they move on to the last day. Another chance, one more series needed, and they've earned their place in history at the final CSGO major.
Ooh, man. AG was so close. After an impressive string of rounds to start the CT side, they lose the pistol and they fire back 6 straight rounds. But then a timeout comes in. And ever since then, Paqueta took over and EG could not find a solution. No matter what they did, Paqueta was crushing them, and then the money becomes a problem. And they can't keep themselves in the game. They have close rounds, great opportunities. That 1v2 for Automatic, it might have slowed down the finish, but it still felt like we were inching towards that line. Paqueta pick up the win, 16-11 on our third map. What a game. Automatic, doing everything he could to try to keep his team in it.
Doing it, but I mean, they went quiet on the rest of the team at the wrong moment, and it feels like the word to describe what Paqueta brings us is guts, is grit. They're a team that's never going to be willing to say die. They just need that one round to crack their way, and they're right back into it, right back into the momentum, and that's something that, well, the evil geniuses maybe haven't shown us, right? When they were in control, it was all smiles, it was all happiness, but once things start to go away, once the force buy wars start to tilt against them, once you get into those really scrappy, gritty rounds, that's where maybe the cracks start to show for a team that's not fully a unit right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, that's exactly the way I would describe Paqueta. You had the big plays, you had Ali, you had Yell on Mirage, you have big moments, big individuals, but it's also just a willingness to always come back in, always be ready for that fight, always be ready to vie for a chance. And joining us here on the desk again, we've got Yell to talk to us about that series. Man, it never comes easy, does it?
Never. For us, never.
Never. Not a once. I mean, that was an incredible showing. I want to talk about one round in particular, right? One moment, which is that 2v1 you guys had. You're alive. I forget who your teammate was. You're both like one bullet away from death. And it's automatic on the other side.
Yeah.
Who you know has had some rounds brought back. What are the comms there?
I was talking to Destiny that probably has no kit and we should just hide because he was going to try to find us. I think it was the only way that we could win. I mean, if we were in a crossfire, he could like hit 2 bullets and we're pretty much dead. So I thought with him that I was going to hide, and I tell him to hide as well.
Looking at the maps in general, you guys started things off on Inferno yet again. And we know last night Inferno didn't work out so well for you guys. It's maybe a little bit of a bumpy map, but you had to know coming into maps 2 and 3, you were feeling confident because those are 2 of your best maps.
Yeah. Mirage and Overpass are our best maps for sure. And we knew that they like Overpass as well. So we wouldn't pick it because we knew that the third map would be Overpass. So we picked Mirage and it was good for us.
It was good for you. What, 29 kills?
Yeah, you had a great game.
Taking over, man.
I think you broke 30 on that one.
Yeah, absolutely killer. I want to ask about one more moment on Overpass.
Okay.
That's that final timeout. You guys have been very quick to use your timeouts, right? We've seen it early. You don't have your coach with you necessarily, so you're using them to figure out buys. But that last timeout you took, you hadn't gotten around since the pistol in that second half of Overpass, right? They'd run 5 or 6 in a row. And after that moment, it just changed. You took over. So what were the words in those moments?
So the thing that we were talking was we need to make a default A and win a round there, and then we can change the pace. So we did exactly that. We won a round on A, and then we exploded B, and we won the round, and we started rolling.
Yeah, at that point you guys had confidence, and their money was rough, which was kind of the story of maps 2 and 3. It was a lot of back and forth. You guys seem to end up in a lot of these scrappy situations where even with less buy coming in, pistols and armor, you find success. Is there any specific plan or strategy in those situations, or is it kind of like, let's just see what we can make happen?
I think it's let's see what's going to happen. And then in those kind of rounds, we try to stack a site, and if we lose, we just save the weapons and then play the other round with all the guns that we have. On Mirage, we had a round that we stacked 4A, and we won the round there. So it's pretty much it. We just talk what we want to do, and then we make that as a plan.
Well, it's come to this, right? You guys lost on the first day. You've battled all the way back through the gauntlet. There's just one more test, one more hurdle standing between you and the last ever CSGO major in Paris. What's the thinking in the team now? How you get ready for tomorrow?
I think we're pretty much going to do what we are doing, like studying the other team and focus on our game, our mistakes. As I said, we thought a lot about Inferno, but as you said, as you see, it wasn't enough. Maybe today we have more time to figure out the mistakes that we did. And let's see tomorrow. I'm excited.
I can't wait to watch. Congratulations, man. That was a heck of a game.
Thank you very much.
Wow, what a showing for you here. We are going to take a break here, folks. When we come back, the next series, I don't even know what it is anymore. That one wiped all the thoughts out of my brain, but we'll rest, regain, and get back to you in a moment.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. XCS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Sarah. No, it cannot be Cold Sarah because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Sarah was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device.
I'm guessing Fallen here because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
And we're back here at the Blast TV, America's RMR. We've swapped in, Jason, for Mark. We've got a little more action coming your way. We've got the lone Mexican representation at this event in Monterrey.
Yeah, but that interview he gave on like the first day, they were like, how do you feel about being the greatest player from Mexico? And he's like, I don't really think about it.
I mean, the question is also, when you look at competitive CS, it's like, who else?
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's probably a good way to put it too. He's like, yeah, there's not really competition, so it really doesn't mean all that much. Yeah, fair play. But yeah, certainly, I mean, he's got a chance to have a really good impact in the server, and a little bit of a bummer. We were just kind of talking about it here. You guys obviously casting it, EG kind of falling out and losing that series, Paqueta getting eliminated. That's a bummer, just because it felt like even despite all their struggles and all the upheaval, this was a pretty decent route to actually make it to Paris, which would have been crazy. So it'd be nice to at least have Nouns, still being able to challenge for a spot. And again, a team that's kind of coming up through the North American scene that potentially, could be something special down the road. But first, I guess we're going to talk about Flamengo as we have them up on the screen as well. Let's forget about the game against Liquid, because that's just so far out of their reach that you can't really grab anything out of that. First day caused a nice little upset over MIBR on Nuke, and showed some decent tactical prowess in terms of some ideas and some plans, and just seemed, at least if they're not mind-blowing tactically and strategically, they played really well together, and they played really well off each other, and at least that you have the basics of what can be a dangerous team in this tournament.
I think one of the most encouraging things as well, as you're looking at this Flamengo side in that matchup against MIBR, is you're containing a very explosive team where, yeah, maybe Nuke's not the best showing for MIBR, but we still know, just purely based on the individuals, even if the team's not working, you still have to deal with that presence, and they did a great job at doing so. I mean, Fast and Nissim had good impact as individuals. You had the old dogs, Showtime and ZQK, were running circles around the presence outside, and I think that's something that maybe Nouns will be vulnerable to as well. This sort of veteran savvy, the cheeky play that never really lets you have the opportunity to shoot back, that's where you could see Flamengo really shine.
Yeah, for certainly. And then you have that mix of some of the young talent. I mean, we saw Fasten have some incredible rounds down the stretch. Nissim's had a good game on that Nuke one, not really against Liquid. But yeah, it's a nice little blend that they have between experience and upcoming talent and just young talent that can blow the server up and wide open. So yeah, I don't necessarily know what the peak is. I feel like even if everything goes right, I mean, that's the question that you always have with teams like this. It's like, it's cool. We were talking about it being a cool mix of experience and young talent, but the young talent is really going to be the ones that dictate the ceiling, and it's their progression that's going to dictate how high they can go. And at the moment, this Flamengo team, I don't know. I don't really get a great sense that they're ready to kind of have any kind of crazy breakout. Yeah, they can beat Nouns. This could be a series for them. After that, I don't know. I don't think so.
It should be an interesting one either way. But looking at this Nouns side, I mean, this is a team that's had a strong connection to the RMRs, right? Last time they were just one series away from making it through. Now they're in a similar place where they've got a path laid out for them, and Flamengo is a vulnerable opponent when you look at this. But last night, their matchup against Yer has to have us feeling... Yeah, true. And their matchup against Yer has to have us feeling some kind of way, because that was a pug. That was a pug, that was a mix, that was for players they were very familiar with. There's players they played against a million times, and it went deep. It went scrappy. But they did emerge out the other side of it here, Jason.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where it gets kind of dicey in tournaments like this, where you have these kinds of teams that are just not really established in any meaningful way. It is going to be random, and you're going to see teams peak and play really well, and then the next day they're going to play poorly, and it's going to look really ugly. So it's all kind of odd. I would say the biggest thing for Nouns that I would imagine they're going to struggle with against Flamengo is if we see again some cool tactics and some cool team play out of Flamengo. I expect them to have the advantage in that department over Nouns. And so, I mean, I'm very curious to see how that interaction is going to go and see what these guys can do with it. Because, as you mentioned, again, knocking on the door at the RMRs last time around, if they can take another step forward, then we can start inserting them into the conversation in North America as well. Because while there's some positivity and some potential, they're still not involved in any serious discussion in North American Counter-Strike, right?
No,
they haven't broken into the conversation where you have your Liquid, your Complexity, even your EGs, despite the issues. They haven't kind of gotten into that top tier conversation yet.
I mean, even when you look at the opportunities in international competition beyond that, we've more seen the ATKs, we've seen the various EG rosters more be threatening into that, and now it's been a little up and down. There's been that explosive potential, but you haven't necessarily seen the consistency to go toe-to-toe with some of those other rosters. So now, with this opportunity here, with the opportunity that's laid out before them, we see the map picks coming through. We got an Inferno for Flamengo. Ancient as the pick for Nouns is super interesting because it's actually not a map they play a lot. Decider is going to be Mirage. I think Inferno and Mirage are the two most played maps, if I'm not mistaken. Something like 22, 20 maps over the last 3 months. But the Ancient pick is... That's got to be a read. That's got to be some sort of a scheme coming through, and I think we may actually have that backwards the more I think about this in the graphic. I think that was probably Flamengo's pick. I think now it's probably brought us to Inferno.
Yeah, it's that's exactly what it is. Well, I mean, it depends on which one you go off, the graphic or HLTV, because HLTV have it as Ancient being the Flamengo pick, and that would probably make more sense within line of what you're saying here. So, yeah, so I mean, I think it's a cool series, and Inferno's a cool starting ground because both teams should be pretty comfortable on it. Same with the Decider of Mirage as well. Every team's going to be comfortable on it. But regardless, we're about ready to get into Inferno, so we're going to send it off to a break. We'll be right back when the players are ready to get into the action.
Coming in live here, and it all starts on Inferno. Flamengo and Nouns looking to take the next step in their journey. Elimination, as always, a threat here. So on they move.
What's up, my man? What we got going on here? Fast play towards the B bomb site. Look at the dualies. They do nothing.
You got so excited for a moment.
I was so excited for it.
They got another set. We got more. ZQK. This is going to look a little better. 2 kills coming through, but he's still a little isolated. Teammate trying to come into support as the smoke fades. They'll be able to get activated from the pool, though. CJ with a dink, but now he's all alone. Lost his presence. Ooh. That's a nutty shot from CJ, but it's all he gets.
Okay.
Pistol round on for Flamengo. Nice start here.
I didn't even know he was going to be able to get that with the Glock, but
I did not know.
I'll be damned.
One bullet of damage, or one point of damage available.
Nice little recovery, or nice little hold from Flamengo there with the fast play towards the B bomb site. Nouns try and give him an old uppercut to start things out. God, Semphis is so damn intimidating.
You should have seen him at the last RMR. He had sunglasses on the whole time, too. Just the arms crossed at every possible moment.
He just looks angry.
Looked like he was going to throw you right out the club.
He's the nicest guy, but he just looks angry. All right, well, no investment in this round from Nouns. Unarmored Glocks. They've got a single flashbang to try and just blind some of the players over in Banana. I imagine right as the Molotov ends, yeah, they're coming through, and the second player has a Molotov out.
Oh
how did this work? How did this work? At least the Molotov slows them a little bit, but they picked up a smoke. They can at least get a plant off this. This could be great. It's going to be tough to win this one out, but man, you come into this investing nothing, you get a couple kills in a plant, maybe even more added on top. It could be beautiful.
One more kill goes their way, and there it is. Bottom Banana control. Now it's very doable. The rifle's going to come back in for the late game, and this is a pinch on Fasten. It's all falling apart. They're not even getting damage back the other way. ZQK just has to back away. He's not got this round. He's not got the chance, and without a smoke there, he may not even have the opportunity to save. This is touch and go. This is risky. Nouns, I mean, talk about a dynamic play just flashing through. The aggression from Flamengo is so punished, and, well, let's see if they can chase out this last gun. He's so low. ZQK, Marky with the pre-fire, perhaps. Flying around the corner, here it comes, and ZQK will earn the right of survival, at least.
Not yet.
Unless.
Not yet. He could go. Oh, little walk at the end of the day.
He's got it.
And ZQK is going to go down.
He's going
to go down. Cynic finds it at the end. We're all tied up at 1. I can't believe it. I'm actually shocked that that worked so well. Now, they hit a very lucky timing, right? One player is pushing up Banana, the other one's at half wall, and right when he pulls down the second Molotov is when they actually flash through it, so that second player wasn't actually involved in the fight. They didn't have the 2 defenders fighting at the same time, so, I mean, still, it should have been recoverable. Still, it should have been fine. And I think he even panicked and, like, dropped it on the half wall when he jumped up to throw it. So, yeah, a slew of mistakes, slew of unfortunate events.
Series, indeed. But prepare yourself for those kind of rounds, because this is where Nouns thrive. It's much like Paqueta was in the last series, when things are getting messy and the buys are a little haphazard, when rounds are very touch and go. That is kind of the comfort point for a lot of these players.
Sure.
A forced buy back the other way for Flamengo.
They were born in the chaos.
They were.
Born in the insanity. It's all they know.
That's NACS for you.
Yeah, it really is.
Especially where these guys come from. I mean, this was before this team, a lot of these players were pug stars for a long time.
Hey, that's how it all begins, right?
But the difference is a lot of players make that jump after like a year. These guys, Carson, CJ, Cynic, Marky, they were pug stars for years before they started to get into organized CS. Marky's had some high opportunities. You know, you're looking at the ATKs, you're looking at the Chaoses. But for a lot of these players, this is the most organized roster and the most consistency they've had in a team in their careers, really.
It'd be really cool. I think it'd be a fun storyline as well with Semphis as the coach if he was able to kind of bring up a next generation, because, I mean, North America in general just has never really had a situation where the veterans stick around to kind of train the next generation and assist the next generation and help develop the next generation. So I think what Semphis is doing with his team is pretty admirable. Now, this is a bit awkward because we're running low on time, and that B smoke is going to last, what, 4 or 5 more seconds. So they might feel the pressure to go through it, and now it gets sketchy. They didn't make it through quite yet, but that's a nice opening kill provided. Delboni goes down. Oh, he added an O to his name today.
He did.
That's nice.
He did. He's fully accurate now. Consistent across. The bomb is going to... There's literally no time. If that bullet caught CJ in the head, this would be over. And as it is, a 1-for-1 exchange means this is still a little risky, but from the pool, they're swimming. No problem. Who needs spare time? Jason, they don't need extra clock.
No, it was a bit dicey. I'm not gonna lie. That 5-7 swing through the CT smoke is maybe a little bit later. Gets one kill. Gets like B-Wills coming through that smoke. That's an issue. That's a real problem. Doesn't happen in this round at least. 2-1 for Nouns, and shouldn't be anything invested for Flamengo.
I think there was a smile on the face there for Cynic for a moment because he knows they got away with it. He knows.
Yeah.
The IGL is gonna have a mind towards that clock, and he knows that was a little.
Yeah, I didn't really get into it in the last round, but you could tell just for the way Nouns was playing was like they weren't really doing anything on the map, right? So that's like one thing that maybe you'd want to, when you look back, you're going to be like, yeah, we won the round, but maybe say, we didn't apply enough pressure on the map to force out that utility early, right? We made no moves to kind of challenge that corner, peek into the B bomb site, playing a little bit scared, a little bit too cautious, and that could have been what ended them at the end of the day.
This is a full stack on towards B, and it looks like B-Wills at the very least wants to give this a look, but as soon as he sees the presence, it'll just send his teammates hurtling on over. They're going to hold these players here. I mean, it's just the 5 USPs, so it's all you got.
Oh.
Where's the spot? Not yet. Doesn't have the info yet. They're not seeing anything towards A, so you'd imagine that might lure them further in. They've certainly seen this stack before. It's gotten a little popular lately, this particular angle for the USPs, but the trick is that first player that peeks over, you just delete him, and then you got a rifle to play with in the future.
Well, I think he's about to find the information. They just break up the stack. Actually, he backs away as well. So still Nouns have no clue what's happening on the map. No clue about this stack, but they're committed to A. So it's not a huge deal. They'll be pleasantly surprised when they wander in. And it will be 3-1 in the favor of Nouns. So fun fact, you just found out today that Monterrey is Mountain Time.
I did.
Yeah.
It's very confusing to me because I've spent a good chunk of time in Texas. In Texas, an hour ahead. Monterrey, pretty much directly south from there, but apparently time zones don't really do north-south very logically. And today I learned. I have thought we were an hour ahead this entire week.
Yeah. That'll get you. That'll get you.
So very confusing. Nothing's going to get you in this round.
No, they aren't even budging. And there's no reason to go for any kind of a hunt either. So Nouns is going to be pretty content. This is a nice turnaround. I mean, I think one of the scary things for Nouns as well, they got, what, 1 kill in the previous round, 0 kills obviously in this one, and all of that off the back of a round where it was completely reversed against unarmored Glock. So like the upgrade, the lack of investment that Nouns had to do in the second round to get that victory and get this momentum going, their money's going to pop off real quick. Like Cynic's already going to be knocking on the door of what, like 9, 10K? Yeah. They rich. So Flamengo's got a lot of rounds trying to manage this like really, really tough CT economy at times. And I mean, if you want to have a win here in the RMR for Nouns, this is like I'm not going to say picture perfect because you would have liked the pistol round, but it's probably second best.
It's the right start. It's the right foot put forward.
In some ways, it's almost better than winning the pistol.
It is way better. It's like, so much better.
As silly as it sounds.
No 1900 for you.
It's so crazy.
Meta is a little bit weird in that way.
Yeah.
Rifle's out. So here's where we're going to see it for Flamengo. No op just yet. Utility's really limited. They don't have much. They went for head armor on a lot of players over the utility. And I mean, it means they're already down towards a smoke and a flash. That's it.
Delboni's trapped as well. So the flashbang better be absolutely perfect. He's already passed it. Oh, B-Wills looks the other way. That's too good of a double kill for the situation. Oh no, one more on top. What a huge hold for Delboni.
Catastrophe here for Nouns. They had the nade. They knew a player could be into that spot. They had the right idea, but maybe just confused about whose responsibility it was to keep hold, to keep eyes on. Marky will drop down. That's 1 kill. Oh, spots the second. The transfer is there, and suddenly this round is opened back up. But the bomb.
Oh.
Why is the bomb bottom ramp? They have so much control and nothing to do with it.
Like the bomb in this situation is a little bit weird, right? Because like, I mean, it's common to leave that down. I mean, you probably wait. Yeah, hold the thought. Carson's gonna fall. They've already pushed mid, but he spots both. Marky now has the information. One is low. A quick headshot. One quick kill. It'll get it. But the time it takes to deploy the flashbang allows Flamengo to reposition, and now this gets so much more difficult. 40 seconds. He's got some time to wait out that smoke.
And they figured out because it wasn't just held towards sight, they're like, okay, the bomb's back here. Go back and find it. Now they got it down by the Vespa. It's a duel with Showtime as he rounds the corner and he's making noise because he knows time is the issue. Showtime just tucked on this corner. He's going to have the shot. Good position to hold it. And Flamengo still bring that round through.
Really cool decision from, I think that was Delboni as well in that 2v1 who backed off all the way to the B bomb site, realizing by the time he gets that kill and picks up the bomb, if he goes for the round, he's only got time to go to the B bomb site. So I'm just going to park myself back there, let you play alone. Let's not risk any kind of weird double kill. and Flamengo's right back into it. But those are the kind of like details that NA teams and players lack that you would see European teams and players handle easily, is that flash setup. That first guy on a European team is immediately going to check the sandbags. When that flashbang comes out, he's looking to the right. Now, maybe Nouns get a little bit confused. They might have been able to spot and see and tell that 2 players fell back behind the Molotov in that choke point. But still, I mean, that lack of that detail is huge. That triple kill from Delboni should have never happened.
It's a big error, and I think it maybe reflects the nerves as well. You know, I mean, this is a comparatively young team. They've had some opportunities at big competition, but not with this roster just yet. This is the biggest opportunity for this 5 with CJ, Carson, and Marky. It's only B-Wills and Cynic who are here for the last go at the major. And Sempus, of course, but he's been here, done that.
Yeah, been here, done that. Well, this goes back to what we mentioned in the previous round. The money for Nouns had been built up so well and so strong so quickly that they've got this buy and they've got another one if they're to lose this round as well. So things not lost yet for Nouns' offensive side of things on Inferno. Guarantee you they'll check sandbags.
I'm not going to make that mistake twice. Molotov committed to it. They even had the molly come out late, but it was just not there in time. Those nades are punishing. One to find. The second, if that was on target, there might be 2 bodies down on Banana already. As it is, looking like he wants to get aggressive again. A flashbang maybe to set this up. Showtime looking for the peek. There's the flash. Here's the check. Does it catch? It does indeed. 2 lined up. Only 1 found, but look at the damage on the remainder and all that information, that juicy info. Nouns know that they've given up the game towards Banana, so they're going to try and shift the focus on towards A, and admittedly for them, the defense is splitting, but with only 40 seconds, a resmoke in towards Divider, this is going to be tough.
Now, if they counted utility properly over in Banana, they're going to realize that there's no more nades for the B defenders. There might be 2 players, but they've used smokes, they've used Molotovs, they've used nades already. Coming back into a B hit could be a good, solid play, and on Inferno, obviously, as we see time and time again, it's a nice and easy thing to fall into. Plenty of utility. Delboni's going to play it passively over at Coffins. He's got a teammate, ZQK, rotating over with the defensive support of Flashbang. And actually, they don't even want the smoke to start. Now they throw it a little bit late when they've already got to step into the bomb site. That Flashbang is going to come in. Marky's blind. CJ's not huge. Huge. That's 1 added in through the smoke. But still going to be a relatively challenging retake. We know this bomb site is tough to take over once the bomb is planted. And a chance for Nouns in a 2v3.
And they got the resmoke on the cross as well, so this slows this down. It limits their options a little bit. Without that hold towards Banana, they're just going to be forced back in towards the site. There's flashes here, maybe a hint of desperation. Carson, the healthy player, wants to take the contact, leave Cynic for the late game. Late moments, and the bomb is taking away. This is a problem. There is a kid on ZQK, but watch to see if that gets dropped. It could be an issue. He's on towards the bomb. So he's got the spot at the very least, but here comes the check. First kill found, and the second as well. Fasten will never let the doubt enter our minds. The retake is perfection.
Yeah, with no contact being made before that defuse actually starts coming in, I think that's the mistake there. That should have been a double swing at some point because Flamengo did a really good job of just eliminating all positions. When they're entering that bomb site, they know exactly where both of the players are. And once that bomb gets tapped, you're under pressure to make the play. So some kind of double swing to at least take 1 down and put it into 1v2. Especially behind that, behind the triple, or the new boxes, I should say, gives you a chance to isolate and just spam into the smoke. But another buy. Plant helps out. Money built up helps out. And Nouns going to get another bite at the apple.
Another bite in, another crack, perhaps. Another move through, certainly, and they're very timid in the early round, right? We've seen some major punishment, particularly on Banana early on, so they're leaving it alone. They know the nades have now built up for Flamengo. They're waiting to see if there's going to be that aggressive take, if there's going to be that aggressive control, if nades are going to come their way. But now B-Wills, he creeps up. He creeps, and he will be stunned by a little bit of util. They deploy the old Molly Smoke, try and section out a player. That's not there, but Delboni wants to fill the space, and a flashbang now set up for him as well. Showtime going to be ready with that util to try and give his teammate a chance. There it is. There's the check. That's a little ambitious. The smoke was down. It wasn't the flash at all. So eyes clear, B-Wills collects. And now pressure on for Showtime, forced back off the angle. They're going right into this, recognizing the opportunity, and they've got the site for free. Bomb plant, certainly guaranteed. They've done a great, consistent job of that. And this time with the advantage in the post, the question becomes, how does Flamengo want to approach this?
I mean, they're going to stick around a little bit longer and hope and pray, cross their fingers that they get a kill through the smoke. But yeah, this might be one they want to call off pretty much immediately. I think they will, in fact. There is a smoke on Fasten, who's on the other side of the map. He's going to go down to Marquee. Nice lurk. That's one player down, and now they definitely have to save. And Marquee's going to step up to try and cut off these retreating players, add a couple more scalps, take a couple more weapons away. And the economy is not good for the CT side. This is punishing. If Marquee gets one more, or if Carson gets one more,
it could turn the tide. Always eager to hunt are these players. There's the spot. The player graveyard might be able to keep this safe, but they got to be so cautious. They don't want to give anything away, and there it is. Carson, almost 2.
Nice job from ZQK, though, protecting his teammate. If he doesn't peek there from back of the bomb site, that's probably a second kill in graveyard. Still pretty damn punishing, all things considered. However, off is going to come out on ZQK. Fasten down to a Deagle. Showtime down to an SMG. This is a good round from Nouns.
Curious to see how they deploy the op early on. Looks like it's shifting over towards B. This is going to be interesting. A third player here. We haven't really seen this much yet.
It makes sense. If you can get him set up over at Car, right, you can kind of make up for the lack of utility by positioning him there and positioning him at the B bomb site and then rotating an extra player back to the other side of the map eventually. But I mean, they're saying, okay, Nouns, your kind of default that you've done is pretty much similar as everyone else in the world, is take banana control early with 2 or 3 players, then maybe go back and take brackets control and kind of figure out what's happening on the map from there. So parking 3 players in this position for Flamengo's defense is quite nice. There's a lot of yelling going on.
There is. It got very loud very quickly, which usually I think means that MIBR did something well, but couldn't tell you that guaranteed. Looking spicy though. ZQK, committing. Betting on himself. Everybody's here. He's found the first, but can he get away from the car? He's trying to. Teammate to support the swing back in. Delboni is lost, and ZQK cannot stick around. He's already maybe overstayed his welcome, but with the SMG sliding into place, they're going to hold on to this, and they're going to leave Showtime forward. 50 seconds on the clock. Time starts to become an issue. Marquee has kept the idea of A available, but he's not got a lot of information, and he just gave up an audio cue as well. That was bold from Showtime, to say the least. Just wanted to go looking off of a flashbang, and now ZQK has sole responsibility for this site. Rotation on, teammate coming to help, but Fasten can't do anything down mid, so now it's just left to these 2, and they're sectioned off by the smoke. If this flower pot is being held, and it is indeed, this is over. ZQK needs to try and save that big green gun into the next.
Yeah, Marquee again already on the hunt though, and CJ's going to join up with them. I like this. This is a little bit of over-aggression from Showtime, I think, trying to make that push, trying to get some information to get his teammates a jump on what's coming, and obviously punish, and it opens everything up. Now ZQK, I don't think you can really go anywhere except just huddle in library like he is. He's got to hear these footsteps encroaching on his position, but as soon as he fires off a shot, even if it gets a kill, he's in a lot of trouble. Pete comes from the other angle, and it's a 5th round for Nouns.
Don't know if the Nouns players are much of readers, but they certainly found his position, no problem. Maybe they're familiar. Dewey Decimal System. Where does ZQK fall in that one?
No Zoomers aware of the Dewey Decimal System.
Go to the library, folks.
That's way too old school.
They're great.
They probably got iPads and shit nowadays.
Yeah, you probably don't need the Dewey. Well, it's probably still the system, but you just search like which exact spot it's in.
All right.
That kind of makes me a little sad.
Yep, 5 rounds for Nouns, 2-round lead, and an economic advantage, economic control of the map. This is quite nice for Nouns.
Trying to get us back on track here, Jason.
Yeah, overcoming that small hiccup of rounds 5 and 6. We can talk about the Dewey Decimal System
later.
Over some tequila.
This might work. This might work. Nissam's got a rifle. It could just funnel them back in towards B, which is the right read for Nouns. This is where they got the control, so they're going to say, you know what, let's not risk trying to clear this back out. Now we get the 1 kill. Round's not an issue, but there is an AK for Nissim. I don't know that they're going to risk that. I would imagine they might keep it back. And now the spot. Carson, get that util out. You would really love to keep the AK further in. They'll go for a cheeky boost, though.
They're trying to get some kills, right? They're trying to grind away at some of this economy, maybe get some kills on the exit. Now, Carson, I don't think he's going to mess with this anymore. This is where you got to start, if you're Nouns, looking towards CT spawn and saying, let's create an escape route for ourselves. And that's what Flamengo thinks is happening. So they're rotating all the way back around, but they're not going to get there quick enough. Carson's already flirting with the idea, so Nouns should have position and shouldn't be in too much danger of losing a whole lot. Again, that AK-47 not even going to be risked in the hands of Nissim.
Delboni is tucked to save a smoke. I kind of like that idea. They're really playing
everything counts,
with
baby.
The economy. Might as well keep it alive. There it goes. Clean round on for Nouns despite the first loss, but the gun given over, that's something to like this by. And there's armor behind this, so he can drop an op and still be fine.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Semphis. Just chewing his gum. He just looks like an angry trainer.
It's the forearms, man. When they're crossed, those things are rippling.
No, it's the eyes. It's those crazy eyes.
Well, maybe get the Nouns glasses on him. Make him look a little more friendly.
Right? 6-3. Round number 10. ZQK is the alt back in his hand. Provided by Nissim, who is able to save the AK-47. So a little bit of a benefit of saving that weapon is you get to drop a strong weapon over to your AWPer. Nouns haven't dabbled with the dark side of the T-side AWP.
No, they don't really like to touch it too much. Cynic's very comfortable onto the rifles, and they like to play with so much pace that most maps you might not see the AWP come out at all on the T side. If they get it for free, you could see him pick it up. He's capable with it, but it's not a necessity for Cynic's playstyle, certainly, and the rifles are A-okay. And I mean, you see with these kind of quick hops in towards apps, you don't want to slow him down with the scope.
A little bit of change in the defense as well that you have to imagine B. Wills is going to be calling out. Normally we've seen Flamengo really challenge at Banana with utility early, some presence as well, peeking down at car or at the boards. This time there's no presence, there's no deep Molotov, there's no deep smokes whatsoever, so that utility is being held onto for Flamengo, especially considering how much of an emphasis towards the B bomb site Nouns have had. They want some of those smokes and Molotovs for the late round execute that might come in.
Just a shot through the smoke that lets them know the AWP's in play, but nothing found for it. He's trying his luck. They want to challenge. They want to challenge on the fade. There might be a flashbang for this, or they may just wait it through, and if they do, I mean, there's no one here. So Arch now gained. This is a lot of pressure onto the A-site players. They'll try and withdraw, but no one in pit either. If they wrap Moto, this is very much exposed. They're trusting the AWP to find enough damage.
Oh, this setup is horrid. It's actually horrible from the CT side.
I don't love it. I don't love it, but now it's almost seem like they're backing away. They're wondering. They're wondering, why haven't we seen anything yet? The aggression's going to come up short now, trying to get a little bit of a push, but as the Moto players wrap, they're so very exposed. First contact goes, and yeah, it's going to be a disaster. There's just no second element. There's no way to go. You have to hit every shot perfectly or you're done for.
Everyone's inside the bomb site, and one player was watching rap side from like the default plan boxes, and it's just like you have your entire defense just like entirely built off one person having some kind of incredible performance. And I'll tell you what, I like the call from Nouns as well to get into that smoke, because you hear the AWP ring out on that side. And yeah, the risk is it could be a bait for an M4 and Cubby or something like that, obviously. But I mean, Nouns is just saying, okay, if you're gonna just take an AWP shot and show your presence on rap side and drop a smoke, more than happy to go challenge that. Because if we decide to pop through it, like, that's not an easy fight for the AWP. Maybe it goes 1-for-1, but that's a risk that Nouns is more than happy to take. But the real issue is just Flamengo shifting off of that as the AWPer comes back into the bomb site. Nobody in pit, nobody changing position. That defense had no plan to it.
It feels like as well, you know, looking at the things that we admired about what Flamengo was able to do over towards that MIBR matchup, in particular, it was about pace control, right? It was about setting the tempo on the map.
Yeah, and that was on the T side as well. So I mean, we can maybe when they switch over, we'll see something similar to them. But certainly here, yeah, some miscues on the defense that aren't very confidence inspiring.
No, and they're just, I mean, they're letting. We've had a little bit of aggression down Banana, but outside of that, we haven't necessarily seen a lot, especially into the late rounds, to take the initiative. A peek here from ZQK. He wanted to change that, but a flashbang will make him rethink it immediately. Nothing found just yet. There's the spot. He takes a lot of damage in turn. CJ flying around will never let him zero in. And pressure again, knocking on the door of the B site without that utility having been thrown. They feel like this might be soft. There is util. They're just being very conservative with it. And now the cross smoke thrown, the coffin's thrown. They're baiting out the set. They're causing problems. Showtime's so low, but he gets a kill back. It's Delboni instead. Look at the health. Look at the spam.
I actually don't know how Showtime's still alive. He's very, very fortunate. Very fortunate. However, Nouns have at least forced out some of the defensive utility. They can come right back at this B bomb site with 3 players, even if they want to leave Marky to lurk. But he's been spotted. Little shoulder showing. ZQK fully committed to the A bomb site now as he rotates over to Rap.
That's the Marky magic effect. Just show a little hint of an ankle and get them so excited. It's just a bit of a tease, that one. And he never intended to go through. So he just wanted to show a little bit of presence in case there was a setup here. I don't think he got the information, but he's backing away to group up with the team, and they're going to head straight in towards B.
Yeah, I think they might also just want to execute before he gets there. This is chewing a lot of time off the clock. Now, showtime is so low. They've passed him the AWP, but he essentially has no presence. He's going to be smoked off as well. So it is all on the Soul M4. It is all on Delboni. Oh, and B Wills has found him nice and easy, and Showtime can't risk the spam. He wants to get the planter creeping up, takes a blind shot and right through the ankles of Marquis. But again, a tough retake and a tough decision for Flamengo, down 3-7. There's ZQK, and the decision gets a whole lot easier.
If this cross smoke is gone, it's not like you're getting Showtime out of here. He's even losing his potential bodyguards. That op, 2 HP on the cross. What are they going to do? Fast, trying to buy a little bit of space for his teammate. And he's around the corner. All right, he slipped the gap. He's out of there. It's touch and go enough that Nouns will not chase. And the damage onto Showtime, reminder, completely unconfirmed. So they don't even realize how low he could be. They're out of here. Still, it's 8 rounds on the board for Nouns. This T side is looking phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's a very basic T side as well. It's nothing crazy. I mean, it's been mostly B hits with the occasional A hit mixed in there. Like, I think maybe just 2 of them. But the fact that Flamengo can't stop these attacks towards the B, the only round they've had success at stopping towards B was the Delboni triple kill from Sandbags.
Right, and that was more about the blunder on the down side than it was about anything in particular from Delboni.
And now it's been all the way back in round 5. It's 5 rounds in a row for Nouns.
That's painful. That's painful. So with the Nouns heating up, looking like a spicy down here. A chili pepper, if you will. But we again have the 3-man setup towards B early on. That lets them dump more utility. That sets up the AWP to potentially take a peek, but not seeing anything. They're already shifting off of this. The heavy presence in apartments. It's a limited round. And this gonna get checked. That's an angle that Marquis himself would hold, so he's gonna check it. Like that awareness, bullets through, and those walls will not give you cover.
Yeah, that's a little too overeager with the spam. Trying to get a little too clever. Decent damage onto Nissim.
I actually think they want to challenge back this way. They're reading that maybe the rotation would have come off having gotten the kill there, but they're absolutely wrong. They are incorrect if that's the assumption. They want to clear some space here, top brackets, but 4 players are locked towards this side of the map.
Oh, and now Cynic's got the AWP as well, so they've got less strength on the entries, right? Less of a rifle to move into this bomb site, and that op can be really unwielding. 157 heard towards Rap side.
Here's the peek around. No one's holding the pit, so no one's exposed to that op angle. They're all holding passive with the pistols, trying to avoid giving this up.
Showtime's gone to the B bomb site. 30 seconds.
Arch is going to be the issue again. They've got the space in towards Moto. This is going to be punishing, perhaps. The balcony player might need to deliver. Fast going, looking, but now he's going to be checked and gets away. Gets away, so a second chance, but not for long. And here we go. Here's the activation. No time to spare. They never do leave themselves much, but it's good enough. And ZQK has to save.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. This is, I mean, the B hits haven't been able to get stopped. This is 2 Rat plays on the A bomb site that haven't been able to be stopped. Nouns is really exploiting some of the weaknesses of Flamengo's defense. And what's nice about it too is like, they're leaning on him as well. It's just like, okay, this works. This has been easy. This is twice now they've been able to walk all the way up Rap side with nobody from Flamengo. And yeah, this round there were some pistols mixed in, but there was still an op, there was still an M4, there were still some resources to use, and they're just getting free access and free map control. They're not being harassed from CT spawn, not being harassed from library at all. They're turning the corner and nobody's even watching Rap side twice now. So, man, go back to it all day.
And that's in a 5v4 as well, right? So you don't even have the numbers disadvantage to maybe apply that pressure. They're just getting a little antsy. And it's something we noticed for Flamengo as well. In the previous matchups, they have this tendency to get a little antsy. Maybe not just sit into the first read. Maybe check a couple things, shift around, try and move the op a lot. It's tough to get them to just sit on spots.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw that a little bit on Nuke against MIBR. Oh, and this time as well, you have like the added pressure and nervousness of just getting bodied in the server as well. So communication's probably a little chaotic. It's probably not exactly what you'd like it to be. Maybe some hectic calls, maybe some really panicked calls as well. Maybe thinking too much into things. Back to defensive pressure in Banana. B-Wills has found a safe place between the Molotovs. Utility is holding the defenders at bay, but a flashbang is going to allow Showtime to peek all the way down. He gets nothing out of that.
Nothing indeed, and where's the util remaining for this? ZQK wants to go for a peek. A flashbang to set showtime over, but a counter here. Util set, that's a swing. Heck of a pick for Cynic. Takes the op out of play on the other side, and now they're under major pressure. They may not expect everybody here, but they're starting to dig it away. They know Delboni usually still plays on site. The smoke confirms it. What they already knew, they're getting that op away. No scope for you.
Ooh, Marquis in trouble. It's all in the timing. Timing that he has. Timing that he has found. Just turns as Fasten steps up for the fight, and the whole map is available for Nouns.
He always does know that, Marquis. The game sense is just insane. He always feels like he's turned the right way at the right time. Just a very instinctive player, and that's why they leave him as the lurk in so many setups, especially here towards apartments. He's just great at finding that one moment to strike. Nissim, what do you got for us? He's been impressive before. He needs to be heroic here. Not gonna happen. He's not feeling Danish at all. The bomb will be going down. Delboni, the lone survivor, will just have to try and keep what little he has to take it forward. He's looking to see if the op's down here, but they've long since disposed of that. It's over the half wall. I don't even know where they dropped it, but I know he's not finding it.
It's time for the hunt, baby. If you're Nouns, you got all the money in the world. You don't have to worry about cash flow for the rest of the game. Take this gun away. Throw 4, throw 5 at him. Gonna spot him here, and B-Wills takes him down. 7 straight for Nouns. It's 10-3. Damn.
Damn. It was looking like we were gonna get a little bit of a heater in the first few rounds, and well, it's only feeling hot if you're on that Nouns side.
Semphas is sitting down.
That's like, rare to see.
He's like, my job is done. I'm good.
You know he's confident if he's sitting down.
He's like, I'll take a break. The guys don't need me in this one.
He's a pacer.
I understand that. I was too.
I don't know how you can't be, especially in this kind of circumstance where you can't talk so often. Just somewhere that energy's got to go, and it's in your feet. Whoa, ZQK. He's off his feet. He's swept away from it and out of this round right off the rip. The op will be retrievable at least, but that is a heck of a start. Just a punishing utility coming through from Nouns. Different looks to their pacing, and ZQK thought he could get a bit of space for a peek, and it's anything but.
And this is like a horrifying feeling if you're Flamengo. I mean, it sucks as the B defenders because you've tried so many different things. You've tried op peaks, you've tried utility with deep peaks from M4s, you've tried more passive setups at sandbags with flashbangs, without flashbangs, you've tried passive into the B bomb site. None of it's worked to hold off this hit towards the B bomb site. Ooh, except for maybe Delboni's op. That seems to be working a little bit. Nice double kill. And then it also feels horrible if you're the A defenders because you're like, man, I would love to just be involved in this game, but we're either losing B or getting wrapped upon.
Nissim's position in Boiler could be interesting. They're usually pretty good to clear this, but there's a chance that an error slips in. No, they're checking. Marky's ready for it. Almost looked away, but he's back in time, and now it's all into Fast. His teammate not quite close at hand. Fast gonna get the first, but CJ keeping the fire, keeping the pressure on into Library. Oh no. Cynic's already anticipating the hunt. He might wrap himself in towards Library, but now he realizes he has to get back. Oops.
I don't know where Cynic was going. Like, what are you, 2v1? Why are you going so far from the bomb? Now he hears the footsteps. He knows he's still got a good angle. Bomb's not planted for him, though, and the op could be awkward, so holding an off angle, Showtime has no idea. Nice freebie. Cynic comes back and saves the day. 11-3.
I think his mind was on the hunt, but I mean, we're so close to the end of the half. It's got to make sure you just win the rounds.
And you know, I mean, you have to know, too, in a 2v1, he's going for it with this kind of a scoreline as well. Like, just stick around. Don't get too crazy, especially with the smoke still up.
Well, as it is, an unimpeded run to the end of this half seems to be the case. Maybe a chance for something to say here for Flamengo, but they have felt powerless for so very long. They're just thinking, you know what, get me on Ancient. I thought might have entered their minds, but we've seen a lot of teams refuse to quit. And we'll see if Flamengo have that grit, have that wherewithal. They just need to try and get out of this half. Fasten getting aggressive. They're holding for this.
You can't blame them.
Eventually going to jump it. There it is. There's a big kill.
You can't blame him either. I mean, and it obviously gets the reward, but just make some kind of a play to start this round out positively for your team.
This double porch set up, one high, one low. See if it can capitalize. Nissim keeping them safe, and now coming to group with his team. This is everything. They're betting everything on it and trusting that Marquis won't challenge the smoke. Actually, it's being watched, but here comes the play. Here comes the execute. The hold is good. Even exchange, but Nissim with the last laugh in that one. Marquis will keep it in doubt.
If he hurries up, he's got a chance. He's got a little bit of time. He just needs to get this bomb and get back into the bomb site. They're not here just yet. Trying to delay any kind of a flank from mid. That's not coming, so plant at the default position. Gonna deploy a smoke as well to re-smoke small pit, and he missed it.
He wanted just the vision to see if that player was coming out library in time. But as he's not, he's actually going to slink further in towards this angle. They'll come his way. The gap in the smoke is alluring. And Marky just tucked in the corner. How do they read this? Do they expect him to be in the tight angle? Showtime does, but he's down for the count. The second player there. Bolt's coming back the other way. Marky knows now, and he's got the aim. The headshot to boot. A 12th round with a 1v3 for just a little bit of flair to send us to the half.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done. What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Well, Nouns might be dancing a little bit of a jig after that first half, but there's a few more steps to finish this routine. And meanwhile, down on the T side, Flamengo might be looking to change the beat.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see. I mean, we kind of talked about some of the cool things they did on the T side of Nuke, but problem is you just don't have a whole lot of runway to work with, do you? You don't really have a whole lot of mistakes to give up. They won the pistol round in the first half.
Wow. Yep. Yes, they did. Didn't win the subsequent, but they did win the pistol round, and this might be a good start back into it. What a jumping shot from Nissim.
Damn.
The Glock popping. CJ wants to look back in, but he's going to be forced off the angle, trying to set up a crossfire with Cynic. And now the push down banana from Carson. This could get really interesting. They can't quite zero in the kill. They do find it. And so they're past. They're out of the danger zone of that flank. Carson will have to cover a lot more ground. But he's doing it quickly. It's getting spicy. Now the pit dug out. That's a great kill. And on the edge of it, Cynic continuing to find damage. Dooley's now distracting Carson. He's up short. The bomb's not planted yet. They don't know he's here. They don't know he's here. The Dooley's going out ahead. That's a little ambitious. And now Carson, he's revealed his position without effect. Damage is far from enough and flying around the site. He just can't find a kill.
Yeah, there was a couple close moments there where Nouns could have pulled that back into their favor. I think it was CJ who peeked down mid and got the kill with that flashbang. He caught himself jumping back and hit the wall, so he got slowed down and then taken out. I think Cynic probably could have shifted into the bomb site, so his teammate who's rotating through library could have taken up that same position over on the edge of the smoke. But those are all small, nitpicky details.
I mean, again, didn't win the pistol round in the first.
True.
See if they can do it here.
And they've got more in the second round than they did then, too.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the scary thing, well, not scary, not yet, at least, if you're Nouns, just after a half like that, again, we say it all the time, just put them away. Don't let them come back. Don't let this get sketchy. Don't put the pressure on yourself. Just handle business when the guns come out. Or now.
Or now. They do like them a force buy.
Nothing crazy as well. They're not pulling out any kind of cheese, any kind of stack whatsoever. This is just a standard 3-2. They're keeping attention. They're keeping information over at brackets right now, trying to hold on to utility at the B bomb site for as long as possible. Carson has a smoke he hasn't deployed yet. Not fooled by that one. Cynic has a single flashbang with his scout. And B-Will's rotation was called off as well.
I think they're just going to wait. Lots of flashbang. There's the smoke going through. Cynic came off the angle perhaps at the wrong time. That allows showtime forward, but Carson's ready for it. And with that smoke, now it's sectioned off. Now the SMG can come back the other way. They're burning their own util. So they're rerouting.
It was a full rotation from Nouns, though. But the fact that there's a smoke down in mid was absolutely beautiful. A follow-up one as well means that Flamengo cannot try and take brackets control. So we've just fallen back into a stalled round, but they're going to head back to the B site.
35 seconds, though. Time is such an issue here. There's no more stall-out utility on this site.
There's one nade on B-Wills, though. If they start throwing utility, he can drop it in the choke point. If he sees that smoke pop up or sees a little bit of an indication they're coming, that nade can do a lot of damage.
Here it comes. Here it comes. It is going to find its mark. That's a lot of damage. Maybe not catastrophic just yet, but Carson with the MAC-10, it softens them up for him. That's the bomb drop. Carson looking for more. B-Wills through the smoke, finds it. Fasten and Nissim, and Fast just has to plant this bomb. Cynic. He had to based on the time. Cynic's there, but the shot goes wide. The missed opportunity, the flower pot's on, it doesn't matter. Nissim is nowhere near this. He's gonna have to do a retake on a site that they already had just to bring it through. And yes, he might kill B-Wills, but now the position's revealed, and Marky is so swift with the trade. Plenty of time for this defuse, never a doubt, and that is now 2 of 2. Second round force buys taken through by Nouns.
Both pistols won by Flamengo, both second rounds lost by Nouns. That's crazy. That first kill from B-Wills with the 5-7 coming through initially on that attack is massive. That is everything. Even picking up the MAC-10, adding one more on top of it. 13-4, man. Looking like we're going to get to map 2 pretty quickly.
Starting to smell like it.
And I don't know, like it's hard, I don't necessarily think there's a right or wrong answer for Flamengo if you want to force up here or if you want to save to get the AKs out as quick as possible. Either way, it's going to be a really, really tough comeback to have in this map. They are going to go for the buy-up Tech 9s, a P250, and a Deagle.
This might just accelerate things.
Certainly at the time of attack, right? At like the execute, it's just going to be an explosion.
Deep banana control. Going to be the object for Carson, and he's got it. Deep smoke, utility on. Now he's got all this space. Don't know if he wants to stay here forever. That's a really big commitment out from Cynic.
Yeah, that's a mistake you can't have. That's a mistake you can't give away if you're Nouns. A jiggle peek maybe if you want some information of what's going on in middle, but that committed fight, that wide of a swing is really painful. Now CJ and Marquis, they're not playing or working together. And Cynic has to fall back, which means Marquis is essentially all alone. Double nade, that's massive. CJ has to back away, but he's been wrapped upon it, all due to the one quick kill in middle. Cynic going down was a disaster, and Flamengo's right back into it.
And Carson's not going to clear this at all.
Knife.
CQK is going to get the knife if he wants it. He just needs Carson to slow down for a moment. He realizes, okay, you know what, maybe don't let a teammate die. Knife would be funny, but better to get the round. B-Wills to save the M4, that's all he's trying to do.
I'm actually kind of surprised he's even here. Like, he's even taken this route. Like, you're not going to get any value off taking this SMG away. You just kind of risk your life. Now, he does escape for the moment with that frag. Nissim is on the hunt. But those are the mistakes I mentioned that you cannot give away. This is all about just putting this game behind you quickly. Get up 1-0. This is an elimination game. And that kind of a peak, you're trying to do way too much.
There's just no reason for it either. Yeah, you don't have an advantage yet, but you have all of Banana under control. You got what you wanted off the initial look. There's no coordination behind Cynic as well, and it just seems to be a bit of a brain fart at a moment where they could have put this map away.
It's a wide, like, look how deep, he's so committed. I don't even care if there's a flashbang with it. There's no need for that play in that situation. You already have the advantage of utility. You already have the advantage of weaponry. You don't need to try and force a situation where you add an advantage of 5v4.
Well, let's see if they can recover here. There's a bit behind this. And Cynic, speaking of being committed, that time it kind of works. Tag on it fast, and he's away. He does like that cheeky ult mid-peak, usually more with an AWP and maybe a rifle to support, but it's a bit frisky.
A lot of nades down Banana means only one smoke remaining for the two defenders there. That's it. No nades, no no flashbang, excuse me.
Banana take on. There's no more mollies, at least, for this T side, so new box, those kind of positions, they're viable. No one holding it just now, but the first orange, that's going to be Carson. They can't dig him out of that spot without a fight. And having shown presence top Banana, now they're going to shift away. See if they can't challenge brackets. A timely smoke in, rebuffs. 50 seconds, Nissim clearing out apartments. He'll have this space. Marky's holding it from the graveyard, though. The more time gets off, the more nervous you got to be if you're a Flamengo fan. Yeah, because they're going to come in without info.
Oh, Cynic is shifting, though. He's rotating away. Got to come back now. Yeah, CJ's going to hear these footsteps. Deploys a defensive smoke himself, and that one's painful because Flamengo is pretty much committed to this A hit, and that smoke is going to take them all the way down to about 16, 17 seconds. So they're going to start challenging towards Rap side, but Marky's spot in Graveyard, very strong for this, especially combined with the run-through from Cynic. If he finds the timing, it could be everything. He's distracted. Marky has to keep his head down low. Already into the bomb site. This is weird. CJ turns and gets dropped in middle, and somehow they've started to make it work. Cynic with the deagle kill, but the rifles did nothing. And that's going to be round number 6 for Flamengo.
Talk about leaving it to the last second. Flamengo not leaving themselves a lot of margin for error, but it works. It works very well. And Carson unable to bring in this kill. So the damage on Anissim and Fasten doesn't really matter whatsoever. They may need to get a little creative about where they want to go to save these guns, but they will make it through. B-Wills just wants to keep the rifle alive. And he may not be afforded that opportunity. It looked like such a good setup. It looked like we might have another one of those limited buys just work out off the timing and the positioning, but you're absolutely right. Those rifles just get nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's that defensive smoke that they reroute towards Rap side, kind of take away any impact CJ can have, especially when Marky's not able to stop anything, not able to slow the hit down, so then CJ has to turn around to try and address the situation. Just creates a really awkward scenario for him, and Nouns couldn't find what they wanted. So Flamengo's still alive. Not quite within striking distance yet, but this has been, what, like 2 rounds now where they've had economic advantage. They're going to get a 3rd one here, so they're getting some nice soft rounds to get back into the game.
We got a couple nades into this one, but that's the brunt of the investment. Obviously, the safe rifle for B-Wills will be something they can work around. And B-Wills has been shifted over towards A. This is going to be the look. The HEs will be held on B for as long as possible to try and be as punishing as possible.
And next round's not going to be any kind of a crazy strong buy for Nouns either. They're going to get 2,400 out of the losing bonus. Ooh, that would be a good fight to win. AK's too quick. Marky uses those arms, and Fasten's going to try and chase him down.
Not living up to his name, though. A little too slow to the corner. Hey! His HEs, they're still here. Ah, a little early. I like the discipline. I like the patience on it. Carson's going to toss out his, and neither one's really going to do much of anything at all. A is theirs. They're quickly realizing it. They're rotating off. No need to hunt here. Even if they're going to concede the 1 A1S into the next round, far better to get 7 on the board with no risk.
Yep, and Fasten's already got that deep angle up lane looking towards library, so he's like, I have such a good angle, such a strong angle of control that we can just follow me up and free bomb site. Plant goes down, 7 now for Flamengo. They've cut the lead in half.
Momentum is a funny thing.
No, that doesn't work. They didn't cut the lead in half.
They have half of their opponent's lead now?
That's what it was. Whoopsie.
That's all good. Never do math.
It's early.
I hate to break it to you, Jason. Not sure you're right about that. Well, let's see if this rifle lives. It's up on the flower pots. Kind of an interesting angle for a save. But how eager are they to clear it? Not very.
No, I don't think it's. They have money, but I don't think it's really worth it to take the single M4 away. Now, the nice thing with that one saved rifle, or 2 saved rifles, I should say. No, just one.
Just one.
Is that, I mean, he can drop it over to someone and it helps out with some utility for some of his teammates. So that's not too shabby. 13-7. Flamengo's getting close though. This scoreline is no longer as intimidating as it once seemed.
No, I mean, it looks downright redeemable. Still 6 rounds to make up. And this is where it could all change, right? We got the rifles back out. We don't have the AWP. But we also don't have Cynic wandering around in mid, so that's a boon. That's a blessing. Playing back towards the sites a little bit. Nouns are really not taking the initiative in any of this. They don't even have presence in towards apartments. Marky's back into the graveyard. It didn't work out very well last time, but he wants to try it again.
Double nade. Double nade. Oh, that's great damage out of Showtime. That's well done, and that's why they're not taking initiative. They were setting up a utility play over in the B bomb site. Same over at A, saving a lot of utility.
Now the Molly sails over. That's going to limit this play towards Porch. Fasten's kind of stuck. Carson's coming back into it. Didn't realize he was actually back in towards the apartment, so it's all good there.
Maybe an intimidating smoke out towards halls that's just thrown, but I mean, Nouns on some level don't really care because they had full mid information as well. They know it's not actually going to be used for the hit, but now it's coming up. Nicely done from CJ. That's just one though. Over towards Rap side. Oh, the jiggles. The jiggles. Cynic, you're cut out in the open. What a crazy challenge that is extending that long.
He backs away, unpunished. There's the bomb confirmation. If it wasn't already, the rotation can be in here, but Cynic, he gets one before dropping. His position for Marky's so huge, but they can't take him out of the pit. Their utility is gone. It's just about the rifles. Marky doesn't need to face. He needs to stay alive for his teammates to come in and support. Carson's now on the angle, around the corner, and the bomb's not planted just yet. They know they don't have the denial. Now B-Wills comes in. It's a triangle that can crunch back in towards this site, but Nissim takes one side off of it, all onto Delphoni. Molotov to make him uncomfortable. He's ablaze now, pushed out, but he gets the first. Time is so short, has to commit into this, and now B-Wills knows. He knows he's got him off the bomb. It's just about the time. 1 second, and that's the round on for Nouns and the kill to boot. No loss bonus coming in, just a little bit of a chaser to that delicious cocktail.
Nice 1v1 for B-Wills. Way to use the time to your advantage, but that round is all set up from Marky. I was really worried he was going to swing and commit to a fight, but staying alive is the right call. Might almost even be good that he got gushed through the half wall because that forced him into a passive situation. That chews so much time off the clock, takes so much positioning potential away from Flamengo. Nicely done, however, they're not out of it just yet. Down to 2 SMGs, limited on nades, and on the verge of a reset.
This is the moment. If you're Flamengo, this is the time to dig deep. Look at that nade. Oh my goodness. The utility damage again punishing Flamengo, just being caught in the pack. Shrapnel shredding. And another one as well. Showtime wondering what he did in a past life to deserve this. Why him? Why always him? He's back by the ramp. How did that nade find him? Heat seeking. It might be coming to a close here. Fast play in Delphoni, trying to be the tip of the spear, 1-for-1 on Carson, but they don't know B-Wills. Never mind, now they do. Nissim, flash or no, is fine to take that kill through. Bomb planted. This might be a save out from Nouns. The money is far from good, and Cynic, this is even an overcommit. There's a gap in that smoke, and he wanted to fight, but now he has to think about how he's going to get away.
This time punished for the completely passive setup at the B bomb site right out of the gates. No challenge of any positioning. No information of the timing of that hit or when Flamengo is getting certain parts of Banana under their control, and entirely punished for it.
So Flamengo a chance to build back in. Yes, they conceded the one, but the immediate rallying cry. Taking that B site. Money going to be real sketchy on the Noun side. Loss bonus still built up, so there will be some cash available. but not much. 1900 coming in, not exactly ideal. It is a little less built up than I expected. And so the cash, you're probably going to dictate nothing invested around these guns.
Yeah, I hope they just save entirely. Like, don't even buy anything, even on the USPs. Just get as much as you can. I mean, with the 6-round lead now, you're 2 rounds away from a map victory. Make sure you have as many buy rounds as humanly possible for the rest of this game. And they already kind of had, started this half out on the struggle bus of not being able to really like have any kind of economic power.
This is interesting. It's a Flamengo timeout. This is the kind of moment that maybe if you're Nouns, you'd want to take just a breath. Consider?
Again, I think, well, I mean, it's funny because the Flamengo had those like really weird timeouts against MIBR, but I think this is more just Flamengo realizing the situation and saying, we have economic control, let's not do a hiccup here. With this, they're saying exactly what I was saying a couple of rounds ago. This lead isn't as bad as it looks. 1 or 2 gun round wins and we can be right back into this. I think we're getting a Nouns timeout as well. They're first right off the back of Flamengo, so they want to talk things over.
Interesting one there. A little bit of an extra idea. Maybe just put the doubt in Flamengo's mind as well. What are they taking this for? What is this moment for? An extra bit of calm? Extra moment to discuss.
It could be icing out Flamengo a little bit, make them second guess what they just talked about. It could be also trying to set up some kind of a play with the 3 weapons that they have. If they, I mean, how frisky do you want to get? You have 2 SMGs, you have an M4. Do you want to send all your kind of power and strength over towards Banana to put a stop to it early? Something cheeky in Halls.
Whatever it is, Samphis has resumed his seat. And so the play...
It was leg day today. He's a bit tired.
It's about to reoccur. And out they go. Every day is leg day when you pace that much.
True. It's a good point. Although probably not for him.
Probably not for him.
I don't think it has the same effect.
Maybe if he's holding a car on his shoulders.
Okay, so all the strength that Nouns have is at the A bomb site. 2 SMGs in the M4. 1 boost up early, and they leave CJ to see what he can get.
Oh, this play right by the door. Right by the door. CJ's just hoping for that little hint of a poke from Fast. If you give him a pixel, he's going to capitalize. Flashbang's good. Oh, Fast has spotted the legs. Now he knows. Now he knows that's what the flashbang sets up. Good use of the utility. A nade answers back, but they'll take that damage. They will happily exchange that for a kill.
Yeah, and they'll happily slow it down as well at this point. You can see they're just now entering and starting to move up Banana as well. Very cautious there, looking for any kind of tricky play with the utility. I kind of mused about that during the timeout. Cynic's got a flashbang in support if they do commit to this, but it's just 2 USPs defending, so not going to do a whole lot.
He's going to commit the rifle in.
If you can bait these USPs properly, maybe they just get 1 kill. Oh, 1 shoulder spotted. They now know the position of Carson. Moving in. Cynic's going to come through with the flashbang. Gets 2. Oh, that's nice. That is very nice. Marky got 1 in Halls as well, so he's transitioned to an AK, but he doesn't realize the follow-up lurk, and he can't control it. They're going to go for this. They're going to go for this retake for sure.
I mean, it's pure house money at this point. Right, little invested in it, buy into the next, a 2-on-2, the bomb going down. You've got rifles.
No
They're
armor,
always going to rely on their aim. Aim punch will be brutal. Doesn't matter for the up, but Fast has a little bit of an advantage here. And from the graveyard, as soon as he pops, he can just control their shots, and out they go. Carson melts like oh so much butter. But B-Wills, Mr. William himself, what's he got for us? First one found through the smoke. Now it's just the up, the duel. Oh, not an issue, but he's out of bullets. Needs the sidearm for it. They've both gone to the pistols. And a connecting shot. 1 more needed. He's got it as well. Time for the defuse. I think just enough.
Yeah, I think he does have it. I think there's more than enough for this defuse. What a round. What a clutch from B-Wills. That's a couple of clutches now in his pocket in this game. Well done, and a low economy victory. A 4v5, and Flamengo again out of a timeout. Stubbed their toe.
Take them away from him, man.
I know.
Take them away from him.
No more timeouts. You guys are thinking too much.
Just run on instinct.
It's this right here, though. It's that come through from Cynic with the flashbang as well, with those USPs challenging, keeping as much attention as possible away from the M4. But this is, I mean, man, you got to feel, I think ZQK is going to have nightmares about this one. He's going to be really frustrated he didn't connect any of those op shots in that duel. That's a big boy win. 7 chances for Nouns to put Flamengo away on map 1.
B-Wills might have just been the one to do it. Even limitations of the utility in this one, right? The bank's been drained, so There's a bit more. That's a nice nade early. Showtime has just had a magnet in his head. Nissim is gone. Wanted to try and get something in towards the apps. He's had a lot of space here, but this time the apartments were under the control of Cynic's op.
Yeah, that's a good adjustment from the defense. It's been mostly, as you mentioned, Marky, and it's been pretty passive as well. He's been playing Graveyard a lot right out of the gate. He's been playing on the balcony overlooking Pit a lot of the times right out of the gate. Not too much aggression. Nice easy kill for the op to soften things up. However, Marky traded off now as he gets aggressive in the mid-round. But this is always going to be a B finish.
Always was. What's the utility here? A smoke out, but they might just challenge this. No, they think better of it. 50 seconds. It is about the full limits of the site defenders. One more flashbang to set up.
I hate this position of Cynic. I hate it. I hate everything about it.
It's so committed.
It's so committed. You have no teammate. You have no... Okay, CJ coming around might make it a little bit better, but he's going over to the B bomb site. Oh, this is the wrong call. Oh, this is not good. Nouns with the pressure on, with the chance of victory. They're floundering. They feel the pressure, and they're trying to shore up a defense with a gamble, and it's at the wrong bomb site.
This is going to get real weird. 20 seconds, so they can't even think about the split in towards B. That's not an option. It's always going to end A.
There's a Molotov as well on ZQK.
There is a smoke here for Cynic, so at least he can buy some time. Perhaps there's the Maul. He wanted a shot. He's forced out. Goes towards mini pit instead, but there's a player Moto, so he's a dead man. And it's not even really required. Bomb now down a 3-on-3 into this retake. What do we have for the util? A flash for both sides. It's going to be the guns all the way. And Nouns don't even look like they're going for it. They'll play the long game. They'll back off of this one. They will concede around.
It's not the worst thing in the world. It's Nouns trying to make a read and say, okay, Flamengo, we just smoked them out. They're just going to sit behind it and re-execute when the smoke fades. I guess the positive side of that kind of a stack is since you only lose the op, you have these 3 M4s. Next round can be another fight to a certain degree. You won't invest much on Marky and Cynic, but at least you have the rifles to play with. Actually, excuse me, Cynic can buy another weapon as well. He's got 3,100, excuse me. So he can have another rifle.
And if they just drop something over to Marky, it's Eagle, anything.
They'll replenish utility, yeah. They'll replenish utility and yeah, drop him something and he can get utility and armor as well. So, okay. Not the worst thing in the world. Still 6 more chances to play with.
6 more opportunities. And here's the investment, here's the replenish. Here's the gun out.
Someone give him a P250 at least.
The Eagle, Marky, the Eagle.
Yeah, but no one's got the money for it anymore. They bought all their utilities, so he's gone 5-7 with no nades.
Keep an eye on it. Emphasis on the head armor for Marky is interesting. Could have had an extra flash there. But who wants a hat? His ears are chilly. Cynic with this aggressive looking towards the apartments. This is interesting. Fast has had a lot of success here lately. And Nissim as well, trying to bring it to bear. Nissim, close enough to smell his monitor right now. He comes from the Ekandar School of Thought. He's ready. Marky just around the corner with a banana gun. He needs to bring a little monkey business into this round if he's going to win this duel. Is there a flashbang for him? No. It's just going to be the straight-up fight. Does Nissim clear? He absolutely will. On first phase, it's okay for Marky, and that's going to be Cynic. Oh, Nissim just got tempted right into the crosshair, but it was the rifle that took him out. He was thinking about the 5-7, and instead he finds destruction at the hands of Cynic.
That is a nice little bait. Now, this would be a perfect time for B-Wills to drop his smoke if they wanted to cheat CJ over, buy some time during that smoke timing, that 15, 16 seconds. A little bit fake, though, yeah, and this time he's saying, we got the man advantage, we don't need to shift, but actually everyone is starting to creep over. Even Cynic is a little bit in no man's land, so Marky's going to be in pit, and he might be all on his lonesome.
35 seconds. Time's going to be so short. They'll leave CJ to watch Arch, but no, he's leaving. He's leaving at just the wrong moment. Right as Fast takes the space. And so Cynic's not going to have this early warning. He's not expecting the player, and they just completely discount the possibility. A kill from Marky, but that just allows him to survive for a moment longer. They just forget about Moto.
Again, this cheat. They're so worried about the B bomb site. And in a 5-on-4, I just feel like you don't need to risk that. Just play your standard setup. Have some faith in these B defenders. This is twice now they've tried to supplement that, despite the fact that there's utility. B-Wills still had, there was a smoke up as well.
And the thing is, Flamengo are starting to detect this as a weakness, right? So, I mean, in that time, there was no utility. Fasten just walked the smoke.
Yeah, well, at least, they threw that fake for sure. And that was the thing. Like, CJ, I don't even, that was not a bad idea to have him parked over towards arches, right? And CT spawn, at least watching for that cross, at least being able to call it out and give some kind of a chance for a reaction. But that's 2 rounds punished now as they try and just cheat an extra player over to the other side of the map.
Starting to be concerning. And you don't have as much of a buffer. Yeah, maybe there's a bit more loss bonus here, but you'd imagine they might just let these 3 guns ride. See what they got into the next. Do they want to chase the force here?
I think some kind of a forcing the 2 players would be way too deep. You're really chasing the dragon at that point.
Deagle up. Here we go. Cynic's in.
God bless.
What are we bringing over?
Said they were Pug Stars.
They too like this. This is very much Nouns playing as Nouns. They're being true to themselves to the last in this one, and that might lead us to overtime.
Yeah, let's roll the dice. Let's see it.
Go. Molotov will force B-Wills off of his first thought, but no, he... whoa, okay, that's a smoke. I think that was a T-side smoke as well. Gives him a nice window of vision to say, no one's on banana just yet, guys. It's a little bit of an interesting choice with the util, but they're not moving behind it, so no harm, no foul, certainly.
This is a good call as well from Flamengo. Like, just slow playing this. 3 players still on T-ramp. No one really challenging much of anything at all. Give time for some of the early nades for Nouns. You know in the late round you're going to have that nade advantage.
And they're starting to clear banana. It's just B-Wills here. Smoke up, but it's so early.
Yeah, and actually that's a perfect smoke because, oh, don't go too far down middle. This flank, they have him boxed in. Here's Cynic. Oh, good headshot. But he's staying reserved. He's got an M4 as well, but they slide way too shallow. Carson's got another 1-for-1 trade. And Marquis going to slide into position now in Boiler. And if they don't clear this, whoever the Deagle, we know the Deagle can be a cruel mistress, but once again, back to B. And Flamengo just outmaneuvering Nouns on the map.
Fast heard all this. Is there smoke for the cross? There is indeed. That was the key piece they needed. There's a flank coming in, though. This is going to be a fight. This is going to be a fight for sure. B-Wills, ooh, even a little bit of damage out on it. It's going to distract them away from Banana. The boost up, the flower pots play. That one's checked. So now it needs to be Marquis coming in, and he's alone. He's alone. The first one found, but Marquis, can he pull off a ridiculous clutch again? He closed the first half with it. This would be the map. And not today, not here, not now. That round's all about Fast and what he hears. He's stuck in his spot. He heard the rotation off, and he calls his teammates back over.
This is dicey, though, and now you're at a point where if you don't make that Deagle buy in the previous round, everyone's sitting right around 4,200, 4,100, and you can have another buy in this round. That's what you're missing out for those 2 Deagles.
Well, we will have a half buy here. There's a bit of armor, bits and bobs.
They're giving all the chances over to Flamengo to come back into this. 4 rounds away now. It took Flamengo 7 rounds to close out MIBR on day 1. They've been there in that position.
They have. That's a cheeky tag early on. Bit of damage exchange, just put you on notice. Not like you really needed confirmation that there might be someone in the apartments, but they certainly do know now. This is a full commit. Smoke going to be out. If there was a Molotov here, they'd be ruined. But instead, they hold the space for the moment. And it is a very different look towards Banana. It will send Flamengo back to exert some control towards A and see if they can't find space here. CJ on the balk, 2 players Moto. It's a very different look since CJ is the erstwhile rotator, right?
Yeah, it's usually Marquis in this position. Rapside smokes as well. Cynic's going to drop one at small pit to make sure they can't peek into the bomb site, but they'll happily wait this out.
This could be a B split as well. The apartments players can keep them locked in, but if they lose this, you can just call the bailout. Here it comes. There's the push. There's the first strike. Miss him, gets 2 as well. They're right on the line for him, and on the smoke fade, it's over. It's over. The armor is even worth saving in these remaining players. Maybe they try and chase up some kills, chase up a gun. That's what they'll do. Carson, does he have it? Yes, he does. Okay, AK, that's a lot better now. If they can get it.
Yeah. I think that smoke is exactly what he wanted. I don't think it's even close to what he wanted. Nice shot from B-Wills. Wants the AWPer as well. Gets a tag and the AK peering over the top. Maybe it was what he wanted. Maybe they did want the one way to start challenging up towards middle. Either way, the AK won't be brought forward. And Nouns is just down to 3 chances. 4 straight for Flamengo.
But here's where the best gun buy comes in since this run back started. This is everything you could possibly want. This is everything they maybe should have had a bit earlier on.
I was going to say, that's such a crazy thing to say when you're 4 rounds deep. The fact that it's taken this long to get another full buy out. You've been scraping together a couple Deagles along with saved M4s.
No AWP.
No AWP. It hasn't had a huge impact in this game for Cynic. I feel like I've only really remember like 1 kill that he's gotten towards middle, or no, towards halls when he got aggressive.
It's it is always a question with this team, right? Where Cynic's sort of an opera on this team more out of necessity than necessarily his own need for the gun.
Okay.
And so there are times perhaps where the rifles allow a little bit more of the plays they like to make. Talked about it in the first half, but it's still kind of true here. You would love to have it. But Crossfire will be the setup here. Tilly's gonna start to come over. Whoa, there's the op. All right, trying to get the nade lined up. Cynic just catches the timing of ZQK.
This is how it happens. A man advantage now. Nade does good damage, chunking down 2 players to 60, but this really stings playing the 4v5. You were cheating when you had man advantages, now you're playing with a disadvantage.
Marky's going to try and commit double into this position. Nissim out Boiler could maybe catch something here. Oh, opportunity to give him back over. He's low. Has to back away. Has to back off of that. Spots Marky as well. That's no tip-off, but it is just going to be this 2-man setup. There's a Molotov here. A flashbang for this first peek. Carson eats it. He catches it. The timing wasn't there, but they don't clear him. They don't clear him. And now, uh-oh, Carson might have done it. Carson might have done it. The health's not good. Nissim is low. ZQK gonna have to be the point man with the AWP. 25 seconds only what they have in the site. And Carson's not peeking. Not yet. Waiting for a teammate to get on the angle. Waiting for the harassment damage of Marky through the smoke.
This is a great crossfire as well. If that smoke fades anytime soon, ZQK's in trouble. What a shot. Oh, goes for the no-scope, and he must have it. Has to get aggressive. He's got one more. 8 seconds. But CJ just needs to hide, although he knows his position. He's going to hustle. He's going to go for it. D goes out. 2 seconds, and CJ ends it. Oh, did that get close? Oh, did it get a little bit weird? And it took a little bit of time, but Nouns have the map 1 victory just barely.
It couldn't be a map for NACS without a little extra excitement there, a little extra flair, a little extra fireworks, and Flamengo get a real chance to run that back. Opportunities gained, opportunities taken, and some opportunities given to them.
Yeah, they really gave Flamengo a chance. Some of those buys towards the end during that little streak were a little bit sketchy, but I mean, it's good to see them kind of sustain and plant their feet in this last round. B Wills was huge in this game. I don't even know what his numbers ended up at, but I know he had 2 clutch victories. He's had that 5-7 kill in the second round of the second half that they ended up winning. He had a good Molotov here to disjoint that attack and find one more burning kill. He had a lot of impact in crucial rounds.
It's something he's delivered for this roster for a long time. He's got a consistency that maybe the rest of his teammates lack at times, where if you need somebody to step up when some of the other pieces are faltering, he's somebody you can go back on as a rock. And I mean, it reflects it. It actually doesn't in the board, but you know, maybe the kills weren't aplenty, but they were surely impactful. And that's what they needed on the downside. They needed those last few big moments to get them over the line. And now we turn our attention towards Ancient. That's going to be the next map, and that's far from as comfortable for Nouns as Inferno.
Yeah, which is not ideal, because even if this is their pick and the map that they feel most comfortable on to go into the series with, that CT side at times did not feel comfortable whatsoever. So it was B Wills on the CT side quite a bit outside of the clutches, but Marky on the T side was excellent. He played a very good game, obviously living up to like kind of his status as a potential talented up-and-coming player within the Americas. Well, we could say North America.
North America.
Yeah.
Absolutely North American. We claim him, we're never letting him go in the NA scene.
Yeah.
NACS through and through, especially with the cheeky lurks he likes to pull off. But Ancient might be a different story. So the difference is they played Inferno 22 times or something astonishing in the last 3 months. I think it's like 4 for Ancient, and they've won maybe half of them.
Yeah, 2 of them.
There's nothing really that you can get that excited about. They beat Team 1, that's cool, but the rest of them aren't against victories against high caliber competition. They've struggled against good teams on this map. I think that this is one that's going to be a big test of Nouns' preparation.
Yeah, not just preparation, but I mean, you're going to have to improvise some communication and you probably improvise some teamwork as well, because this isn't up to snuff. And some of those situations in then Inferno seemed sketchy. So yeah, I think if you're a Flamengo fan, don't feel like this series is over yet, because it's going to be a big advantage for them on Ancient.
No, this feels like it might just go the distance, but and even with that energy on the end of the last map as well, maybe for Nouns it's a little bit shaky. You go from full confidence to, okay, good, glad we got that away.
Yeah.
You're no longer just running in, you're no longer just taking the fights. We'll have to see what kind of form both teams come out with when we come back from this break.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with simple as the first guess.
Let's try
Okay, let's type Monesi, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Alba.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Alba, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Alba.
He played the last 2 majors. Monesi, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Finally, it's coming. For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launder Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
No way.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No, I know how this works. And this is not good for me.
Let's get this show on the road.
Yes, let's go!
No! What's going on? No! No way this is last place. No way. It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
1:49. Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God! And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Nouns up 1-0 in this series. We head to Ancient, and that's going to be a little bit more of a test. Not a map they play very often, not a comfort ground. And for Flamengo, meanwhile, after a late resurgence, see if they can carry that energy forward here. Yeah, and I think what I'm most nervous about for Nouns is the way that Flamengo worked them around the map and the rotations on Inferno down the stretch during that little bit of a comeback. I feel like they can do something very similar and much more effective even at times potentially here on Ancient. So I'm a little bit worried for Nouns on this map. I think it's reasonable. Especially if you look at their history, it's not exactly been a storied affair. Okay, B-Wills just walked out, can't get the kill. Damage done. CJ's able to capitalize on the first, and Showtime's still low. So now they've got the information, they got the indication, spam coming through, but the smokes will lock the players out of the site, and now the space will be taken by Flamengo. A bomb plant all but secured. There's no utility remaining on this Noun side, so they're just gonna have to wait for the fade. And when that comes, they'll be swift back into the retake, you'd imagine. But for the moment, look at this position developing for Nissim. He's all the way through mid. Yeah, but I mean, they've actually got to hold off for a while to make this potentially powerful at all. They're losing way too many players. Delboni can't hold off any kind of an attack, really. Cynic, he's going to hard clear it. And now it's all down to this flank, and that's already about to be given up. They haven't seen it. Oh, this is huge. Oh, this is huge. But he can't get anything done after that. It was always going to be desperate. The potential was there, but nice shooting from Nouns, and they've got the pistol round, something they didn't have on Inferno. Still, you can see, I mean, even in that moment, even that 4v1 post-plant, right? I think you can see that the slimmest moments of the fact that this might not be their most favorite territory because nobody's looking behind. Nobody's checking. And when you see nobody, when you see nothing in towards Cave, when you see nothing in towards B main, you got to be ruminating through your options and wonder, all right, what could he have even done? Especially with 4 players alive, right? Like, you got the bodies for someone to just give it a quick glance, for somebody to just, like, you know, spin and just, you know, give it the old once-over. Little college try. Plant is going to help Flamengo go for a light investment. Pistols picked up a couple players with armor on Facet and Nissim. And Carson's already pushed down middle. Him and B-Wills are going to take care of one. Marquis on point, but tries to push forward. He just wanted the pistol? He was looking for it. It looked like on the ground, trying to get the upgrade on towards the Deagle. That's a little bit of an overextension, a little bit of an awkward thing. Maybe just some jitters early on. Cynic will bring back that kill. And the bomb is way isolated on the other side of the map. So. I was gonna say, it's actually kind of cool potentially that they've gotten into this A bomb site, Showtime and Delboni, because I mean, if they can create any kind of a significant distraction, although bomb's already been spotted, already been dropped, and now there should be a good idea that Delboni can be in CT spawn, but indeed, not initially. It's all right. It's all good. Okay, these have been 2 rounds where Nouns get out, and they look good when you just look at the numbers alive at the end. But in the actual round, in the mid-round, and in the late moments, it's a lot of weird things. They're not looking the right direction. They're getting caught off by players positioning, even players they've already initially spotted. Gaps are being left potentially here. And yeah, but that push from Marquis is a little bit weird for sure. And yeah, not realizing that gap towards Temple was open, that's potential is there, but thankfully no damage comes from it. Deep utility down mid. Showtime's got an easy freebie, a nice lucky freebie, and it's going to be on Marquis. He's self-boosted himself up over at the A bomb site. He's got no reinforcements close by, nobody's home except for him, and he's going to have 3 players coming at him with the help of utility from Showtime. There's the first, almost able to grab a second. But now that he's gone down, no one's really there to pick up the pieces. Carson's going to make it before they come out, but he's smoked off in Donut. Well, we'll talk about it in a moment, because now the hit's coming through. The bomb's going to be planted. Off of the Donut, position held for the late control. That was very scary on the spam, but it's not going to connect. I think you got to get out of here if you're Nouns. They're backing away. I mean, that's what they're counting on from Delboni. He's now going to get activated in towards mid, but B-Wills was holding for it, so that gun upgrade can be available. They're going to be propelled back into this. They think this might be a possibility. They've got 3 kits, so time's not a huge issue, and the kills, well, they're going to go back the way of Flamengo. That pink checked. And no smoke here. It's going to get deployed. It's not even really a full coverage. First kill found, but the stick's just going to have to be on, and the player back in towards spawn is not going to be checked. Not at the angle. B-Wills gets the kill, but now he's forced away. He'll make it expensive at the very least with these last final shots, but he's got to get the heck out of dodge if he wants to save this gun. Yeah, and that's not any kind of saving grace because it was really expensive for them. And that's one of those rounds where I think, you know, it's that retake is definitely doable, right? There's a world where you can win that one, but especially when that first players go down, just play the economy, play the numbers game. And here's my question now. From the beginning of that round, from Marquis' position in towards tree, he's the A anchor. He's got a full belt of util. I think he had a nade, a flash, and a smoke. Yeah, and he's boosted up in a position where he can't use any of it. It's one and done. Yep. It's you never get to use those nades. They're not retrievable even. It's just a little bit interesting decision-making going from Marky on this A site early on. He wants to get aggressive again. This time, Cynic rips it. The force buy in, of course, for Nouns, and Marky gets another. So here's where that dynamic play comes back to bear. He's got the deagle, and it's all just falling apart. Flamingo, the wheels are coming off. I can't even make my points because we're 20 seconds into this round, and 3 bodies are on the ground.
Yeah, Marky just rushed A main. He just rushed A main from the CT side. Okay, good round from Nouns. They're back on the board. It's a 1v5 with a minute and 20 seconds left. That was quick.
This is the magic of Nouns. They'll make some head-crashing decisions. They'll make some rounds where you're wondering who's looking what, where's the responsibility, and then the next round they will just throw a brick on the gas pedal and drive that truck straight into your defense. Or in this case,
your offense.
Your offense. Why not?
Uh-oh. Headshot angle. Nice shot from Marquis. 3-1. Nouns back in the driver's seat of a truck with apparently a brick on the gas pedal.
I don't think there's a better way to describe their style.
Yeah, I mean, they get that nice lucky kill through the smoke in middle. That's basically a trade-off from the previous round where Showtime got one. I think it was even onto Cynic, so they go back and forth with some smoke kills to start. It's the A main rush for Marky that is like, oh, okay, we'll give you that. We'll take that.
It's one of those rounds where you just spill glue on your W key and push it down.
Okay, so brick on a gas pedal, glue on a W key.
Look, I've watched a lot of Nouns games.
We're gonna keep going with this. We're gonna come up with a lot of metaphors.
Oh, look at this window peek. Look at all this space that Carson has. Once the smoke's fade, it's going to get a little scrappy, and against the pistols, you don't want to give this kill up. So Showtime around the corner. They're coming into pinch. This could get real weird. And he realizes,
I can't believe he's sticking around.
I cannot believe he's not trying to slip the gap on this, but he's being given the opportunities. Showtime, what are you waiting for?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is a Glock, right? I can't fault them too much because, I mean, you might think there's a second player in mid, which there's not because it's kind of an insane push to do on your own.
Welcome to Nouns.
Yeah, Showtime's got to learn that he's not playing like the best team in the world. Some things just aren't going to make sense, but regardless, I mean, even with the Glock coming through, that's a tough fight to win. Even if you get like 4 dinks, it's not going to matter.
No. Yeah. Very true.
3-round lead. And for a map like, if coming into this, obviously we kind of set this up that Nouns is not the greatest map for them. Flamingo's obviously going to be very confident on it. 50% win rate for Nouns with only 4 maps played. I mean, if you just, for whatever reason, have a great CT side to start, that's going to be beautiful.
And I mean, the flip side of it is on a map that they're maybe less prepared for setups and plays and strategies. Well, when the playbook goes out the window, you can just make individual moves.
Yeah, I was going to say, it might be that they're just like not good on the map because they struggle with some team play, but in that sense, like if you're going to make the individual plays, like Marquis rushing A main with the deagle and hit a headshot, or a player rushing down mid and getting a couple kills and surviving, like, man, if the individual plays are going your way, it doesn't necessarily matter, obviously, if you don't have the best teamwork in the world. If individually you're just on point.
This round, though, we haven't gotten the aggression. It's been a much more passive hold. They've been forced out of cave. A Molotov in to answer it, but that'll just slow things down for the moment. And the smoke means they even want to challenge. Fast taking this space. It's ambitious. The bomb's not yet committed into this, but they've got this deep control in towards the cave. And now it asks some questions of this defense.
Well, it's an ideal triangle setup over at the B bomb site, right? You've got CJ in the cubby, B-Wills in the lane, Cynic on the other side. I mean, those 3 guys could work off of each other very well. Cynic's in a great position to kind of play off contact of both of his teammates.
This A main aggression starting to come in now. This is Nouns wanted some sort of information, so they're going to send Carson searching, and meanwhile, a player's made his way through mid.
Remember, they lost track of that lurk a couple of times in middle, so that's going to be Marquis' responsibility on the rotate. So it all depends on if his teammates can hold on to the B bomb site, because Marquis can keep his attention from CT spawn towards that mid player.
B-Wills just went for a little check, so he knows they're not close. And that's going to be a good flashbang. That gets information as well, but CJ can't capitalize. And through the smoke. All right, down goes B-Wills. Now Marky's totally focused in on this. That's where the mid play comes through, and it's over. Carson alone. Gonna maybe try and find some damage here, but you'd imagine he's got to think about the save. And he wants one more. And he'll have it.
I mean, that's what I just talked about. Like, Marky's position can have impact and can work, but the B defenders have to hold on to that bomb site, and obviously the stack is broken up with just 1 kill. There's a final kill of the round as well. Nouns is deleted, 4-2. And then obviously Marquis has to kind of switch over and adjust to try and save the round. There's also a world there where Nouns could choose to like back off of the B bomb site. You know, you leave that, the guy gets pop flashed into it, you leave the cubby player on his own even if you really want, and you have that flank coming in from Carson, so you play it passively so that he doesn't have to rush. That's a really big strength of your defense when he's already in T-spawn when that hit is happening. If you can just survive and remain a distraction for like 10 seconds, that flank's gonna come to fruition real nice. Not able to do it, and Carson goes down in middle.
It's the aggression checked early. Committed player in Jaguar. CJ. Like he's stuck here. Maybe a peek onto Delponi on the other side, but with B-Wills to support, this is a strong hold if the fight comes their way. Meanwhile, mid-control starting to be exerted. This is where they found Carson earlier, so they're going to see how much that's opened up, and the answer is all of it. All of the middle of the map.
I like this trade of position as well. Cynic has shifted over to A with the AWP, so Marquis, actually, he's going to go back, so that's just kind of a wasted rotation, you know, there and back. I was going to say Marquis can either push in towards Donut, he can push back towards middle, and a bad read here off of this fake, and this is the success towards the A bomb site that Flamengo has had. Nouns feeling very tender at the B bomb site. Marquis and Cynic both hustle over. There's a window of opportunity where Flamengo could have attacked this A bomb site with very little defense, and that's starting to slam shut.
Still a lot of utility on Cynic and Marquis as well.
But they don't want to move all the way back into the site. They're playing this so passively. And again, it's almost like Marquis taking the opera position, right?
Yeah, playing the angle. Playing the cracks in this one, now in towards the smoke. The Opper posted up in towards the catacombs. Flashbang going to blind him. There's the timing shot for Marquis and B-Wills. Those kills come in a cacophony. The Lurker taken out. The options now eliminated, and they're in towards A, but they're not bringing the numbers along for the party. 22 seconds, time starting to become concerning. There's still nades available for Cynic. It's kind of a tough angle to throw them from, though. So he's going to be committed onto the rifle, onto the crosshair. Marquis wanting to challenge, wanting to face. He's going to do exactly that, and somehow he comes out with a kill. He'll be traded. But still, this is a little touch and go. The donut position gonna be required to seal the deal here. And here comes the face. A little overzealous from B-Wills, not coordinated with his teammates.
Yeah, he needed to follow. He needed to be the follow-up player. These two needed to initiate so B-Wills could help eliminate the bomb site because ZQK's position is so strong. How do you even get to him now? You realize a player in donut is holding you at bay. Oh, almost a free kill. That's a nice one. Oh, he's stuck. He's got nowhere to go, but they can't find the kill. And Nisam somehow pulls a miracle out of nowhere. Nouns let that one slip away.
I think the rifle player ran out of ammo.
He did, yeah. Well, I thought the AWP in that kind of a choke point would certainly have the shot. So a couple missed opportunities there for Nouns.
Some blunders coming through.
And that one hurts because it's a reset as well.
It is, and I mean, you see the lack of, I mean, in that one it seems communication as well, right? Because CJ's swinging in towards Donut, he knows the player's there. That was damage that was confirmed. There was a fight already with that position, so they know the player's there. And still leaving yourself exposed, maybe expecting him to be a little bit more passively tucked, but big round for Nissim. Big round for Flamengo. There's not no danger in this round. We know what Nouns can do, but there's not a lot. There's not a lot to worry about. USPs, a couple P2s, and a deagle. Just
and
one
a
stinger. Marquis deagle clip.
No one's even close to the A bomb site, so I doubt it in this round. I think they're waiting to hear some kind of map control taken in cave. They're just going to go for the swing at the murder hole. Nice P250 headshot. That's pretty good. 1-for-1 trade. They'll take it as long as they can pass this AK over to Cynic, who's got the HP.
But you see, if you're low HP, the one-shot head... No, okay, he does pass it over. I was wondering there for a moment. Does give it up, and actually, they're going to stick around.
Going to go for a gamble. Nouns. And I mean, I don't mind it. Gamble where the AK-47 can at least stay alive and be brought into the next one. Either way, once Flamengo starts moving in with this utility. And this is the same utility they've had at this B hit a number of times, and obviously it's going to be very popular. We see it with every team. But Nouns haven't been able to put a stop to it just yet.
The AK is actually showing itself. The Lone Wolf maybe just trying to force them back, but spam through smoke not going to be effective. And now Cynic, it's even a little bit of a doubt whether you can get it away. They seem like they want to commit it, which is an interesting decision. But having seen nothing to this point, having no kits either, not even having all your teammates in position to go for this retake, this feels ambitious, to say the least. And Cynic's dead. The rifle Oh, not in his grasp anymore. Carson will need to wait till late to get this, and I think with the new bomb radius, that's not going to be a possibility.
He's got it. He's not backing away, though. He's sticking around peeking deep. He's got one. ZQK is going to try and trap him in and will succeed. CJ still trying to get a kill at the end of the day, and he's got another one. A chance on a Delboni. They're at least making this costly. That's not bad. They made it really expensive. Marquis can grab one at the end, and he will. He drops ZQK in red room, picks up an AK-47, so they do get to save one rifle. They do get 4 kills out of this situation. That's not bad. That chews into the economy so heavily for Flamengo.
Kind of the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
He made the risky decision. He still got away with the gun.
That's actually a very good round for Nouns.
So, back into the swing of things with the rifles out. There's a tiny bit of a buffer for Flamengo, but that round pretty much evaporated it. No op here for Cynic. Not sure how frequently they're going to want to break that out, but with the economy, they don't have the option here whatsoever. And a bit more of a spread default. Nissim in A main. We've seen Marky push this at times. Nissim and Marky, it feels like there's similarities in their play styles, so it's been an interesting duel to watch so far in this series.
What a big lean towards the A bomb site as well for Nouns. 2 players in Donut, Marky at the bomb site itself. Very, very deep, especially considering the weaknesses they've shown at the B site. At some point during this round, you have to Magic Cynic or Carson. One of them is going to make a move, get a little bit aggressive to find information.
Haven't yet, though. Bomb's still here outside of B. 55 seconds starting to be on the clock. Cave control has been taken.
It's another fake. Trying to apply some pressure, but B Wills and CJ calling it clear. It has caused Marky to shift, and it's pulled Cynic back towards the bomb site. Actually, he's going to hustle off the rotate. Both of them are. Oh, no. Okay, Marky's coming back, so at least there's that saving grace. But mid is wide open.
This is going to be tough. Oh, Fasten's going so quick into it, but it works. Cynic didn't hear him, didn't realize. And now, oh, everything goes the way of Flamengo.
It doesn't even matter that they got back into the correct positions to a certain degree. That's just chaotic rotations that show you that they don't have confidence on their defense across the map, and they don't know what's happening.
It's been the case here. It's very clearly been the story. So how do you compensate for that? I mean, aggression worked in some rounds, but we're seeing Flamengo as well sort of anticipate it now, right? Go for those late clears in towards Cave, go for the check-in towards mid. They're holding for it. And
I don't really know, because it seems like so characteristic, because they were doing the same thing on Inferno. Remember the amount of times, even like in 5-on-4s, like bringing a third player over to the B bomb side, leaving the A defense a little bit weaker, and it just seems like on their CT side, they get a little bit confused about what's happening on the map. And this is one of the strengths that we said about Flamengo when we came into the series, is the way they worked Nuke on the T side against MIBR was like, okay, these guys can go through 2 or 3 different options in a round on the T side. They're comfortable being quiet and slow, and they're comfortable improvising in the mid round, and that's going to be really, really tough for an inexperienced North American team to handle.
Timeout will come in here, so a chance for Semphis to have his say. Hoodie on, the gun's away. It's fitting perhaps, because in this round, I'm not sure they're going to have much to bring to bear. Everybody was cleaned out in the last. A clean sweep off the board. Full 5 alive. And it's looking a lot less fun for Nouns off the rip in this. Flamengo, meanwhile, I mean, after the touch and go rounds, even on their comeback, right? After the number of rounds where you maybe think you have an advantage, it gets ripped away. It's nice. It's nice to rock through, keep 5 alive, get these kills, not really have much say for Nouns in a lot of these rounds.
Well, and I mean, especially considering the hot start from Nouns, right? Like, they were super aggressive. They were hitting some nice shots in the early going. They were up at a 4-1 lead at one point. Now it's been 4 in a row for Flamengo. So, I mean, it seems like, that truck that has the brick on the gas pedal, like, it's out of gas at the moment. There's nothing in the tank.
Well, sometimes you meet a wall.
Yeah, there's that too.
And either you're going to win or the wall's going to win, and that's pretty final.
They hit like a telephone pole, and the wheels are just spinning. It's not going anywhere. A little bit of aggression through the mid-smoke. Nice job on the push down. Everyone being eliminated for Nouns. And it's going to be 6-4, 2-round lead for Flamengo. This game, if you're just tuning in, is for elimination at the Blast TV Americas RMR. The team who loses this is eliminated. The team who wins this moves on to fight for a spot in Paris tomorrow.
The final day of competition. We're so close to the end. It feels like we just started.
So close to stickers.
So close to stickers.
Sticker day.
We're sending teams through tonight.
We are sending teams through tonight. We have Liquid FURIA, and we have, what's the other one? Pain versus...
Fluxo.
Fluxo, that's right.
This will be our first stickers of the event. Confirmed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Won't be Legends quite yet. They'll have to play for that tomorrow.
Yeah, that play-in spot is tomorrow evening.
But...
I mean, that could be cool. That could be a Liquid versus Pain.
I mean, I honestly think any combination of those 4 teams leads to a pretty exciting matchup.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
I think it's going to be a good one. I'm excited for it. I do like your optimism, your confidence on Liquid.
I just went for the favorites. There's, you know, no BM.
Uh-huh. Just had to get that in there. No bias. Fasten crossing on this man. There was a gap in that smoke, actually, that he jumped through. He's very fortunate that B-Wolves was spamming towards the window at that moment. It could have been punishing. He gets away with it. I think he thought that smoke was a little deeper. And on this fade in towards mid, it's amazing that, 45 seconds into the round, we don't have a kill yet. Looks like it's been a little while since then. So, Cynic, what do you have for us? What do you have on this hold on Showtime? The dry clear, that's not going to work. The second player could go down as well. Nissim trying to fight this. An advantage for Nouns, but Nissim, he's allowed into the angles, and Carson's not ready for it. Huge kill to find. He may be brought back through the flashbang working, but pushed into the corner. Nissim just continues to pressure, and now these B-site defenders are kind of stuck.
And look at Marky. He's in such a weird position. He realizes Nissim can be flanking him. This could be an awkward long-range duel. The bomb is going to come back towards A, so he realizes he's potentially being split. Fasten gets one as well. They have the B-bomb site. They have middle. They have everything but Marky, and they know he's the A defender, so ZQK calls it back.
At least one kill there on the Stinger, but no health now for Marky. How do you even read this? You have zero information anywhere else on the map. They know exactly where you are.
And this is what I was afraid of. This is what I mentioned coming into Ancient, because Flamengo have just stayed calm during that early losing streak, during the early battle and grind, and now they are just working Nouns every step of the way. Every part of the map is getting pressured and is getting destroyed.
It even felt like in that 5v4, right? There's just so many opportunities. Nissim just presses through and he finds that one kill and things set into disarray. You don't have players working together.
That's got to be. I don't know if it's miscommunication. Carson obviously doesn't ever expected to be able to get shot at from middle in his position, but just a little bit too far back, and Cynic not having complete control of it. Marky's doing a great job holding on to this AK-47 because he's got no HP.
Can't really take a bullet. And he's away. He will not. Cannot.
And shall not
be shot at. So 3 rounds up are Flamengo on their T side of Ancient as well. Always nice to get that going on the attacking half. Pistols. Let's see some frisk. We haven't seen a bottom mid aggressive play from Nouns in ages, and part of it's just that they haven't had the utility for it. But I would like to see, and I think that's happening in this round, a little bit more frisk here around the smoke.
We've seen it. It just always seems crazy. It just always seems like an insane, individual push. It is Nouns. I know where you're going with that one.
Oh, Fasten a little bit ahead. Utility sailing over. He could be punished. Not yet, though. Molotov will force him back, and there's the deke shot. You can't give them too many opportunities when they're on these pistols to line up the headshot. That's what you want to limit for Nouns. So 5v4. It didn't work out for them last time. This time they've got even less to play with, but it's a start at least.
It's a start. Oh, through the boards. There goes B-Wills. Nice one from Nissim. Now, if Nouns want to get a little crazy and try something, which I know they like to do, that's usually the guy lurking outside of A against Marquee. So if they really want to try and shrink this map, they could push up in Donut, they could push up in A main and just say, you know what, Nissim's over at the B-bomb site. He's got another kill, and now it's just Carson. He's all on his lonesome because nobody's shifted over. He's gone down, B-bomb site is lost, and Marquee's going to have to try and save this AK-47 yet again.
Great recovery coming through from Flamengo. Just stay completely calm, let Nissim work. I mean, that first one's through the boards, right? That's
a gift, yeah.
That is a gift, but everything else is great. Just sectioning out the fights, trusting that they're going to give you individual duels and capitalizing.
And playing things slow, right? Not trying to get into the bomb site too quickly, not trying to do some full set piece into a potential stack, taking their time challenging and dueling. And even though, yeah, you have the risk of up against those Deagles taking a headshot here or there, more often than not, that AK is going to win out. And Nissim's got 3 to get them into B. 8-4. Huge lead.
Huge
lead.
Rifle looks like it might live. Showtime disagrees with me. Showtime really disagrees with me. Showtime's gonna have a chance here. Marky's not looking. He checks, but way too wide of an angle. Showtime will take that gun off the board. It'll be a reinvestment regardless. There's money built up here for Nouns, but we just haven't seen a lot to see that we're going to actually be able to stop the flow of these Flamengo rounds.
No, they have, I mean, it's been 7 rounds straight now for Flamengo. And it's been, everything's worked. Lurks have worked, B executes have worked, hits towards the A-bomb site, mid has been exposed. The whole map is red if you're Nouns. Deep Molotov, Carson wants to push it. They fight inside the Molotov. Quick shot from ZQK, takes half HP and damage to get that one off. Molotov exchange over in Jaguar. So at least a stalemate early on from both teams.
Oh, Nissim's found the space though. He's trying to just make the move out. He's been so very good. He's just trying to do this quiet. Marky is looking for it, but
I like this.
Here's the individual play. Marky ready, perhaps. Nissim's already passed the angle. That's unexpected, but the headshot gonna work out. Marky finally coming out on top.
I don't mind that at all from Nissim as well. Like, why not have like a round or 2.5 where you kind of throw something into the mix and say, you know what, instead of lurking, I'm going to look for this 1v1, especially because they've punished mid so many times, they've punished B so many times, you can be relatively confident that it's just going to be a solo player. Marky just had the perfect position, a headshot angle inside the site.
With that hold on it. We've now seen, this is the third, I think, 5v4 advantage. They don't haven't converted them just yet, Jason. This is whoa, and there's the problem. Carson gives up the kill. Now pressure on towards Marky. He's very committed. This is a new angle for him. They might not expect him to be sticking around considering the early frag. Does fast and clear? Yes, he does. Great awareness. Sight held. Man advantage. Bomb down. Everything you could possibly want for Flamengo.
Yeah, just so, I mean, that first shot onto Carson is just so brutal. There's nothing he can do. No smoke he can drop to delay because he just gets killed way too quick. I don't even know if he had a smoke. But by the time he sees Showtime, his head's already ripped off of his shoulders. 5-round lead now for Flamengo, and another man advantage lost for Nouns.
It feels daunting for Nouns, right? Because you've now gotten multiple advantages off the initial pick. So the individuals are working to yield you those. Some of the aggression's working. That wasn't even aggression. That was Nissim offering up the opportunity. But holding on to it just feels impossible. Cynic. Going to get one at least, but it's about keeping the guns alive, and that's a challenge. To make it through. No, never mind. All right, in the last possible moment, it's a single rifle that just slips out of the round. Nouns.
Dang.
It's dire.
Dang, let's get to Mirage. Someone throw in the towel. Get us out of here.
You don't like the late comeback that's never going to win?
8 in a row for Flamengo. Well, I mean, you know, it's not that it's like over, but I think just eye test of watching Nouns move around this map, they don't seem to be comfortable with like the mobility. So like when you get to the T side, like that lack of comfort that I'm witnessing right now, it just gives me the impression that the T side is not going to be fun to watch. It's okay. Like, you're going to have maps like this when you're at this stage of a team's lifespan.
Yeah. Maybe the simplification of the second half might lend them something, but I mean, there's little to work, right? There's few points in the history to say, yeah, this is really going to be believable. They need to prove something to us quickly. B-Wills, that's a nice one. At the very least, this cave presence is holding for the moment. Util back the other way, but again, a 5v4, and look at the positioning for Showtime. This is absurd. He's all the way back in spawn, and they have no idea. So it's going to be Carson, or is it going to be Marky that he catches with their pants down? Well, it's Marky today in this particular round, and right away the advantage is gone.
And that mid has just been so free and so open. Cynic's going to go for the swing, but they don't clear it. They don't look. Footsteps the whole way, trying to hustle to go help out Carson, and obliterated. That's a third 5-on-4. Fourth? Okay.
At least.
Sure. Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
They keep getting these. They keep losing these. Aye.
And they're not even having to like work for mid control, right? Like I think there's only really like 1 round, maybe 2, where I've seen some kind of like a standoff at those stairs in that red room.
We had early attempts from Carson, but it felt like that was something that he tried in the lesser buys and hasn't really attempted since the guns have come out.
You know, we haven't seen in a while, which I didn't necessarily think it was any kind of like magical solution or anything like that. But remember, this round opened up with like Nouns pushing middle, pushing into A main, being aggressive on multiple parts of the map. We haven't really seen any of that. Like, we've seen the push down the stairs in towards Donut as well, and like a little engagement inside the Molotov, but there's no like overly aggressive play, which I know is harder on the CT side now with the spawn changes. But I mean, if you're pulling it off in the first 6 rounds and haven't gone back to it at all when things have been just getting busted.
Now, we've talked about the timeouts.
Sure.
And there may be questionable deploying. That is a Flamengo timeout.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's 10-4.
I don't know why, yeah.
I don't know what on earth you could be changing up here. Everything has been working.
I didn't even check. I just assumed it was Nouns to try and get a 5th round.
You would think. But it is not. Marty aggressive in towards A main. A Molotov to maybe hide this. Well, he's down. So whatever the timeout is used, I guess, sure, great. The A site is open. The A site is vacant. Rock right in there. Get this bomb planted. Or allow Carson a bit of a window to make something cheeky happen. They stack up, but no, Carson can't capitalize. 2-on-4. This is looking dire once more. They've got the flank secured as well in the hands of Showtime, or rather Delboni. They're just going to hesitate out here a bit. There was a chance to isolate that fight, but they're just going to swing one after another. Why not? Take a crack at this. See if you can't knock the bag off of its chain. B-Wills looking like he might be doing just that. Couple headshots through. Another opportunity. They're all coming from the same direction. They're giving him the duels. He spotted the players. He knows they're all here. Oh, utility came out at the wrong moment. And the nade would have finished it, but Nissim will do it instead. 11-4 as we head to the half.
To your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launder Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
Oh, wait.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack, and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works, and this is not good for me.
Let's get this show on the road.
It's the f***ing go! Ah! Ah! No! What's going on? No!
No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149. Sub 1 minute.
We're going to have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God. And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
Flamengo are frying, and it seems like Nouns are on the menu. Even when the rounds gave them advantages, they just could not close, and Flamengo always collected, always in control in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, outside of maybe the first 4 or 5 rounds, like where things were a little bit sketchy, but man, they figured it out quick. And they're not letting go of it. A mid push. They take complete control with 5 players pushing down mid. Now they've got the bomb. CJ's making plenty of noise, so Nissim knows what's coming, and he's not even looking. He's waiting. He's lining up the easy shot, waits for CJ to pause, crouch, and stop to make it as easy as possible. And nothing going right for Nouns. It's going to be 11 rounds in a row for Flamengo.
The only thing I'm surprised by in that round is that Nissim didn't go for the knife.
Sure. Yeah, that would have been cool.
Otherwise, all good.
Not a whole lot of people going for knives this week.
No, I haven't seen it.
There's been some opportunities.
Few boosters,
been some
few
chances,
and far between.
Some chances.
I just want to secure this map.
Not a whole lot of Zeus's either.
No, I think I've seen maybe one purchased, and it did not work. And that makes me sad.
That makes me very sad.
Deep in my soul.
All right. Mostly rifles for Flamengo. 3 M4s, a FAMAS. And again, they just want control of mid to open things up. Now it's completely split. 2 players towards the B-bomb site. Cynic is going to have a couple chances with his Deagle. 3 players waiting outside of A. And it's not a bad call. There's a very passive defense at the A-bomb site.
A little bit of a look there from Cynic. You're going to know he's boosted up as well, so they'll expect 2.
Yeah, but now they have the information. No one's in B lane at all. No one's in middle because Showtime has that. So, I mean, ZQK can get on his horse and start to shift.
Just now starting to happen. Might be just a tick too late. Still, Nissim's very passive into the angle. There's going to be the spot. There's the confirmation. Doesn't want to give up anything, but he hasn't. A 5-on-5 retake seems to be on deck. Never mind. There's the one. You know he's going to get his. It was just a matter of time. Why am I even doubting it? A swing in towards Donut. Tight fight. Not going to work out. They took the bomb there. So the chance at the plant is gone. Evaporates. You get nothing out of that round, and you'll be happy with it now.
Yeah, not even a kill. Just have to accept it. Just have to say okay. And they're in full buy mode. They're like, yep, we need rounds. We need to get control of this. We need to reverse the fortunes. Problem is, even a victory here, there's another buy in the next round for Flamengo due to the fact that nobody goes down in round number 2.
So do it the hard way.
Desperation already.
9 rounds back. I mean, if I know Nouns right now, they're thinking, what's map 3? What's map 3? That's all we need to know.
That's what I'm thinking. It's Mirage.
Mirage.
Uh-oh.
That is definitely one where you'll be a little happier for Nouns. Okay, this one might not be done just yet. This might not be settled. Guns have been picked up. This bomb is being planted. Not going to fight that into Donut because Donut's not on this side of the map. They've got cave control. Utility sailing out, but no one's watching B main. No one's watching B main. The long flank has come through. And here we're again seeing the unfamiliarity. Looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Utility down. Now isolates this fight. And a dink onto Showtime. He'll have to back away. They'll reset. Go behind some flashes, try and get up. There's smokes and Molotovs still available for the CT side, but they want to fight. B-Wills is happy to give it to him. An exchange, that molly good. Health starting to get very hairy and scary, and it's all under Nissim, who's coming out to the choke point, but a bullet of damage will take out either player. He's dinked in turn, and Nissim is out of here. So 1 round at the very least for Nouns. They will not go quietly.
Yeah, there's that new spawn timer as well. They beat the nades, and Carson goes down at the end of the day. But they're going to be happy with that victory. But again, there's another buy coming in, and it's perhaps even stronger. Showtime's got money to drop an AWP over. That can be a different tool that they're ready to use. M4 dropped by Nissim, so going to be a strong investment for Flamengo. But those nades were way too deep, and those Tech 9s were past the explosions before Flamengo expected it. Just 11 more for Nouns.
It sounds so simple when you say it that way. It sounds so easy.
It's a 12-1 run.
Oh, goodness. That's, I'm no mathematician, but that doesn't seem good, especially when you start with 3 in this round right off the rip. No hesitation from Flamengo in the answer. It's a little bit of a slower play from Nouns, and that gives the opportunity for the Brazilians to take the initiative. And now, on the back foot already are Nouns. Bomb still under their control, at least. That is a silver lining. But they're going to need a few more of those. Maybe some platinum, gold.
I mean, they don't even really have utility to do kind of the execute at the B bomb site. They've only got 1 smoke, so they have to choose which choke point. They've at least got the Molotov for the entrance to cave. If they want to chuck that out, that would force Facet and ZQK to make a decision and make a move.
Here it comes. Here's the execute. They're just going to throw the flash. They won't even dump the other utilities. So now they're out in the open. And, well, ZQK is going to be down. But there's a lot of vision here available for Fast. And he's not going to be able to seal the deal on that one just yet. Look at the damage, though. This retake, it's going to start off with a plumb. And, indeed, it's all good. There was even a chance for Carson where no one was looking his way. But with the Galil, he could not capitalize.
Yeah, maybe even I think they were just coming through the edge of a smoke as well. I think that smoke just plumed at the right time to give him a small advantage in the initial fight. But nothing comes from it. So 14-5. Flamengo 2 rounds away, and Nouns is surely going to be buying up Tech 9s and Deagles again. I don't think that B-Rush is going to work a second time, though. I think that was the one you have.
A-Rush.
The one you get.
Easy. Just swap.
Switch sides. Back and forth.
A-B. I haven't seen much towards the middle of the map. Could maybe try and go for that. Nope, B-Rush. All right, here we go. Fast play in. You got a bevy of utility for it. They got the Deagles up. This is the one dimension, not even a lurk on the other side of the map. They're just going to come sailing in, and they are going to beat the timing, but the op shot goes wide. Showtime's here. A little bit of support, lots of utility potentially available, and now they're into the fight, into the crossfire, and it's getting very messy indeed. ZQK lives. The damage is brutal onto these remaining players, and a plant down, but how do you even expect to hold on to this? Surprised the op hasn't found Carson. He slipped the gap.
And he's actually spotted that it's clear coming from CT spawn. So, I mean, it actually creates a little bit of a crossfire. This could be tricky. That could be a winning play from Carson. With the Galil, he could actually pick one off as they exit cave, and he's going to head back around as he gets smoked off.
Marky's committing. Just wants the surprise of this, and the peek in, it is punished. A dink, not a kill. Without the AK there, and focused in towards cave. They never expect Nissim to come flying into the fight. Defuse on map point found 10 opportunities in a row, and something tells me Flamengo may not need them all.
No, I think they might just need the one. Plant is going to help get some Galils out on the board, and AK-47 surely on Carson and Marky. Light on utility though, so I mean you can't really move around the map. You got maybe one move. Only a single flashbang to use the entire time, which is a scary prospect against an AWP as well. And here we go. How long can Nouns survive in map 2?
Pass in towards mid. They're gonna get a kill there. Okay, trade is immediate though, and Marky down for the count as well, so that might be too little too late even with that 5v4. And ZQK is just feasting. Finally, he's dropped. That op taken out of play. No one's quite able to fight this just yet, but the spam through will make life uncomfortable, and they need to plant this bomb. Carson just realized it right before he went for the push through the smoke. He was thinking about it, and then he remembered that he has the C4.
Well, that Molotov was actually so perfect. I think Carson, he's just like, I don't even know what to do anymore. I can't plant. I'm forced forward, and it's all over. 16-5 in the favor of Flamengo. We always kind of knew this map was going to be sketchy, but that was pure domination.
I mean, yes, even looking at the veto, you could kind of write this off if you're a Nouns fan. They just don't really play Ancient. They don't have the reps, and that was so obvious all the way. But we do need to take nothing away from Flamengo. They played a very good game. They countered out the things that are dangerous from Nouns, the explosion, the potential for that aggression. They countered it very nicely. The lurks of their own Nissim was very impressive, especially when he was one-on-one, mano-a-mano with Marky. You know, he came out on top of that duel 9 times out of 10, it felt like.
Sure, and I mean, Showtime had a really good game as well. He actually ends at the top of the scoreboard, 24 kills for him, but no issues whatsoever for Flamengo. I mean, just the way they worked the map on that T side, it was obvious that they had about like 17 legs up on Nouns and on Ancient. 17.
I'm now picturing a 17-legged man, and that's quite a beast here.
But good-looking gentleman.
I think that creature is about as improbable as Nouns making a contest of this particular map was, but it doesn't matter. We're headed to Mirage, right? And if you're Nouns, you're going to have already discounted this pretty much at the half. It's already out of your mind. I don't know if you were really fancying your chances here. It's all about that third.
And this, at least between the two teams, is a cool map to end it on, because Inferno was skewed more in the favor of Nouns. Ancient was obviously going to be skewed towards Flamengo, but Mirage is a map they both played, you know, similar win rates, similar number of reps on it as well. This is a nice little middle ground to end the map on, and just hope for it to be competitive. For elimination at the Americas RMR as well. Losing team is gone, is eliminated. They go home.
They're both going to get one last chance to show what they've got. But everything on the line, Flamengo, Nouns, and only one can survive. We'll be back in just a flash.
our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Finally, it's coming. For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors.
Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah, we got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain, see what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try. Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Lost it.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Ryan Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australia just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
We come to map number 3. Nouns unable to do much of anything on Ancient. It was Flamengo all the way. But I don't think that really tells us anything about what's going to happen on Mirage. We knew they weren't going to do much on Ancient. They knew they weren't going to do much on Ancient. Flamengo certainly figured that out pretty quickly. And so now we're in neutral territory.
Yeah, neutral territory. And let's see what we're going to get out of this one. This should be more of a comfort for both teams. Finally, a map where both teams come in at a relatively same level, or at least statistically it looks like they should come in at the same level. Here's the pop-up A ramp. Good smokes at jungle, at top con, and Cynic is going to cross over into the bomb side. We're going to get a 5-on-5 retake as this plant goes down with no problems, and there's a little bit of a lurk from Marky, but because there's been no presence on the defense at the A bomb site, he's got to be really cautious about how fast he takes this.
And the plant is open as well, so it's going to have a lot of comfort in how they play this through.
CJ's even coming around as well.
That's going to be interesting. Double push. This feels maybe a little ambitious, but as Carson gets 2 kills, that makes it feel a whole lot better regardless of what happens here. Marky might just have everything. He's got 1, looking for more, not quite going to have that, but CJ right back into the angle with the Kush. Means that there's no real chance for Fasten. It's got to be Delboni, and he knows they're coming from every side. That's a sniper shot, but this round's already gone. They can't get it on the defuse. They can't get it on the timer. It's just a question of whether they can get away, and the answer seems to be a negative.
Well, at least, yeah, at least for Delboni, but this is not any kind of happy retreat from Fasten with the kit. Couldn't find his way into the bomb site, and yeah, CJ, that long wrap around, I mean, plenty of time for it in a 5-on-5 with the smoke still up, and obviously the timer is bought by Carson with his double kill with the Glock close up. That buys so much time and takes away resources to check that kind of a flank, so even Marky's aggression and connector doesn't really matter at the end of the day because CJ's already got a good position. Those 2 kills right there are what really sealed it for now. So nice pistol round. They're up 1-0.
It's funny, you know, talking to the Nouns guys and Semphis in general, one of the things they talk about is that this is a team that really learns more, a lot more in officials than in practice. Something that's often discussed in the Americas region, certainly in the northern one. But for this team, more than most, they seem to learn on the job. Up on towards the right. Here's the swing, trying to clear out Get Right. Gonna be able to get it. Showtime gives them the fight. And ZQK as well, sticking around. Fasten out the market. 2 kills found. The bomb drop. This is getting interesting. Now there's a player up. Katnissim strikes. Uh-oh. This has gotten completely out of whack, but they have no idea Marky's here, and he's gonna get that kill. So now a 2-on-2, and the T's actually pinching inwards. Fasten's kind of stuck. He's got no health to bear this fight out. So it's going to have to be Delboni again to be the healthy man in the post.
And they know his position. He's had 2 kills. They know he's going to be over here at bench. B-Will's looking for it, also cautious, but Delboni saves the day, at least the first kill. Nice trade from B-Wills. He was clutch on map 1. Oh, takes a little bit of damage. Takes a little bit of damage down to 49 HP. Oh, Stone Cold and holds it for the pick. 2-0. B-Will saves the day again.
Never going to flinch. Not even a twitch of an eye after that one. That's business as usual. That's the expectation. Wipes the sweat from his palms and the hands right back on the mouse, ready for the next. It's actually funny, if you've seen B-Wills on the player cams after every round, it feels like there's a ritual. It's the one hand swipe on the jersey, then it's the touch
Wipe
each of the in-ears,
okay.
puts them back on, and he's ready. He's dialed in.
He's got a whole system.
It's a ritual, man.
To get him back into it. I like it.
You know,
I haven't
like,
actually noticed that, but I'm going to start paying attention for it.
I've seen it a couple times.
Is it clutches or just good rounds?
I mean, it's when the cam's on him, which is usually after he wins the round, so I can't say it's all the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it's what I've seen.
Nice quick gush. Fastened down to 51 though, nothing too painful. Already executing a cat split. Nouns has been very assertive and very fast to make their decision and their selection, and this one's going to be right. Cynic finds a free bomb site.
A little bit of pepper up damage. That's just Carson seeing if he can't get a fight and maybe catching a few strays through the smoke, but this round will never be in doubt. We have a Mac 10 for Cynic. How much do they want to hunt? Money to be made, also money to be lost. Let's see if they enter the casino that is hunting ecos. I think knowing that it was USB boats coming the other way, it's going to be a little bit of a look, but there's just not much to be gained. Cynic, though, that's never stopped him.
No. Probably not, but at least, I mean, with the Mac 10 too, get that bonus money. You know there's unarmored opponents. Get in there, baby.
2 kills pretty much justifies it.
Whoop, whoop. Oh, we can't connect. He gets 0. That doesn't justify it. It's okay, though. It's worth the effort, but these fights right here are just like, don't lose the AK. Don't even risk it against that Deagle. But it's all good. 3-0 for Nouns, and they did end up losing an AK-47 at the end of the day, so that's painful.
Not ideal.
Not ideal in any way.
The little things sometimes come back to bite them. I don't know, we've seen some fast starts in towards half. I mean, even in towards Ancient, right? Off the back of the pistol win, or the force buy win, rather. It started to get a little spicy, and then it got out of whack pretty quickly. So, Nouns got to be careful not to be giving away freebies when they have no business losing rifles. Full utility up here. Only limitation is the Galil, but the AWP is out on the other side. ZQK, what you got for us?
Okay, and a timeout from Nouns. They want to talk things over going into the first gun round. So that's a little conversation happening, just making sure everyone's on the same page.
I think this might also be Semphis seeing maybe a little bit of an over eagerness in towards the fight, seeing some of those tendencies creep in and being like, let's cut that out before it's a problem.
Yeah, guys, stop chasing down USPs. You crazy? Are you crazy?
Remember the game plan. Remember the strategy here.
Especially against the AWP of ZQK. We've seen him hit some nice shots in this event. He hit some nice shots on Ancient as well. A couple good sequences there, and that's kind of saying like, yeah, rein it back in. Don't get too over eager. Don't go for all the crazy wide swings. That AWP is going to punish you if you do. Smoke to put out the Molotov. Or Molotov to pop the smoke, I should say. I had that backwards.
Tomato, tomato, chicken, egg.
Yeah.
Except this time we do have empirical evidence about which came first, but you know, we're not gonna bother with that.
Yeah.
Facts. They're for nerds. In Counter-Strike, we go based on vibes.
Looks like a B split is forming at the moment.
Does seem to be. Delboni is going to be under pressure, but he also has a chance to just completely shut down this round from the bricks. He's got the spot, got the molly, and they're going to chase that. It's going to be Delboni collecting. Nicely played there. Trying to force the issue, and now this B site, it's pretty well defended. They know where they've got Delboni, but it's about Showtime here at the fence. Delboni even gets one more. Showtime talked. Support starting to come in, developing through from the market. ZQK trying to hold for that drop, and it is the AWP, which they haven't seen just yet. So in towards the site they go. They don't clear Showtime at all. Don't expect him to be here, and Cynic gives himself up for dead. So now this is getting very chaotic. Beals with the kill. He's delivered the Heimlich in a round or two, but this time it's 3 more to find. He's just jumping for a little slim bit of information. He's being wrapped upon, and Fastin will put him down.
That's not bad. Well done from Showtime, just staying patient. The big kill, obviously, Delboni, the first one over towards Catwalk. And I can understand why, I think it was CJ wanted to turn that corner so quick on the Molotov and fight inside the Molotov. And it's because that smoke at top con that's giving him safety to cross up Catwalk is going to fade away before that Molotov ends. So he's trying to get that kill to at least get something out of the situation. Maybe let his teammate have an easier time of things, and obviously just doesn't pan out. 3-1.
Players shifting into underpass. Looks like they'll try and maybe make a little bit of a move for mid-control. Limited buy. A couple deagles out here. 3 rifles, still something. But utility is a smoke and a flash, and that's it. B-Wills is dead.
That happened quick. He's challenging over in B halls. That's actually really deep. Excuse me, that might have been, yeah, that might have been underpass.
That was underpass, I believe.
And going for 2. CJ, TK, that's awkward.
That was just a flashbang, I guess, and Marky was in the wrong place with the
is
wrong
falling
lineup.
apart.
Yep, this has been pretty quick. Let's see if Carson can get some damage here. He's got 1. The round not quite in doubt. They don't want to give him too much, and they won't.
No, they will not. All right, 1 round lead in the early going for Nouns, but it's being chewed into, and they've got to drop down to pistols. A force buy here. Maybe like an unintentional one. Cynic just snapped that off real quick.
That's a bit concerning.
Yeah, because I'm confused as well, because you save this round and you get a full buy in the next one, and then we go back to the conversation we were having on Inferno down the stretch.
And it's really concerning as well, because remember, he's the in-game leader. And he's kind of looking, there's been a couple moments, like that play in towards B, right, where he gets caught by Showtime. It's very haphazard, very panicky, and it's wicked early. We don't need to get too concerned just yet, but these little moments, these little indications that maybe the cage is a bit more rattled off of that Ancient play than we would like.
Yeah, it is a little bit strange seeing that snap by from the in-game leader and everyone else kind of calling it off. Well, it's not going to do much for him. He's not even involved in the action. With that force buy, he was challenging over at A ramp while his Glock teammates are heading in towards B, and that investment goes to waste.
Anything out for Marky? He does have the bomb. He has showed this, and Showtime will make sure he can't do anything with it. So Yeah, investment giving us nothing. You can't really save here. It's not worth it.
No, and I mean, next round you're not going to have an AK-47 either, so it might just be Deagle Armor again for Cynic at 2,400. At least maybe some utility to go along with it, but yeah, that's not ideal.
So concerning signs.
And also, I mean, not having a whole lot of impact. 2 kills in the previous round ain't bad. 2 kills before that ain't bad, but still some money, some financial growth for Flamengo. Not anything too crazy, not anything that's out of control.
It certainly wasn't a chance where you're like, oh, we need to continue doing damage here to limit them. Like, the horses are out of the barn. Doesn't matter if you close the door now. Oh, this is an interesting play in towards the ladder early on. Nissim's here as well. This mid engagement could get a bit spicy. Taboni's had some success on Catwalk. They put the 3rd player here. That's the difference. It's ZQK peering in towards Apps. That's where he's going to post the rifle. That allowed these 2 players that normally hold the site to focus their efforts up Catwalk in towards the middle. Seems like this is going to be an A take as well. There are some smokes if they wanted to just set up for a default, but with CJ and Palace, they don't have the angles to throw the traditional ones. So 1 goes in, that's for jungle. Now the utility's sailing out. Anticipatory smoke from Fasten to allow him the space to slip out, but that's punished. They're ready for that. Now the mid presence is here. Delboni finds the first, but does he expect Marky to be in the same spot, the same lurk? Well, it helps if Marky's not looking for you.
Yeah.
That definitely hurts.
And didn't hear the footsteps. Well, almost. I think this plant's wide open. Oh, not wide open, but almost there. If Showtime had kept pressing the issue, but he holds his nerve just a little bit, doesn't swing out too wide. But now Nouns have to make a move, and that's it. Attacking towards CT spawn. All 3 players are stuck here, though. They're all stuck here. They need to make a decision. They need to all push down towards stairs, and that's where it's going. This clash means everything for the round. Oh, no. Huddled against the wall, but Cynic's got 2. All of a sudden, Nissim with a chance.
He doesn't have a kit, he doesn't have a kit, he doesn't have a kit. He's pulled off of this and the shot lands and there's time enough. All Cynic had to do was pull him off and live, and he can do nothing of the sort.
Smoke made him nervous. Smoke made him commit to that as well. Nice little jump up with low HP from Nissim. 4-3.
It's again these cracks. A little uncharacteristic for Nouns, right? Especially on Mirage where they have a lot of confidence, they got a lot of reps. And it's opportunities. Yes, this is very good play from Flamengo. I don't want to take this away from them, but we're seeing these moments where everybody gets stacked up in the same spot, where maybe you don't have the same control and responsibilities that you'd be hoping for.
And this feels really scrappy at the moment. Like even that opening kill, just kind of swinging out Palace. Like those are things you don't often expect. It's a nice opening to find, and Flamengo might be caught off guard a little bit by it, but they're doing a really, really good job of recovering after the fact.
It's a lot of what we've seen for Flamengo really throughout the series, which is their main advantage seems to be composure in a lot of situations, especially in this series. The experience, the composure, and funnily enough, perhaps their calmest player seems to be their youngest in Nissim. Fasten here is the one to strike first. Players are up Catwalk. That space has been afforded to them, but Carson's going to need to capitalize. If they get Delboni and Showtime, it's all open. But it's just Carson for the moat. They might call this clear. They didn't peek into the ladder, but they haven't seen anything just yet.
This isn't bad, though, for Flamengo. Even if the B hit does come in, if they can eliminate the Catwalk portion of the attack, like that retake is going to be so nice with Catwalk already held, challenging into the bomb site, players rotating over towards Market. And if Nouns slow play this a little too much, ZQK is going to be here. Big win for Carson. Showtime has the trade. One more is found as well. And now it's a disaster. A leg shot from ZQK. He's got 2 kills, B-Wills, as he exits the bomb site, but no HP for this clutch, and the HE takes him down.
And this is, again, the disjointed play, right? If the Catwalk and the Apartments fight comes out in the same moment, Showtime is screwed. He can't look both ways at the same time.
Yeah.
He is inevitably dead, traded at best 1-for-1, realistically. Instead, he kills the guy Cat. He kills the second guy Cat. He turns around, and he finishes it off.
That's a really nice performance, and he's doing a really good job early on. He's 11-6. Remember, he had that fantastic Ancient. He was top of the scoreboard with 24 kills, so Showtime showing up.
It's in the name. When the lights get bright, it's when the pressure is on.
It's in the name. Hero AK on Carson. He's going to go for the entry. Swinging out wide. Oh, he spotted one inside the bomb site. Good opening kill. Off is unwieldy. Good double kill from the single rifle on Nouns. And now the pistols can swarm, but they don't need to be aggressive with a 5-on-3.
And here's the danger of it at any moment. That sledgehammer can just come out and knock your door in, and that's exactly what's happened here. They just pick up the pace with the lesser weaponry. They fly in towards the site, and Flamengo were not ready for the fast play. There was no U-tilt down towards ramp. There was a cheeky play towards the ninja box, and that just falls apart.
That's the second time. That's the second time we've seen the opening for Nouns provided by that Halls play, just the wide swing. CJ previously, this time it's Carson who also adds a double on top of it. So Flamengo, the A defenders are going to have to be aware of that possibility.
This is kind of interesting as well. You would really like to save a gun or two. Nice kills for Delboni, that'll allow it. That's very quality fragging, and another as well. So now you actually don't have that much money building through. It was an eco, so that's not a huge issue for Nouns. They save an op, they save an AK, or an M4 rather. It's a nice find, but...
Yeah, you have to reinvest a lot with some of those kills. Yeah, I think that might have been, that many players going down was actually kind of an issue. I mean, it would have been so nice to have a one-round buffer in this situation. Money's an issue, though, for Flamengo as well. I mean, Delboni's down to 50, Nissim at 150, so yeah, Nouns can apply some pressure with the victory here, but both teams kind of really sketchy in terms of their money. Both teams had a pretty similar situation in terms of their money.
Swing round. Potentially coming through. You got cash to spare on Buells and Cynic, but that's it. What do we got? Aggression from Showtime. That's in the apartments. He just walks up and kills Marky. Flashbang for it. But I think Marky may have turned from that, and he just plays out of it. So, well done there. Way to take the initiative.
Yeah, that's a design play, but Cynic responds with a quick angle up catwalk. Nobody was watching mid. Showtime had no idea. Now Delboni's in trouble, and they also have the cutout from Market. Although Fasten makes it in somehow. They know his position. Carson's lurking around, and he's got one in towards Market. That's ZQK, who had no idea. And man, these fast plays from Nouns, when they slow it down, things get a little bit sketchy, but the speed and the pacing are catching Flamengo completely off guard. Said they were a pug team, said they were born out of chaos, and I mean, they're thriving in it for the moment. They're causing it all over the map and taking advantage.
Seems like the brick might be back down on the gas pedal.
There's no defense in this. This is like one of those boxing matches where it's just punches. It's
Two guys
it's a Rocky
there,
movie. Yeah.
Smack each other in the jaw until someone falls down. Feeling a little like it. Let's see who's going to collapse first. A fight in towards mid. Why not? Just swing. Keep swinging. When in doubt, try and shoot your way out. There's a little bit of support here from Cynic, but Cynic has the bomb. Cynic has the bomb. He's got one. He knows he can't stick around. Carson, another kill at least. This is a little more touch and go than you'd like, and the AK's been surrendered. But...
They have a decision to make if they want to go for this Flamengo. I think they're at least going to test it and see if Showtime can get an early kill, although B-Wills is already in CT spawn. Oh, we didn't see that. I think the timing was just perfect for B-Wills. Yeah, it's going to be a free kill. Knife is out. He's checking radar. Gone.
Oh, with that, we will see Nouns sliding into the lead.
Yeah, again. They came back 3 rounds straight now.
So why not?
And Flamengo... now they gotta solve the problem of calming things down, like slow the pace down, mount a good defense that makes Nouns really second guess what kind of pace and aggression they want to have to these rounds. Marky has got Delboni trapped. He's gonna find the kill at the end of the day. Still money for Flamengo to buy, as this losing bonus has built up.
Better than you might have expected, to be fair, as well. But that was Nico. Before they found the guns top mid, right? Remember all the way back around? Those 2 AKs were taken over from the other side, so I had to think about it for a second there too.
Yeah.
These rounds are so madcap, it feels like it doesn't matter what guns they have in their hands.
I'm like not getting a feel for the rhythm of this game. It's just so mental.
This is NA. This is the Nouns I'm very used to, and the question is, how quickly can Flamengo adapt?
This is outside of my wheelhouse. Okay, yeah, was an eco that they brought into it, so that's why the money is much higher than I kind of expected it to be. 5-6.
So, I mean, we saw that aggression in towards apartments a couple rounds ago that netted an early kill, right? We've seen some initiative taken. It's mostly come from the B-side players, it feels like. It's been a little more stagnant over on the other side of the map, and well, this is the direction the Nouns are going to threaten. These smokes are out immediately. That is utility right off the rip. They're not moving behind it just yet. They're seeing if there's going to be a response. And the Molotovs are there.
Okay, this round's a little bit slower. So, I mean, this might be Nouns saying, all right, let's tone the pace down a little bit. Let's see if they dump some utility to stop our fast plays. Maybe take advantage of that later, but this is always going to end up to be an A-split. 3 players waiting, 2 at ramp, 1 in halls. Marky and Carson, they're the ones who have to get into position and take this control.
Fasten's pulled off of this. That allows some space in towards the connector. He's going to leave the responsibility with Delboni, who also has to look back the other way. So there's a chance for this to get real interesting. Off the off peak, the elbow's been spotted, but the shot doesn't land. And now ZQK doesn't feel like he can go back for this. Smoke to provide some cover, but it's up to his riflers now. It's up to his teammates. They're just going to walk the smoke, and somehow Carson wins it. Unreasonable on that shot. A duel in towards ramp, but the trade is there. ZQK got one more, and the health. Look at the health for Nouns. These players are wisps. They're ghosts, but there's still 45 seconds. They can leave.
Yeah, well, Carson was just pushed up towards the murder hole, and he called it out. He's like, there's 2 players rotating. We know ZQK's over at the stairs, so they've left B-Wills now in the lurk towards Palace. And Carson and CJ, they just have to make the assumption at this point that Carson's information is going to hold true for all this time, that nobody's managed to rotate back. There's a nice kill from B-Wills. That's going to freeze Delboni and ZQK as well. They have no idea. Bomb's about to be planted, and that's real unfortunate for them.
Well, Delboni does clean up B-Wills. Maybe he's pressing the issue a little bit too soon, but right now this player's isolated. ZQK trying to rock out. He's got the USP, though. He's got the info on the damage, but he's not got the shot. CJ just enough health to live on 4. And now Delboni, that nade's goodbye, CJ. Goodbye. Not even a world where you get away from that.
What is happening in this game?
Madness. Nouns pandemonium. And Delboni, he doesn't have a kit. So this tap is a little bit desperate. He needs the swing right now if he's going to win it. And so far, Carson hasn't flinched. Now he's got confirmation. Delboni's just going to try and back away. So 7 rounds on the board for Nouns. It's not what we would call a traditional round, but it's going to be A-OK for NA.
Carson ran all the way into market, Molotov the entrance, smoked it off, and then ran all the way back to halls. And like ZQK didn't even hesitate. He jumped right through the smoke for that USP fight. This is just... Man, it's been a minute since I've had to deal with this.
I feel like I'm on a roller coaster with you that I've been on 10 times before, and I'm just watching your reactions.
For me, it's been years. It's been years.
This is what it's all about, baby. Cynic gonna take that shot right off the rip, wins it out against ZQK. So an immediate duel against his counterpart. 1. Not much to show into this round.
And it's an eco. I've got that under wraps.
Definitely this time.
Won't make that mistake twice.
Well, don't say that yet. This could still get weird.
This could still get out of control.
This could still get weird. Speaking of weird, Showtime might have a bit of a spot here. You'd expect it to be 1 at most. At most, indeed, it will be nicely limited.
Yeah, good spacing. Good spacing from Nouns moving up. Really a nice bait onto B-Wills. Should be 8.
Should be.
Delboni's going to slide over. Marquis watching for any play out of market. Spots it out as well, so that's the danger averted.
Carson's a little far forward with that bomb.
Yeah,
don't love that, but
I don't know why he did that.
Because he forgot he had it.
Okay, he was in the bomb site.
Maybe B-Wills had it initially and he picks it up, and then someone's like, hey, don't jump into market. Real quick, don't jump into market.
Oh, I need some
You're all
Tylenol.
good. Just back out a little bit. See, to me, this is just comfort. I know what to expect here.
Somebody bring me a Jameson. That's the only way this is going to make sense.
We can do that on order.
3-round lead.
All right, comms coming in. Timeout. 3rd taken by Flamengo.
2nd. Oh, well, it's 2nd in the game. 3rd on the graphic, 2nd in the game.
Graphics throwing me for a loop. All right, so the server knows. We trust the server at the end of the day.
Trust the server.
Don't know where that disconnect's come in, but
there was a timeout taken by Nouns earlier as well. Remember, so maybe, I don't know.
So maybe it thinks that...
I'm just throwing things out there.
All right, who knows? 8-5. 2 more timeouts to be used. We've talked about the specialness of Flamengo's timeouts at times, but certainly it's not going well for them, so change can't hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever the change might be. Still haven't managed to slow this down at all.
No. Molotov to try and control this pace. They've got a little bit more utility. Fasten wants to peek in towards Underpass. That's a bit cheeky. Marquis is here. Marquis is alone. This could be punished, but he's just going to slide right into the apps, and Fasten's pulling out. Having been flashed, he's like, okay, they know, they're aware, they're watching me.
At least they have this, though, because, I mean, around that Nouns slows it down, which has got to feel really nice for Flamengo. They're like, thank God, we just got to catch our breath. But at least they have this mid-control, right? And they want the emphasis on this. They don't want that catwalk split to be open. They don't want to split towards the A-bomb site to be open. Unfortunately, Nouns has the perfect call.
Yeah, if this just turns into an A exec.
And again, it's just like dry peeking in. There's no indication this is coming, giving full faith over to Cynic to actually challenge at every single angle with the op, and then the AKs can actually move in when he's got that deep cover. And they're going to find a bomb site completely wide open. Very passive defense. The first contact with Nissim, and he's over at top con.
Marky might give this up, but he can wait for his teammates to find that contact, and that might just distract enough. Oh, no. Tries to go ahead of it, so now they're going to be propelled in, knowing that that's the heavy setup. Smoke to try and provide a little bit more cover into the fight, but utility sailing over. That is punishing. And right through it goes CJ, Madman on. Even a shot in a ZQK finished off by Carson, and they are just railing shots right through. Bomb needs to go down. Carson.
Whose smoke is that in front of stairs? Is that Nouns?
No, that was coming through from Flamengo. That was to try and give them some space to swing bench. But it winds up working out beautifully for Nouns because then they push through it.
That's what I was wondering about. I was like, is that a missed smoke or is that just like mad genius at play? It's hard to tell.
That's what we call a little improv creativity. Take what's given to you, and Cynic will take a little bit more.
Yeah, but they're not aware of how close this creep up bench is. Now here comes the turn of the corner. Off misses a shot, dinked. B-Wills not pouncing. He's got both. Double headshot, good spray down. And it's a 4-round lead. It's 6 straight.
Once they get going, this is such a momentum-based team. It's that truck, man. Once they get going, once they're up to speed, how are you going to slow them down?
They put the gas back in the truck. They got the brick back on. It might be a cinder block this time.
Yes. And it is just, I mean, they're trying to throw up the barricades. They've thrown down the strips, you know, the tire popping strips.
Yeah.
They're trying everything, and it just keeps coming.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Hall's push. CJ, what you got, baby? Flashed yourself. That's not a great start, but B-Wills is there to help out now. An awkward duel around the pillars. Utility usually spells death in this scenario, but not this time. Not this time, and Marquee pounces.
And now they got the site.
You got 2 kills over in Palace. You got a kill at the B-bomb site. Yeah, bomb's going to get planted, and CJ could just chill.
Doesn't even really need to do anything.
Showtime's going to have to spend so much time being cautious, kind of lurking through T-spawn, and he's not even going to get anything. This is the last round as well. They have to go for it.
It's weirdly enough, even committing into that fight, clearing that out, might just have lost them the round, just purely on time. How do you even get back into this? They're going to try for the fast cat?
Nissim sees Market smoked off, so he jumps out the window to go towards Catwalk, and that's smoked off as well, so no joy.
No joy, nothing for free. I don't even think he can win this on the clock, and he certainly won't. Walking right into the barrel of Carson's AK-47. 7 rounds to close that half, double digits on the board, and Nouns are just 6 swift rounds away from moving on to the final day of this Americas RMR. We'll be right back.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No. I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go. Quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Heartland out of control in that first half. Nouns slammed through Flamengo for the tune of 10 rounds. But there's a reprieve. It's the halftime break. Flamengo, they at least get to catch their breath.
Yeah, I got to catch my breath as well at halftime. That was necessary. That was okay. All
okay.
Right. Well, that's
all
through
right,
the smoke.
Wills.
Yeah, give it to him. Why not? Just keep it going. Well, they needed it. Although this push on Catwalk, they're going to step in front of it. Oh, they need some of these kills. They need to slow this down. Challenge every step of the way. That's the bomb stuck in connector as well. Oh, this is an issue. This is a huge issue for Flamengo. Nice kill from Nisam. Everyone is coming in to try and help this bomb escape, and these USPs cannot find the kills. Oh, Nouns had an advantage there, but they can't connect the shots, and now it gets weird once again.
I wouldn't have it any other way. We're not allowed to have it any other way in this matchup. It's got to be a little weird. And the fight in towards CT, this is what they were looking for. That drops the kit, that drops the smoke on down, but B-Wills, he's been the hero for them round and round again.
How long does Cynic run? Delboni's already in Palace looking for this, and Cynic is making all the noise in the world. Oh, Delboni can outplay him. He can outplay him so much. Yeah, knife out. What is happening? No! He just ran by him! He's ran by him! Facet has no idea. I don't want to do this anymore. I want off the ride.
You don't get to get off this ride. You're strapped in. You're tied to the chair. There's no escape, and Cynic's going to make it work. He just runs right past the Palace player. He sprints on through and says, see ya. I don't want to deal with you. You're not my dance partner right now. I'm taking out your friend.
I don't want anything to do with it. That's so crazy. I haven't seen anything like it in a long, long time. I'm having flashbacks.
Flashbacks to what?
Like 2012.
Ooh, how is the year the world was supposed to end?
It's so mental. Why? Like, no, it's just the assumption that no one is going to be there. No caution. No, nothing. All right, here we go. Buy up in the second round.
Oh,
2-for-2 trade. B-Will's now stepping up to the plate. Okay, big challenge. Nissim is slid out of A. So this gets interesting. Marky needs to be really careful as he rotates over. So does Carson. Carson at least seems to be aware of the possibility. Now he's heard the footsteps because Nissim doesn't care at all. He's fighting fire with fire. Footsteps the whole way.
All the noise in the world, but he has no idea that Carson heard him. That Carson was tracking this right into the corner, so he was trying to call for his teammates to come join him, to come link up, and they were a little slow to do so, and it turns out to be their saving grace because it was a false promise of a secured site. There was never any control here. Nouns were just letting him hold on to it for a moment. But now, they've played the take backsies card, and Carson will take a little bit more. ZQK, what do you got? Half your health, a flashbang, and a dream, and that dream's a bit of a nightmare. I can tell you something.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like it might be over soon, Jason. You might be able to wake up from this fever dream.
Yeah, this is the last lap of the roller coaster.
This is what I was going to say earlier before that pistol round ripped off to a crazy start was the one thing you could count on if you're Flamengo is the truck had to come to a stop at the half. It was required, so maybe you could keep them from getting that gas pedal pressed back down, but, well, that might be out the window already. Kind of looks like it is.
I'm so speechless still.
You're still thinking about the jump through
Yeah,
Palace,
I am
aren't you?
actually. Yeah, it's just playing over in my head over and over and over. Unarmored pistols for Flamengo.
One of these teams is going home from this RMR, and one of these teams is going to be one game away from making the major.
Sure.
You ready for Noun stickers?
Give me some Noun stickers. I mean, that's what you get. Nobody spotting A ramp whatsoever. Now one player all on his own. It's Cynic. He needs to just tuck down for what best he can. His teammates are coming in for support. B-Wills, Marquee, the reinforcements have arrived. They've shut things down before it got too far out of control. Only Fasten remaining just for a moment. And Nouns is just 3 rounds away from eliminating Flamengo.
I think Flamengo might be feeling like you do, Jason. They feel like they're passengers along for the ride, and they just can't. They want off this.
They're probably thinking like, screw it, it's not worth it. it's not worth the stickers. Just give me away.
Hey guys, what's the org policy on psychiatric assistance?
Yeah, I don't want to fight this anymore.
Oh. My goodness, what do we got? We got an op, we got a mid-fight, we got a little bit of a face, we got Cynic wanting to bring the fight to them. But just a Molotov to slow it down right now. ZQK was hoping something would come back his way. A flashbang to put B-Wills out. And here's the catch, here's the kill. Early advantage found for Nouns.
Yeah, that's the big piece of the attack taken away. That's the one player at the A bomb site. And of course, Nouns is going to fight to the death in middle. 2-for-2 trade, so we're in a 3-on-3. CJ and Cynic entirely give up the bomb site. So does Carson at B. Both kind of are all 3 coalescing for a moment towards middle to challenge. But the smoke in the window is going to slow all of that down. So Cynic and CJ are going to wait for it to fade and see mid is clear. And I guess, like, to a certain extent, the play towards the B bomb site is really all Flamengo have, considering they don't know if CJ pushed after getting the kill at A ramp.
They still have time, though. They still have time. They could go back and clear it. There's 55 seconds. They don't have to force this issue, but they feel like they do. And that is a one-way that Carson sets up to get information and to get damage. And he gets both. He gets both. He gets everything, all of the above, but then he commits instead of playing passive and waiting for his teammates to help him out. He just bets it all on himself, and that bet is faulty. That bet is wrong. And now the retake's going to be required. Even with ZQK down on 5, that op is still so valuable. It zones out the apartments, and he'll be waiting for Carson, for Cynic. Carson long since dead, and they're backing away.
Yeah, that would have been the sick play. That would have been absolutely perfect if he'd been able to stay alive after that little bit of damage of information, because he had 2 players coming over with decent enough flanks if he was able to live for a few seconds. But, I mean, look, challenging everything got them to 13-5, so,
Live by the sword.
Yeah, exactly. That's the situation we're in.
You do die by it. Where's the money at? Where's the money at? Is that enough to justify a force buy? Ooh, I think it is, Jason. I think it is. Around the 2 guns?
Of course it is.
When in doubt, force it out.
Nice. I like that. FAMAS dropped over. I mean, they do get. I mean, they got a pretty decent force buy, all things considered. 3 FAMAS out of it. It's not prettiest thing in the world, but obviously prioritizing some of the nades and utility. This has been a lot of quick challenges in middle for Nouns. They've really, in the opening of the CT half, been more than willing to fight with numbers here. And this time they've got 4 players focused on it. Look at all the smokes in middle at the moment. That's keeping their attention in place. Meanwhile, Flamengo looking to come up A ramp as soon as the smoke fades. And it's B-Wills who might be caught off guard.
He's had himself a good map, though.
This defense hasn't stopped shifting positions like at all. Everyone's just like running around, going for the next spot.
They're constantly fluid, ready for the fight, ready to be mobile. And they have invited Flamengo in towards it, but now that they see these players, Cynic shifting back to reassume the control towards Ticket. Maybe get a spot there. B-Wills gets the peek out. He's got the first kill. Now he's got some support as well, and he actually slips away, stays alive, maintains the advantage. This spam is so punishing onto Fast. And when they will plant this bomb, you know they're not feeling comfortable. 4 players are rotating through towards spawn. This is really interesting. They had full jungle control. They give it up to move en masse. They're just flowing right back into any gap that they're allowed, trying to spot these players. And the ramp hold is going to need to be good. The flashbang to force off the op. But into the angle, into the spot. Fast and dead. It's all about this hold. And the bomb already being tapped onto the defuse.
Oh
Palace player
Lord.
gone. They're just sweeping them off. There's no response, not even a kill going back the other way. You can have full control. You can have all the bodies up you want. But if you leave even the slimmest opening back in, Nouns are punishing.
And it wasn't a slim opening at all. Everyone vacated the premises. The only aggressor was towards stairs, and I mean, he can only kind of watch jungle and con, but after that, it's ZQK with an op towards Ticket. He missed a couple of shots as they began that retake, as they jumped over Ticket as well, but the AKs, the other two guys, nowhere close to the bomb site. So a lot of space for Noun to work with and gain an advantage in that post plant once they get into the site. And yeah, I can't even blame Flamengo for just being a little knocked out here.
They're taking the timeout. It feels like maybe they've just got a little bit of fear in there, hesitance to fight, because they've been getting ripped out of the server every time they try and take a face. And so they're trying to play the percentages, trying to avoid giving up anything, and in doing so, they lose it all. So, this is either the third or fourth timeout, depending on who you believe.
It's the third.
It's the third.
Trust me.
I wonder what this graphic's going to say when we get the fifth, according to
5 out of 4.
5 out of 4 timeouts. 2 rounds. 2 rounds are all that's down between Nouns and Sunday.
Here's
final
B-Wills.
day of play.
Gonna challenge. Of course he is. Confidence at an all-time high.
When it's working. When it rains, it pours. And Flamengo.
This is the definition of mega play that gets your dick hard each and every single round. Leg shot onto ZQK.
Shout out to the Knights. And towards the underpass they go. It's going to be B-Wills again who's going to be tested, right? You got Cynic up in towards the window. You got Marky watching from Catwalk, but it's B-Wills who wants to take that contact as soon as this smoke fades. Well, a re-smoke gone, so it'll be a little while yet. Time's starting to whittle off the clock. We're hitting a minute. What he got for us, Flamengo, needs some action, and this fasten in towards the window. This could be it. This could be the action. Can he dig out? Can he win this duel against Cynic? Cynic's gotten away, and B-Wills wants to peek back into the angle. That shot missed, but B-Wills very much ready on the spot, and his teammate is not linked up. They're not moving with him.
Yeah, there's nobody challenging up Con as well. B-Wills got to swing for another fight. Takes Delboni down very, very low. This is sketchy. ZQK low, Delboni low. Neeson has all the HP. Marky's found another, so just 2 players survive still. And ZQK's got to provide all the cover in the world.
I think Nissa might have heard this. That's the only thing you can say in their favor, but I believe he was just spotted, and that's just trying to lure him in to Cynic's angle. CJ will even smoke this just to stay alive. They got such a massive advantage. They don't need to worry about the bomb plants anymore. It's all about the round win. And that's going to make it all that much more difficult. Nissim, he's got to fight every possible direction, and Marky will destroy him before he can even get off the plant.
Yeah, no HP for ZQK. He had to hit that shot very quick, and they're done. They're toast. Nouns have taken complete control of Mirage. 9 chances to knock Flamengo out. 9 chances to make it tomorrow and fight for a spot in Paris. That's how it started. This is the second kill from B-Wills. Fasten thought the contact was going to be at the murder hole, but he was wrong.
Look, the one thing you can say for Flamengo, there was a wobble in the first map, right? Nouns not always able to put games away. That's been something that's haunted them before. But that's about the only thing you could say in their favor, because Flamengo have been fully out of this for quite a few rounds now. There's only one player's even positive on the scoreline. That's Showtime.
This is what Flamengo did to them on Ancient. So, I mean, fair play. Flashbang perhaps up into the sky. CJ somehow still alive. Knife is out. We might get a knife, but indeed we won't. CJ won. B-Wills won. Now the op steps up. That's Carson with the miss, and he just switched into a double op setup, so it betrays him.
A little bit awkward here, trying to come out of the apps as well. Marky catches Showtime just wandering on the smoke fade. Looking like it's CS2 with the way that smoke just suddenly pops away and leaves him exposed. The bomb's not even being planted. ZQK is frozen in fear. He's so wary that a player's going to come around spawn, but it's not going to happen. The op's not holding here. There's not utility to dig him out. Tag damage is good. The nade, if it comes in. Uh-oh. Goodbye, ZQK.
Oh, it's nose for plant. It wasn't for the back. What a good shift of position from ZQK. All on him and Delboni, but he's trapped. They have to know his position. The question is, where's Delboni? Because he can't help out at all. And now he's left all alone. 1v2 over the top. It's done. Cynic finds it at the end. And Nouns just go right through Flamengo on map 3 on Mirage.
Never leaving that moment to even put the doubt in their mind. Never leaving the chance for the rounds to maybe even slide back the other way. It's pure domination. It's pure, unfiltered, raw American power right there. And that's NACS right there, baby. Pure and distilled. That's Nouns Esports.
Yeah, God bless. Oh, it's been a minute. That was a wild ride. That was a wild ride. Yeah, I almost like feel for Flamengo. They were probably thinking of coming in. They probably had all these like tactics and strategies and concepts and philosophies in their head, ready to go, ready to play an elimination game, and none of it mattered because they weren't even playing the same game.
Everyone's got a plan
They
until
were
you
playing
get
chess.
punched in the
Nouns was
mouth.
playing checkers, and checkers won today.
I mean, I think Nouns was playing with a sledgehammer on the chessboard.
Sledgehammer, truck, they got it all. A gas-powered sledgehammer, perhaps.
Anything that you can think of that evokes power and just raw brutality.
Gotta say, though, I mean, just to be serious for a moment, bummer for Flamengo, obviously. We've talked on them, some young talent that's rising up that has some promise to them. We'll see how that develops. Also, some of the experienced players who have played in previous majors, who have been around in CSGO for a long, long time. Obviously going to sting that they're denied access to this final major of CSGO. And I mean, showed some cool things on Ancient today, showed some cool things on Nuke on day one as well. And yeah, a bummer. Tough for them to have this chance taken away.
I mean, I think when we're talking about them, the composure, the strategies, they all played out. They were able to contain a lot of very powerful teams, but at some point, the firepower just proves to be too much, and they get completely overwhelmed. And joining us here on the desk to talk about that firepower, we got Cynic. Congratulations, man. That was a banger on Mirage, eh?
Yeah, it definitely was.
That was the understatement of the year right here. You guys just ran straight through them. We saw some wobbles on previous maps where even when you guys were close to closing it out, maybe there's that little bit of an error. Not at all a question on Mirage. Like, why did that not come in? What was the mentality there? What was the feeling?
I think a lot of our Mirage comes down to just hitting shots. I mean, I try my best to just set people up for duels because I think that's our biggest strength is just winning our engagements. Winning our duels. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it.
It showed. There were a lot of duels in that game.
Yeah.
You guys had no chill.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of the first, I mean, in memory, one of the few times I've seen you guys even play. Is this what your Mirage is always like? Is it always like this? Because I was on a ride, man.
Yeah, it's always pretty messy, always pretty fun.
Sick.
Okay. Not no. We got to ask about that pistol round in the second half, right? Because I thought Jason was about to lose his marbles and just walk off the desk.
Attack, yeah.
When you jump past the guy in Palace, did you even know he was there until he started shooting?
No.
Bless it all. Cool, man. Let's go back in the series though, because Inferno was a cool game as well, and you guys almost let him back into it. Was that a little stressful during that comeback towards the end? Were you guys panicking at all in some situations?
I wouldn't say panic, but I could definitely feel that there were a lot of nerves.
Some tension?
Yeah, definitely.
You guys were gambling a lot. Did you have some kind of a read, or were you guys just kind of just trying to like kind of get a step ahead of them?
I think that was part of the nerves. We were kind of getting jumpy, over-rotating a little bit. I think at the end we had a couple of, I don't remember exactly what happened at the end of the half, but I think somebody had a big play. I think it was Carson and B that closed out the half, but usually I would say I'd like for us to be more disciplined, but yeah, we were just a little bit of nerves, I think. That was it.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. And then I guess the other question we got to just ask you on because of the way Ancient went as well, which was a bit of a smackdown map pool. You guys, I mean, you got one more game tomorrow. You can't really fix anything now, but I mean, moving forward into the future, has that been a concern?
I felt like honestly, going into our Ancient, I felt confident.
Okay.
But I think we just had a couple of things that we need to tighten up.
Yeah.
They kind of did a lot of the same stuff over and over, and we just didn't do a good job of adjusting. And we made a couple of mistakes. They were winning a lot of duels on Ancient. I think that was a big thing. Like, we had a lot of good situations, 5v4s, and then we would just lose a duel, and then the setup would break down. So just address stuff like that, and I think it'll be good.
That'll happen.
All right, well, congratulations, man. You made it to the last day. One more hurdle, one more chance. How you feeling about the chance of making your way to Paris?
Good. I'm confident.
Get you some stickers, baby.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Get you some stickers. Love to hear that. Congratulations on the win today. And we'll see you tomorrow. Exciting one. And we're going to go ahead and take a break here, folks. We got one more series of the day. It's time to figure out who our potential legends are going to be. We're going to be crowning some 3-0 games, paying Fluxo here on this stream when we come back from this break.
Finally, it's coming. For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one for Europe. So now I'm I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. He's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than 31. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Moscow.
More match on the day here for the Blast TV Americas RMR. And it's going to be a Brazilian derby. One I felt like we've seen so many times already. It's kind of just the nature of the way this has been working out. But this one's a difficult draw for one side, as it's Pain Gaming who comes in looking fantastic.
Yeah.
And honestly, they were one of my top 3 teams to come out of the RMR, so it's no surprise there.
Yeah, you might have had like a different team up there if it wasn't for like the recent rise of Pain Gaming as well.
Sure.
Look, I'm just happy. You had a chill during that Nouns game. I had to cast it. I'm just glad we get it back some normalcy.
You're just happy it's over.
I get to just chill for a moment. Things are going to make a little bit more sense, I feel, in this game.
I have a feeling as well, although Fluxo at times has been a team that comes out strong and then just stops and stalls out.
I haven't seen them yet at this event. I haven't had to cast them yet. This is going to be my first time. I'm pretty confident on that one as well. It all blends together. But, I mean, this was a team that coming into this event, you heard like whispers around the NA scene, and we even had Skulls up here previously after they won a match, telling us Fluxo's a team that's very good. They had a little bit of a rough game on day 1. It was closer than they probably expected it to be. It hasn't been the prettiest route to get here. But obviously there's some respect on this team. But Pain is just playing so well. Skulls has been excellent. Hard Zhao has been excellent. Zevi's obviously up there with a huge thing. And all of them have great things to say about Big User as an in-game leader and what he's providing and the work that he's doing for this team to get them into this position. So at the moment, these guys are hitting such a nice timing in their calendar for the year, leading into the major and ramping up. They've had some nice upset wins, not a great deep tournament run quite yet, but all positive signs of progression. So they're feeling very, very good at the moment, and that's translating into their gameplay.
I'm excited too, because this is going to be one of the first times we get to see them in a best of 3, so we'll get to see how deep that map pool really is.
This is Nouns. This is the Psychopaths from the last game. We're just going to...
They wanted to remind you.
We just got to go through it. Exactly. Everyone's really messing with my brain at the moment. They just want me to go through it all over again. There's Semphis. He's looking good, looking sharp.
I was joking around. I still think it is true that Semphis should just stand in front of the other team, and he should not stand behind his own team.
Sure.
Shirtless in front of the other team.
Okay, shirtless now.
Just...
All right, Bach, we see where your mind's at.
Yeah, oh, I mean, how could you not? You look at the dude, he's built like a tree. It's
absolutely
insane. Now, on the side of Fluxo, there's names you might recognize, specifically looking at Phelps, a name who's been around the Brazilian scene for a long time, one that a lot of people have expected to see big things from, but he never really felt like he materialized, like the career just didn't take off to the level that others had expected. If you look at the results that they had, 16-13 against Ur, 16-14 against BESTIA. Both times, they struggled to close out the series in very close games, whereas Pain Gaming made very quick work of their opposition in the opening against Paqueta. Actually, by the way, I was told it's Paquetá. Paquetá.
Okay.
Thank you, Zeus, for that one, the coach of Fluxo, who corrected me, and he was like, every time you guys said it wrong, it was like someone was drilling into my eye socket.
Well,
sorry.
Whatever. Screw Zeus.
Yeah, right?
We'll have words with him.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll take him down a notch.
But looking at this series, they came into that one 16-2, 16-10 as well in their follow-up against Complexity. They look really good, really strong, but now we get to see the full taste, the full smorgasbord of what they bring to the table.
Smorgasbord, I like that word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 big names, obviously, for me on the Fluxo side of things. Phelps, obviously, we've seen in some of those old Brazilian rosters who never felt like he had like a clean chance, kind of coming in with some role confusion to the legendary roster when Fur was a part of it. Those 2 clashed a lot. And the other one being VSM, who was always the name that was like, this guy's a stud, this guy's incredible, and didn't have chances to play at the major. He was banned for a long time, so recently unbanned, and this has got to be like a little bit personal for him to be able to make it to a major now that he finally has that opportunity, now that it's finally within his grasp. So I think for him, this is going to be really, these next couple of days are going to be very emotional, depending on whether he makes it or not. Well, regardless, whichever way it goes, it's going to be emotional good or emotional bad.
Now, we've seen Nuke from Pain. That's not surprising. We've seen Mirage as well from, I think, both teams. No, Pain did not play at this event, but we did see it from Fluxo. We also saw their Nuke. There were their 2 maps they played in the best of ones. But we were talking about map pool coming into this. Pain feels like their map pool is very, very deep in comparison to some of the other teams at this event. Even some of the teams that have already played through, teams we've seen play today, Nouns being one of those teams. It does feel like Pain is set to make a major run.
Yeah, certainly it should be right there. I mean, again, with all the positives they have coming into this is their moment to grasp. The rise of Skulls has been impressive. Big Uzera's in-game leader has been impressive. Zevi and Hard Zhao have been impressive. Nekas has had some impact. So everything is boding really well for Pain. I have them in favorites for this matchup, obviously. And I mean, look, it would be really cool as well. I know FURIA Liquid's going on the other stream as well. If you'd like to tune into that as well, chuck it up on a second monitor, chuck this up on a second monitor, whichever way you prefer. But there's a world in which we get Liquid Pain playoff game for that single legend spot to the Americas Americas, which would be really cool little piece of, I don't know, a piece of that rivalry that's been building. I'll tell you this, though. As much as I think Pain Gaming is the favorite coming into this, I've learned a long time ago, and I got great respect for the coach, Zeus of Fluxo. I'm never going to discount a Zeus-led team or a Zeus coach team. Like, he's one of the very, very good ones, and doesn't get mentioned often enough in that category in my mind. And I'm interested to see what he's been able to do with these guys.
Had a little bit of a chat with Wilton before the game went live, and definitely feeling confident. He kind of basically said, he's like, I come into this feeling like everybody else sucks, which is a great mindset to have.
You have to have that mindset to a certain degree. I mean, he says that there's obviously going to be respect as well in the opposition, but you always got to feel like you're going to be the best one stepping into the server on that day. Nice shot from Skulls. That's the second kill. A third one provided as the smoke plumes, and all of a sudden this pistol round seems out of reach unless this P250 can sing. Tough angle to hit the head of Skulls, though. Zevi reacts fast enough as Phelps comes down the ladder, and it's all over. Pistol round for Pain. We can hear the shouts through the walls.
Very confident play coming in from Pain in the pistol. Just one casualty. Fluxo, don't get onto the site. Obviously, not even near an opportunity to plant. It started over in apartments, but it was actually an A hit in the end. But Pain Gaming kicking things off exactly as one would expect them to. A strong start to this first half on Fluxo's pick of Mirage. Just want to go back and watch that again. It was so clean.
Yeah, it was clean.
Love to see it.
Satisfying, even. No real investment for Fluxo. They've got the deal on VSM. He's going to be challenging towards the B bomb site. Wants to find a pick. Hardzown might give him the opportunity, both playing anti-flash for the moment. There's the peak. That was the moment that Deagle was waiting for. Missed its opportunity, and they're not going to get another one of those. Deep Molotov as well. Going to keep them, at least one of them, pushed forward. Okay, does give him another chance. Can't win it out with that Deagle, even jumping up. Hardzown's very committed, tapping away. Now he's got to give it up. 25 HP. Don't take another one. Smoke down. 5-on-4 provided, 5-on-2 provided by Zevi. Triple kill in the round over in mid. That's all three players at top mid. So this little B split they're trying to execute with no utility, it ain't gonna work.
VSM, the last remaining member of Fluxo. The bomb is dropped top mid, so not really a whole lot gonna happen here. 5 players survive. And at this point, just trying to keep those 2 injured players in the fray. Don't want to lose any of that money. Zevi may have gotten a triple kill, but definitely value in the rifle in his hands. Neck is in a great position, and you should be able to spot him out here in just a moment. VSM is going to look up, but the rifle strikes first, and it is a second round on the board for Pain. If you watch the game against Bestia, Fluxo was able to put up 9 rounds on their T side, and then they won 4 in the second half. They were up 13-8. They ended up winning, I believe it was 16-14. So you can get an appreciation for how things started to stall out a little bit. And that's very similar to what happened in their opening series. So the fact that they're losing the pistol is not the worst thing in the world. Their T side is formidable.
Yeah, and we're gonna get a good glimpse of it in this first gun round. AK's single Galil, good utility as well. Bomb is gonna be over in Palace, and a little bit of utility chucked out towards middle to have some attention, but they're headed right into an A hit. 3 players. Skulls and Zevi are pushed up towards ramp, though, so even if they come out, I mean, there's a chance this can be a quick response, and it's gonna be tough. Even if you get Zevi, I don't think you'll expect Skulls to be there. And here's the first player. Zevi's got another 2 kills. Double kill on the entrance, and Skulls is still waiting. He's got another. And Fluxo have not been able to find any progress in any of these rounds.
How he actually gets that kill, too, as they hard clear it with just an MP9 is impressive. He's 19 HP, but the damage has been dealt extensively so to Fluxo, who is now in a position where they're looking for literally anything.
Well, they have to get something now,
I know.
right?
Like there's too much time in the round. It's not like they can even consider a save.
And damage to the economy is so critical to have on Pain this early, because they didn't get a single kill in the previous round. They only got 1 kill in the pistol. Frags are an issue. It's still very early, obviously. But yeah, this money, if it balloons out of control too quick for Pain, I mean, Fluxo is the underdog here, and you give the favorite in this matchup tons of money to work with. All of a sudden, you're in a really tough place where you're struggling to find 1 round, and you're going to need like 3 rounds to take their economy out of their hands. Phelps moving up into Con. There's the spot. Easy kill. History, the last one remaining.
Feels wrong to kill History.
You can't kill history.
It's got to live on. That's a flawless round yet again. You mentioned that the fact that frags are becoming a problem here. Fluxo has not yet really done much damage. The first kill was in the pistol round, and outside of that, it's been problematic. Nothing at all. Now, we've seen some of these teams go quick to the timeouts early on, and if they lose this one the same way they just lost the last few, it wouldn't be the worst time in the world to call one.
No, and I imagine Zeus would be on top of that as well, kind of getting a sense of what's going wrong, if it's strategic or if it's, you know, sometimes coaches like to let him play if he feels like communication and ideas are still flowing despite a tough stretch. So all down to his discretion, and he's one of the more experienced coaches, probably the most experienced coach we have in this RMR.
Well, just some Tech 9s, a little bit of armor to back it up as well. And a couple of nades as they look to gain access to the A site. Here comes the execute. Oh my gosh! VSM just got deleted. Now there's the Tech 9 through the smoke to at least equalize. But look at the damage being dealt to Phelps. Yeah, you go. You see him.
Bang. Nice little lurk from Luke. Oh my god, I don't even know how to say that. Lukazoy?
Lukowski. That was not as good as previous rounds, but that shot from Skulls is absurd. Zevi is on an absolute tear as well.
Yeah, he's had a really good start to this game.
I think he's sitting at 11 kills? 9.
9.
I was close.
No, but he's had some of the good impact as well. Had that triple kill in mid a while back.
Now the full buy will come in, so this time we'll see full utility across the board from Fluxo. We have not seen them gain any semblance of site control yet. I know Plant, they're struggling with the early duels. And this could be a good way to start the round as Biguzera getting a little overzealous in mid, pushing out a little bit further.
Great way to alleviate some of the pressure they've experienced these first 4 rounds. Gives yourself a 5-on-4 early. Now it's about, can Woody get past this AWP? If he makes a play, gives up a kill to an AWP, Zevi's going to go hunting. A little bit of a deeper angle will make it tough. If he misses a shot, he's going to cover Hardzau's push.
Okay. He's holding. He's patient. They'll sacrifice the MP9, but the AWP is still present.
And Zevi's got to take a risk now. You can see him pushing towards Catwalk. There could have been Catwalk control from Fluxo, but he's got to move into a position to try and assist elsewhere. Skull's playing passively behind Ticket. He's going to be joined up by Nekaz.
Oh, the timing. He spotted him as he walked his way up connector, and both players realized it. Lukowski knows he was seen by the AWP on Cat, but now he's trapped. He's playing on the other side of this smoke. The bomb will be planted over here on the A site. It's the first time that Fluxo has been able to get site control. And now it's up to Pain Gaming to try to get their way back in. They spotted one over towards Jungle. That's history. VSM is in sandwich. And the shots will come from Skulls, who has been lights out thus far as well. There's the play. No way that works. Zevi leaping around in connector. The bomb's still ticking away. Time is on their side. Skulls now in a one-on-one with just 9 HP. Phelps knows where he's at. The nade is on the money. He going for the swing. 7 health now. And it's going to be Skulls who comes away, but the time is already too far gone. An expensive round win for Fluxo.
Yeah, but I mean, they're happy just to put one on the board. That's not bad at all. They got money to rebuy AK-47s. Utility might be a little bit tight on a few of the players. And Skulls is able to retain the AWP at the end of the day. That was almost doable. I don't know how Zevi gets that op kill, but whatever. We'll give it to him.
Again, he's been feeling it very early on, hitting his shots. It all started, though, here in mid. Biguzera maybe just a little bit too aggressive with his play out in mid.
And that opening kill allows Fluxo to be patient and look for the reaction, which is exactly where the second kill comes in from that B push. That's a great shot from Zevi.
That's just unreal. He knew he was there, but still, like, that's just very quick reactions coming in from Zevi. Currently sitting at 11-1, strong start for the Opera on Pain. Now, because of the money that was built up, plenty of cash for Pain to fall back on. That includes another AWP purchase. Whereas on the flip side, things were really difficult. Coming into that round, losing everybody after a very heavy investment. Puts Fluxo in sort of reset territory. They've got a little bit of loss bonus built up, but
good space to work with. Good space to work with, though. They got a smoke up in con. They can pass. Phelps has already got his way in towards ladder room. They wanted to turn this into a B split. However, they are running out of utility. Oh, those nades hurt so much. Oh my God, that is painful. And those are the guys that are going to try and be the tip of the spears, the first one out, and they're so softened up. As long as nobody gets caught with their pants down, this should be nice and easy for Pain to handle it. There goes one of them. VSM is up next. Phelps finds one, but there's still a player boosted in the site. Nice, easy kill for Biguzera.
He's got support from bench as well. There's no way they expected this, and it's down to just 2. Now, Lucalzi does find a kill over in Connector, but it's History who's stuck on this B site, as that's where the bomb is down. Now, they can hear the footsteps of the player who is running around in window. He's going to make the cat jump. Hardzao has to spot this player over in the corner. He's still stuck in apps. He's so low on HP. He's waiting for a play to come through from his teammate on Cat. As he makes his way towards the pillar, there's the flash to come out. That'll gain him a little bit of access on towards the balcony. The first swing, and now it's up to History. 5 HP in a one-on-one against Skulls. An expensive round for Pain, but a round 1 nonetheless. They find themselves at 5-1.
Yeah, they're fine giving all that money over and taking 4 kills in the round 2, though, because they know Fluxo doesn't have the cash to really buy up. If anything, it'll be a half buy from Fluxo. So more than happy to make that exchange of 4 players for a round win. And they're up by 4 now, and here's that timeout called. This one by Fluxo, so Zeus can get involved in the conversation, come up with a plan for a low buy with Tech 9s and Deagles perhaps, and try and get them on the right track moving forward. But Pain is not really having any issues so far.
The A site has been difficult for them to gain access to. Zevi has been playing very well over in that area.
Yeah. Skulls as well is over there.
Yeah. They actually had a decent amount of success, even though they don't win that round getting into B. Obviously, they had a little bit more of an investment, but that nade was really what crushed them. It was a 91 damage nade.
Yeah, I was going to say, it might have actually gone okay if they hadn't taken so much damage early on, but when your first 2 players coming out are just 1 bullet away from death, it's like, what can you actually expect to do? The entry kill is actually provided by the player coming up catwalk from distance, which doesn't let him any ground. And a good setup from Pain, a good read. They had a player boosted in the site, which was always going to be hard to deal with. This is the same tactic. It's just a little bit faster. And Nekaz is definitely going to challenge as he's got a teammate in Khan. Slid into position. Big Uzera with an opening kill. Phelps is going to walk right through the smoke as he hears the reload.
He's able to back off onto the other side of the smoke, though. Phelps might get the timing here with the Galil, and he does. Big Uzera just doesn't spot him in time. It'll bring us back to even strength. A little bit more damage dealt to Phelps and Molly to follow. And that'll mean evacuation of Connector.
This round's a little bit awkward, though, for Pain to read. Now, the nice thing for them is there's not a lot of utility on the Fluxo side, so they've got 1 smoke, 1 flash remaining, and Zevi's going to have deep lines of sight with this AWP, so he can cover a lot. Ooh, the boost up. Are they going to realize the potential, the possibility? Nekaz is exposed. Hardzao is exposed.
I think he just saw him, because you can see they're both waiting for the peek. Yeah, he saw him from Van.
Oof.
The op didn't quite get there in time to catch him as he made his way through Market. But there was awareness from the team, good communication coming in from Pain. And right now it is a 3-on-4, favoring the CT side as they cross window. The comms will be made. Hardzao does not feel the need to even take a bullet and fire in that direction. And that may have cost his teammate his life. Nekaz can't get the rifle up in time. Phelps somehow able to capitalize on yet another kill with just the Galil and even a dink shot coming out just before death.
That damn Galil with an AK-47, he might have had a fighter's chance. 6-1. The force spy does not pan out for Fluxo, but it was a little dangerous. It almost got there. Still, Pain, by virtue of an early economy buildup, can sustain these losses. Money's starting to get a little bit tight, but they're continually buying, and Fluxo at this point is really dedicated to the economic battle. As long as they're getting 3 kills per round, they're going to keep force buying into this because they have the max loss bonus. They're getting AKs, they're getting utility and nades. They just want to finally find that round that gets them over the hump and breaks this money. And for Pain, you're just looking for a clean victory at some point so you can settle things down.
That's a difficult loss early. We saw the impact Phelps was able to have in the previous round, and he's taken down right away. Nekaz is there as well. This could potentially be that clean round we were waiting for, but there's history to make it cost a little bit more money. Nekaz does slide out a little bit. That Skull's using the smoke and connector, and it'll all fall onto VSM. 76 HP coming up from ramp. Has a flash, and yeah, you can see that bomb way far away.
Yeah, this is exactly what Pain was looking for, a clean round. As long as VSM doesn't get like 2 kills in this round, they're going to be very, very pleased. Zevi's finding some safety over in Palace, and yeah, Pain realizes he can have the 8 bomb site. We have the bomb in mid. Hardzao going to start pushing up, so the extremity's being challenged, the map is shrinking, and VSM's praying for a mistake that's just never, ever going to come.
What's really crippling right now for Fluxo, yeah, they're buying off the back of full loss bonus, but the only plant they've gotten is in the round they won. They are having a hard time getting any semblance of site control, because even if they do manage to get a body out on site, there's 2 more waiting for them from Pain that have already come in and rotated over.
Yeah, that's a really painful loss for Fluxo as well, because there were 2 force buys that were meant to try and take advantage of a dwindling economy from Pain, and that's the round that alleviates that pressure.
That kill hurts.
Yeah, that kill didn't feel good. I mean, a real problem too is, I mean, look how active Skulls has been over pushed down A ramp. He's been at the A bomb site. Now he's been over in Con when attention is there. So you have Skulls and Zevi, 12 and 13 kills respectively, and they're being super mobile. The op sometimes at the A bomb site, sometimes in mid. Skulls as well, switching position. So yeah, this is really tough because you got two hot hands for Pain Gaming that are just moving all around the map.
15 kills total, by the way, for Fluxo, 13 for Zevi alone. And kind of start to see why things are a little bit hard.
Yeah.
They are losing a lot of the early fights, constantly down a body. It's not just through mid smoke. Sometimes it's fast play that's just sort of not working out so well. That nade earlier on that attempted eco push into the B site, doing almost 100 damage across 2 players, is a great example of how things have gone early on. There's a fast mid play, good smoke reaction from Phelps, but Zevi is there. The flash comes through from Skulls to assist. Phelps gets caught just on the other side of the boxes as he tries to dodge the Molotov as he puts the smoke down. And again, Phelps is dead mid within the first 10-15 seconds of the round.
Yeah, they found a kill in mid quite frequently in the very early stage of this round. Pain's doing a really good job at finding that, and this round should slow down from here. Lukowski's going to pick up the AK-47, but outside of that, there's no utility. A deal on history. So if Lukowski doesn't create something in middle, which is going to be a tough prospect, you're left again going at the hot hands of Skulls and Zevi at the A bomb site, and you're doing it without utility.
Zevi now changing position. Skulls is getting a little aggressive. Wants to, again, take this fight. You had the flash coming in for support as well, but he actually takes the fight before the flash even gets there. Now, Lukowski's able to scoop up that AK, can't do anything with it as Big Uzera gets the turn on him towards connector. At this point, it's damage for damage's sake. No kills coming in just yet for Fluxo. You've got 2 players remaining. It's Woody and VSM, both with Tech 9s. The play out in mid, and even though he was low, it's the flash that sets things up. And that's really the story. It's the utility right now from Pain, making it even easier as Fluxo had nothing to bring to the table other than just weapons and a little bit of armor.
Well then, here we go, Pain.
Pain is an apt description for what Fluxo is feeling.
Yeah, for the emotion that they have going through their heads at the moment. These buys are getting less and less pretty as well for Fluxo. Do have an op. They had to drop down to a MAC-10 on Woody so that he could get nades. Smoke is missing on Lukowski.
Reminder again, Fluxo was good on the T side in their series prior. It's just Pain is well calculated.
This is a round they have to take advantage of because I think Pain's mindset is, look, we've shut you down in mid and A plenty of times. Like, surely you're not going to come test this. So they've kind of stacked over towards the B bomb. So that's shifted into mid control. And actually, as I kind of talk through this, it means nothing anymore because they've actually kind of cleared mid and felt safe there and transitioned more players over to the A bomb site. So Hardzao and Neck is to control mid and underpass with this push.
Nekis was there playing anti-flash too, times the peak well as he's got some support from window as well. That's a nice kill coming on to Big Uzera with the op from ramp. They spot one crossing towards Tetris, and that player will be one of the 2 that remains as it's the op on ramp. And Woody, who's in sandwich. History's trying to do whatever he can with op, and it's some nice shots coming out as well. But it's another round on the board for Pain Gaming, and the kills off the back of an op that is very difficult for them to even put in their hands because of how tight the money has been.
Yeah, but this is Pain really building up into a snowball effect of momentum that I think is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. And we saw this on day 1 against Paqueta on Nuke. Is they got to this point where it was like they had so much confidence in everything that was happening on the map that everyone was swinging for fights. And even though a couple of them are overconfident, you're getting some trades. The second player coming in is ready to fight as well. The third player to come in is ready. Everyone's on the same page of when they want to fight and how aggressive they want to be approaching different situations that you just can't do anything. And they've allowed Pain to get to this point. 1 to 2 rounds of buying as a buffer for Pain if they're ever to lose anything. And Fluxo just need rounds on the board, and that's why you're seeing some of these, I'm not going to say desperate, although the situation is desperate, but like, you know, you're getting 2 AKs and upgraded deagles, like 3 players are half bought, 2 players fully invested in, because you realize even in rounds where you have a lower percentage of winning, you absolutely have to do some damage. So they have to bring these AKs and elements of danger into each round.
Now, Big Uzera falls. He seems to be the one player that's catching stray bullets pretty consistently, whereas everyone else seeming to wear impenetrable armor. I mean, you've got Zevi and Skulls, who now just finds his second death.
Yeah,
in this first half.
that's a good punish from VSM, because that's a little bit of that overconfidence coming in from Skulls, who's just been on fire this whole time. And now you have it from Hardzao as well. Full committed swing. A great chance here for Fluxo. They have to take advantage of this, but the deep angle with the AWP. Not going to see the bomb picked up, but Neck is. How much does he want to swing off this plant? There's the flashbang. History completely blinded, and VSM is inside the site. He was last seen over at top stairs, top ramp, but now they know.
Do they realize he's managed to scoop up an 8K? It's the double swing coming in. He almost steps into the molly. He's down to just 12 health. There's the flash coming around the corner, not prepared for the swing that comes out. As it's double digits for Pain. It feels like this game only just began as these rounds have played out so rapidly in pace.
Yeah, but that round it went exactly kind of as designed for Fluxo. Obviously, they would have liked to win at the end of the day with some of the kills that they got. But again, you half buy on 3 players, you full buy on 2 with AK-47s. You got the damage you wanted. Full losing bonus with the $800 bonus means everyone can buy in this next round. Now, we're getting to that stage in the game where any kind of economic reset doesn't really have meaningful implications because we're just with four rounds left in this half to play. But I mean, look, Fluxo will take whatever they can get at this point.
Yeah,
they'll take anything.
If they can win 1 or 2 more rounds, I'm sure they'd be thrilled based on the way that things have gone so far. And they'll go back to B, it seems, at least early. They're going to throw some fast play towards that region, but they don't actually exit apartments initially. So they do make some noise, they throw the flashes out, but they hang out in apps for the time being. They've got 2 players playing defense here. It's actually Nekez who gets the damage dealt first. Hardzao, who's over towards Van, is waiting for them to even make their way out.
Skulls has to hold on to Catwalk. That's the important one. Big kill. Nekez is now put into pressure. And Phelps knows exactly where he is. But some smokes are going to give him some cover. And all of a sudden, Fluxo want to readdress. They want to move around the map. And Pain have the right idea. Nekez and Zevi are hustling to recover the situation. Zevi's going to be able to make it over. No utility. But Nekez is being cautious over at the B bomb site, but as soon as the footsteps are heard, if Zevi can provide anything, 1 kill, something through the box. VSM almost goes down. He's certainly going to go for another spam. Stop the bomb plant. That's huge. Phelps has to commit now. Can no longer watch for the lurk.
Zevi again in the same position, going top to the ticket booth. Great damage being dealt. History literally on 1 HP. The first shot's on the money, and oh man, there was a chance that they could have stolen that round away. But Pain Gaming recover off a rapid rotate coming in from both players. It's really Zevi who hustles his way towards ticket booth. Great play on the initial kill to stop the plant. Forces the AWP over to then take that responsibility. Does great damage, and in the end, it's another Pain Gaming number on the board.
And Fluxo's playing the timing, right? They're trying to get into the bomb site to get that bomb planted as much as possible to beat the rotation, so they didn't feel like they could actually commit a second player to protect VSM with that plant. He had a little bit of a wide swing to show some hip and plant a little bit too far out to the right on those boxes, but Zevi still does a great job.
Big Uzera playing at bottom mid, drops the smoke in connector. They've had pretty strong success in the middle of the map, looking specifically at Pain, as Phelps has found his way into a coffin at top mid somewhat frequently. But it's actually a hefty amount of mid control currently for Fluxo, as the utility has made sure that they can at least gobble up that portion of the map. It's what they do with it that seems to be problematic for them.
Again, utility nades are going to be a problem for Fluxo down the stretch. 1 flash, 2 smokes, and a Molotov. Kills are going to be an issue as well. If they try and end at this A bomb site, those Skulls and Zevi have such an aggressive setup at the moment that I don't think you'll ever expect them there, especially if you make contact with Big Uzera in the bomb site. Looking for an off angle. A very unique defense. I don't know how they're going to handle it. There's the peek. History can't handle the flick, and VSM can't handle the swing. Now all of a sudden Zevi's up. And I think Skulls heard a footstep.
Luckily for Woody on ramp, the Molotov lands just on the edge of the smoke, so it doesn't really put him in a precarious position, but he has started sending fire downrange, so they know he's here. Even if it wasn't for a footstep, it's definite now.
This is so weird. I feel like Fluxo, the only option they have is to save, but also like they have to kind of fight for these rounds. Especially because, look, they have the weapons, right? And the AWP might be, they might want to save the AWP, but if Woody and Lukowski go down after the timer, this is going to be horrendous. And even if they survive, they're not going to get money to replenish nades. This is a horrible spot to be in if you're Fluxo, where you feel like there's just no options whatsoever.
Are they going to get this kill in the player ladder room too? Yeah, that's...
And he has literally $0, Lukowski. He comes into this round with $0.
Can relate.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Speaking of pain, you know.
He's dropped a deagle. It's like, cool. But I mean, even that might not be worth it because VSM drops him that deagle, but now he can't afford enough utility.
Right. It's almost like you're better off just giving that guy a Glock and just letting him have at it.
Yeah, to be like, hey, bro, jump out mid.
Yeah, you're the scout. Go in first. Try and block a molly or something. I don't know. Well, we'll see what Fluxo can try to do as this half comes towards a very uncomfortable conclusion for Fluxo. They're already down 12-1. Pain, we knew coming into this one that they were a favorite by a wide margin. It's not to say that Fluxo is bad, it's just that Pain is that good. And every mistake that you're going to make, this team's going to punish you for. The shot into the belly of Phelps, not quite enough as it clips through the edge of the wall, so he'll get a second chance at life. But with just 19 HP, it's going to be difficult for him to make much impact with that AK. Now I feel like you dropped that AK over to VSM.
Here's a Lukowski.
Yeah, make something happen.
Well, he can't drop it to VSM. He's up in halls. Zevi's going to shift over with the 8 of UP, hold the line. And that's a really safe place for Nekaz to be. He's going to get a double kill, and they can do nothing to clear him out of that position. And god damn, 13-1.
That's another complete shutdown round. That's one of either 3 or 4 where no one from Pain has died. That is harsh.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see if you're a Fluxo fan.
If I'm not mistaken, too, this is Fluxo's pick.
Is it? Because that would be frightening. Let me double check that. This was in fact Fluxo's pick.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're going to Nuke next, which is a map we know Pain is strong on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the map they 16-2'd Paquetá. It's the map they 16-10, I believe, against Complexity. That's how they got to this point, was off the back of some impressive Nuke performances. But hold the phone. We've got a round potentially brewing here for Fluxo as they finally cracked into the B site, as they will get their second plant of this half.
Oh, no, they won't.
Or not.
No, they won't. Nekaz with a triple kill.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he steps around the Molotov, but he's got a 1v1 to deal with, and he's going to retreat back over towards Marketer. Maybe that's just what he wanted Phelps to think. Shifts over to the corner. Is Phelps prepared for it? Oh, my Lord, missed the shot. Everything goes right for Pain. Everything goes right or wrong for Fluxo. And we're headed to halftime because everybody needs to take a deep breath. 14-1.
You're looking at the side of Pain Gaming, and despite the fact that there are no smiles to be seen, and Fluxo's the ones grinning, it has been a very strong showing from Pain.
It's all you can do.
Smile through it.
Throw on that fake smile.
Smile through the pain.
Nice. There it is. I knew you were going to do it.
A 5-to-1 odd is actually more than I would expect. I thought it would be way worse, like 15 to 20 or something like that, because it seems like things are going to end pretty quickly. But as I say that, Woody with the dualies claps back onto Hardzow. He's in a good position to at least farm, but never mind. The flashbang comes in, and he gets quickly taken care of. There's a player in market who's struggling to find a shot. Eventually does get one, but it's sight control lost, and it will be Pain Gaming going for the plan.
Look at all these fights. They're just challenging. Like, it's crazy. Skulls has no fear whatsoever. Moving in. Oh, he's got another one. Now he's in a tough spot. You bit off a little more than you could. Okay, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You've gushed the last two as well. Oh my lord. They did not bite off more than they could chew. They're handling business. It's 14-1. There's 17 HP on VSM. He's got no kit. Oh, no, he doesn't have a kit, excuse me. So he's got something going for him.
But P2K, very low HP. They're playing this one smart. There's the jiggle peek.
Yeah, I mean, even in the 2v1 when you're up 14-1, you expect someone to just, like, swing.
Yeah,
someone to just go take that fight.
Who cares? It's fine.
Man, Skulls really exerted his will that round. Like, that was, I mean, all of them were just, like, taking challenges that I don't think you'd normally see them take, but Skulls pressing forward into market in that fashion was pretty aggressive. Pretty aggressive. Okay, 14 chances to close this bad boy out.
We've seen some flubs at match point. I don't think this will be one of them. This feels like, I didn't see the Imperial 16-0, so I didn't get to see what that was like, but this is pretty impressive. So if that was just that much more impressive, that says something here. Is the rounds that have been even close have not been close by other match standards. Here's the fast play in towards the B site, and he has no chance. He can't see a thing. Lukowski with the deagle over towards Pillar, does at least get one, but the kills are piling up. Nekis is on catwalk, dropping VSM. Phelps gets the trade back with the MP9. The last two remaining players trying to scramble something together, and it's now down just to one.
Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. Scout is gonna get the kill onto Zevi. Now they know his position. Picks up the AK-47, 1v2. No kit this time confirmed, but that boost up from Skulls is gonna just be impossible to deal with. 16-1, and that seemed inevitable with the way Pain was playing.
I mean, we all had it picked to be a pretty strong showing from Pain.
Yeah.
That's a little bit stronger than I think most people would have expected. Because it is important to remember that this is not an elimination match. This is an upper
that's a good
match.
point.
This is a 2-0 game.
That's a really important distinction as well, because we have the elimination matches. We've obviously switched over to the matches that would put them. The winners of these two matches go to the Legends playoff for the one Legends stage spot for North America, or for the Americas RMR, excuse me. So yeah, not eliminated, but still, this is Fluxo's map pick, and they just got bodied. They just got destroyed in every which way.
There is really no way to analyze this. This is just one team who is very good, and another team who is good, but not nearly as good.
But it shows as well, like, there's still, like, just such a massive divide in terms of, like, the top teams in the Americas and, like, the next level of teams in the Americas. And we've seen it time and time again over the past few days of just how wide that gap is. And Pain showing us again that it exists in this situation.
Big Uzera, who was on the receiving end of a lot of the kills early on in that first half, still finishes 11-9, despite the fact that he was the one frequently watching rounds when they were down a player, which didn't happen all that often. Skulls at one point, I think, was like 17-1.
Yeah.
He finishes 20-5 with 125 ADR. You have 3 players over 100 ADR.
Yeah, it was just everywhere they went, you met someone. Like Zevi and Skulls over at A and mid in the early going. I mean, Nekis had that ridiculous round at the end. I think we ended up with a quad kill, including a 1v1 clutch. He was having impact. So wherever you went, somebody on Pain was delivering just massive, massive rounds.
And the reactions, too, it's just kind of like, oh, yeah, we're good. They're just like, yeah, we got it. It's cool.
Yeah.
Like, towards the end, you can see, like, they were actually the ones that were less reactive compared to Fluxo.
Sure. I think, too, like, Fluxo got caught in that weird situation where, like, their only avenue back at a certain point in that first half was to get that economic reset, and they felt like they were close enough to keep going for these force buys.
The chase.
And it literally is just you're constantly chasing your own tail, and when you don't finally get that reset round, like, this is what happens. You just kind of seemingly melt out of the server because you never truly have the full buy you need to overcome something. And look, it might not have helped with the way Pain was playing.
No.
But certainly with, like, 2 AKs, 3 upgraded pistols, some rounds without utility, man, they just got shut down every which way.
That's kind of what we saw earlier as well from EG when they were trying to get themselves back into the game. They were constantly like right there. So they were like, oh, well, one more time. We'll do it one more time.
Yeah.
We'll do it one more time. And then it gets to a point where it's like, do we have to do it? We just can't. We can't at this point. We have to just keep forcing into the rounds because it's too far gone. You have to find something.
Yeah, and you just need rounds. You just need rounds. There's no good options. But, I mean, you got to give props over to Pain. Got to give props over to Pain. That's all I got.
Well, it's going to be a bumpy break for the players on Fluxo. They're going to try to reset as we head into...
That one's easy to shuffle off. That one's easy to just forget about.
Sure, but now they're heading into Pain's pick, which is important to remember. This is a new map that's coming up in map number 2. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll see if Fluxo can survive the gauntlet against Pain on Nuke. Stay tuned.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No. I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go. Quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second. You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant. Roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Monacy here, I think.
But Monacy is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Finally, it's coming. For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
If you missed the first map, it's not really all that surprising. You could have blinked and it would have disappeared. 16-1. Pain Gaming crushing Fluxo on their map pick of Mirage. And this 2-0 match at the Blast TV Americas RMR. Welcome back as we get into map number 2. It's going to be Nuke, which is Pain Gaming's pick. And it is a map they feel very comfortable on.
Yeah, which is a good place to be considering the winner of this secures a spot in Paris and then is fighting tomorrow evening for that lone legend spot for the Americas teams. Okay, VSM. Oh, he's going to push right into it. Oh, he thought about clearing it. Doesn't go deep enough. And now ramp room is wide open. 2 players down secret as well. Zevi again having impact. There's a 2-man stack here, though, and they've got them both. That's Hordzao and Big Uzera hitting the deck. And now the other 3 players of Pain Gaming have a decision to make.
And Lukowski is actually pushed into lobby, so he's got a flank play potentially coming in, but they do manage to get that bomb planted in the upper site. It'll be a 3-on-3 retake. And there is not a kit currently in possession of the CT side. And look at Skulls. If Skulls can get there quick enough, the timing might just work. But his team has fallen apart. It's now on to just him, and he's been impressive. The HP right now is the biggest problem. Headshots definitely going to be an issue. Lukowski tries to stick it, but again, it's going to be a full defuse. And that is a 1v3 as Pain Gaming pick up right where they left off.
This kid is a beast. He's an absolute beast. That bomb is not even planted for him whatsoever. He gets a little bit of help by the fact the second player is low HP. I think he got a headshot anyway, so it wouldn't have really mattered. But
yeah,
that's actually disgusting.
Did you see his expression too afterwards?
Yeah, it's just like another day in the office.
I did what I did.
This is what I do. This is what I'm brought into this team for. I mean, man, he's got so much confidence. We brought him on the desk the other day, and it was just like, you guys have had a great 2023. He was like, yeah, and we're like, well, you know, the rivalry with Liquid's kicking off, and he's like, yeah, it kind of started right when I joined. They were really struggling against him before I joined the team. I'm the solution. And it's like, okay, well, fair play. I can't really argue with that. You are correct.
He hit you with the "I'm the captain now."
I like it.
He just came in and he felt confident that his impact is one of the single reasons why the success has been there. Now, Big Uzera does fall, but great damage being dealt to both Phelps and Lukowski. But this is looking pretty promising right now for the CT side. Finally, Skulls is able to take one down, try and even out the strength here.
Yeah, for the moment it's looking promising, but Skulls is still alive. Nekas is going to make the drop. Skulls up top, watching for that peak. They got to be careful. Very low on health. Zevi has the bomb out as well in ramp room. That's 1 kill for him, and now he can follow them up heaven and drop the bomb into the site for Nekas. Oh, but Skulls is going to get another headshot. This is the real danger. If VSM can stay alive, Lukowski's flank, especially with the MAC-10, can be huge.
Well, they should get the plant out of this one, and now Zevi has a chance to watch heaven, so the Deagle's going to be coming through. It's all about timing on the peak, and Zevi's got it held. VSM now, a 1v2 with 1 player very low on HP. He's the one making the end round route. Actually, no, it was Nekis who was on the site who was low. He had the end round route coming in from Zevi. A good recovery from Pain Gaming after what was a promising start for Fluxo.
Yeah, they got stopped cold downstairs, didn't they? They got stopped real hard trying to get down that ramp. Even tagged up with the scout, but find all the kills necessary as they transition up heaven to the upper site. They mixed things up, I guess is what I'm saying. 2-0.
The hope is that Fluxo was able to get more rounds on the board in the first half than we saw previously, given that they do get to start on the CT side of a map like Nuke.
Yeah, they would like to get more than 1 round on the board.
Yeah, I would like to believe that it's possible too.
It should be. It should be, but I guess you can't ever be sure of things at the moment with Pain Gaming and the way they're playing. Looks like they want to eventually trigger an attack towards ramp room. These MAC-10s leading the way, 1 down secret, and obviously join up with the other prong of the attack. Being very patient with it, seeing if there's any creativity, any aggression from the Fluxo defense. Stack downstairs. Woody, History, and Phelps, all waiting.
Quiet right now.
Yeah, with how clear Secret was from Big Uzera, he just called everyone back from lobby, and they're just walking outside right now using the range of these AK-47s, not even giving any indication. So a long time to wait before this round comes to fruition, but bringing the whole team down here. So even though they're going at a stack, actually, I mean, they're kind of going at a 5-man stack.
Yeah, this is
a bit dicey.
This could get scary.
Because VSM's going to be here quick.
I think it's really on Big Uzera who's going to be coming in as they're going to start focusing towards the double doors as he comes in through decon. There's the first kill going to their way. There's the doors popping open, and now it's Big Uzera's time to shine, but never mind. Stack schmack. Only one player falls, despite the fact that all 5 were here from Fluxo.
Yeah, that trap down there never really got triggered, right? 2 kills came out before they actually exited the doors, which kind of negates the number advantage that Fluxo had in that lower bomb site. So, I mean, just so patient from Pain as well. They get downstairs and at the control side doors with about 30 seconds left on the clock, so they have time to kind of open it and peek in and see what they see and apply a little bit of pressure for some of the movement out of those defenders. But now we get the first gun run underway. No kits for the CT side. They do have an op in the hands of history. Nice moves from Zevi.
If you watch the series against Complexity 2, Pain was able to put up an impressive number of rounds on their T side. It was an 8-7 half in their favor, but also, to be fair, Complexity not really known for their strong CT sides at this event, as they've been struggling on that side of the map for whatever reason.
Yeah, not really known for strong maps necessarily at this event. It's been rough for Complexity. Nice win today, though, taking down Imperial, eliminating them from contention of Paris. Opening kill for VSM, but even with that kill, the map control is ceded and given up, so it comes down to Lukowski. He slides up, another win for Zevi, who just seems to be able to handle any fight, even if he doesn't get the first shot off.
These duels just consistently going the way of Pain. Now this one should work out well as history drops Big Uzera outside.
And that's one thing that I think Fluxo can really take advantage of. We saw it in their original match on Nuke, Pain. Big Uzera loving that outside lurk.
He was the one that did struggle the most on Mirage. Struggle is a
relative term.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, neck is. How does the timing work on this one? A re-smoke landed on Phelps, so if he thought he was going to try and exploit that position, it doesn't work out initially. There's a nade coming in that actually does more damage to his teammate trying to break apart the door than it does to Phelps, who's right around the corner. And now Phelps is inside the smoke, starts to poke through the barrel, was seen. That's 4 in a row for Pain Gaming here on their T side.
Yeah, Phelps never got to activate his play, right? He's hoping that there's going to be a fight through those doors and he could take advantage of it. But man, they get that kill so quick, and Phelps just got stuck looking inside that smoke, a little silly. Nice job from VSM, but again, with the passive play, he's got nowhere to go, and Lukowski was all on his own fighting the control windows. So they did a successful job of finding kills really kind of away from the action, but away from the main prong of Pain Gaming, but they can't actually complete the round and convert it. Half buy for Fluxo's defense. 3 SMGs, 2 Deagles.
This should feel familiar. Saw a lot of this on map 1. Fluxo was put in a very rough position, constantly forcing up to try and reset the game to a certain degree, just trying to get something going for themselves. It kind of felt like even if they won one of those rounds, though, it really wasn't going to have as much of an impact as they would have liked. Pain, though, respecting what could be waiting for them on the other side, as they do have double top hut control from Lukowski and one other with the MP9. It was Woody. They've got one Heaven as well. What can these SMGs do at this point, as they already lost one of them? History might have a good angle here. I mean, a good enough angle for one.
Yeah, it should get cleared as well, I would believe. I would imagine.
Yeah, they're double clearing it.
Dotting their T's and crossing their I's. Pain not having any issues handling business. 2 kills down in secret, and they just disappear. Footsteps being heard, but it doesn't much matter. Both players for Fluxo in secret trying to follow this up, trying to re-aggress. But the A-bomb site is taken and lost. Bomb will get planted, and it's going to be a 5th round for Pain.
This is something we saw in map 1 as well. Pain's mid-rounding just really good. Their adjustments, their reads off of what the CT side is doing.
Yeah.
Fantastic, especially on Nuke where they feel exceptionally comfortable.
Well, it comes down to, I mean, you obviously have a lot of faith in your in-game leader. We've heard it from Nekis as well in an interview. We heard it from Skulls. Both those guys had great things to say about Big Uzera and his calling, which is awesome. Awesome to hear. This team has a lot of trust in themselves and in each other right now, Pain, which is why they look so seamless in the way they change up their tactics.
Five now for Pain, as Phelps looks to do a little bit of damage here, catching them in lobby on the fast chase. There will be some bodies going down, so they'll take some guns out of the hands of Pain. The money, though, good enough that they can afford to drop those weapons. Skulls was above 5 figures. He was sitting around 11K, so he's fine having to rebuy an AK here. This is the big investment coming in from Fluxo. They've now hit full loss bonus. That means they'll be able to get the op and a lot of utility to back it up as well. This could be their way potentially back into the game. They do have the op on the T side, though, as Zevi's going to be carrying that cannon as well.
Defensive Molotovs out to slow down anything fast. Pain don't mind. Oh, 1-for-1 trade. Phelps goes down. Good kills to the smoke from both sides. Into a 4-on-4, and here's that ult from History. Really needs to hit that shot. Gave away his position and almost lost his life.
And wisely, no chase coming in from the T side. No sense throwing away another body, as they did lose Skulls, who's been a pivotal piece of this T side from Pain thus far. But the smokes will go down, and they'll gain access to the lower site, where they don't really have anyone currently.
Yeah, and Fluxo even just made the transition of VSM swapping out positions with History to put the op over in ramp room, which, I mean, his rotation downstairs is going to be super important. He just does it now to keep an eye on things, and he's actually going to commit himself into the bomb site. Okay, let's see what... Okay, VSM's down here as well.
Yeah.
That's nice to have the second player. So I'm not going to say a gamble. I think they kind of know what's happening on the map. Can they do anything about it, though? They have the players in position to handle business. But let's see what this execute looks like for Pain. They have utility to take care of these positions.
There's the shots coming out already. History just nestled into Cubby, waiting for the push to come through. The doors are popped open. Decon swings. The double doors are open as well. It's VSM finding both players, but there's Big Uzera stepping up huge with Hardzao to bring things down to a 2-on-2. Now, this is manageable due to the fact that the clock has ticked down so low, and it feels like it's the round going on the board here for Fluxo. Hardzao says, you know what, I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah, and even though the defense gets traded like 2 for 2, the time it buys and the way they whittle down Pain Gaming, so there's actually no bodies available to protect the planter. It's a gamble no matter where he decides to plant. And I mean, it was either going to be, you know, the guy from Decon or the guy coming down from ramp that was going to be able to end him regardless of the plant spot. So kind of an impossible 2v2 for Pain to win. A nice job from Fluxo. Money's still an issue. It's right on the edge, so Pain can turn this into a victory. This is a swing round, though. Look at the money from Pain as well.
Yeah.
They've had some expensive victories just as much. Oh, the spam, that's huge. A nade on top of it. Good find. And do they want to pick up the pace? They try to, but Lucalzi has shut one down.
Some counter nades coming out, and that's going to be a big one. Zevi's dropped down to 30. Nekis took some damage as well. Very early exchanges. Both teams limp away a little bit, but it does feel like Pain came away just a bit weaker due to the fact that Zevi's been dropped so low. There's Big Uzera again.
And they spot a second player in Phelps. They spot one outside, so they have that information as well. And now he's kind of put out of the fight with low HP. Oh, almost gets a clean look. Wasn't fully prepared for it, and Nekis is able to recover in time. And quickly, so quickly, the adjustment from Fluxo turns into a 4-on-2 advantage.
We'll see what Pain does here if they go for a break check. It does seem like that's what's going to be the case. They're going to take things slowly while they figure out how Fluxo tries to adjust to what just happened. You've got VSM in an interesting position.
And I mean, this is just impossible for them to work together in any way. That FAMAS as well is going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage. 30 seconds. You can see Big Uzera, the in-game leader, just has everyone frozen in place at the moment as he searches down the lower bomb site. He's kind of the scouting mission, trying to get his team to have the successful answer. Zevi cutting down rotations down vent, turns into a lurk. Should be caught by Woody depending on timing.
Oh man, oh no. So he might actually catch him on the drop into vent if he even goes for it. At this point, if you're Fluxo, what do you do?
They have no idea what's happening at the moment, and they just got outplayed. And now they just say, okay, they've gone to the lower bomb site. That's the last thing we wanted. We have to save. There's nothing we could do. Maybe if Woody turned into the bomb site and found Zevi, maybe they would have gone for it after that, but 6th round for Pain. And importantly, with 4 players alive, that preserves some money, allows it to grow. They're not going to be out of the woods just yet, but they're going to feel much more comfortable. All being dropped away so that it can't be recovered from Fluxo. 6-1 on the T side of Nuke.
Yeah, you mentioned that opportunity to potentially swing the momentum, swing the eco, prevent Pain from being able to hit critical mass. The fact that they survive with 4 is massive for them. As Fluxo just looks stumped as to how that just happened. The way they played that, the mid-round adjustment, the slowing of the pace, Big Uzera clearing out lower and basically saying, hey, there's nobody here. They're double stacked upper.
Yeah, and they weren't really in positions to recover that round as well. It was kind of weird because like I was thinking about it the whole time. VSM was like at the single box CT, like watching outside, looking for that wrap towards heaven, and Woody was just kind of stayed parked inside the hut, despite the fact that he can't get wrapped upon. So, I mean, there was really no chance of them kind of figuring out what was happening. And you got to say, talk about control of an in-game leader of a team and the trust they have in, and Big Uzera just having everyone freeze and park themselves and look for re-aggression, look for Fluxo's information play while he scouts out the lower bomb site, finds the solution for his team and brings him on down.
Fluxo had to make a move, and he knew it, so they take their time. You can see the impassioned speech coming in from Zeus there in the timeout as Fluxo is looking flustered. This will be a big round for them as they spend every penny they got. Only player who's even got a little bit left is Lucalzi, who sits at 1450.
Every penny they got, looking for some kind of a round that gives them a new energy. Zevi on 10 for Pain.
You say a new energy, I prefer a new start. Favorite license plate of all time.
New start?
Yeah, a new start. Not an Arrested Development fan?
I am. I didn't catch that reference. I'm not gonna lie to you.
They don't pronounce it that way on the show.
I've watched Arrested Development quite a bit.
Yeah. They say it a little bit differently.
Okay.
The spelling is not exactly there.
Sure.
Yeah, you know. Either way, we'll see how the action develops. It's actually a back and forth volley of kills that puts it at an even 3-on-3. Pain. They've gotten access to the A site, so they'll get a plant out of this one. But VSM is in a great spot to potentially get a backstab coming through from HUD. It's all down to timing.
Yeah, well, he's got a great one because Skull's missed it. But, I mean, you still got to contend with Hard Zhao, who's not missing a whole lot. And that AK is going to be an immediate decapitation. Now History chimes in inside the smoke, loses track. Zevi finally loses a fight. But how do you get in if you're Phelps? You got Skulls holding one angle, and even if you get past him, even if you find that kill, which you do, you got to deal with Hard Zhao. You knew early he was in HUT, but he could have moved around. A tap on the bomb, there's no kit, so he's got to find it quick, and Hard Zhao's just playing with him. He knows he's got every single advantage, and now he's got a headshot, and spray down the body, shame him. 7-1.
Absolutely dirty. Hard Zhao was the one that prevents the flank, ends up winning in the 1v1 as well. Anytime you think that Fluxo is getting themselves into the round, a member from Pain Gaming will step up and slam that door shut.
Real quickly. Real quick.
7-1. It's incredible thus far. Still an opportunity to at least recover a little bit, but it is starting to get scary. And look at the fast play. I love the change of pace as Big Uzera just flies in with the MAC-10.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like Phelps is already dedicated to a save.
Yeah, you gotta be. So is Lucalzi. Like, no reason to even mess with it. Just get out of there. Get as far away as possible. That's an uppercut. A nice easy win. Zevi does find Phelps, but goes down. There's not really a whole lot of money for Pain to hunt, and I guess that might be the one saving grace for Fluxo so far in this round. Now, if you're VSM in History, man, look for some exit kills. Try and upgrade these pistols.
Well, there's the Deagle spraying away. It's an interesting thing to see a save at about the 1 minute and 25 second mark on the round. But that's effectively what happened. They just blew into the A site. They got the plant practically for free. At that point, the weapons that they had were so valuable to them, and oh no. Phelps dies. He got 2 at least, but it comes down to Lucalzi as the sole survivor. As even the bomb's going to take down History as he goes for the play coming up the ladder.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, the weapon that Phelps had was way more important than the double kill. To keep that in his hands, he's got to rebuy now. So again, utility's going to hurt. Money's going to be all the way down at 0. It's going from bad to worse for Fluxo, and Pain is just not letting up.
Well, the AWP's been brought out from History, and we'll see if that's the key to success. I like this move, an attempt to match the pace change as Phelps is pushed up all the way outside towards the blue box. But off of that, we'll see movement elsewhere from Pain. Now, the first one through the smoke is going to be Hard Zhao, who gets dropped by VSM.
VSM's been playing this angle a lot in this half.
But look at Big Uzera. Look at the read.
There's no way. What's happening? How does he know? Phelps is going to be so mad.
Bye-bye.
Why are you still here?
Yeah, that's a double question mark in any other scenario.
Why are you still there? That had to have been something in research you noticed. If like there's a kind of some fast play towards ramp room, Phelps sometimes likes to flank, so just watch for it. And man, okay, open space fight from Zevi. Full confidence, full swing into a 3-on-3, but the alt position is perfect from history. Finally, Fluxo get to dictate some things, influence their will on the map, but it's not done yet. Zevi and Big Uzera.
The problem right now is that that was the bomb. It lands in such uncomfortable territory to try to regather it. And that's a missed duel. At least he gets the kill against the op, so history will not be able to prevent the pickup of the bomb. So 1-on-2, and the players are not in a position to play off one another. You can see VSM has gone down ladder to prevent a push coming in from that direction. You've got the other player just watching the exit to hut. So it does feel like Big Uzera is going to be able to get a plant out of this.
Yeah, he should be able to, and as soon as he throws this Molotov, the jig is up. He's got to get into that bomb site, plant behind the silo safely, and then see what you get. Can VSM actually beat him to pin him down behind the silo? That would be huge if he can. Oh, nope. VSM goes to get an AK-47. That allows Big Uzera to escape.
There's just smoke going down.
There's a kit.
He's got a flash. They'll send that one out. The nade's going to go in, and he's going to jump inside his own smoke. The nade actually did some good damage. And with a low target, it was possible for him to find the kill, but... oh, man.
Yeah, he outpositioned himself. Not the biggest thing in the world at the scoreline the way it is, but yeah, he moved a little bit too much. That jump across right at the end of the day into his own smoke kind of ruined any chance he had at that clutch. 6-round lead. Still an expensive victory for Fluxo. They don't get any kind of reprieve, any kind of breathing room, any kind of comfort whatsoever. This is still an extremely uphill battle.
Yeah, if you're going to lose a round, that's not a bad way to lose it. Letting one player live, knowing that the CT side's economy is just in tatters, and that's what happens. So they'll force up with what they can. And there's already early damage being dealt to Lucalzi. We've seen how that hut spam has worked out for them as they've had players playing in mini in the past. But off the early damage, no kills come through. But it certainly stings to have Lucalzi sitting so low on HP. Within the first 10 seconds of a round, it feels like. It's so quickly that Pain is punishing off those early fights. Now that's a good kill coming in from history, but a trade is there. The nade, oh, it's actually a flash. Thought it was an HE for a second. Would have been dead on the money if it was.
Yeah, but Pain is so content with a 1-for-1 trade like that over in ramp room as well, especially because they've been so good in the mid rounds. Now, Zevi has a really nice angle in case Woody falls back into the bomb site. Big Uzera is moving up outside, and Phelps' position in secret. He's not going to be peeking out. He's waiting for contact. So this is going to be a nice little split into the upper bomb site. Woody could be in trouble. Woody could be in a lot of trouble because he's wide out in the open. Oh, the timing. Phelps didn't actually move. Big Uzera is going to go for the long flank.
Oh, man. Now the spam's coming through from Woody.
This is so sick because Fluxo, this is a huge gap in the defense. Fluxo has no idea, and Big Uzera can choose whether to go heaven or ramp room. He's going to go heaven. Spots one. Nice, easy kill. Woody again, out in the open, dropped.
That's rough. Phelps, too, taking significant damage. VSM is coming on the backside of the play. It's a nice kill onto Skulls. And Big Uzera is low, 10 HP, so there is a world where going for this one is possible. Obviously, with the score being what it is, you really just got to start putting rounds on the board, and that's why you see them not even considering a save, which we would have seen maybe a few rounds prior. It's a great angle from the top of hut. He sees the backpack, and the last player is coming through. It's going to be VSM on site. Big Uzera, the last player standing, 10 HP, playing Ring Around the Rosie. That's a big clutch coming in from VSM. But just like the round prior, a very expensive round to win.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, again, you'll take it, whatever you can get at this point for Fluxo. So they're closing the gap just a little bit. Unfortunately, they just cannot get off the verge of this reset. And they're very fortunate to win out in that round, considering how big of a gap it was outside. Nobody addressed that hole in the defense that entire round. And now it's like, that's like a miscommunication, missed philosophy on how to play the scenario. If Phelps is going to remain that passive for that long, somebody's got to be cognizant of the possibility. They probably lose that round 9 out of 10 times. So, I mean, a great recovery here for their third, but still not out of it.
I love the fact that we're seeing a timeout from Pain. You see the scoreboard 8-3, but they still respect the fact that, hey, we just let a few rounds slip that we probably shouldn't have.
First time in this series they've lost 2 rounds in a row. And, they're running out of money, so I think part of this is deciding how they want to buy. With this kind of a lead, you have a couple ways to go about it. You can obviously force up here, which I think they're going to end up doing. Or you could have kind of descended into a half buy. You could have just had a couple hero AKs and some weakness around there, just in case you wanted to just preserve economy. But they have plenty of money to force up a strong buy with 4 AKs and utility. Here we go into round 12.
Hards out, heading towards ramp room early. It does feel like maybe Fluxo's starting to shake off a little bit of the rust over towards that territory. But this is going to be a heavy push, and we'll see if VSM has what it takes to stop it. You've got 4 players here waiting on the other side of that smoke. How do they break through, and do they read the position of VSM? There's the molly to come out, a flashbang through. That's actually going to land behind him, and wisely VSM says, you know what, have it.
Yeah, I don't think he realized they were actually sitting inside the smoke when that execute began, so that scared the bejesus out of him, and he just backed away. History with 1 kill outside. That's Big U0 on his lurk. Good on them to find it, which means Pain's going to readjust. There's a nice shot from VSM, and Phelps is here as well. This defense is strong. It's solid. Phelps comes out through the smoke, gets one. It's Hards out in a 1v3, but everyone's here, and everyone's fighting for Fluxo. 8-4. But that should be the money taken away from Pain. Finally, they have to descend to mostly pistols.
Losing that player outside kind of takes away like their peel potential, the opportunity to get out of ramp room and go somewhere else potentially with the play that they've been building. It made it a little bit more one-dimensional, and it allowed them to easily shut down the round. A strong stop from Fluxo, which is exactly what they needed. Yes, 8 rounds on the T side is very good for Pain, but doesn't mean they wanted to stop and press the brakes. Hold on, we've got a Zeus.
We got a Zeus.
More than one, technically. One's behind the team.
Ah.
The other one's in his hands.
Aha.
Oh,
Bang!
He's
No
played that
way.
angle so many times.
No way you just called that.
He is so angry. I did hear a thud. I don't know if that was the desk being slapped.
Yeah, that I wouldn't be surprised. I would throw the monitor off the table. That's such, gee, I don't think I've ever seen that.
The fact that that just worked. We'll see what they decide to do with this now salvaged weapon. VSM continuing his rampage that he's been building. But man, the fact that this round started with a Zeus kill, literally shooting him right in the nether region as well.
That is such a call.
This is a good stop from Fluxo, though, despite the fact that they lost a player early and that gifted them a rifle.
If Woody wasn't tilted before, he's tilted now, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. That's one way to get into a player's head.
My God.
Now, Big U's is left in a position where there's really not much that can be done with 30 seconds left at 28 HP. He'll just hold on to the AK. So, Fluxo is slowly but surely working themselves back into this first half. They'll find themselves at 5 rounds. Still an opportunity for Pain to spread the gap just a little bit. But if you're Fluxo and you close this half out 8-7, you consider that a success, because this was looking very bleak.
For sure. Even I think 6, you'll be happy with.
Yeah.
Big U's content to save the AK. Round 14. Finally, they've been shut out quite a bit, Pain Gaming. They're going to take their second time out, talk things over. The first one didn't work the way they would have wanted it to. And now looking to make sure that they don't let Fluxo get back into this game on some kind of a streak. That's got to be the main goal. Win one of these, at least one of these last 2 ones, right? You don't want Fluxo to go into halftime on a 6-round streak and be able to have that conversation of, all right, guys, we're back in this. Finally, we're awake in this series. We know we can do this one.
Yeah. You want to stop whatever confidence is building from them. And you can see it's currently going to be a conversation coming from the in-game leader, talking things through, trying to figure out what they can do to readjust after a very impressive start. Stalling out just a bit. VSM starting to heat up. He's been looking rock solid the last few rounds. A couple of big clutches coming out from the members of Fluxo. He's currently sitting at 15-10, the top performer for their side. As we jump into round 14, what's the answer coming in from Pain? And it looked like initially we might have seen something a little bit faster, but they blow apart the door and then they just stall for a second.
Go for the Zeus opening again. I'm down for that.
I wouldn't mind seeing it one more time. I kind of want to see it from the other side now. I want to see them Zeusing from the top of hut onto the door.
Down?
Straight down.
Two different heads you're shooting that taser at. Hardzao in lobby with Skulls as well. 3 players lined up outside for Pain Gaming. Phelps once again tucked in towards Secret. Now this time at least it's a 5-on-5. Ooh, look at the lobby aggression. Skulls just gets away. Last time Phelps played this passively, they had that opening, that 1-for-1 trade in ramp room, which was the player that likely would have covered outside. So they can be a lot more confident that the wrap is not exposed quite yet.
That's big. Just on the edge of that smoke, and another one as well. That's 2 kills coming in from Woody. As Big Uzera and Neck is both taken care of pretty easily. Now what do you do if you're Pain? You've got 3 players left standing, but you've really done nothing so far.
Yeah.
No map control whatsoever.
Well, now it's almost like this is where Nuke sometimes gets really tough. It's like, where can you even find a pick? And apparently it's outside with the MAC-10, which makes no sense, but he's going to swap out to the AK-47. Lukowski caught out in the open.
Oh, does Skulls get this timing? I thought for a second he could. You had Woody on the other side.
Yeah.
Instead, it's going to be the pick onto Phelps, and now things are starting to get a little bit awkward. There's the nice up shot. The Molly's going to flush him out. Skulls finds another one. Does he wait for the player in vents? There's still one currently up in heaven. That'll be the first to strike, and Woody times it well. Good teamwork.
Yeah, but Fluxo almost gave that one away, right? You're in a 5-on-3, and you're the ones making the moves across the map and trying to get a little tricky. So, I mean, Pain was almost able to take advantage of that and crack into the bomb site. A little bit sketchy, but again, Fluxo now at 6. Yeah, no matter what, they're going to be happy with how they recovered into this. 5 in a row at this point. Pain's taken 2 timeouts and still haven't been able to find the solution. A lot of it come down to containing some of these outside plays. Big Uzera's lurk has been picked off a number of times. This previous round, it's Woody spraying down 2 through the smoke as they try and wrap in towards Mini. And another opening kill. That's outside through smoke as well. A little bit fortunate with their spams. Nekas is here in footsteps as they fall back. History is drop down vents. And oh, Nekas fights against 2. Can't even get one. Neither can Zevi. All of a sudden, Fluxo's woken up and come alive in this game.
Hardzao has found 2 and has an op in his hands. An interesting peek coming in from Phelps, as that will be the equalizer.
Yeah, bombs all the way back towards T-spawn, though. So, I mean, ooh,
Hold on.
Everyone's getting a little antsy.
A bit of shenanigans.
Okay, Woody is not happy to be put in this kind of a position. Not happy at all to be put in this kind of a position, because now you lose track of everything. Now you've got to move around the map and find safety somewhere.
And it's not like he knows the bomb's down in spawn.
Everyone's frozen on the map. No one's moving. No one's pressing a key. Everyone's waiting for someone else's move.
Woody finally moving back towards ladder. Again, you know, the bomb is just sitting there.
Well, Skulls is investigating this upper bomb site, right? He wants to make sure it's clear before he sends Hardzao on the mission to get the bomb, and he can call him in. So, like, Hardzao, if Skulls encounters somebody, then at least Hardzao can pick up the bomb and have some kind of information of where Woody's at.
This could potentially be the play for Woody. He's out already. They have no idea. He might have an isolated fight on the first. Oh, man,
Bang.
He actually just pulls off a second too early. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. It was the op shot that just comes in immediately. But he knew what he needed to do, and we're going to see what they could do in the second half right after this break.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got 1 for Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane. Who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. And he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
The score at half might make chat giggle, but Fluxo is not laughing as they are currently down 3 rounds to Pain Gaming before they swap over to their CT side. And again, this is a CT side that Pain Gaming has been quite efficient on.
Yep.
But Fluxo is probably thrilled to just get what they did because this was looking very rough for a while.
Yeah, it was looking dark, looking like the lights were about to turn out. It was a great recovery, you have to say, from Fluxo. Pain even taking 2 timeouts and couldn't find the adjustment. Okay, Nekas, he's kind of stuck fighting to death. And that death came quick and fast, thankfully for him. Now, Pain need to adjust and rotate downstairs. Big Uzera's here. Phelps speedily taking control of the windows, and now I think Pain is on the back foot, and this pistol round might go against them.
We talked about that
Should go
confidence
against him.
building that they've been doing in the last couple of rounds, and you can see it playing out here. Fast play towards ramp room works out nicely. Neck is perhaps peeking a little bit too wide. Big Uzera was not able to get anything done as they pushed into this lower site. They also lost Skulls, which is a big part of this. Big Uzera, though, does strike finally with the P2K taking down Phelps.
Spotted 2 on control side, though. They're going to push after him, and it looks like actually the save has already been called. Zevi and Hards out just bailing out. There's no point. We're going to save the kit. We're going to save the armor. So Big Uzera is just going to back away. He is being hunted to a certain degree, but Fluxo is going to be happy with the pistol round win. 7-9. And finally, it took a map and a quarter of a map for Fluxo to show up in the series.
Yeah.
But they've done it.
We were looking at, what, 7-1?
Yeah, it's a 6-1 run right now for Fluxo if you go back to the first half. So, I mean, they're going to be very, very pleased with that one. And obviously the buffer of the second half pistol, especially on a T side, is wonderful.
Now, off the back of saving some of that armor, this is actually a pretty decent buy coming in from Pain. I know it's forced, but we have seen this work well for many teams so far at the Americas RMR. And Pain Gaming's also no strangers to it, both on the giving and receiving end. Here's the fast play coming in, and oh no, this could backfire. How they survive without casualties there is impressive, and they're going to dive bomb into the vents, rightfully so.
Is anyone downstairs? One player is just shifting down. Now that's Nekas. Oh, grenade. That's going to be at the wrong location. Okay, that's not bad.
Nope.
Phelps steps right into it. That's huge. Deagle can't land. Lukowski doing damage, but Hardzau's got one more through the smoke, and this gets interesting. This gets weird. Oh, Hardzau, what a recovery. The MAC-10 doesn't connect, and there goes Lukowski, and it has worked. It's worked spectacularly. History left in a 1v4, and he's going to give it the old college try, but trade it out at the end of the day, and Pain hit double digits.
And they even had a kit there, so if it got a little more awkward, if he was able to buy more time, Hardzau was carrying a kit. It was that spin back onto the MAC-10. That was the turning point. Even though obviously the early damage was dealt, the fact that they get site control that easily, that's not that big of a problem. They're all coming in through the vents. If he gets that kill with the MAC-10, suddenly the players in vents are like, hold on, there's one behind us too. This is awkward. Now there's a pinch play.
Makes that retake a lot more difficult.
And we're back into that weird, like, we got to force now.
Yeah. Well, they're going to, I mean, it's all about the force in the next round, right? Like, this one is just them saying, okay, we're obviously going to go back and forth until someone wins 2 in a row. Lukowski dropping on the mini roof. Zevi's up on top of the box. Oh, awkward jump, awkward timing, but he does manage it pretty well. One more coming through. That's an AK. Phelps delivering. Phelps has got a pep in his step these days.
I thought he was going to drop off for a second. Instead, he's going to catch one from beneath. That's VSM. A nice nade will put him down low. A finishing blow from Big Uzera onto Woody. It's now down to a 1-on-2 where both players are ridiculously low. He's heard the shots coming through. Big Uzera is 55 HP. Phelps is playing Ring Around the Rosie, and we've seen this work out well for Pain in the past, and now will be no different.
Phelps thought he was being a little sneaky. He thought he actually got out in front of the silos before Big Uzera realized it. I don't know if he saw something or if he heard something as that flash faded, but Big Uzera read it the whole way. Great round from Big Uzera. Really just manhandling that upper bomb site when they needed it most as the bomb goes down. 11-7, but that got a little bit sketchy. Who was the player on top of Hut?
I believe that was Hardzau.
Hardzau?
Yeah.
He kind of gave away his play a little bit, right? Like you said, I thought he was going to drop down as well because he made the steps to go do it and then kind of called it off. But VSM knew, he heard the steps, knew exactly where he was. So that was a little bit dicey. 4-round lead. And with the plant, with the damage, yeah, now we get into that weird force buy situation that we saw in Mirage.
It's not surprising we've seen Fluxo do this already in this series. as the smokes come outside, let's keep our eyes on Zevi and how he decides to play off this. He is in a good position to potentially catch them off guard with the play. There's bullets pouring through. That's actually from Heaven doing a little bit of damage to Phelps, but the rest of the team kind of walking past that one as the bullets end up clinking into the chain link fence.
Well, Big Uzera's already dropped down as well, so he'll be able to figure this out. Zevi's got control of Mini, and he's spotted one way, way deep. So he's telling Big Uzera, there's only one out here. Be careful down in secret. They might have already crossed, and that Molotov really seals it and signifies what's coming, what's happening. A second player can come down quickly from ramp room. That's Nekaz, as we see, checking his teammate's screen.
Oh, Big Uzera has repositioned to a great spot as they make their way out onto the site. The call is going to be made. That's the first one going down. That's also the bomb being dropped. He'll find two before being eliminated by Phelps. Zevi's in a great spot, too, to come through and find one. Kind of snoozing. Almost took down the bomb as well.
Well, I think they know. I think they know it's only one player down here because remember, Woody was spotted deep outside, so they knew the whole time. 12-7. Again, Big Uzera with the impactful double kill to buy time for everyone else from Pain to figure out the situation.
Now you have to save, Fluxo.
Now you have to save.
You have to.
Yeah.
No plant, limited damage in the round. We'll see a full buy coming in from them next round, as they'll be at pretty strong loss bonus at that point.
Yeah, they're going to get $2,900 when this round's done, so that'll put them in a buy position.
I would say the name of the game here is Bomb Plant.
It's just like really hard now that since they couldn't convert the pistol round and they didn't get either of these force buy wins, and with how strong we know Pain is on Nuke, like you're really looking if you're Fluxo to have like economic control and economic advantage over the defense, and that's just not a possibility anytime soon.
Nice nade.
Boom.
Phelps unhappily dispatched. And now it's time for Nekaz to have a shooting spree. That's 1, 2, make it 3. Does he get the fourth? Absolutely. A little bit of eco round stat padding. But it's a strong stop from Pain Gaming.
He controlled that so well. He controlled that so well. 3 rounds away, Pain, from securing a spot in Paris. 3 rounds away from facing off against either Liquid or Furia in that Legend spot playoff tomorrow night. And Fluxo in that scenario would obviously have to play for a spot at Paris or elimination tomorrow, I believe against Paquetá. I think I still said that wrong. Paquetá.
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 Yeah. I now understand there was someone that was trying to correct me on socials and they capitalized the A, and I only figured it out after talking to Zeus what they were trying to tell me.
Bro, this trip to Mexico has really has really shown me how much Spanish I forgot from when I was in high school. It's actually embarrassing.
I know, I've been doing Duolingo, and even still, I'm like, I'm dumb. It's 13-7 right now. And Fluxo is pacing themselves in the round. Opportunities to bring this one back are getting slimmer and fewer and further between. They are just running out of runway. So what do? They try to get somebody outside. Ooh. That's a nice shot from Phelps. As he takes down Skulls over towards the air conditioner, Zevi able to get the backstab from Mini. So it will be even 4-on-4. Here's the play coming out from Door, though. As the Molotov lands, History's going to take a bit of damage, but they can't trade because of the fact that that Molly was in position, so they had to wait for it to dissipate.
That's such a cool call, though, from Fluxo. I really like that. Zevi obviously kind of overextends to get that kill into Phelps to prevent the wraparound, which is nice, but Fluxo's like, okay, we know where you're at. We know you're going to go back to Mini. We're going to smoke you off. We're going to flash in there. We're going to put you in a really weird position. I'm surprised to see even Big Uzera challenging for this in the 2-on-3, but they wanted to see if they could get a quick kill, and now it's going to be the save call. Now it's going to be back off because there's no success.
And with the flash, too, they knew both players were there, so it would make it even that much harder. There's no point in even trying to stick around. Broken ankles for the CT currently on top of the roof. That corpse looked a little bit awkward, but it will be an 8th round for Fluxo.
I think a broken ankle is the least of a problem for a corpse.
Yeah, when you're dead. This is what Fluxo needs, though. They need to find their way back into the game. Remember that first half, it was a long time before we saw them really putting rounds on the board. They started to build up a bit of confidence, and it was actually Pain Gaming who were taking timeouts, unable to find a gap in the armor. Now on the flip side of that coin, a little bit easier for Pain Gaming as they swap over to the CT side, of course.
These saved weapons, though, are making it really, really difficult for Fluxo to like accomplish that goal of breaking the money of the defense, right? Biggie Zera's got 4,100 in the bank. Skulls with 1,400 in the bank. Not the most in the world on him, but something you can work with moving forward into the next rounds. I think Zevi saw a jump. Tell you what, it's great seeing Phelps being able to have a couple rounds where he really exerts his will on the map.
There's the smokes coming out to get them to cross. A lot of smokes being thrown to guarantee no gaps. You had the investment in the op for Zevi as well. A bit of damage. A few players take some bullets through those smokes, but no one dead just yet.
They're going into Big Garage. They're not going to Secret. Nice kill from Big Uzera. Smoke just clears, and Lukowski just made it into some cover. Is Big Uzera going to be ready? Lukowski has the advantage, and he still loses out. Great round from the captain again. We keep saying his name.
The remaining 3 from Fluxo are looking for a potential opening. You've got Nekes on a nice angle to potentially take care of the first player to come through the right side. Oh, it's a duck peek. That ends up working out nicely for Woody as he kind of catches Nekes off guard. And as a result, that lower sight is lost.
Yeah, that's actually so sick. What a cool little peek that Woody just busted out on him.
And look at the timing from history. He might be able to catch these players on the backside of Decon if he times this right. Oh, no, he's been spotted. They've called it out. Big Uzera's letting him know. That's massive.
God, two
kills
and the information that puts Skulls on notice. This is a crazy round for Big Uzera. What a wonderful job he's done. Now they got to exit out the door. One over in control windows. VSM's got the first, but they're going to start moving in behind him, and Zevi has the all-important kill. Impossible for VSM after that. And Pain, do not let this one out of their grasp. 14-8, 2 rounds away from Paris.
That's a big round from Big Uzera. He gets the kills outside. He gets the read on the flank. The late play coming through vents that could have been horrendous had it worked out for them. He would have had 2 kills on the player's decon. The round would have been completely shut down. Instead, it's Pain Gaming now finding number 14. And it's going to be a timeout coming in from Fluxo as they know just how important this round will be for them. A lot riding on this.
A lot.
Pain's also probably like, hey, we'll take it, because a lot's riding on this for us. This is, effectively, this is Paris.
Yeah, this is everything they've been working for and everything they've been building up to with the way things have been going. So, yeah, for them, this is a moment for them to have a chat as well and talk about some of the areas in which they've been struggling a little bit, some of the kills they've taken, anywhere they want to shore up, any kind of change in the defense they want to have had. I mean, the nice thing is, even though like Fluxo's got some nice openings and Phelps has provided a few opening kills and a few advantages, they're just so far superior in the mid-round and in the retakes that it hasn't punished them in this second half quite yet. But I mean, Fluxo's been able to find their way into the bomb site. They've got, what, 5 plants in the 6 rounds played, or 7 rounds played in this second half. Unfortunately, just most of them have been diffused as well. Phelps moving out here quick. Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea. Nobody's even paying attention. Actually, I think, excuse me, Skulls might have heard one of those last footsteps. And now he's definitely been spotted. Hardzal's going to call the drop down into the vents. Upper defense is a little bit scattered. And the defense overall is a little bit out of position. But it's only the bomb that's made it down.
Ooh, look at the position from Phelps. He's made it all the way in underneath ladder. Now, he'll be taken down over towards lockers. But what a strange round.
Yeah, and I mean, the bomb's the only one that drops, and they're trying to leave some lurks in position to really exploit and position themselves well for the rotates, but Pain wins out on all those. Wild spray can't connect, and Lukowski, this is the bad part of this kind of a tactic, is he's too far away to really do anything.
We did see a successful 4B1A plant win earlier today in the series for Paquetá. Not something you typically see, where one player goes apartments on Mirage with the bomb and everyone else goes B and you actually win that round.
It's that's like a 20-year-old tactic.
But here, a similar style of that strategy, which is basically vent, bomb drop, and hope for the best.
Shout out to our boy Warden.
Oof. That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
I know, the Dean. The Wardino 4-1. All right, Pain Gaming, 7 chances to close it out. Traps a nade stack into the upper bomb site. Just the one. No one's home. Nice opening kill. Hardzal's going to shift over towards the top of hut, peering straight down. Zevi climbs out as well and says, hey, it's clear. No one's there. Molotov to delay anything that might be coming, allow Hardzal some safety to reposition.
And that's the right move as well from the T side of Fluxo to not over-aggress just based off that one kill.
Yeah, be happy with the 4-on-4 that you found yourself. Now you can set up, actually, if you want, a late wall. VSM's been dropped a couple smokes. He's going to throw a few things out. Phelps has control all the way to red box, so he can call his teammates in with safety. But here's the problem. Even if they cross the secret, even if they get everything they want and make it towards that lower bomb site, they don't have any smokes to really help them secure that lower bomb site. Plant inside the smoke, cover off any of the choke points.
Oh, big Uzera.
Is he going to have another big round? Yeah,
he's going to get this kill on Phelps.
At least one.
Phelps tried to get cute through the smoke. And again, it's a great read from the captain.
Yeah, but also it might be a situation where because he gets that kill onto Phelps, he might be like, that was the play that smoke wall was set up for. No one's actually shifted to the lower bomb site quite yet. So these guys have gotten down into secret without any kind of response quite yet from Pain. Molotov, to make sure the rotation's going to have to be the long route.
The Molotov may have misbounced, though, because that'll actually allow them down ladder. It looks like it landed more towards the exit than the entrance. And it's Zevi who comes in quick with the kill. And they're looking for more as well. And now it's all up to history. It's actually history trying to be made for Pain Gaming as they're looking to secure their spot at the final CSGO major in Paris. Nekiz gets the last kill. It will be Pain Gaming moving on.
Look at the smiles, look at the cheers. Listen to the cheers, you can hear them through the wall. That is a big boy victory for Pain. And that is the culmination of a very good start and a rise throughout 2023. They gotta be so happy about this one. It's the perfect time for them to start hitting their peak and start delivering consistently strong performances. And this is a team that you gotta keep your eye on when they get to Paris.
What a win. I mean, it really did start with a very strong push coming in from Mirage. A 16-1 victory for them there. They move on over to Nuke, their selection, and they got off to a great start. Basically picking up right where they left off. Fluxo, though, with a mid-half adjustment, ends up finding themselves sort of back in the game. They win the pistol in the second half, and you're like, okay, things are starting to look interesting, and then Pain just say, no.
It feels like this matchup would have been a little bit more even like a month or like a few months ago between these two teams, but I mean, the momentum that Pain is riding right now is just so incredible, and you could see, I mean, definitely on Mirage, here on Nuke as well, just the consistency, the step above that they are. Big Uzera has been incredible as an in-game leader, still fragging, still putting up numbers. Skulls was excellent as well today. I mean, everyone had good games for Pain across both maps, so they're going to make it to Paris. Their job at the RMR is not done yet. They have one more match tomorrow against the winner of Liquid or Furia to see who's going to take the sole legend spots for the Americas. And same for Fluxo. Their journey is not done yet. They dropped down to 2-1, and they're going to have a match tomorrow for elimination or qualification. Whoever wins gets to move on to Paris.
It is important to remember that despite the fact that this was a bit of a beatdown, they've still got a chance.
Yeah. Still got a chance.
And a chance that I don't think a lot of people were going to give them coming into this event. I don't think people looked at Fluxo as the team to potentially be in that position. They were looking at teams like Imperial, who has been eliminated. So it's surprising
Fluxo is one of those teams like on the outside, right? Like might be fighting for that 5th spot or something along those lines. But certainly I think, like, you know, for all the positivity we heard around them, I don't think we've quite seen the level that they expect to be at. And the nice thing is, because they have that match tomorrow, this is going to be the conversation tonight is like, yeah, we got destroyed on Mirage, on Nuke, we got outclassed a little bit, but more than anything, it's the slow start. It's the fact that there wasn't even really a fight on Mirage. It's the fact that Nuke started so slow and put them in a hole of, what, 8-1 before they started to claw back. So that'll certainly be a focus of Zeus to say, look, guys, let's not even analyze this. Let's just forget this one, and we're going to go through this briefly, but we're not going to harp on it too much. We just need to make sure, like, mentally we are prepared for tomorrow. We cannot have slow starts. We cannot have, you know, really, we cannot have a hole that we have to dig ourselves out of. But for Pain, it's going to be all happiness. It's going to be all joy and happiness and all celebration for the moment, and then back to business for the Legends match tomorrow.
You know, it's not often that we praise the in-game leader when it comes to performance, but that's what happened here. Big Uzera had a fantastic game. Congratulations to you guys as you come in off of a huge victory. You guys are going to Paris.
Yeah. Yeah. Finally.
Sounds like you just ran a sprint,
again. Sorry?
Sounds like you ran a sprint.
Yeah. It was a tough game against them, always. And actually, I'm speechless. I have no words to describe my feelings right now because, I don't know.
Dream come true.
Yeah, I was in Major Stockholm, but it's not the same thing.
No, I mean, you guys are on. You guys have been on a rise right now in 2023. Things have been feeling good. We talked with Neckes, we talked with Skulls, and both of them have just been elated with how the team feels right now.
Yeah. I think a lot of things changed this year for me, especially because I was now IGL, and I think this kind of things changed a lot. Not just in game, but I think your mind, you know.
Yeah, the way you think about things.
Yeah, and this time that I become IGL, I felt a lot of things, a lot of stuff about myself, my game, and my family in Brazil, because I have a daughter and one more coming.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
A lot of congratulations.
Thank you. And,
2 dads here, so yeah, that's awesome.
3 of them. So I miss them so much, and I spent 6 months away from them, and I go to Brazil and stay 1 month there and 6 months again. I think this kind of things for Brazilian people is so hard. And I think most of the people don't recognize this kind of things, that the effort that we put in game.
The kind of sacrifices you have to make.
It's a lot.
Well, cool. It's awesome to see you get some reward on those, and bring them out to Paris, man. Bring the whole family out.
Yeah, might as well.
Now I can.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I don't really even want to ask you questions about the game because of that.
Can I say for her?
Oh, yeah,
baby,
absolutely.
We are in Paris. Let's go.
That's awesome, man. I mean, seriously, there's no question worth asking after hearing that. It's just a massive congratulations to you, being able to provide for your family in ways that, you know, maybe others would not be able to because of the game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I got a question too, because we're getting all sentimental and everything. We had Skulls and Neckes say really nice things about you as an in-game leader, and I know probably not an easy transition to make as a player. What's been the biggest struggle that you've had to overcome, kind of coming into this role and now having your team playing like this?
Actually, I have to say thank you for all the guys. And the team, the manager and the coach, they trusted on me like since day one, because when PKL was, or let's say IGL, he said for us, guys, I can't do this anymore. So the first thing, the coach, Rix and El, our manager, they thought, because there has to be you, and I just accepted. Yeah, it was just in my hands, you know. So, and it's been hard for me.
Yeah,
I have been working a lot. I just woke up like 6, 7 a.m. every day and just stop to watch things and create things for the team. Always doing a new things for the team as well. And I think work it. So,
yeah. Well, the hard work's showing off.
Yeah, it's paying off,
you can
sure.
see the trust inside the server. So congratulations, and we're gonna let you go and enjoy the celebration with the boys and the team.
Thank you.
Much love, man. Congratulations.
Wow, what a series. As Pain Gaming stamp their position in the history at the tail end of the book. We're getting ready to close the chapter of Counter-Strike in CSGO and begin a new one with CS2. And it's so cool to see Pain Gaming mark their spot in Paris with a big win over a regional opponent in Fluxo.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just like the culmination of everything of like, you know, so far being like an upset team, getting there, they're going to have a match against Liquid or FURIA tomorrow, so that's going to be cool to see how they stack up against that level of opposition. Obviously, a little bit of a rivalry with 2 series wins over Liquid just recently. You know, maybe another regional matchup against a team like FURIA. But man, I would love to see this team have a cool run over in Paris, because I still feel like they're just missing that one tournament run that really puts them on the map, because everyone's loving what they're seeing. Eye test is great. Individual players are looking great. We want that deep run, and this is feeling like they're poised to do it. So, yeah, this is such a cool team to watch, Pain.
How can you not love him too? Even just hearing him speak about the fact that he has to basically leave home, leave his wife, leave his
6
daughters.
months at a time.
That's brutal. I mean, as fathers, we know what that pain would be like. That's very difficult. So to see him put his head down and just grind, knowing what he's able to do here, seeing him now get this opportunity to make a huge wave for the Brazilian CS scene with now a new up-and-coming team making their mark in history, moving on to Paris. They're going to be waiting to see what happens between the Liquid and FURIA game that's currently live. And it looks like you're going for a score update here. It looks like we could be going map 3.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be up on Blast.tv, so you guys can just go ahead and like switch over to that one now that this game is done. It's 12-10 on the map number 2 for FURIA, who's trying to force a third, which would be, yeah. But I mean, this is, I don't know, this is a cool series as well. I can't wait to watch this. So let's get the hell out of here because I want to watch Liquid FURIA as well. I want to see how this one ends. It looks like it's going to map 3. We're going to see you guys over there on the stream.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.